Chapter 26, Side B, The Winterhold Visit. == As Ash and the rest of the company prepare for assisting the Imperial Army with their invasion of Whiterun, Aria's party of 5 heads north as travelers, first to Dawnstar, then Winterhold. The reason for this path is simple: sailing by boat to Winterhold would attract less attention than going overland via giant spectral wolves. Also, more pragmatically, Arya wasn't about to let the girls travel over long distance by wolf, too stressful for all involved. Thus, while having made comparatively worse time than if they were to just ride wolves the entire way, the party landed at Winterhold some 8 days after departure. Winterhold was, in many ways, solitude but in miniature. Built on a peninsula, the perennially brisk city of Skyrim's magical knowledge lacked a wall, but had the most formidable navy in all of Skyrim, and its sailors were routinely hired by the Imperial Navy for their expertise in navigation and handling. The city itself was divided into 3 major regions: the northeastern peninsula that made up the College of Winterhold and its support, the northern western side that was the docks and wharves, and the southeastern side that was the nobility and their naval yards. The College of Winterhold itself, compared to its game incarnation, is less insane. The damage suffered by the college in the past had only managed to drop the surrounding terrain in a somewhat gentle slope into the ocean as opposed to hollowing out cliff like an eaten apple with only the core remaining. Falling down said slope would still consume at least an hour of a person's day, but at the very least it wasn't an instantaneous death. The entrance to the college, rather than one giant terrifying rock bridge, was now a significantly less terrifying, winding slope, large enough to accommodate small stalls to the left and right of the very labor-intensive slope plus stairs up to the college. Aria's party lands at dusk and finds rooms, accompanying other parties with magically oriented children. "Hey, Suf." Arya asks Sapphire. "How often do families send their kids up here?" Sapphire wasn't too fond of the nickname, but lets it slide. "To the best of my knowledge? Any family with money and no local options." She plays with her knife and some cheese. "The college aside, there are other places that teach book learning here, and even a little education goes a long way when there's little else of options." She shrugs. "But simply having connections is better." Arya watches as Atra and Alma survey their competition while munching on some bread. "Are we in danger of not being able to get in?" she asks next. Sapphire shrugs harder. "Fuck if I know." They both listen into the next table in the inn as the parents review some key points with their progressively more anxious 8-year-old. "But I'd hate to be in their shoes." The next day, the party asks around and arrives at Winterhold's Office of Admissions, a large and official-looking building in the heart of the city. Aria's first impression of the insides of the building was that it bears some superficial resemblance to the insides of the Rose Bell, if built for administrative work rather than entertaining guests. She finds one of the 3 receptionists sitting idle and approach. "Hello there." The nice, if somewhat tired-looking Nord receptionist greets. "May I be of service?" "Hello, how do we get into the college?" Alma asks, bouncing slightly on her feet. The Nord lady smiles at Alma and turns her attention to Arya, not the first time a child spoke out of turn. "The general education test is held every Lordas. 2 days from now. After passing that, they may take the entrance test to the College of Winterhold proper." "What's the test like?" Atra asks. The Nord lady smiles at her. "The test is in 3 parts. First is a written test." The girls' faces fall. "And then the magical aptitude test, along with a skills test if applicable." She gives the girls a firm gaze. "You can only take the other practical tests after passing the written test, so keep that in mind." The Nord lady was inwardly giddy with glee. It wasn't that she wanted to crush the dreams of children, it was that the college's previous rules allowed many who were solely interested in the power of magic, and subsequent issues that arose from such a focus reflected badly upon Winterhold. No, she rather enjoyed watching the parents, who had the money but not the knowledge to know what to do with it, and their sudden realization that they had skimped on key aspects of their child's education, and their subsequent panic to get into remedial classes to make up the differences. The fact that she got a kickback from these schools for doing so was an interesting little bonus. "Might as well do some review," Teenram says, taking out a stack of 6 books that the Nord lady could see were, very much so beyond the level of an 11-year-old merchant. Atra and Alma each pick one and plop themselves down on a bench, along with some paper. "Is there a need to register or the like?" Arya asks next. "What's nobility doing all the way out here?" The Nord lady conceals her frown. "Wouldn't it be easier to just hire a tutor if they want to learn magic? While each test has a limit on how many people can attend, everyone who wants to enter will be tested." Her customer service smile turns a little more genuine. "Not to worry, result aside, the start is always the same." Next table over, the parent of a heavily embarrassed child explodes with fury. "How dare you!" He slams a scroll on the table. "We have a recommendation from the College of Winterhold itself, and you still expect us to take a test to enter. Glad we didn't pull that card out yet." Arya notes with some relief. The Nord lady catches her minute body language. Sir. The clerk, Nord lady but with silver hair, says sternly. A letter of recommendation is respectable, but entrance is still dependent on skill. The letter will be useful once you have entered, not before. The child, a boy about 13 years old, mumbles for his father to drop the issue, but the father launches into a tirade about his own accomplishments and how the clerk should know their place before a guard respectfully taps the man on the shoulder and escorts the Breton out at blade point. Does that happen often? Arya asks as the boy apologizes on his father's behalf and sits on the bench, a little distance from Atra. That kind of determined interest. More often than I care to admit. Nord lady sighs. Letters of recommendation are more useful once the student is legally an adult, as adults can simply apply to test into the college directly. She gives a meaningful look to Arya. Of course, having one at any time doesn't hurt. Arya understands, and debates a little on showing the letter, then decides that having one confidant can't hurt. They have these. She takes out a pair of envelopes from a hidden pouch and hands them over, all stealthy-like. The clerk inwardly thanks Arya for not acting as if the letters were a result of their collective efforts. The Nord lady takes them, and the contents almost makes her lose her professionalism. Within the envelopes were 2 true letters of recommendations. Not "I think your child will do good at the college once they get there," but "show this letter and you get automatic entry." Moreover, it was a pair of letters for the Arcane University, which was still the highest learning institution in all of Tamriel, and were guaranteed and co-signed by the Imperial Military Batlemage. As far as guarantees go, these were the best of the best. Even more, the guarantor is a Batlemage's active service, so checking for fakes would be especially easy. No wonder. The lady notes, her eyes still bugging out. If they showed this right off the bat, the girls would never have another quiet day again. Arya, of course, catches the sudden shift in attitude. It is what it is. She smiles, and takes back the letters despite the lady grasping them firmly. I'm happy to have been of service. The Nord lady says diplomatically. My name is Allura, a pleasure. Meanwhile, Atra notes, but doesn't react to, the sudden outburst by the parent, or the child coming over to sit. Hell, father, why do something like that? The boy sighs. All eyes in the building, including some dozen other kids, were on him, and he was very much so nervous. As a result, he found it very difficult to do anything beyond looking awkwardly at the ceiling. It be like that sometimes. Alma says, repeating, down to the intonation, one of Jake's favorite sayings. No bigs. Want something to read? She smiles brightly at him. What's your name? The boy coughs. I'm Simon, it's a pleasure. He bows slightly. Both girls and Teenram clock that the name was very foreign to Skyrim. Where are you from? Alma asks next. Bruma, in Cyrodiil. Simon says, nervous. Kind of far just to go to school. Atris says. It's practically the opposite side of the country. She knows enough about Tamriel to know that anywhere that's not in Skyrim would be the opposite side of the country. Simon shifts in the way that both girls have seen often from visitors of the Bell with things to hide. It's complicated. He mutters. Both know well enough to avoid prying, lest there be unexpected consequences. Jake tended to toss those unintended consequences out of the building. Well, that's fine, then. Alma smiles at him again. I'm Alma, that's my sister, Atra. Atra bows. Oh, looks like she's done. She sees Arya walking towards them. We're lodged in the frozen hearth, so if you're bored, let's play some time. Right. Simon nods, his discomfort replaced by utter confusion as the team of girls leave. The next 2 days was a mix of Sapphire scoping out Winterhold and keeping tabs on the state of the Thieves Guild network in the city, Arya being incredibly bored and repeatedly leaving the city to kill things nearby, and the girls reviewing and re-reviewing their ability to read and write, with a little magic practice in between. Soon enough, the 2 days ended, and on the crisp morning of the test, the party, minus Sapphire, head off to the administrative building for their test. Just in case. Teenram says right before they enter. Avoid using werewolf-specific magic. No telling what it would look like. The girls nod. You're talking like they're going to pass that first test. Sapphire notes with a raised eyebrow. Teenram looks at her with a look of utter confusion. Well, yet. No pressure or anything. Arya notes. Aside from Atra and Alma, there were roughly 60 other children who were taking the test. There exists 2 testing rooms, each allowing 5 people on a first-come first-serve basis in the rooms open, and we have 5 seats kind of way. In a way, this itself was also a test. The children who have the bravery, confidence, or childlike innocence tend to go first, and the first 2 qualities were desirable, the third respectable. Those who hang behind or have to be pushed into the test were, not. Unfair, considering nerves are normal, but such is life. Thus, Atra and Alma ended up picking different rooms, their nervousness counteracting their innate confidence and putting them roughly in the middle of the pack. They enter with a band of children who are all at or slightly above their age. The test room is sparse. One long table and a bench, enough room for 5 to sit and have a little distance from each other without feeling claustrophobic, but little else. In front of each student is a few pages, a tablet of slate, and some chalk sticks. The pages were the testing instructions and the slate the board on which they will write their answers. Notably, the slates were heavy for children, and not all children were of the same size, so moving them around was a planned necessity. Either be strong enough to dictate the terms of the test, or be smart enough to work around it. Of the other children in the 2 girls' tests, most were older or were within trade families and thus had no issue positioning the slates to their own liking after taking a moment to understand the situation. Atra and Alma instead adjusted their sitting posture and papers to be more comfortable as soon as they sat down. "Look at this, everyone," one of the 2 proctors in the room says, his hands on a sand hourglass. "Once the sand runs out, your time is up. Until then, do the best you can to answer the questions, okay?" The kids all nod. "All right, start." He turns over the half-hour glass, signaling the start of the 20 minutes. So she was reading the test already? He notes how Atra had not looked up at all. Atra and Alma, upon sitting down, had already scanned the pages for the test. They were able to do so because the instructions were very simple, far simpler than the research notes Ash had let them read. The fact that they were very simple disturbed her, because she was expecting a significantly scarier test and not one that was, you know, designed to see if children knew the basics of reading and writing beyond what they did for their day job. Thus, both girls spent about 3 minutes writing in the slate before raising their hand to show that they were done with their test. "Done already?" the proctor says, walking over at the slate. He marvels at Atra's neat, organized, Jake-inspired handwriting and scans it for any largely visible errors, sees none, and smiles at her. "Stay seated until everyone else has finished." The girl nods and goes to review her work. "Good upbringing, that one," the proctor notes with pride. In the other room, the proctor frowns at the ash-like chaotic chicken scratch that was Alma's handwriting. It was organized in rows if he squinted really, really hard, and well, it seems legit. "All right, stay put until everyone else is done." Alma starts fidgeting almost immediately. With the 20 minutes past, all the children are told to leave. The proctors review the fairly easy test, write down the names of those who passed, and prepare the site for the next batch of students after a nice minute or 2 of cleaning up. Once every student has finished testing, the results are tallied and the testing rooms redesigned for the practical test. The parents, more nervous than the students, wait for their children to be called. After a fashion, the proctor comes out with a slate of names. Atra and Alma's names were somewhere around the middle. "So the test is just a pass-fail thing, huh?" Teenram notes with a slight eye roll. She, along with Arya and like the other parents, enter the testing site to observe. Ultimately, only around a third of the students actually pass. The ones that don't are almost immediately swarmed by tutors and private teaching institutions promising to teach them how to read and write for the test in a week or less. "Welcome to the Big Boys Club," the proctor says to the students who have passed. "The next test is pretty easy." He gestures to an unlit torch that's been bolted to the center of the wooden floor, with a large carpet/bed sheet set some distance away. "Light the torch up without leaving that carpet. Obviously, if you burn the building down, we're going to have words with the guard." Some of the parents laugh. "And, of course, parents, this is about what your child can do, so no butting in." He smiles. "Now, who wants to be first?" Atra and Alma both glance at Arya, who gives a small shake of her head. They quiet sit back and watch as another child, a bright and fiery red-headed imperial girl, stride confidently onto the carpet. She turns to look at the torch and the nearly 3-meter distance wipes the smile off her face. She's, like, 10, so the fact that the distance was significantly further than advertised causes her to panic, and after a moment of silence marked by nervous giggles from the onlookers, she rushes off and cries into her parents' arms. "Yeah, the distance is pretty long." The proctor laughs good-naturedly. "You get to go again if you didn't use any magic." A Nord boy, shrugging, walks up into the carpet, squares himself against the torch, gathers the flames into his hands, and shoots it at the torch. They go about a meter before petering out in a rather sizable conflagration. He grits his teeth and tries to shoot it farther, but lacks the know-how and, thus, drains his small pool without hitting the torch or generating heat at all. "Not bad, not bad," the proctor says. "But, not passing." Next. One by one, the children go and try their hand at blazing the torch. A handful succeed. Atra and Alma waits towards the very end, and by the time their turn came around about 6 other children had hit the torch enough to be considered a passing grade. The 2 of them go rock paper scissors. Alma wins, so she goes first. She gets both feet onto the carpet and creates a ball of fire. With expert aim she throws it at the torch, lighting it without issue. The proctor nods. As expected. Well done, you pass. He claps. Alma walks off and gives the up-and-coming Atra a high five as the torch is doused and replaced with a new one. Atra waits politely until the proctor gives her a go-ahead, and she fires a near-picture-perfect gout of flames at the torch, causing it to smoke and light. Not as impressive as her sister, I see. The proctor notes. Congratulations, you pass, yes. Atra's hand goes up. Will this give us entry to the College of Winterhold? She asks. The proctor pauses. No, there is an additional test you must take if you wish to enter the college at your age. He says. But that's given by the college itself. The test given here was honestly not designed for children who have a strong magical background, scaled as it was to send students to the many institutions of various quality around the college. In case the clerk was not clear, that is the skills test. He adds. It's offered by the school or group you wish to join. The day moves on, and the proctors prepare armbands for those who have passed the tests. Those who passed the basic education test gets a red one, and those who have passed the basic magic test gets an ice blue one. As soon as the families leave the testing hall, some of the less scrupulous houses of magic immediately swarm them with offers and deals. Notably, they leave those with the ice bands alone. Can't get those who are already skilled. One parent say with notable disdain as she guards her somewhat overwhelmed daughter from the circling vultures. Hey, you. Atra, Alma. The red-haired girl from earlier says, zeroing in on the two. Arya made no shift for defense, so the girls took it to mean that she was friendly. Where'd you learn to use magic like that? Our father taught us. Alma says, and didn't elaborate further. Oh, The girl blinks. Then, why come here? Our father wants us to do some research. Atra says with a nod towards the College of Winterhold. So that's where we're going next. The girl's face shines with excitement. Can I come watch? Arya, pretending not to listen, frowns. Atra frowns as well. She looks at the adults flanking, but very much so standing behind, the girl. The girl didn't seem to care. Can I? She asks Atra specifically. Atra looks to Arya, who gives a what's one more kind of body language. Sure. What's your name? Alma asks. Kinda weird to just show up like this. Oh, right. The girl gives a strangely upper-class curtsy despite her bundle of furs. I'm Valeria Votrine. She gives a big smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. Arya has a vague sense of recognition of the last name, but otherwise nobody knows who she is. A fairly tall Breton with long, well-kept, flowing red hair, a face of curiosity and a body of that childlike rambunctious strength, hidden underneath what seems like 15 layers of furs. Alma returns the big friendly smile. Pleasure. She half-asses what she recognized as a fairly upper-crust greeting. Why are you up here in Winterhold? Wheel. Valeria scratches her face. This and that. She nervously adjusts the red armband. Arya clears her throat. Regardless, we're on a timer. Let's go, ladies. Right. Atra and Alma fall in behind her. From a distance, Sapphire observes the new girl that joins the party along with the entourage of 2 bodyguards. Votrine. She smirks. If memory serves, they're a new merchant family in Cyrodiil that got big as a result of the Oblivion crisis from way back when. The family's setting up shop in Riften, so what's the second daughter doing all the way out here? Her smirk turns slightly dangerous. Well, fine. Whatever family feuds they have is none of our concern. Along the way, they meet Simon, who also wears a red armband. Through Alma's near bullying, he also gets to join along on their trip to the College of Winterhold's Office of Admissions. I see. The clerk says after Arya explained the reason why they were there, the whole dragon business. The test for entering the college as well as full access to the library and all of its contents is to have a mock battle with a journeyman-ranked mage and win. He glances at Atra and Alma. Failing that, a letter of recommendation from an established institution will work. Arya debates on this. The letter was not meant to be used for the College of Winterhold, and to use it now would be potentially robbing the girls of a potentially very bright future for something that wasn't even guaranteed to be useful. But as the girls were the ones who have it, if they decide to use it. Regardless of the adults' misgivings, Atra had already made her decision. We'll take that fight. Alma nods furiously. I applaud your courage. The clerk says. We'll get one of our mages, so please wait for a little while. The girls only had to wait for a short 5 minutes before a mage was called, and the group followed the mage to an outdoor ring, large enough for little maneuvers but little else. Their opponent was a Breton in his 30s, lanky and tall for his width, well kept, and carried about him an air that he would prefer to be somewhere else at this time of day. Also included is a scent of alcohol and smoke. All right, here's the rules. The mage says. Make me give up. He grins. Of course, if you do something crazy and knock me out, I won't be able to do that. He glances at Arya. Just so you know. You can both participate at once. Arya nods at that. It was a test about responsibility, not raw power. Fine by us. Atris says, frowning. The conditions were basically set up so that the bar of passing rests completely on the mage and practically nothing else. Alma, let's go. She unclips her sword, so she can use it with its sheath. Ibe. Alma does the same. Both of them have proper short swords, though in their hands it's still quite big. Formation. Striker. Atra charges at the mage as Alma starts casting. Oh, not bad. The mage smirks as Atra gets into range. Their positioning shows training. Alma moves so she can get a clean hit without hitting Atra. He makes no effort to protect himself. Knew it. Atra scowls. Hammer. She calls out and breaks off. Oh come on. Alma switches her spell. That's rude. She fires off 2 bolts of lightning. The mage throws up a ward, blocks the lightning, and blinks in surprise as he feels his palm tingle. He then casts a ward against the much closer Atra, who had moved to get out of his line of sight but wasn't quite far enough. Must be unused to fighting in cold weather. His ward vanishes. Tap. Atra pokes the bug-eyed mage on his arm with a small, mischievous smile. Her smile fades as quickly as the faint blue light behind her eyes, though. Charm, too. The mage says, then laughs. Alright, you two pass. How'd you cancel my ward? Secret. Atra says and reholsters her sword and gives Alma a high five. Nice. Wait. Valeria says. You can fight. She had expected the two to do what everybody said a mage was supposed to do, sit and cast spells. You have swords. Can I see? Simon asks, eyes full of curiosity. Where did you get swords at your age? They're ours. Day. Alma says, pouting, but she hands over her sword. Papa made them. The mage is at attention at that. Wow. Simon, knowing nothing about swords, can only marvel at the fact that the work in his hand was, in fact, sharp and pointy. Valeria's in the same boat. What's this? He points to some writing etched at the base of Atra's sword. It's its name. Atra says. Venture. And minds wander. Alma says proudly. Do you mind if I take a look, ladies? The mage asks. Sure. Atra says, and Valeria hands it over. The mage, while not a smith, has enough experience with swords to differentiate quality when he sees one. So, who has enough money to spend on a sword of this caliber, get it engraved with a smith of this caliber, and yet not have enough left over to hire the best tutors in the empire? Ash had, by using replace, etched the names of the weapons in beautiful, Lord of the Rings elvish-esque cursive, which would be incredibly difficult to do with a chisel and a hammer. Ah, of course, dragons. The mage reminds himself of the girl's stated reason to be here. Done. Atra says, tapping her feet in irritation. She doesn't like the man for how much he stank of wine. Oh, yeah. Sorry. He hands the sword back over and marvels at how she, without looking, sheathes it with a professional flourish. I have many questions, but they would be uncouth to ask. In any case, you both hereby have admission into the College of Winterhold. The clerk hands over 2 sets of tassels, meant to be attached to the armbands. Honestly? I heard you're just here to look into the dragon business, but if you want to stay and be students we'd be happy to have you. He crouches, making the children take a step back. And you gotta tell me how you broke my ward just like that. No. Alma says. You stink. With that self-declared victory, she attaches the tassels to her armband and turns to leave. The mage just grins. With that settled, the party gains entry to the College of Winterhold, as well as free lodgings at a dormitory nearby. The next day, they make their way into the college in earnest. You know, Teenram notes as they walk up the slope, flanked on both sides by stalls being visited by students. This would be kinda cool if I wasn't worried about siding and falling to death. No OSHA compliance, as Dad would say. Atra sighs. It should be okay if they're selling things. She watches a student stumble rather dangerously before regaining his footing. Maybe. The group arrives at the gate to the college's main building. Like the game, the college was a structural ring with significant underground constructions. Unlike the game, almost all of the available floor space within the college is dedicated to classes and materials for those classes, leaving little, if any, room for living spaces. Per their initial discussions, Arya and Teenram immediately bounded for the library, while Atra and Alma got a guided tour and an overview of the classes offered. One of the reasons why they had volunteered, apart from wanting to be useful, was that they wanted to learn something to impress Ash. Another was just their innate curiosity. It wasn't as if they poked around Ash's notes for shits and giggles. The College of Winterhold's class structure is built around the fact that the education in Skyrim for non-nobles is, at best, spotty, and necessities do arise. Thus, as opposed to a curriculum designed around sections of time, the classes are designed to act in solidarity. For example, the classes that the sisters has their eyes on begins in 5 minutes, and is the second lecture in a series of 9 classes. Completing the class grants credits, and having enough credits allows graduation and accreditation. More exactly, do enough classes for destruction, take the final exam for, say, destruction magic, and you get accredited for destruction magic. Those who value the prestige will care, those that don't, won't. It's a great system for nobles to show up for a cluster of tests, get a title for it, pay out, and leave. For now, the party of adults makes their way to the library. Once there, Arya explains their mission to the head librarian, the venerable orc Urug Groshub. After hearing the story, he strokes his beard. I believe my records about the library's contents are accurate. The most relevant material that can assist would be a set of books. He motions of Arya and Teenram to follow. It would be these. He goes through the shelves and brings out 2 books, named Effects of the Elder Scrolls and Ruminations on the Elder Scrolls. Worryingly thin books with plenty of recent-looking wear. Arya whistles. So the Elder Scrolls really exist? Well, shit. All legends are real at some point. Urug says with a chuckle. It just varies from time to time. He scratches his beard again. Look for me if you need anything else. She and Teenram start reading and, after about half an hour, start looking around for additional supplementary material. It doesn't look good in terms of finding things at a good speed. Fuck me running. Arya sighs after 4 hours and surveys their now very cluttered desk. Teenram nods slowly. So. Yet. Arya feels like she should also leave and kill something. If only they had an easy source to reference. Atra and Alma, after their tour, feel a little peckish, buy some roasted apples with their pocket money, and then look at the offering of classes available for the rest of the day. Let's see. Atra looks at the Winterhold clock. There's a class on destruction magic that's going to start soon, shall we do that one? Sure. Alma says. Let's go and not show off too much. Due to the necessity of managing time, Winterhold has the most sophisticated clock system, with all education institutions in the city having a simple clock synced to a trio of clocks in the College of Winterhold. They're separated into 8, rather than 12, and are resynced every Sunday/Sundays. They, after a little effort, find the hall that the class was supposed to take place in. The labeling was terrible and find around 30 students or so, nearly all adults, chatting in small groups. Naturally, conversation peters out when they see a pair of kids nearly half their age walk into the room. Atra and Alma, even among the kids, are at the rock bottom of the age range. Hello. Alma greets enthusiastically. Some of the students reply in kind. We're Atra and Alma, pleased to meet everyone. Hello to you too. A perky Nord lad 6 years older greets back. Wow, you girls are pretty special, to enter the college at your age. He smiles. If you need anything, just let us know, okay? With the ice reasonably broken, the chatter restarts, some focused on the 2 new youngest children in class, until the teacher shows up a minute or so later. I assume this is everyone. The teacher, a gentleman later in his years with a mane of graying hair, says. As all classes in Whiterun are of the pass/fail variety, he doesn't bother ensuring student attendance. Those who travel all the way here just to play around should fail all they want. Then let's start. He takes a chalk strapped to a stick and draws a circle on the ground. As this is the second of 9 classes on combat runes, I believe all of you should know what this is. Atra and Alma, with a little difficulty, identifies it as a fire rune, of the stand on it and it explodes kind. One by one, the other students all identify the rune. Good. He points to one of the students with his staff. Now, why is this a fire rune? The student clears his throat. Well, the script on the top left part is one aspect of the elemental fire. The teacher nods and points to another student. What about you? The second student identifies a different part of the circle. This continues for a few more before the teacher points to Atra. Hello, new face. He says, a little stern, but not unfriendly. Anything you see that you find interesting? Atra wasn't sure what to say. This fire rune just has too many inconsequential parts to it, and all of the useful ones have already been pointed out. She settles on shaking her head. That's all right. The teacher says, smiling, and looks at Alma. Alma shrugs. Ash paid little attention to placement runes and she cared even less. The teacher nods. All right. Lesson for the day, copy and draw a rune of fire and detonate it. His smile drops. Being hurt by your own spell may be normal during practice, but remember that hurting yourselves too much is considered a mark of incompetence. In other words, use wards. Atra notes. Since Ash very rarely used fire runes, the two of them take a closer look at the drawn fire rune. Then, they meticulously copy the rune onto a little notebook they had with a fountain pen disguised as a quill, quite possibly the most impressive piece of enchantment that Ash has done to date. The quill has a soulstone core, refined into a fine line, enchanted with a little spell that uses magic and turns water into coloring. Unlike ink, it only lasts for about an hour before drying out and vanishing. Were it not for the time limit, it would be an instrument of such value where acquisition via murder would be more than justified. After copying the circles, the two of them move away from the rest of students in this large, spacious, but annoyingly chairless room, take off their cloaks, and sit. Atra snaps her fingers and bring out a mage light, and the two study the circle in silence. For kids, their focus is commendable. A Kajiat student says with a chuckle. They have a good background. The teacher takes his time to work with the students that, as of the previous class, showed that they were having trouble, and circles around to the two little girls last. Thus, he was rather surprised to see that they had copied the circle, but had scratched out significant parts of it and replaced it with their own writing. They also had what seemed to be a little notebook of key phrases that seemed both new and well used at the same time. The teacher just smiles, asks about their progress, they were fine, and moves on. An hour later, the students reconvene with their answers. All right, you get to draw 2 circles. The teacher says. One using a stick, and one using your mind. He makes a throwing action and a rune appears on the floor some distance away. Don't get too carried away, now. He tosses what seems to be a little sack with beans into the rune. It explodes, and the sack lazily sails into the air and hit the ground, slightly warm. It's 5 septims if you lose it. He grins, and toss it to the first pair of students. They take a little time to discuss who does what. Student A uses the stick to draw a fire rune, and it explodes as soon as he finishes with a puff of smoke. Put more guts into it. The teacher laughs. Next. Student B throws his rune. Nothing happens. Can't do that if your mind lacks the vividly clear image. The teacher says. Next. The rest of the students go one by one, with the general success rate at a good 25%, until Atra and Alma were finally up. Atra draws her circle, and toss the sack into it. Nothing. The teacher gives one glance over her spell and smiles. While I appreciate the ingenuity, I'll advise you to make sure the spell works before modifying it in any way. Like in cooking, you want to understand the recipe and reproduce it before making any changes. Atra sulks, but silently agrees. Alma fares no better, having less interest in magic overall. Her circle had the same flaws, if more pronounced. Though the fact that she was able to throw one was commendable. Everyone gets homework of the make this work on your own time variety. As the class finishes, the teacher thanks the students for coming to class, then moves to the teacher's lounge to consolidate his notes. As he enters the lounge, he notes the figure of an Altmer that causes him to frown, but he hides his distaste well enough. Welcome back. The Altmer says with political cheer. How was your class? Everything go well? The teacher picks his words carefully. The students are all very enthusiastic. And how fares your research, Ankano? It wasn't a question, just a pleasantry. Fruitful. The sitting Ankano smiles, not turning to face the teacher. The college's trove of knowledge is, as always, deep beyond reason. The teacher moves to his desk. Is that so? Ankano's smile doesn't go away, nor does it become any more genuine. I heard that 2 very promising students has found their way to the college. Do you happen to know about them? Atra and Alma, despite their age, did not stand out all that much in class. No, I do not. The teacher says dismissively, and gets into his work. Ankano wasn't expecting a straightforward response anyway. As a known Thalmor diplomat, there was no way in hell anybody deep in Stormcloak territory would willingly look at him with anything approaching neutrality, regardless of their own stated positions. I wasn't expecting Warwolf to appear here of all places. Ankano notes. But since they're children, it might be easier to get that cipher from them. He makes his decision and start looking around for a good opportunity. That opportunity showed itself some 2 weeks later. The more dangerous of the 2 girls' guardians, the white-haired lady, had left the city for some reason, probably related to their ongoing quest of searching for information about dragons. Fools, the lot of them. The Thalmor had already turned the libraries of the college upside down for any scrap of information on dragons, and if they couldn't find any, then there's no possibility of 2 random peasants from nowhere to succeed. Regardless, he found the 2 girls after one of their classes. Fortuitously, it was a class on ancient societies, which was at least tangentially related to his own field of study. Ankano does what he always does when visiting after a class, politely greet the students as they leave and attempt to engage in conversation. Most of the students, already from a society distrustful of the Thalmor, give very template replies and do not stop to engage in further conversation, not that he cared, though it did help to pretend. Hello there. Ankano greets the two girls as they leave the class. Do you find this class interesting? It's nice. Alma says, cautious. I like it. Ankano smiles. Glad to hear it. Pardon my rudeness, I am Professor Ankano, aide to the Archmage and the head of the Department of Magical Artifacts. I assume the two of you are the newest, and brightest, students of the college. Atra nods, also cautious. Ankano bows slightly. I'm honored. Word of your father has reached Winterhold, after all. For his achievements in retaking Whiterun for the eminent Jarl Balgruelf, he only deserves the highest of honors. Atra didn't trust him, but anybody who knew Ash and Balgruelf was probably not a bad person. What can we help you with? Ankano laughs lightly. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I'm just here to recruit for my class, come 3 days from now. He winks at them. I'd like it if you two could listen in and tell me how you feel about it afterwards. The girls didn't see a problem with that. Okay. About 3 days later, they listen in on his class a lecture about the elusive and possibly fictional Psijic Order and its relation to Skyrim and its magical history and find the entire thing either over their heads in terms of its presented complexity, or just inherently very dry. Not historians, the girls. They say as much to Ankano after the class. He laughs it off. I get that a lot. I'm sorry to say that I lack the charm that most teachers and tutors have on their charges. He looks a little sheepish. Still, I hope that the possibility of the order has piqued your interest. Truthfully, Atra could see it as Ankano described it, the Psijic Order specialized in magic that drew power from a source deeper and more inherent in nature than the magic that they were aware of. That sounded very familiar. Ankano could see his open-ended description cause Atra to start drawing the connections that he was expecting. Next week, I have something planned that, hopefully, will be interesting. Of course, once Arya came back from her trip out of the city, the two girls immediately told her everything, to which her response was a blunt. I don't trust him. Teenram was a little more measured. Not that I'm going to judge someone based on their home, but I don't have the best impressions of a group that, once put Ash in a dungeon. She sighs. Of course, he'd tell us not to judge based on appearances. How goes the search? Atra asks. Badly. Arya admits. The one guy that would have known about the Elder Scrolls is living by himself and he's not doing so great. Said person, the writer of one book describing the Elder Scrolls, had gotten himself gored by a walrus and was not taking visitors. Alma adopts a thinking pose. Can we get some info from Ankano's? I wouldn't count on it. Arya says cautiously. Knowledge about the Elder Scrolls is pretty rare. She could see that she didn't have the persuasive weight in the girl's mind that Ash did. Before you double down and try to pump Ankano for info, write to Ash and see what he says. The girls nod at that. Teenram and Arya both make a note to listen in on Ankano's class the next time it rolls around next week. Which they do. The practical demonstration aside, the class was dull, steeped as it was in theory and assumptions, and Ankano makes very little tangible effort to try and convince the class all his Thalmor followers that it was worth listening to. They do have to admit that, for all of his lack of material, Ankano was very good at presenting it, and much of his mannerisms while teaching reminded them of Ash, which was probably why the girls were viewing him in a good light despite finding his class uninteresting. The practical, though, was worrying. Whether if he's pretending or not, Ankano's approach to magic was very similar to Ash's easy explanations, straightforward demonstrations, and refreshingly honest responses to questions that he had no ready answers for. Almost makes you wonder why he's basically just a history teacher. Arya had mused at the tail end of the class. With those similarities, it was therefore rather easy to see why the girls would be willing to trust him, or at least give him the benefit of the doubt. That being said, given that he wasn't, currently, posing a danger, Arya had no reason to doubt Ankano's motivations beyond his Thalmorness, and thus just settles on watching and waiting. Her job of watching and waiting is then made significantly harder by Ankano's offer. Ankano greets her one day. I hear that you and your friends are here to look for information on the defeat of dragons. He says cautiously. As you may have heard, I have obtained permission to conduct an expedition into the ruins of Sarthal. Sarthal, the historical capital of Skyrim, was a well-dived ruin and served largely as a classroom of practical lessons for the college. Arya knew of this, to some extent. And what are you hoping to find within? Ankano shrugs. A question as good as any. He procures a pendant from his pocket. During the last expedition, a student had found this, and it opened a path into a deeper section of the ruins that we were unable to meaningfully access. Arya took that to mean we weren't allowed to dig into it. So this time, we'll be looking into the hidden secrets. Maybe there's something there that can serve as a counter to the dragon threat that we all face. Arya weighed her options, and ultimately settled on the agreement that any lead at this point is a good one. Sounds fair, I'm in. Sarthal, by virtue of being essentially a college annex, therefore had a robust support system built around it, with food, drinks, and beds openly available for anyone who wanted to visit. Non-college students were barred entry into the more dangerous areas, and would only be allowed in the first few zones, which was a museum/tourist attraction, and actually earned a reasonable amount of septims for the college. Scholars from other parts of Tamriel would visit this ancient, historic, and reasonably safe site to broaden both their own horizons and bragging rights, as it was, after all, the first capital of Skyrim. Of course, as students, especially those on a nominal expedition, Ankano urged his students to pack as if they were diving into a ruin with little support and even fewer landmarks, as a sort of realistic hands-on training. Most of the students had a rather optimistic set of assumptions about what kind of supplies they needed, even after factoring in inherent Thalmor support. So imagine the surprise when Arya, Atra, and Alma showed up with a full set of camping gear. Teenram continued to peruse other leads in the library and Sapphire wasn't interested. Thus, over the next 5 days at Sarthal, Ankano's party, almost all his Thalmor students save for Arya's party, dove into the up-to-now sealed-off portion of the city, and managed to discover the later-named Eye of Magnus with next to no issues outside of navigation. Unfortunately they could only discover it from somewhere like half a mile away, due to the battle formation of Dragur guarding it. The battle formation did nothing to dissuade the party from observing at a distance, and that is exactly what they did before returning to the college. Look at that! Ankano says with an expression of pure hunger. Look at the power it radiates. Imagine what we can learn from it. Oh, I can imagine just fine. Arya thinks with narrowed eyes, not trusting him in the slightest. The girls, on the other hand, were positively beaming with anticipation, at how much Ash would be impressed with this discovery, especially after Ankano gets to show them what that artifact is able to do. Alright, so that's a thing. Teenram says upon the group convening after the discover, some 2 days later. What does that mean for us? We could, theoretically, give to Ash so he can rig it up into some kind of super weapon. Arya says. Or have him come here and build a super weapon around it. Teenram laughs lightly. That sound like a problem. She brings out a stack of documents. As for me, oh, by the way. She pulls out a letter addressed for Atra and Alma. For you. It was marked with a triangle, which was the Warwolf internal sign for good to share with the class when needed, and is usually not even coded. The girls start reading the letter. For the rest of us, I have this. Teenram brings out one single piece of paper with her conclusions. Arya scans it. Alftand. Teenram nods. Most likely possibility. Arya makes a face. Fuck. Alftand is a Dwemer ruin, one of the largest and the most well-mapped ruin in all of Skyrim, and lies within the mountain ranges inside Winterhold's territory. While the details of Alftand's story is not well known, the major story beats are practically a cautionary tale. The last expedition into Alftand had reached deep into its core and found the heart of the city and, after a hard, long battle, destroyed the core mechanism of the city in an effort to take everything of value, thus plunging the city into darkness and death, a true Aesop about greed and carelessness. The reality was not that different, to be honest. Alftand, with its core destroyed and looted, had absolutely zero maintenance capabilities within its vast ruins and, as a result of the years, have no lights, no warmth, and no structural guarantees. From what Teenram could collect, Alftand now is almost comically hostile to human and above-ground life, making simple exploration and mapping difficult. Having been fully explored, Alftand was accessible through 2 points, with the most recognizable one being the Great Lift of Alftand. The other, more traditional entrance of a simple door, had long since collapsed from neglect. Arya sighs. Well, alright. I'll go take a look. So she does, the next day. After packing the necessary gear, she departs for Alftand, and arrives some hours later. Not wanting to spend any more time than needed, and not really invested in a long-term trip, she approaches the lift. The Great Lift of Alftand, per its name, is a giant Dwemer-built elevator, with a massive stone platform capable of supporting a significant amount of weight up and down a tremendous distance. This carrying capacity, ease of operation, and operational speed meant that Alftand was the first Dwemer ruin that allowed and supported an adventurer city, much like the undergrounds of Mark Arth. Unfortunately, following the loss of the city's core, the lift collapsed into the darkness. Cut off from its primary and significant source of supply, with no light, food, and bone-chillingly cold air, the adventurer city followed soon after. For Arya, all that meant was that she was now staring down at a massive black hole in the middle of a dilapidated cage. Well, fuck. She sighs. Fine then. She ties the end of a massive cord of rope to the bar, ties the other end to a rock, and just let it drop. After a solid 2 minutes, it goes taut, and she thought she hears something like rock on metal. Thus, she stares at the hole for a good 5 minutes, then goes no and leaves. Arya reports her findings to Teenram, and both of them agree that it would be more useful to touch base with Ash before continuing. While Arya went to Alftand, Ankano sits in his office, deep in thought. A quill floats gently over his right hand, spinning lazily as he taps on the table. Mail is a strange thing in Skyrim. As it was in the middle of a civil war, communication between the cities of the hold were basically guaranteed to be tapped, and the ones from cities on the opposite sides of the war was nearly unheard of. What mail does travel tend to do so under heavy encryption, even ones from outside the province? Thus, Ankano stares at the copy of the Warwolf letter, written with no cipher at all, and scowls. The Thalmor controls and reads all mail headed into and out of Winterhold College precisely because there is so little. But even so. Am I being mocked? He rereads the letter. To Atra and Alma. It's good to know that you are enjoying your time at the college. Take all the time you need and learn from the various teachers there. It's good to have an open mind when dealing with new information and new people. To Arya and Tinarum. You girls should take the time to read about things other than dragons, too. It's not as if there won't be other chances, but might as well make the most of it while you're there. If you need to come back for whatever reason, new equipment, etc., then make sure to ask around in Falkreath, as we have a new place to stay since the battle at Whiterun. About Professor Ankano. It's perfectly okay to be friends regardless of the politics in Skyrim. However, keep in mind that good friendships are not always about agreeing to do things or constantly agreeing with each other. There are times where you can and should push back, especially when magic is involved. About new magic. Learning is about understanding when mistakes are made. It's fine to be upset about those mistakes, remember that your technique and your knowledge are separate from your pride. I make tons of mistakes all the time, that's why I keep telling you to avoid reading my notes all the time. Important, admitting to your mistakes do not fix them. Recognizing that you have made a mistake and taking action to fix it are two different things. To the Thamer reading this. We, Warwolf, are focused on killing dragons and ending the threat that Alduin poses for the rest of the world. Under the belief that charred corpses are poor at paying taxes, I'd like to extend an offer for you or anyone in your contact list who has information to be forthright with it to my contacts in Winterhold, provided they are still there. To Ankano. My dude, leave that huge ass ball alone. Ankano sighs again and reviews the uncoded letter Arya's party had sent out. Why are they suddenly not encoding things at all? He reads that letter. It contained every question that Ash's reply had answered, except for any mention about what they had found within Sarthal. It's so they can talk to the Thalmor? He scowls even harder. After the letter and during the day with Arya gone, the two girls' response to him were markedly more guarded. Ankano had expected that the adults, who had more anti-Thalmor leanings, would end up putting themselves at odds with the girls, and he could capitalize on their teenage rebelliousness. It's not as if that's completely gone out the window. Ankano reminds himself. Now that he was a friend, opinions aside, there was no reason to rush on this side project. Not when he had bigger things to focus on. Things that could guarantee his mark in the Thalmor's legacy. Which just made him madder. Actually, how did he knew it was a sphere anyway? Chapter 27, Experiencing Laying the Groundwork. == Okay. I got shit to do. Between the new land, new titles, new, I don't know what. I got shit to do. Thus, shit gets done. Ta-da. After, 1.5 years? The Warwolf mansion is finished. Sitting on the Heathfire Lake view site, it is a massive, gargantuan fortress of a Nordic-style building, a castle in all but name, appearance, prestige, firepower. Well, it's nice, okay. The bird's-eye view floor plan is as thus. It's a huge-ass box, surrounded by 2 layers of walls. The outer layer of wall is short, tall enough to make flipping over it difficult but not tall enough to be isolationist. The second layer is entirely isolationist, tall and armored. The mansion is built pretty much on the coastline, with the channel dug into the western side to make room for the large boathouse and arsenal. The second wall serves to separate this part of the base from the rest, which is more homely. Otherwise, the house connects to a more civilian dock area on the north side, complete with outdoor tables, chairs, a garden, waiting pool, etc. This side also serves as an entrance to the house. The house, then, has 3 public entrances, south, east, north. The south one is pretty much the one in the game, if a little more reinforced. The east is functionally the official entrance, complete with a front garden, paths, lined trees, the works. The north is a utility entrance, the one that connects to the dock on the north. The outside civilian area is built with the intention of sharing it with the nearby populace, of which there is one, but more on that later. The insides of the house is basically divided into 2 sections, the civilian section on the east, the military side on the west. In total, it's 5 stories tall, with the entrance hall taking up a solid 3 stories. In general, the floor layout of the civilian section is built around the entrance hall with balconies and walkways all overlooking the entrance hall. Rooms are attached to those walkways and the entrance hall and are purposed in various ways. Furniture is furniture, so we can move things around as needed. In general, as far as the civilian part is concerned, the first floor is for entertaining guests, second is meeting rooms of permanence, i.e. map room, and third and above is quarters. So, obviously, the way it's built is so that if shit goes to pot we can get complete firing lines on the entrance and killzone the fuck out of the house. Otherwise though, it just looks real badass. The military side is for us to stay. It has similar amenities to the civi-side, if a little less gaudy. Most of it is just quarters and arsenals, since the civi-side is still, you know, our house. The house itself is armored with 10mm of steel, has a near-automatic fire extinguishing system, house-wide water services, magic/electric HVAC system, inside pumps, so on, so forth. All the things that would be needed for a house to survive getting dragoned. The attachment boathouse has its own structure, and serves as my forge. Overall, armor side, it just looks like a huge Nord longhouse mixed with a Colovian Highland style, read, Italianish, build. A little strange, but otherwise lore appropriate, look. It's great, not gonna lie. Neighbors? Yeah, neighbors. It takes time, resources, and effort to put a house together. That effort is largely built on the backs of workers, and those workers also help collect resources in the shortest time possible. That, of course, means that the workers mostly lived nearby the mansion, which naturally results in a town being built and inertia add into existence alongside the mansion. The village of Lakeshore, therefore, has a population of roughly 150 that live and work here even after the mansion has finished building. The village. Planning-wise, the mansion is the western edge of town-ish. The town itself sprung up from the longhouse to meeting hall that's immediately outside the mansion's eastern wall, and includes, among other things, a sophisticated dock infrastructure, automated well, paved roads, building code, firefighter training, things that we kind of need in case dragons show up. I mean, not all of it is done, but, you know, in the works. We get a steady trickle of migrants coming in, mostly young uns who are not interested in going to war and are coming to live here on the hopes that I would not draft them to battle. Not that they have a chance in case a draft happens, but the village has roads to lumbering camps to the east and west, as well as the mines to the south. We have a little bit of migrant labor on account of the new mines and furnaces, but it's pretty inconsequential at the moment. Upgrades. So, one of the systems that seem to have changed with our skill tree is that we gained the limit breaker finishing effect, and lost all of our other finishing effects. In exchange, each one of our numerical finishing effects, level 500, 1000, 2000, now gives us a finishing effect slot, by the looks of it. Jake has been experimenting more than me and, to sum up, we can slot in a new effect whenever, we just have to focus. In exchange for the finishing effects being less interesting, each slot allows us to double the effect of a perk, so a level 100 perk behaves like it's at 200. Which, as we found out, means that we can stack all the effects onto one perk, and, you know, have it go up to 800. The only caveat is that the perk has to be finished, at level 100, for it to get changed via finishing effect. Incidentally, from the last time we cared about upgrading our shit to now. I gained 545 points, Jake gained 880. I'd call bullshit, but honestly he's been pushing himself hard, so it makes sense. No EXP scaling is great. I get to 100 the following: Fire/Ice/Thunder Mastery, Scroll Charge/Scroll Craft, Missile Awareness, Magic Acclimation. Magic Acclimation, raise maximum mana. Jake gets one more finishing effect, because, what's a limit, and 100's the following: Evasive Instinct, Charm, Investigation, Intimidation, Persuasion, Investigation, One-Hand Axe Mastery, Dagger Mastery, Stealth Damage Mastery, Stealth Action Mastery. As you can see, he's prepping for any shenanigans that may need to occur in close-quarter environments. For graders, both of us take 10 ranks of perk limit uncap, which allows us to turn great/greater/greatest, GRS, type perks and minor/major types, into level type perks, up to the level of perk limit uncap. Part of this is because we like what we have already, and part of it is because the amount of time we have to spend on reading the perk chart is getting obnoxious. And, of course, a part of it is that, remember, perks only work when we're focusing on it, so it's a system that's basically designed around specialization. We talked about mirroring each other's combat perks, but it's like, only very limited sections are useful at once, so why go all the way? Anyways, 10 ranks of perk limit uncap aside, I take 8 ranks of Overcast, +8, 7 ranks of Magica Channeling, GRS +7, and 2 ranks of Magic Breathing, GRS +2. There's quite a bit of diminishing return, but, like, Jesus. Jake takes 7 ranks of Warrior's Reach, Critical Mass, Critical Edge, Evasion Master, GRS +7. 5 ranks of Weapon Thrower, GRS +5, Unbreakable, reduces damage taken, and other things. I don't remember. Point is, Jake's doing his job as the face of Warwolf while specking up for shady stabby shenanigans. I, on the other hand, do my job as being the man behind the mask while taking perks that let me roleplay as a thermonuclear device. The biggest drawback of the new finishing effects system is, well, we don't know how to make good use of a perk. Not to hammer the point home, but, again, perks are only good while we're focusing, and even then the degree of focus affects how much power we can exhibit. On the flip side, I can literally melt steel with magical flames alone, so it seems like a step up in most cases. I mean, I could already do it before, but now it's less like oh the metal is warped and more that armor is liquid. Anyway. Politics. Oh god, I have to worry about politics now, don't I ugh? Well, fine. The most pressing issue we have to worry about and work around is the fact that people lie, but that's not really news. To be specific, we came across some records while digging around in Whiterun one day that showed 20 villages requesting for support due to the war. Not really a problem, except they were all uniformly sitting at the bottom of the mountains northwest of Whiterun. So we did a little poking around. Thus, we found out that, in Whiterun, and probably other cities, villages that get wiped from the map are reported as being destroyed due to the war, despite the fact that some of them show rather obvious signs of being on the receiving end of something big, heavy, and flamey. After asking around with charms handy, the reasoning for this reporting is that the Empire is footing the bill for reconstruction so long as the damage is from the Civil War. Something similar is likely happening with the Stormcloaks, because it just seems like a no-brainer move for maintaining public support and morale. That being said, this does put into question as to how active dragons actually are in terms of their wandering zone, and whether if any of them have wandered out of Skyrim entirely. Skyrim as a province is a little isolated politics-wise, with Solitude being the only point of anything resembling fresh, up-to-date information for all of Tamriel. So it's a little hard to tell here in Falkreath, but at least we know Bruma is pretty much okay. Well, it's just one more thing on the pile, I suppose. Summary. So, yeah, shit got done. Things that happened in the middle of things getting done, third-person cameras. Entry 1, the start of the village, early autumn. This is different. A young man sits in a small rowboat, sharing the space with a small rack of fish. He stares, frowning, at a crowd of 4 slightly larger rowboats congregating around a ramshackle wooden dock. As he watches, the owners of the rowboats, a half-dozen 50-something older village folk talk and exchange goods while their boats rock back and forth. Morning. He calls out. Don't you guys usually go to clear water for this? One of the men waves at him. Morning to you too, lad. Clear water's too much rowing. The young man rows his boat to the dock. What happened here? This wasn't here before. He glances at the shore, at what seems to be a foundation of a large structure a distance from the shoreline, piles of rocks, lumber. Is something getting built here? The old man laughs. This is here, ain't it? He slaps the dock's wooden structure. I heard there's some new noble or whatever. Falkreath gave this plot of land to them. The young man stares at the land, a forest of conifers that extends from the shore all the way to the ridges in the distance. Lucky him. A week later, the young man visits the dock again. He stares, a little blankly, at the solid rock pier, pristine wooden docks, ample rope, dockside crew, and easily a good 100 people milling about. The trees that used to barricade the water from the land were gone, stumps too, and was now replaced with a low hill, shrubs, and a cobblestone road leading deeper into significantly more construction work. With the treeline severely thinned, he's also able to see some roofs in the distance, signifying a blossoming village. How long was I gone? He demands of the sky. Mornin'. He says to a nearby resting worker and rows his boat to an empty mooring. He takes the freely available rope sitting on the dock and ties his boat securely. Morning, lad. The worker greets him while chewing on some bread. Welcome to Lakeview, still being built. The young man shakes his head. Last week it was just a dock. The worker nods. The Lord noticed and built a new one. Took him a day. The young man looks around. There were enough mooring spots for at least 24 boats. Just a day. You've heard of him, yet? The worker grins. The new wind caller. The man scowls. He heard through the grapevine about a new noble inheriting the wind caller name, and he could feel his Nordic blood curdle at the idea of an ancient hero being reduced to a mere title. I've heard. The worker doesn't miss the slight venom in the young man's voice and grins. Yet, you're not alone in that thought. Still. He jerks his head to the same gaggle of older folk the young man saw a week previous. His lordship thought that the older folk could use a little help getting out of the boat, so he built the dock. On one hand, the young man wanted to roll his eyes at the blatant pandering to the masses. On the other hand, he is now moored at a dock that didn't exist a week previous, so Letting the issue with wind collar slide, the young man disembarks to get a better feel of the situation. Apart from his boat, he lacks any real trade, and if this is a new village, his first impression is the quality of the road it rivaled, no, was superior to that of the imperial city itself. Not that he's ever been there, but it must be true. His second is the sheer focus of the people working here. Most are beyond the age of a soldier, and some he recognized from the villages that he helped in. But, there seems to be a lack of options beyond the inn for things beyond the basics of food and drink. Third, he sees an abundance of fish and shells, and gets an idea. Next day, the young man returns to the dock, along with his wife and cooking equipment. Moving in. The same dock worker greets him and his wife. "Morning, miss. I figured it might be good if you weren't stuffed into one house for food and drink." The young man grins. "Don't mean to brag, but I'm damn good with a fire." "Oh, that's so." The worker returns the grin. "Show me." The young man finds some boxes, makes a makeshift stand, and starts grilling and cleaning fish, about the only job he could find lately. He's pretty good at it, largely because his wife is much better with a knife. The next day, he returns to do much the same thing, this time having bought some drinks from his home villages in to resell here. He continues this for a week. Considering the costs, the money wasn't appreciably better than simply working for someone else, but it felt good to have something to do that didn't disappear at the whims of the next sunrise. Thus, imagine his surprise when, on the next day, he sees someone sitting on the stack of crates that he used for his stall. The man was lean, surprisingly well built, and felt dangerous to approach. Also, for whatever reason, the young man could not focus on this newcomer's face no matter how much he stared. "Can I help you, sir?" the young man asks cautiously. Maybe the innkeeper wasn't happy with having competition? "I've heard that you've been setting up shop in this village," the stranger says. "What have you been doing?" "We've been dealing with fish, sir," he says, moving to cover his wife just in case. Not the first time somebody took issue with neighbors taking work. "Oh." The stranger blinks. So the fish fry and the weird neighbor were the same person. Imagine that. He stretches. "Yeah, that's fine. Show me your business." He leaves the crates well enough alone. The two, understandably leery of this weird person whose face they're having slight trouble remembering despite him standing right there, set up shop and do their business. Understandably, being watched by a stranger helps nobody, and their sales suffer some during the day. As dusk falls, the sky begins to darken, and suddenly starts to rain. "Oh dear," the young man mutters. "Going home in this weather is dangerous." He looks at the inn. "Do you think the inn has space?" he asks his wife. At this hour that seems unlikely. Most of the workers were day toilers like her husband and thus did not have permanent lodging. The inn had rooms and there were apartments plenty, but "we'll need a place to stay." The young man looks to the large mansion that dominates the village skyline. "Hey, lad," he asks the stranger. "Do you think the lord of the house will give us lodging for the night?" He stops himself. Did the man really watch him the entire day? He can't remember. It's too fuzzy. The stranger shrugs. "Yeah, man, I don't mind." Ash drops the illusion. "C'mon, getting a cold sucks." The young man, understandably shocked at the situation, does as he's told, and follows Ash into the mansion. The rest of the night is a little bit of a blur. Shit was bright, the bed was soft, the lord's attendants had massive chests. His wife's grip was incredibly strong. Repeat that previous line. The next day, the two found a proper stall, solidly built, where their jumble of crates used to be. "Like it?" Ash asks. "I figured if you were doing business you might as well have a proper stall." "It's wonderful, sir," the young man says, still stunned and more out of reflex than anything else. "But, what is this?" He points to a metal slab on the stall. Now that he looks closer, the stall seems to be more metal than wood, just painted to look like wood. "It's an experiment," Ash says. "As you may be aware, my goal is to murder some dragons. To do so, I need tools." He pats the metal sheet. "This is an experiment into something else." He looks at the young man with a serious expression. "So you can think of this as something like a curse." The young man thinks on it, then shrugs. With the war looming, what's another curse? And then he rather quickly regrets his decisions as he learns just exactly what kind of magical tool he's being expected to operate. Though to Ash, it's just the magical variant of a grill. As a part of the curse, he's also given a small house in the village, near the stall. He and his wife had scarcely little beyond the clothes on their backs, so moving in was no issue. Between having a house, thick clothes for winter, full meals and even a little bit of money left over that could be saved, of all the curses to be afflicted with, the young man figured he could go for more of this. "So he really turned your life around, hey?" A newcomer says at the end of the young man's story, nearly a full year later. He does that for everybody. Pretty much. The young man's wife says. If you're willing to try, he's willing to help. She nods at their neighbors. One sells fishing gear, another, fresh vegetables. At the docks were two large barges, tasked with transporting goods to and from Lakeview, alongside smaller boats used by neighboring villages to visit and trade. Beyond it is a dock isolated and free-floating, a part of some project to farm fish. Sounds like I should move in too. The newcomer grins. I'm not bad with a hammer. Ashwind Collar's a smith, too, right? Think he'll teach me. Can't hurt to ask. The young man says. But it's still lunch, so what'll you be having? Entry 2, Falkreath, sometime during winter. Falkreath winters tend to be a little milder, if a little wetter, than those in Whiterun, as far as Ash is concerned. Which, in some senses, made it worse. The constant mud and rain dampened everyone's spirits, and effectively shut down construction until the seasons passes for everybody except for himself. As such, wintertime in Falkreath was a time where noble houses took the most time to solidify connections for the next year. While Ash would love nothing more than to just work on his new base for 10 hours every day, he was convinced by Jake that, yes, interpersonal relationships was still a thing he had to work on. Thus, on this day, the pair trod through the town on their summoned giant wolves, practically a mark of Warwolf and the Windcaller name at this point, towards a traditional Skyrim-style home. After a short moment of confirming their identities, they were allowed into the home with a little fanfare. The herald of the house, a Reddisked butler, clears his throat as the two cross the threshold. Announcing, Baron Windcallers, Jake and Ash. And eyes turn to look, judge, and marvel. Baronets are lower than barons. This is intentional on the part of the party planners. The two had decided to lean a little harder into the Akaviri rumors that surround the two, and their outfits, an otherwise standard modern, non-Skyrim military parade uniform, also sport a rather long cloak designed to cover the left side of the body, held in place by a fluted shoulder pad of a light but supple metal. There exists a term for this kind of armor, but Ash rather insistently simply refers to it as a shoulder pad, because the Akaviri, of course, do not exist anymore. In any event, the impeccable stitching and contrast of a white suit with a blue cape draws all eyes, and Ash takes the moment to judge the responses to their names. To his expectations, the reactions of the other attendants were divided into three neat camps. Those with alignments closer to Skyrim and the Stormcloaks disdain the fact that they were given, or otherwise appropriated, the Windcaller name. Those closer to the Empire see him as a useful ornament, and react appropriately depending on how useful they think he might be. And, of course, those that have Thalmor ties see the Windcallers as a tertiary point of contact, one that can be used to further put Skyrim into disarray should the civil war tilt too heavily towards any one side. I hate politics. Ash sighs in his head, and begins to intermingle with a reserved smile after the introductions are done. Some hours later, with the party well underway, Ash and Jake have integrated into the party's attendees to their own comfort levels, and much of the dialogue surrounds standard topics around Falkreath for this time of the year. One noble lady, a young daughter of a minor noble house, excuses herself from her latest conversational partner and returns to her father's side at a somewhat secluded and snug corner of the mansion. Enjoying yourself? Her father asks with a slight knowing smile. About as much as expected. The lady sighs. Every one of them. The father raises his goblet towards Jake and Ash. Even the newcomers. The lady tilts her head. Per the rumors, Jake is a bombastic warrior and Ash is a reclusive academic. I do not believe they're going to be much use to us. The father chuckles. Is that based on how much you like us, or them? As a lady of a noble house, the lady was expected to wed into a more powerful or influential family so as to bolster the position of her own house. Loath as I am to speak ill of someone behind their backs, Ash is somewhat unnerving to be around, and Jake is too guarded. That made her father's brows go up. And here I thought it would be the polar opposite. Given his daughter's tendencies, he had figured that the more politically prominent and savvy Jake would have been the one to trigger her warnings. The lady goes Jake took to his experiences in court very well, I think. She says after a moment. So much so that it's hard to pick out points that out him as being from beyond Skyrim. Ash, when the man introduces himself as being not good with people and then throws around charms like it's his lifeline, anybody gets antsy next to him. Rumors tend to follow nobles and mages that specialize in illusion magic, and very rarely are those rumors good. It's not unusual for an academic to be wary of being in close quarters with strangers. Her father notes. Their family's retainer mage had the same inclinations, though he announced the spell before casting it. He then notes that the subjects of their conversation had moved to a more quiet location, closer to them, and nudged her daughter to pay attention. Fuck me, I hate all of this. Ash sighs. You lasted for a full day. Jake laughs. Want a cookie? Ash pauses. Do you actually carry one around? Jake produces a cookie from inside his coat. Oh wow. Sure. He takes it and nibbles on it. What are we here for today and did we get it? Pretty much. Jake says. Did we really have to insist so hard on dragons though? I mean, I get it, but I'd rather not get put into a situation where we can't back up our position because we're using something untenable. Ash says. So, yeah, might as well go with the biggest, dumbest reason for why we're even here at all. He stretches. This is the first party that I've seen with a full three-way split on factions, though, so that's nice. The lady was in the how dare they take the Windcaller name from Skyrim faction, being a full-blooded Nord as she was. She was uncomfortable about being called out. Jake sighs. I figured the Windcaller name was going to trip us up, but man this sucks. He leans against a pillar. Sorry, man. The lady now sees a missive in Ash's hand. The markings on it suggested it came from an Imperial source. It was going to happen eventually. Ash says. The lady suddenly feels a tingling in her stomach. The Empire already put us in a situation with giving us the family name, so it makes sense that the Thalmor would take notice too. His tone shifted in such a way that suggested that he knew there were others listening. Oh yeah, that whole Wolf Queen business. Jake nods. You're a dude though. He grins. I mean, wasn't she like a pissed off purple thunder ghost? Ash says. Could be anybody. Wolf Queen? The lady muses. She had heard that there was something happening around Solitude that required significant magical intervention, and that many skilled mages from the Imperial capital had been called in to deal with it. Potma? She catches her father's slight shake of his head. Jake lowers his voice. What are the odds that we'll get wrapped in that one, given we're, you know, in Falkreath? Ash moves slightly so that he has full view of the lady and father listening in. If somebody's interested in fucking us over, 100%. He shoots the lady a look and moves on. Alright, I think I'm ready to go back into the hell that is public speaking. The lady waits until Ash is definitively out of earshot. And that's why I find him unnerving. She grumbles. As the night continues on, the conversation turns more familial. The time of making overt deals done, things are now more concentrated, more focused, less formal. The lady finds herself in the company of her girlfriends, because drunk young men tend to make for poor conversation partners, and notes a conversation between Ash and the patriarch of the host family, an older gentleman well past his 60s. Right, the rumors did say that he tends to get along with older people. She notes. She watches as the conversation, too far for her to hear, seems to move to something concerning the older gentleman's body. From across the room, she sees the two converse, and then the patriarch puts a hand on his knee as if to demonstrate something. Ash nods and adopts a thinking pose. He says something, and the patriarch nods, then shifts his body in something that she recognizes as a posture similar to a patient. Ash lays hand upon the patriarch's knee. That's to be expected. The lady muses. He does have a reputation of being trained by the Danica Purespring, after all. And returns to her own conversations. Several days later. The young lady goes shopping. Not because she needed anything, but because she was bored and it was a way to give back to the community. Or something to that effect. She enjoyed sneaking around, and had a habit of buying candied goods and leaving them around for children to find. Healing magic exists for any irregularities. As she walks the snowy streets of Falkreath, she passes by the mansion that hosted the party several days previous, and pauses slightly upon seeing the patriarch of said family walking around as well, cane and all. Good morning. The lady greets him with a polite bow. It's a wonderful day we're having. The patriarch nods. Indeed. It's been a long while since I've been able to walk with nary a worry. The lady smiles and the two engage in some small talk, until she finds a good place to separate and bids goodbye. Didn't he break his leg last year? Her guard nods. At the Battle of Whiterun, if I remember correctly. He was a cavalry captain. Oh, right. The lady frowns. That. She remembers rather vividly the train of bodies coming back to Falkreath from that little debacle. Weren't the Windcallers in that fight, too? Ah, that's correct. The guard says. I heard that they were responsible for saving much of the infantry. A bit of a historical revision, as Ash ultimately was only able to command and support his immediate line. The lady goes home. A man of the people, is he? I suppose I shouldn't be all that surprised, considering his station and peerage. Thus, on the next day, when she saw Ash wandering the streets, she had a rather high opinion of him. She then saw him step into a brothel, and that opinion then promptly dove into the earth, never to be seen again. Ash, for his part, had taken the #1 lesson of humanity to heart, which is that people who are horny and looking for an outlet tend to be excellent sources of information, and that workers in the adult entertainment industry, regardless of era, tend to be shunned. And, of course, the sex industry is the best way to sell outfits that would otherwise get him stabbed in his sleep. Given the current climate, sheer, Translucent dresses are in vogue and pricey. To that point, the matron of the house takes Ash's latest package, half a dozen silken sheer dress-like thing, and looks at it with a mix of surprise and disappointment. Your, enthusiasm for the unusual never ceases to impress, she says. Ash shrugs, red behind the ears. I'm getting paid, that's all that matters. It was good that Tima was into modeling for the outfits. The matron smiles. I'll get Lila, I'm sure she'll give this dress the attention it deserves. The smile was quite predatory. Ash's color deepens. That, maybe not right now. He takes a short breath. So what about that other thing? He snaps his fingers. What's his face? The old man. The two are alone in the matron's office. Per your instructions, we looked into the territory of the Frost family about these dragon attacks. The matron says slowly. Economically they do not seem to have suffered much. The only ones who come and complain are those with meager power and a desire to be, shall we say, respected for it. She scowls. Apparently helping their patriarch did you no favors. Certainly none for us. Ash makes a face. Sorry about that. I'll take a look at them later. Did the bracelets help? The matron nods. The added layer of protective magic did wonders to help some of the girls avoid breaking bones. She's wearing one too. But these are quite expensive. She had someone appraise the bracelets and, to her rather uncomfortable surprise, found that they were significantly more powerful than a standard trinket at the market. Ash shrugs. So long as they work. He was also using them as a test bed for technology. No side effects? Strange feelings. The matron shakes her head no. Nothing more than what we have already discussed. Nice, nice. Ash grins. The two finish their discussions and Ash excuses himself to make the rounds to the building's infirmary. He takes the time to make some rather awkward small talk, dodge the batting of eyelashes, check on bruises and broken bones, and in general makes himself useful without going beyond a sense of polite friendliness. Skyrim respects strength, hey? Ash muses as he mends a girl with a broken wrist. Some strength this is. Suddenly, there's the sound of something heavy falling over on the floor beneath them, then yelling. That can't be good. The girl grumbles, to which Ash takes as an immediate red flag. Ash shoots to his feet. All right, then, hold tight for a minute. And bounds out the door. Ignoring the onlookers, he shoots down the nearest staircase and, upon arriving at the room in question, kicks the door open. Inside the aptly if euphemistically named service room is a nobleman, round of belly and richly dressed above the waist, stark naked below the belt, is flanked by two guards with their hands on the hilt of their swords. The nobleman had one hand firmly wrapped around the dress of the girl performing the service, and, in an act of incredible concentration, did not stop beating the girl with his free hand despite being intruded upon. Ash is a lot of things, morally upstanding is not one of them. With one blast of lightning, he sends the noble flying into the wall, bleeding at the temple. The two guards draw swords, and immediately get struck as well. Having fun? Ash asks with incredible venom. Hey, you all right? He checks on the girl. She nods, still bleeding rather badly from multiple ring-inflicted cuts on her face. He soothes her wounds with some frost. I'll check on you in a second. The noble, sturdier than he looks, stumbles to his feet, one hand on his bleeding temple. Who the hell do you think you are? He snarls. A sight of rage, severely diminished by how he has no pants. I'm meddling. Ash replies. Tell me who you are so I can find you later. The noble, who was actually about to go don't you know who I am, swallows his words. I am a proud son of Skyrim, boy, and my might is my right. He draws a concealed blade. Ash smirks, and the room becomes charged with the tingling of magic, so thick it makes breathing difficult. Might makes right, hey. He cracks his knuckles. All right, then, bring it. The noble, much more accustomed to having people just back down at his provocation, was slightly put off, and thus did not react to Ash suddenly zipping through the room to sock him in the face, nor the sudden sense of pressure being placed exclusively upon his chest. Inside his chest. Well then, I think I win this one. Ash says lightly. Now fuck off. The noble, now calmed down enough to realize the situation, beats a hasty retreat while collecting his pants. As he's far from a first-time visitor, he beelines out of the building through the back door. Fucker. Ash notes. Here, let me see. He sits next to the beaten girl. I'll have you patched up in no time. And back into the business. He grimaces. Yay, good deeds. Ultimately, the fact that Ash did beat up a noble of a significant higher rank was not something that the nobility of Falkreath could not just ignore. On one hand, it was a serious breach of protocol, on the other, the dude did get his face caved in after beating up a girl in a whorehouse while threatening her with guards, so the general feeling is that he deserved what he got. Thus, without an official adjudication on the legality of the situation, especially because both sides' actions were, technically, legal, the outraged noble and his circle of friends were left to their own devices as to how to properly teach the young upstart the meaning of class. Their stewing would be dangerous later. As for Ash, and by extension Jake, the two of them started to think about any possible side missions they might feel like taking, in case there becomes a need to clean house in Falkreath in the future. The world as a whole may be worth saving, Ash notes. But sometimes a closer look at who's deserving is required. First-person camera. It is now, midsummer. I think. House is built, blah blah blah. Think of it as about a week after the starting point of flashbacks. At this point, the party has reconvened at the mansion and people have gotten settled in. Those that were mostly in Winterhold have taken their rooms and decorated it as they felt the need. Atra and Alma, in particular, have learned a lot. In the grand scheme of things, they now have a broader mastery of magic than I do, though I obviously have more firepower. They also have made the decision that they would like to study in the imperial capital. Considering the circumstances, read, civil war, having them out of Skyrim sounds like it would be a good idea in the long run. I'm a little worried about what it means given that they also now carry the Windcaller name, but that's something that's a few years off. They have recommendations, but going by what they've heard in Winterhold, they should at least be either 15 years old, or else have achieved a journeyman equivalent rank in a field of magic, before they attend for real cease. In any case, the main reason why we've gathered, the Elder Scroll, S. Jake made the point that there were others in Skyrim from the DLCs, but I've never played the DLCs, and he doesn't remember how they went, so. Honestly, and not for the first time, I wish I had the wiki. I also wish it hasn't been, between here and there, a grand total of nearly 5 years since I played the game last. Either way, Aria's research and work have given her a fairly reasonable conclusion that the Elder Scroll is where it's supposed to be, within the ruins near Winterhold. Now, I'd like to pause for a moment and say that research, especially diving into history and logs within, the real world? The other world? Within Earth. Historical research within Earth is already pretty difficult. Historical records are written by people, and depending on circumstances by people who either have a vested interest in describing things in alignment with their nation or politics, or have a sharp pointy bit that forces them to have said vested interest. Add in psychological trauma, manipulation, mass media, there comes a point where if you only have a singular source it becomes very easy to have a calcified and false belief of how things used to be. I guess false isn't really fair, one-sided. History in Tamriel is exactly like that, except now we also have things like charm, and illusion magic, and methods where unusual activity and descriptors have to be judged on several levels. Like, on Earth, describing a person whose hair shimmers like the night sky is usually regarded as metaphorical. With illusion magic I can literally make my hair shimmer like the night sky. So, you know. Also it looks really stupid, like I got doused in glitter. Or maybe we're just not the most creative folk. Point being, there's a big gap in terms of what's considered believable in regards to history and texts, so for Arya to draw the conclusion that there's something there is a fairly big ask. So, in order to prepare for the expedition, I'm making gear. As Arya puts it, the best weather in Winterhold is about a month away, so I'd like to start at that time. A month it is. So, in order to better understand what the dungeon is like, I took my fast wolf and spent a day scoping out the dungeon. Verdict: fucking cold. The temperature drops significantly within the ruins, and oxygen supply is not guaranteed. There are pockets of mana readings, which I assume are Falmer. I didn't go deep enough to get a clear look, because that would be dumb, but as far as I can tell, it's probably safe to assume that the Falmer have claimed areas where oxygen is not a problem, so an expedition should assume that they'll come into contact with them, but Arya is death personified, so the combat aspect shouldn't be a problem. In that sense, all equipment should operate with the assumption that there's limited space, cold resistant, and probably need to be reinforced against impact, incidental or otherwise. Fuck. Welp. So, first up. As a part of the mansion's built-in features, I have a heavily reinforced smelter designed to work at extremely high temperatures. Downside is, I can't get close because I can't handle those temperatures. Still figuring out the whole workplace safety thing. What this does is that it allows for me to work with some of the materials that come out of the Lakeview mines with regularity. For the time being I'm filing it under the same umbrella as titanium because I can use it like the other materials under the same umbrella. I just have more of it. Still, a lot of experimentation needs to go into having a metal that is durable, lightweight, and has single-sided magical conductivity so it can repel magic on one end while also circulating defensive spells on the other. This kind of research will take me a long-ass time, far longer than a month, so, going with what I got, I guess. I have an end goal in mind for what I want Arya to have in order for her to murder dragons, and this will be a useful first step. Or, more accurately, a culmination of all of the other first steps I've taken so far. I should also note that when the expedition happens, I will not be present, because I have built a house and am now no longer going outside. Balls. Dungeon crawling, 1 month later. After some debate, it was ultimately decided that Arya would go solo into the dungeon, under the basis that she would be the best at something that would be the functional equivalent of heavily armed larceny. To which Arya's response was a sulky at least call it adventuring. Either way, Arya now stands at the edge of the grand lift into Alftand. Once a thriving Dwemer ruin of unprecedented size and riches, now dead and empty. Some years ago, an adventuring team made it to the core of the ruins and removed its heart, heavily damaging the central processing system that preserved the ruins and allowed it to run. The damage caused the ruins to shut down, which was greeted with hearty cheers and immense looting. Unfortunately, having the ruins shut down also caused all infrastructure within the ruins to stop working, including such things as the lifts, some of the lighting, and, most crucially, the life support system. Fortunately for the adventurers at the time, they had enough equipment to navigate themselves and their massive support network out of the dungeon, and recovering what remained of Alftand that was within easy reach and taking it out of the dungeon became top priority. Ultimately, the cost of doing business outweighed the potential benefits, and thus the site became the abandoned wreck that it is now. Whew! Arya breathes out, staring down into the darkness. If only this worked. She glances at the mechanisms of the great Alftand lift. The lift itself had long since become a victim of gravity, the magic gone from its construction. What's left behind is a deep, dark hole of tremendous size. She takes a giant cord of rope and ties it around the cage-like structure built over the lift, ties it up as securely as she can and attaches a lead weight to the end, and drops it into the darkness. The rope goes taut. Fuck. Arya mutters. 200 feet of rope, more or less, and no touch. She takes a moment to think about it, and then, with a small sigh, returns to her camp to get the gear Ash has built for her. Her new armor, a mix of leather and cotton with a layer of some strange metal, was curved in as many places as possible and infused with a layer of charcoal for low-light operation. A backpack of titanium held other parts, designed to do more specific spelunking things, fit onto her back and seriously messed with her ability to fight. The backpack is basically 90% an electric generator using a soulstone for power, and 10% supporting equipment. It was, by her standards, ugly. But it was functional. Grumbling, she hitches the backpack onto her armor, and detaches a powered roller. She attaches the roller onto the rope and, testing its weight, starts to descend down the rope. Not 20 feet down, and light was already starting to vanish. She pops a mage light and attaches it to her helmet. Slowly, she descends, using her feet to control her speed, until she reaches the end of her rope. She pops more mage lights, and sees that the broken lift lies beneath her, another 20 feet away or so. She sighs again and pops a pair of picks from her backpack, and, through her dragonborn brute force, descends to the bottom by smashing her way down. Now fully descended, she compares her surroundings with an old map copied from the college. Enough passageways have collapsed that they look nothing alike, but after a fashion she was able to deduce where she, potentially, needed to go. It's slow going. Whatever the Dwemer civilization used to keep their underground city in full working order in other places like Markarth was obviously not active here, and the path forward had very little space to work with. The sheer bulk of her gear made it impractical to shimmy her way through the narrower cracks, not that she was particularly keen to do so, and the landmarks that she was expecting from the map were nowhere to be seen. Still, satisfied at the results of the expedition, she retraces her path back to the lift and, again, through sheer brute force, climbs back up to the rope, then back into her camp. She takes the next 2 days to get more gear together, and on day 3, returns with a second bundle of rope that's a good double the length of the previous, allowing her a relatively safe descent onto the floor without needing brute force. But, again, the bigger issue is the sheer lack of walkable space. Fortunately, Arya has an answer, and the answer is shouting. Not full-on shouting, but still. The noise and incredible destruction did get her into trouble with the Farmer on occasion, but they either chose not to get involved in a fight with a person of incredible noise, or did not live long enough to pass on to others that crucial lesson. For the most part, Arya avoided fights whenever possible just to save on time and material. Farmer gear, while not exactly stubborn, did cut into her weapon durability. After a good 5 hours of spelunking and using up about half of the specially made yarn Ash had woven for her, Arya finally got the feeling that she was starting to approach Black Reach. Arya sighs. You know, I'm definitely regretting my choices right now. She says to the mage lights. I could be home and warm and comfy and just, waiting for Alduin so I can stab him. She heads down the cavern, towards the slight glow of Black Reach's flora. Even if I can't kill him for real, I should be able to stab him hard enough that he'd rather be dead. She sighs again. Can't have everything, I suppose. First-person camera. So. Not to be, alarming, or whatever. But it's been 3 weeks since Arya went down into Black Reach. Fuck trademark. I mean, I'm definitely just stressing out for no reason, but, you know. Worried. Arya aside, other issues we have on the docket is. The Empire has considered its situation in Riften and Whiterun to be stable enough to launch an attack onto Windhelm proper. Somehow, I really doubt it, but troops are being mustered at those points, and Falkreath, as always, is expected to contribute as well. Since this is going to be the final battle, all Empire cities in Skyrim are contributing troops, with the Thalmor adding their own firepower to the mix. Considering who we know started this mess, no way this is getting resolved just like this. In support of this, we, Warwolf specifically, have been asked/drafted to accompany a smaller strike force to Dawnstar to hold them up just in case if Dawnstar wants to try something in the interim. Because of the amount of troops being dedicated to this fight, if it is lost, then Riften will likely go back to Stormcloak hands, and Falkreath will likely be in danger of a counterattack. So, in other words, Jake will be staying behind to defend Falkreath from the Stormcloak counterattack because come on now. That said, they will be getting reinforcements from Mark Arth, so that's a plus. In lesser news, also relevant to Jake. Dude played around with Tima a little too hard and she got pregnant. Woo? Tima wasn't interested in going down that path so I got to do my, well, in all honesty, with what I've been doing. My, over 150th magically assisted abortion. It's real straightforward when magic is involved, and, if I do say so, a significant step up from punching the problem away, I guess. A disturbing amount of horny rich people tend to do that when the lady counterpart isn't rich. It's like just randomly challenging somebody in a bar to a fight, only significantly less enjoyable to watch. That aside, because it's making me depressed. Though, I guess, related. There was a rich fat fuck I punched out as a side effect of doing healing to Falkreath's adult entertainment industry and I'm pretty sure he has my number. There's definitely going to be shenanigans as a result of this. Summary, again. I'm going to Dawnstar with Tiana, Tinaram, and Mel. Jake's staying at Falkreath with Tima. I swear to God if I have to do that again when I come back, I'm going to have to do it again when I come back. Sigh. I mean, at least they're having fun. Eric's working the Whiterun branch of Warwolf with Brynjolf doing shadow work. T-Mare is running the show at Lakeview. Our secondary mercenary groups are distributed between Falkreath and Whiterun, and do side quests under our banner. When they need rest, they're allocated to Lakeview. I think that's all of our leadership positions. We're on the lookout for more talent, especially ones that are willing to go into Warwolf's banner, but those who are willing and trustworthy are kind of few and far between. Arya is still on her mission with Delphine running support. She's how we were kept up to date, for whatever trickle of news there is. Esbern's recruiting old contacts for something. He was very reserved about it, but my assumption is that it is for reviving the Blades. Honestly I really haven't talked to the old dude much. He liked Jake more than me, anyway. Alma and Atra are studying in Winterhold. I'm debating having them transfer to the Arcane University early if this campaign goes sideways, and have told them as such. They weren't too happy about it. Largely because it sounded like if I were to die, please run away. On the grand scale, I'm not too worried. If shit goes sideways we, the four of us, can get them and bail back to Lakeview and abandon everyone else. It's far by local standards but I have a super wolf. This has to go super, mega well for the fallout of victory to not be a Skyrim-wide destabilization. And because of how little planning has seemingly gone into the main campaign, I'm expecting it to go to pot. Yay! Chapter 28, Experiencing Side Effects. == +===========================================================================================================================we meet up with the army task to Whiterun first and get our collective ducks in a row before we go. Overall, the Dawnstar army comes in at maybe 1,000. Whiterun to Windhelm is 3,000, and Riften to Windhelm is, supposedly, another 3,000. The plan is to have the Riften army engage first and distract the Windhelm defenders so the Whiterun army can hit the city when it's underguarded. Windhelm's army is, supposedly, comfortably between the extremely easy to estimate ranges of 5,000 and 10,000. When asked about this in the strategic meeting, I imagine as a formality, my response was why are we sending a smaller army to distract the bigger one with home field advantage? I think I probably rubbed some feathers the wrong way because I wasn't invited to subsequent meetings. Either way, the day of departure came, and the Whiterun army set out to great fanfare. We're slated to leave the next day. In the meantime, we get our shit together in meaningful ways. As the highest ranked noble in the detachment, I am therefore the captain of the force. Which is cool, because I am definitively not the highest ranked noble in the detachment. My second in command is of a higher rank, his family are full barons. He also doesn't like me very much and I imagine this is intentional. Then again, technically I'm a baronet and he's the family's second son, so I guess I do outrank him despite being roughly the same age. He's my second in command instead of the infinitely more capable Teenram because he'll throw a hissy fit if I don't let him. Ugh. Anyways, as the captain, I get a say in how the force is organized, so we spent the time up till departure training and organizing the general layout of how our force is organized. Basically, who commands what, how are orders followed, interpreted, what kind of language and keywords do we use, so on, so forth. I'm not egotistical enough, yet, to believe that I understand all aspects of large-scale, long-distance warfare in Skyrim, so I'll let the people who are used to the fighting do the fighting, and I'll worry about backline logistics, scouting, terrain, and so on. Let the sword eyes do the stab bees. On our departure, we have our group of 103 wagons. Per the norm, we're not allocated a support staff at all, so I took the liberty of hiring a team of 10 to run the wagons. By default, everyone marches with their combat gear and their day of rations with them. Camping gear is specific to the wagons. I'm inclined to go with the Marius reforms thing of making everyone carry all their equipment, combat or otherwise, but Marius never had to deal with people literally being invisible and throwing around fireballs, so. I've also modified the wagons with wider wheels and spikes, so they'll work better in the snow and mud. Our force allocation is 20 full legionaries, medium heavy infantry, 80 militia, levy. No CAV, no dedicated archers, no mages. All important assets are earmarked for the bigger operation, after all. And yet, here we are. No kidding. After one day of travel, we're now about to enter the corridor of the mountains, the valley of the mountain range between Dawnstar and Whiterun. The Stormcloaks know this land like the back of their hand. One of the legionaries says. Going through here will be tough. Didn't Whiterun try to clear a different path some time ago? I forget what happened with that. If we're using this one then I imagine that one failed. Either way. Alright, then. Scout teams A and B, fan to the left and right. Team C, up front, stay off the road. D, our back. My orders. Keep at proper distance, and do not engage unless given orders. Yet. Scout leader A says. We get it, boss. He hefts his weapon. Short leash, no barking. He waves to his squad mate, and sets off to our left. The squad leaders are all given copies of a crossbow. 3 feet long body with 3 soulstones embedded in the bottom, enchanted for ease of loading, firing speed, and sound dampening. The squad mates are there for signaling and spotting. They're sniper teams. The crossbow is officially named the Warwolf Compound Sniper variant. Unofficially referred to as the Zeagle, Cross Eagle, much the same way that people in video games shorten crossbow into SPO. The scout leaders, incidentally, are hunters that I've worked with while building the Warwolf Compound. I trust them, and they know how to use the gear they're given. So whatever happened to the whole, all the important assets have gone to the main mission. Charms and lying, and charms. It's kinda, well, weird, might not be fair. The Zeagle isn't exactly a new toy under wraps, the hunter teams have been working with them for a few months, and Falkreath is aware that I have them. They're also aware that I have standard crossbows, designed to take arrows rather than bolts. Yet still, crossbows are not deployed en masse the same way that bows are. I mean, I kind of know the reason, the crossbow by itself, the one that, is ported over from the vampire hunters? That one. It's heavy, difficult to mass produce, difficult to use, and takes special ammo. Mine gets rid of the last 2 points, but, the key issue is still mass deployment and replenishment. Like, swords and bows are a part of a fairly robust system of procurement, replenish, supply, etc. So if, say, a warehouse burns down, the stuff is pretty easy to replace. Crossbows are harder to make by virtue of being more complex, and if you were to take the modern approach of having replaceable parts and factories and streamlined constructions, well, one dude can carry both a ring of chameleon and 200 fireball scrolls. Long story short, I made a few, and probably will only stick to just having a few for now. With our sniper teams in play, we continue onwards at standard speed. About 2 hours later, Team A's sending stone turns red. Communications? IB. Using what I know from radios and wireless communications, read, very little, the stones are enchanted as a pair to copy each other's state. When given mana, they will turn blue, and stay blue for as long as they get mana. They're wireless, two-way only telegraphs. I wanted to get it at least to the point where we could actually have walkies and, talk into them, but this is as far as I got with how much time I had. Team A has spotted enemies. Teenram reports. She's in charge of monitoring the stones. They flash blue twice. Small unit. It keeps flashing. At this point she refers to a notebook. Not noticed, clear vision. Alright, sounds straightforward enough. Cleared to engage. Light conditions are good, mid-afternoon. No brainer. Team A. Got the go-ahead. The spotter pockets the stone and refocuses on the 3 storm cloaks in front of them. I'd go left mid-right. Agree. The leader orients his sniper bow to the back of the storm cloak on the left side. Ready up. The 2 are flat on the ground, with the leader looking through a sight on the sniper bow. The storm cloaks are focused on the troop further down in the valley, on the road. Looks like the informants are right on time. Soldier A says. About 100 men, going north to Dawnstar. He squints harder. Is he riding a giant wolf? So it is Windcaller, hey. Soldier B mutters. If we get him, good riddance. Fucking blight upon the good name of Skyrim. He readies his bow for emphasis. We are scouts, our job is to tell the main force to be ready. Soldier C sighs. Let's not bring personal feelings into this. Soldier A chuckles. This is a civil war. It's all about personal feelings. He stands. Alright, let's get the message back. With a low posture, he starts to run. If only the captain actually got his men ready. Soldier B grumbles, also running. Then we could just flare and be done with it. Pause. He looks around for Soldier C. Where'd you go? Soldier A stops at hearing him, and turns just in time to see Soldier B tumble forward as if he was struck in the back. He has enough intuition to quickly sight the nearest obstacle and make a dash towards it. Unfortunately, not fast enough. Hit. Leader says softly. Let's go recover. Also finish off the other 2, since I'm sure they're still alive. Why do I get the dirty job? Spotter grumbles. The 2 emerge from their hiding spot, still low, and make their way towards their targets. Soldier C was hit in the thigh, and was mouthing something with no sound. Spotter takes out his sign to RK for Soldier C to see, covers his mouth, and pulls out the bolt. Don't make us finish you off proper. He says with a smile. The soldier nods frantically, suddenly recovering his voice. Soldier B was shot in the heart and screaming his heart out, though no sound came out. He gets mercy killed and the bolt recovered. Soldier A, right in the head. The bolt is unrecoverable without opening the man's skull. Well, shit. Spotter says. Sorry about this, then. He lays a hand on the soldier's skull and puts in the magicka necessary for healing. Some seconds later, there's a dull thump as the bolt explodes in the man's head. May RK bless your passing. First-person camera. Report. Teenram says, recording the flashing and writing it down to interpret. It takes a little bit. 3 targets, 1 saved. She frowns. Lost 1 round. Over. Bled. Alright, report back, good job. I gave the sniper teams control over who they want to spare, so long as the bolts are recovered, because the bolts are expensive as all hell and losing them sucks. They're titanium bolts with a soulstone core enchanted to full body silence the target. Anybody hit is going down with the sheer weight and power of the shot, and once it hits it takes the target's mana for the spell, so the target makes no noise until their magicka runs out, and in those cases they're usually too tired to keep screaming. They also have a self-destruct clause when given healing mana, so as to avoid them getting picked up later. From what I've read and seen, standard Tamriel arrow recovery doctrine involves using healing to minimize damage, disease, and poison effects while removing the arrow. Ergo. We might have to abandon the bolts if things get dicey. If that's happening then we have other issues, so met. I have a grand total of 100 of those sniping rounds, and each team has 10. It's their job to scout, not to snipe, after all. At night, the scouting teams are pulled back and share what they know. Teams A and B both have spotted Stormcloak teams. A engaged theirs, but B did not respond and let theirs go. Too many targets was the reasoning. B team has been reminded of what might happen if they chicken out again. Not to them personally, but to literally everybody else that needs them to be on the ball. More pressing is that there should / maybe a bigger Stormcloak force somewhere in the valley. They're most likely just meant for defense, but since our job is to raise a ruckus. Next day. Recons A, B, and C are tasked to the general region where we found scouts, and D is covering the other side just in case. It takes them a hot minute, until noon, but they find enough traces of Stormcloak activity that we can fairly reliably pinpoint the camp as originating from a mine shaft. I can also fairly say that I've never really paid a lot of attention to the terrain while going from Whiterun to Dawnstar, so I don't have a good comparator. The terrain here has light forest coverage, mostly shrubs, hills, and a gentle slope upwards towards the mountains. There's enough occlusion and height differential that the path is not immediately noticeable if you go up high enough. I guess not a lot of logging happens here? Maybe they're afraid of mudslides or something. Either way, we get a bead on the Stormcloaks and take a detour to the camp. Its positioning is such that there's no way for us to approach the camp without being sighted, and the likelihood of us storming a defensive position at a numerical parity and no equipment, then getting away with it is poor. So we do the most efficient thing and wait until nightfall, at which point I, with Teenram's help, sneak into the base and block off the entrance with a large rock and a fair amount of dirt. If it's anything like the video game tunnel, and all tunnels have been like that so far, they should have enough air for like 9 years before they have issues. Why not do this, but aggressively? I take normal physical damage when ambushed and critical magic damage on all occasions. I have a squad and the goal is to mess with Dawnstar. This is not messing with Dawnstar, so why take the risk? Anywho, problem averted, moving on. It takes the Stormcloaks about 3 days of digging to clear the tunnel, which was mostly just used as supply storage. They suffer no other damage beyond slightly traumatizing a recruit who was locked in with the supplies. Next day. No real hassles. A bear wanted to tangle, so it got stabbed a bunch. Next day. Out of the valley in earnest. We're making good time compared to other units of similar size. Having our recon not needing to physically come back or compromise their position in order to report is a big help. The problem is, what do we do now? Our standing orders were to just distract the Stormcloaks within the region of Dawnstar, so I guess we go and just be annoying. What can I blow up that will both attract Stormcloak attention while also not making Dawnstar unified against me or the Imperial Army? Decisions. Back at the compound, third-person camera. Jake is bored. Not because he has nothing to do, because there's always a mountain of work, but because he knows what's coming and has to just sit and wait for it to happen. According to the newly set up information network they have, upon hearing of the major coordinated assault being leveled at Windhelm, Stormcloak cells across Skyrim suddenly activated and did so in tremendous numbers. One of these cells, across the pond, seemed to be getting boats together in order to assault Falkreath. Now, according to all estimates, the cell has about 30 people, max, so assaulting Falkreath is definitively out of the question. The fact that they were seemingly pointed towards Lakeview and the most common water routes to the town, however. I don't really care what you do, just get here already. Jake mutters, watching from a balcony on the 4th floor. Fuck. It's not that he's spoiling for a fight, it's just that while being tasked on defense he knows better than to go out and search and leave his home base relatively undefended. Also, he's spoiling for a fight. I don't think I've ever seen you this flustered. Tima says, surprised. I'm not really flustered, per se. Jake says. The sooner they show up here, the less likely they are of going somewhere else. He cracks his knuckles. I really want to beat some heads. Tima can tell that there's a deeper reason, but elects not to push the issue. Some hours pass, and at the cusp of darkness, Jake sees boats in the water. Okay, in retrospect, I should have seen this coming. He sighs. Yeah, makes sense, why go during the day? He jumps from the balcony and, because he can fly, land at the docks. Then, with another leap, he flies over the water. The Stormcloaks rowing the boats were focused, concentrated, and ready to bring pain upon the Imperial military, and especially these traitors to the Windcaller name. Once they reach the shore under the cover of night, they'll light torches, ring their battlecry, and the 4 Stormcloak rowboats are suddenly buckled and overturned by the impact of Jake and all of his gear slamming into the water at an extremely high speed. The soldiers, none of them Marines by any stretch of the imagination, do not come back up. Well, now I feel like an asshole. Jake grumbles, standing on the water surface. Fine. He, with one mighty leap, goes back onto the pier. Upon landing again, he feels a sudden chill run down his spine. Deciding to be cautious, he takes another leap back to the compound and lands on the roof, where he sprints to cover before turning around. A large, black shape in the sky. Fucking hell, really? Jake wonders. Ain't this a good time? He puts up his hand in order to cast, and stops for a moment. The dragon is loitering. Oh, okay, that's new. Jake mutters. He's definitely loitering, yet. He stares at the shape. Is it looking for something? It might be looking for something. He changes his mind on casting, and instead hurries to the armory. Oh, hey. T-Mare says upon seeing him drop from the ceiling. What's going on? Is there a dragon in the sky? Jake nods. Got it in one. He goes into the armory and unlocks an undecorated one-handed sword far too heavy for its size. I'm going to engage it. If I'm not back in 10 minutes, sound the alarm and go into lockdown. T-Mare salutes. Yes sir. As much as she would like to help, the fact that this is shaping to be a fight over water is beyond her pay grade. Alright. Jake locks onto the dragon again, this time noting more civilian eyes on the circling beast in the distance. Let's do this. Jake locks onto the dragon, braces himself against the wall, focuses upon his flight perks, and, with a blast of energy launches at the dragon. The dragon feels him coming and swerves to evade, but Jake is far too fast of a human bullet, and the hit sends both of them into the lake. Well, shit. Jake lands on the water surface. He does his best to ignore his rapidly wetting socks as the dragon breaks its fall with its wings. Interesting. The dragon growls. Unenlightened. He rears back for a breath. You'll too. Yeah, no. Jake kicks off the water and slams into the dragon's chest at maximum speed. The impact forces the dragon to rear back onto its hind legs, and he takes the opportunity to yank and break free as the dragon regains its posture with its wings. Yule to shul. Jake kicks off the air and flies away from the burst of flames, which sears and boils the lake beneath them, kicking up a large field of vapors and smoke that obscures vision. Not that it mattered to Jake, who was now some 50 feet away, a little dazed, and halfway soaked. Okay, making distance, bad. Jake notes, and jumps right towards the dragon again. His perk lets him accelerate heavily provided he has a clear visual and focus, but the vapors scramble the accuracy. He slams into the dragon's wing and tears clean through, landing some 20 feet away, skidding on the lake surface. Having to turn sucks. He growls and darts in again. The dragon, sensing him, sweeps its tail. Jake only gets to go fuck before getting bodied by the tail and whipped away. A little dazed, he botches his landing and is a good 2 feet underwater before he gets his bearings. That was stupid. He notes, and walks up to the surface. The dragon tries to burn him again. Bitch. Jake ducks underwater again. Plan B. He scratches his chin while standing underneath the surface of flames. Its senses are too good for an even fight. He readies his sword. Alright then, ambush tactics it is. He pulls the hilt of his sword and connects the sword with his mana. The guard of the sword, responding to his power, crackling with electricity and grows in size, extending to nearly double his shoulders. The sword blade also crackles and grows, extending high into the sky. The dragon, sensing this energy, turns his head to watch the sword extend into the sky. 10, 20, 30, sensing danger, the dragon readies its wings. Woodnackest. Now in the sky, the dragon looks down, magically seeing the large blade being readied, and lets loose a breath in its direction. Yule Tol Shul. In the darkness, Jake suddenly has a bright and shiny target to focus his massive sword onto. Concentrating everything into his flying abilities, he homes the sword towards the source of light and rockets into the sky. The dragon senses it before he sees it, and swerves to dodge. It underestimates the length of the incoming sword by a wide margin, and the sword pierces into its wing. Jake, feeling contact, pulls mightily, and cleaves the wing from the dragon's body. One more. Jake jumps again in the air. As the dragon struggles with its position in the sky, Jake hits the apex of his jump, twists in the air, and kicks off one more time. Just as the dragon finally gets itself steadied, Jake slams his sword onto its back and drags it down onto the lake surface. The impact with the lake gives him the force needed, and Jake cleaves into the dragon, his blade eating well into its body. Jake bolts into the sky again, and with one final twist brings all of his power to bear on the dragon's neck. The head sails high into the sky and disappears into the darkness of the night. The rest of the corpse sinks into the depths of the lake. Jake, now spent, throws up some mage lights to confirm the kill and only sees a growing patch of blood. He hops gently to the nearest piece of solid land he could see and collapses onto it with the giant sword. Without Ash's mana pool it will not shrink, so he simply lays it on the ground next to him. His adrenaline gone, he flops onto the grass. Tima's voice calls out from somewhere in the darkness. You good? Yeah, just need a minute. Jake replies. Unless you wanna carry me home. I think we have rope here somewhere. Tiana says brightly. Where's your foot? Jake sticks up his foot and pops a mage light on it, and a moment later a rope latches onto him. The T-sisters, rowing, bring Jake onto the water, where he slides around the water surface without a care in the world. T-Mare shakes her head. To think we're used to this already. Jake grins. We're basically gods. Tiana laughs. Then be careful not to get smote. Some months later, a rumor circulates on the opposite side of the lake about something big leaving the water. It comes as quickly as it goes. First-person camera, within the week of the above fight. So, we're watching a dragon circle over a patch of snow far in the distance. That's not good, right? We've been messing with Dawnstar for about 2 weeks now and the storm cloak resistance has been nothing short of pitiful. It's now bright and early in the morning and suddenly, you know, that. It's far away, though. At least a good mile away. The fact that it's visible from this distance, though. It's not that scary when we're this far away from it. Teenram quips. She's shivering though. So, what's the call, boss? Mel asks. What do we do? I mean, it Dargon. I see Dargon. I kill Dargon. UNGA bunga optional but highly recommended. That said, it's a long approach distance to the dragon with basically no cover, over problematic snowy terrain. Easy is likely not going to be the word of the day here. Still. Dargon. I sigh. Time to learn, I suppose. Of all the wagons we have, there is one wagon that is never touched. It is my panic wagon. You know all the things we picked up and learned over the past year, with regards to Dwemer stuff? Yeah, it's about to get used. Third-person camera. Ash pulls a cumbersome-looking weapon from the cart. A quad of 4 stakes, 10 feet tall and connected to each other like a massively tall stool, and definitely too big for him to use. He sets it into the ground. Hoo boy, this is happening. Teenram says. Alright, the captain will go fight the dragon, everyone else is to keep hidden. She says to the watching crowd. Keep the camp hidden as usual. Nobody is listening in favor of watching Ash piece together his gear. Ash snaps his fingers and summons the wolf. Really should have packed the cart differently. He mutters and unloads the cart, loading the gear onto the wolf, finishing with a metallic harness. He then mounts the wolf and pats its head. With a howl, the wolf suddenly expands in size, growing to double the size of a horse through raw magica. Really should have tried this beforehand. Ash says with a somewhat wobbly laugh. Oh lordy, it's high. He straps himself into the saddle and clips an arm-like piece of gear from the wolf's mount onto his right wrist. Then, he picks up the quad rails. Alright. He says to Teenram, looking some 5 feet over her head. I'm off. Teenram's smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, and her tone isn't as snarky as she'd like. Don't screw yourself over on this one. Ash smiles back. No promises. First-person camera. I did not think it would be so high up. I mean, I'm used to jumping high distances with the wolf, but this sense of instability is new. Anywho. I guide the kilo wolf towards the dragon, and it takes off at a speed, and I am definitely uncomfortable with this. Each stride of the wolf causes us to rise and fall for a good 2 feet. It's kind of fun once you get used to it. It runs over a boulder and causes a massive difference in height. Nope, this is stupid, I will never do this again. I should be blindfolded next time. This is fun. It's like a roller coaster. Another boulder. No, it's not. And so on. Anyways, I'll need to adjust it with something else later, but for now this works. Once I get within my range of short, I'll be able to shoot at it. But I have to say. After switching to monovision, a dragon? That dragon specifically? All dragons? That dragon right now is a mass of hyper-concentrated magica. Like, you know how in physics, all physical objects have a slight gravitational pull for just existing? The dragon's like that, only with magic. It's so dense the ambient magic around it is actually being pulled into it. It's kinda neat, not gonna lie. Well, for now. My new weapon is the prototype anti-dragon railgun. The 4 rails have soulstones built into them to let them charge magical lightning. Once charged, I use a steel stake and fire it at the target. Very straightforward. The mount for my wolf is, in essence, a test bed for power armor-ish. It uses a lot of magic-based equipment to augment my ability to, say, heft the railgun and actually aim it at the target. Can't punch with it because there's not enough length for that kind of elongation, but it's still real fucking neato. I mean, I can bludgeon with it, but it'll stop working after that point. The railgun is a good 120 pounds. It's not something designed to be carried and used by one person. Alright, closing in the distance. The dragon is still just circling. It's moving its neck like it's looking for something. I'm not comfortable with not knowing what that something might be, but it's not like we can question it, so. I halt the wolf. Let's aim. We park the wolf sideways and level the railgun at the circling form of the dragon. I feel like a weird mix between a ZWA and a Toyota pickup. Toyota pickup with a weapon nailed to the bed. Anywho. Charging. Ready. Load rail and ugh. We're loading it with our left hand. There is a second arm brace for the left arm, but because the arm braces are designed for the wolf when it's small and the mounting it designed to expand when the wolf grows large, the second arm brace is too far away to reach comfortably with our current posture, too difficult to connect with one arm, and too short to reach the gun. Ergo, only muscle power. I regret not doing a complete dry run before today, but it gets done, because we now have appreciable muscle. Oh my god, that was tough. My arm is not used to bending that way. Okay. Never mind. Aiming. I should also build something that would make aiming easier. We are, in essence, looking at a dot in the sky. How far away am I? 500 feet? Shorter? I dunno. It's in the crosshairs and not really moving, though. Fire. Impact. The dragon, hit in the torso, spins violently and haphazardly before hitting the ground with a plume of snow. Hoo wow. Like a skewered bird. That being said, there's basically no difference in its magical signature even after it was hit. Let's get closer. So we do. As we get close, we can see that the size of the round and the hit location made it difficult for the dragon to get its feet under it, to the point where it's still struggling by the time we reached it. The dragon is skewered through the chest. I have 3 more rounds. Erg. At a distance of 50 feet and against a very panicked dragon. Shish. Bang. Ka. Bang. Bob. Bang. Fuck yet. That was not satisfying in the slightest. It feels like bullying. Welp, that's how it's supposed to be, I guess. There is now a badly mauled corpse lying inside a growing pool of blood. Dragons bleed a lot. Jesus. I'm continuing to stay 50 feet away because I expect it to do shenanigans at any moment. Some 5 minutes pass. The dragon not losing any magical power despite being a corpse is weird. I mean, it looks less together. But still. Can I butcher it now? A chill runs up our spine. Guess not. We unsummon the wolf and whip up some wind and snow to cover our position. And finally, create a ward that is magically loose on one side and tight on the other to cover against mana vision. I really hope this works. Soon enough, in the air. Alduin. Oh fuck 3. Third-person camera. Alduin, intrigued by the blot of magic that is ash near one of his young dragons, had flown over for a closer look. Upon arriving at the site, he found, to his mild surprise, the dragon dead, and the blob hiding. I see. Alduin murmurs. One of those people. He then roars. Ash sees incredible amounts of mana being channeled from Alduin to the dead dragon, fortifying its magical signature until it resembles itself before getting shot 4 times. With a lurch, it recovers and returns to life, the spikes in its body disintegrating into dust. Return home. Alduin commands. You have been disgraced. The young dragon growls and spreads its wings. Would nakest. And is gone. As for you. Alduin says to the hiding Ash. Bring your dragonborn the next time we meet, and I'll consider your life to have been worth saving. First-person camera. We watch as Alduin flies away. So, it growled a lot. Does that mean it saw me? It didn't attack or whatever, so I don't think it saw me properly. But, how do I say this? After being able to see its mana, it feels like Alduin is invincible. If having a core like that dragon meant that it could be restored to life, then Alduin's core is so dense that it might as well be life itself. I guess that means I need a bigger gun, hey. The young dragon ate some needles and went down. If I hit Alduin hard enough with a bigger bullet, then it should go down as well. But all my bullets are gone. Boo. Oh well, at least I'm alive. With mana like that nothing conventional would even scratch it. We get back to camp and return to normal operations, so the following is more or less summarized over a few days. Given that mana naturally regenerates, does that mean that the other dragon would have eventually recovered and revived on its own? That's right, right? A dragon not killed by a dragonborn would still have its soul, and therefore would revive lore-wise, no? So does that mean that the ball of magic is its soul? Yes, I guess. I'm looking at, say, Tinarum, and she has innate magic, but no ball. A bear also has innate magic but no ball. So, something caused its magic to coalesce into a ball, and it's better than having magic permeate throughout the body. Maybe. I'd say that taking too much damage has an effect on the ball, but that's probably a secondary effect due to getting the shit shot out of it. A lot of things I don't understand. A week later. Hey, guess what? Guess. Go on, guess. Spoiler alert, the Imperial Army fucked up and fucked up bad. So. It may come as a surprise to the Imperial Army planners that Windhelm and Riften have a much better understanding of the water systems between the two cities than a dude in Solitude, and that, oh, I don't know. Ahem. I'll stop now. I mean, I think we can all understand that, on some levels, the Imperial Army is being set up for failure in Skyrim on multiple fronts, so the fact that they failed therefore comes as no surprise. Anyways, the two Imperial armies, understandably, got double ambushed by the more locally experienced Windhelm army and were crushed. In roughly the same time, Windhelm sent reserves to Riften via the Riverworks and took back Riften, so we're right back to where we started. I wonder if the Thieves Guild was specifically paid for this outcome? Seemed like Riften didn't put up much of a fight despite all of the efforts the Imperials made on securing the city's loyalty. As such, our unit is recalled back to Whiterun despite having some pretty good records. No casualties, though I made a point of not getting into any big fights. There's a lot more I can say about this, but all of it would just be shitting on the Thalmor, so it's kind of pointless. Third-person camera. In the halls of Dragon's Reach, General Tullius was busy grumbling at the expected results of the campaign. He stands, staring down at the large table with the map and pages of notes, along with Jarl Balgruef, his housecarl Irrelith, and the court mage Farengar. Look on the bright side, you only lost what you planned to lose. Jarl Balgruef says in a semi-consoling tone. He was against this attack from the start for the exact reasons that caused it to fail. Tullius growls. Yes, at least that plan went well. He sighs. Damn the Thalmor. He reads the reports of what was left a handful of cavalry, a complete loss on all non-Thalmor mages sent, no surprises there, and a near total devastation of the infantry sent. How convenient that there are no mages left after the Thalmor are done with them. Balgruef laughs coldly. Truly, their sense of damage control is a truly wondrous thing. Tullius shares the cold laugh. If Windcaller was sent like they wanted, do you think he would have died too? Unlikely. Irrelevant says immediately. He's an intelligent coward. If it came down to it, he would have escaped on his lonesome without a backwards glance. Balgruef laughs again. Is that meant to be praise? He turns serious. Well, Tullius. Tullius has a slight, if thoughtful, frown. And? What of him in this last campaign? Irrelevant directs some notes his way. A resounding success, if anything. Dawnstar seemed to have been under the impression that they were fighting the main force. Tullius nods slowly. I see. In that case, add him to the list. He glances at Balgruef. We serve the Empire, and only the Empire. The more skilled hands we can get away from the Thalmor, the better. Balgruef nods. Oh, I understand, all right. Farengar. He smirks. Farengar sighs at the extra work, though his bags were already packed. I'll bring a gift. Some days later, he and a squad of promising young mages trademark arrive in Falkreath, spend the night, and head to the Windcaller estate in Lakeview. The young mages are roughly around 14 years old. That looks almost as large as Dragon's Reach. One of the mages, Mage A, says as they see the Warwolf compound, walls and all. Does he fancy himself a Jarl? He's merely fancy. Farengar says. Now mind your manners, we're here to beg. Mage A takes a moment to look around and sees nothing that catches his interest. There's the mansion, large and imposing and grandiose. There's the village of some 50 roofs nearby, and a dock in the distance. He finds himself begrudgingly respectful of how relatively wealthy the village feels, a sense reinforced by the stone-paved roads. How'd they get lined up so well? As he ponders this, the group arrives at the front gate of the estate. They enter the compound's garden grounds, where villagers taking a break loiter freely among the colorful bushes and lush grass. Pretty open place. Mage A notes of the poor. I'm surprised he'd let everyone into his walled garden. As the saying goes, fuck around and find out. Mage B says, using a phrase that had come into vogue in Winterhold about 2 weeks ago. She does look at Mage E with a scathing eye. Must be nice to know you'd be accepted here, hey. Mage E just dodges her eyes as they reach the doors of the estate. A sharply dressed guard in gleaming armor raises his arm. Halt, state your business. I am Farengar Secret Fire. Farengar says officiously. Here to speak to the Windcallers about a private matter of state. Of course. The guard says in a bored tone and checks his notebook. Farengar, understood, please wait here. He touches something on his arm. A short while later, a servant opens the front door. Sir Sacred Fire. The immaculately dressed man says with a small bow. I'm afraid the lords of the mansion are currently occupied. If you do not mind, you may enter and wait until they are free. Dandy older gentleman, perfectly tailored suit, monocle, the works. Of course, Farengar takes a second to remember this man's name. Alfred, was it? We'll be more than happy to wait. That's a first. Mage B mutters under her breath. Alfred bows again. Understood. Please, follow me. He leads them to a waiting room and bade them sit. I'll arrange for tea in the meantime. Please make yourselves comfortable. He's kind of old for a manservant, hey. Mage A notes as Alfred leaves. Is security going to be okay in a place like this? Farengar smiles, in a rather pleased sort of way. I'm sure Alfred has things under control if needed. The old man was, after all, personally recommended by him. They waited in the sparsely furnished room for about 10 minutes until a lady dressed in a rather oddly flamboyant outfit showed up with their tea on a cart. Everybody stares while she politely serves the tea before leaving. She's a servant, then. Mage A says slowly. What kind of dress is that? It's a maid outfit. Frills where they're needed, but otherwise cut to make sense for the local environment and temperature. Blue dress, cream apron. Mage C moves uncomfortably. Is certainly something. She's really pretty for a mere servant. Good thing his robes are roomy. Can't say I dislike his way of doing things. Farengar notes, but otherwise just enjoys his tea. Also, tea. Mage A eyes his drink. What kind of person plucks grass just to put it in the water? He sniffs it. It doesn't even smell like anything. Don't judge. Farengar says, rather enjoying his minty herbal tea. He's come to the Warwolf mansion enough times that they know his tastes. That the students are inferred to have the same tastes is an unfortunate consequence, not that he cared. I like it. Meiji says quietly, sipping her own cup. Eventually they all try some and judge it to be somewhere in the realm of not awful, and wait for another minute for Ash to show up. Instead, the maid returns with a rather apologetic bow. Beg your pardon, Master Secret Fire. She says to the floor. Master Ash would prefer if you were to join him in the courtyard instead. Fine by me. Farengar says, ignoring the noises of disbelief from Mage B. Let's go, children. He claps his hands as if to get their attention. Lead the way, if you please. The maid bows again and leads the party down a straight hallway to the other side of the building. It takes roughly 30 seconds. The party enters the more isolated section of the mansion that's completely walled off from the outside. They see, at a glance, some training dummies, archery targets, racks of practice weapons, a sand pit for some wrestling. They watch for a little while as a mercenary and a guard practice some takedowns in the sand pit. Mage A whistles. As expected from someone with a mercenary background, he doesn't skimp on the facilities, does he? So where is he? Mage B looks around. She sees two men stretching and warming up next to the dock. She recognizes one of them as Jake the Mountain, and infers the other as Ash. Is that them? The maid nods and leads them straight to the pair warming up, then bows politely and retreats. Farengar waves hello. Good morning. He sees that the two are geared up for a fight. Is there something interesting going on? Jake waves. Yo, Farengar. We're about to do some sparring. Farengar sees that Jake is armed with no less than 4 different swords. Sparring. None of them seem blunt. Yab. Ash says. The last few fights we've had taught us a lot, and so we're getting our ducks in a row. More or less. Last few fights. Farengar notes. I heard that Jake fought off a dragon and Ash single-handedly stopped the Stormcloaks in Dawnstar. He doesn't believe the rumors one whit, but, so the two feel that there is something in the future that demands improved readiness. So what brings you here? Jake asks him. Ah, that. Farengar smiles slightly. It's about the message I sent last week. He sees Ash scowl. But I believe I have it in me to delay official work for yet another hour. Ash rolls his eyes. Fine, fine. Come in, Jake. He finishes stretching. He's not even armed. Mage A notes. So he's a magic wielder, too. Mage B puts 2 and 2 together. I take it the Jarl is looking for him to be one of our new instructors. She glares at Farengar. Seems a bit much of a drop to go from the court wizard of Whiterun to some backwater mercenary. Now. Farengar laughs. Just consider today to be a vacation. He finds the nearest large rock and perches himself upon it with rather un-Farengar-like enthusiasm. As in, it was obvious. Yet. Mage B sighs, drops nearby, and starts to read from a book she brought for just the occasion, when Farengar starts doing Farengar things. Following the fight against the 2 dragons, Jake and Ash came to a consensus, firepower aside, they both needed flight. Even if it can't grant total freedom of movement, being able to maneuver to get that advantage was more than worth it. To that end, Ash picked up as many ranks of flight and flight-related perks as he could, and is currently breaking them in. Ready. Ash and Jake huddle over a septum. Ash flips it into the air. Heads. Jake calls. It lands tails. Fuck. Alright. He sighs and moves away 30 paces. So. Mage A is confused. 3 bouts, best of 2, I go first. Ash says largely to the benefit of the audience. I get first hit. He cracks his knuckles. Yep, go for it. Jake draws one of his swords, a long sword of a one-hander. Just don't. Ash raises his hands over his head. No. Jake says, half laughing. No please. Electricity begins to crackle and form between his hands, forming vaguely into a spear. After letting it charge for 5 seconds, Ash hurls it. The instant the spell leaves his hands, Jake charges forward, covering the 30 paces with one strong step. He levels his sword for a lunging strike. Ash twists and evades the strike. As he twists, he brings his left arm high over his head, wreathes it in flames, and brings it down onto Jake's arm. Jake, still in the charge, rams into Ash. Ash blocks with a barrier and allows himself to be blown away and throws fire between them. Jake backsteps for distance, then leaps over the flames. Ash tags him with some lightning before Jake closes in. Geez. Mage A mutters as the two continue to exchange blows. People shouldn't move like that. Farengar waves a hand dismissively. Pay no mind to their athletic prowess. There's no magic there. Jake leaps a good 20 feet into the air. So you're telling me there's no magic being used? Mage B says flatly. Right. Farengar shrugs. The world is vast. Ash fires flames like a machine gun at the airborne Jake. The flames explode at random times to try and intercept Jake's flight. Magic shouldn't get to do that. Mage C insists. Jake flies away from the interception, lightly smoking. Ash switches over to lightning. So what's that, then? Farengar points at Ash. Ash starts flying. Talent? Luck? Mage C demands. Definitely not something we can learn. Farengar smirks. You're not wrong. However, you are, as usual, missing the point. Mage C rolls his eyes and grumbles. So what is the point, Master Farengar? Mage B says tiredly. The point? Farengar says with his gaze fixed upon Mage E. Is that this is something that is possible. Right in front of you is the perfect showcase of it. Stop being concerned with what you cannot do, and focus on what you can. He looks back up at Ash and Jake. The skilled adapt, the fools complain about not being taught well enough. He finishes with a glance at Mage B. Mage B scowls. Point taken. Jake catches Ash, the less capable flyer, and pile drives him into the lake. First person camera. Bah, best 2 out of 3 goes to Jake. Woo. Jake celebrates by pile driving Tima into the lake. She asked for it. It's honestly a lot of fun, especially since Jake makes a point of randomizing his drop time for shits and giggles. So, yeah, after fighting 2 dragons, we've come to the conclusion that, putting aside whatever bullshit dragons have to make them revive after death, we should be more than capable of killing one with optimal plus ambush conditions. So, to that end, we should train so that we're able to create those optimal conditions during an engagement. Like, yes, we can't kill one for good, but if we can knock it out for a few days and, I dunno, bury it in a tomb, then we would have completed the objective of protecting whatever it is the dragon was trying to attack. It's great if the follow-up is get Arya nearby so she can soul suck. Now, that said, practicing against each other doesn't really simulate fighting a dragon, but, nobody else can keep up with us, and Arya is still not back yet. Alright, now. Farengar. Yes. Farengar is all smiles after that performance. Elephant in the room. Balgruelf wants me to teach? I'm a Falkreath noble, technically speaking. Farengar waves me off. Yes, but nobody believes that. Not even you, I'd wager. He's not wrong. Besides, this will give you something legitimate to do in the eyes of others. Farengar smiles. Certainly, it's not as if protecting all of Tamriel against the threat that heralds the end of days has political value. Surely, training 1 or 2 Batlemage in the next 5 years is more important. He smirks. Ha. Considering my current situation, I don't see that as being all too valuable to my status. I mean, all the factions in Skyrim have very distinct impressions of who I'm supposed to be. Indeed. Farengar's smile widens. And we have the distinct impression that you'd make for a passable teacher. Double ha. Fine, I'll take them. No guarantees. Also, I like how he's presenting this like I have a choice when one of the agreements we had with Balgruelf and the Empire was that I'd do pro-Empire things when it came to magic. Yay titles. So, the kid's trademark. There's a total of 5, and they're essentially, what did I say before? They're like a year off from that guy that used to do enchanting in Whiterun. No, not really, not quite. They're all 14-ish, some months apart, and are, of dubious relation to each other. Mages A and C are friends. B doesn't like E, and D's happy doing their own thing. All are Nords, though D has enough of a fascinating ancestry to have pronounced Argonian traits. I'm sure they get picked on enough, so I'll lay off the barmaid references. A and C are dudes, B and E are girls. D doesn't care to elaborate. I don't spend enough time with Argonians to figure it out. Or care. The plan, as described by Farengar, is that I'll have 1 year-ish to whip this batch of 5 into battle-ready status. There are others scattered across the Empire portion of Skyrim. Let me back up. So, standard magic courses and basic magic practice at the age of 15. Going over is fine, but is generally not a good look for someone that's trying to be a dedicated mage. Once basic magic practice is finished, the student then gets the option to do something else to advance their studies: battle magic, enchantment, apprenticeship, whatever. After that, whenever the student or teacher, or both, believes that they're ready, the student graduates to journeyman and strikes out on their own. There's more nuance to it, and people are people, but that's the general guideline. It's worth noting that these 5 don't have a choice in their track after basic training. They're going into combat magic. Which, if you consider the very recent news of Imperial Batlemages getting wiped to a man, means that they've basically been told to die in a year's time. Quite understandable that they're having some behavioral issues, to be honest. Next day, ish. So what are you planning to teach us? Mei Jie asks after we're done getting our shit together and the kids settled in. I shrug. First, I want to see where you are, then we'll go from there. You've all been foisted upon me and are expected to become Imperial Battlemages, and it's always better to be alive than dead, so, yeah. Way to get our hopes up. Mage B sighs. I should note that they're all fairly well kept, which means that they do come from some level of wealth. They have good manners, attitude aside. We're on our way out to the training area. I laugh. Hope rides alone. We get situated in the outdoor training area, the yard. So, rules. If you get knocked on your ass, you lose. If you seriously injure your training partner, you lose. If you let yourself get injured, you don't lose in the training, but you're an idiot and still would lose. Straightforward, no. Yab. Mei Jie stretches slightly. Are you going to fly or whatever? I shake my head no. Defeats the purpose. We can do that later. I stretch too. Alright, do it like we briefed. Whenever you're ready. We make some distance. Mei Jie takes his position, readies 2 charges of shock, and throws them at me. They plink off of my auto guard. Auto guard, wards/skins that we're casting as an innate reaction. That was, wow. Really? I frown at him. Hey, not all of us have a bottomless pool of magicka. Mei Jie grumbles. The reason we're here is because we're not blessed with talent to begin with. He readies 2 more shocks. He hits for nothing. I mean, I get that, but your kneading is god-awful. They scatter so fast. Alright, I get it. Now guard. Isn't dodging better? Mei Jie asks but gets his wards ready. Yes. Technically yes, but a good guard stops you from being stance broken. I ready a shock with about as much power as I think Mei Jie put into his. For now, humor me. Mei Jie puts up a ward. I could just wait it out, but that would be a dick move, so. Our shock hits Mei Jie's ward dead center and he's forced to stagger back several steps, shaking his hand in some pain. Understood. I'd hit you again, but that's just bullying. Alright, I get the idea. Next. So I go through all 5 kids. Verdict, they're very aware of their limits and have a broad, if shallow understanding of magic. That their understanding is shallow implies that Fergur isn't their teacher, or at least did not teach them for a long period of time. Farengar had them for about 2 weeks, then that Imperial campaign went sideways and they got transferred over due to wartime logistics. Starting from the basics then. 2 weeks later. For the record, the basics isn't really anything reductive. Magic's effectiveness is rooted in understanding, so it's just a revisiting of that understanding. How does lightning work? How does fire work? So on. They're fundamentally good kids, insofar as they, don't want to die, so they learn quickly and well. That being said. Are you Ashwind Caller? We are currently in Falkreath doing some shopping. In front of us is a mix of Imperial and Thalmorian troops, armored splendidly with a gleam that is definitely not available to rank-and-file troops or officers. Military police, I suppose. That's me. What do you need? The leader of the group, and honestly the leaders of the group in general, are all Thalmor. No points for guessing who's running the show on this one. The lead Thalmor smirks. What do we need, he says. He pulls out a scroll. Ashwind Caller, you are under arrest for being in concert with the cultists of the Wolf Mother. He glares. Submit quietly or by force. Now why would they think of a thing like that? Smash cut to the past month where Falkreath residents could see lightning visible past the mountain, in the direction of Lakeview, literally every night. Also flying. And the giant wolf. And the giant magic lightning flying wolf. Yeah, no, I totally brought it on myself. This was a completely understandable development, I'm just surprised it didn't happen sooner. Interesting. I raise my hands in defeat. I don't agree, but I'm willing to see what happens. Somebody's arm got twisted, maybe? In that case, please, the Thalmor practically spits, follow us to the Jarl's Hall. In any case, Potma's probably going to be a problem, so if I'm getting the opportunity to solve said problem, I might as well take it. Chapter 29, Experiencing Side Effects 2. =+=+===. To my eternal surprise, we're actually at the Jarl's Longhouse. I legit expected them to just jump me in a dark alley. That said, the fact that the Jarl and only maybe a quarter of his staff are present implies that this wasn't a coordinated effort. The Jarl's Longhouse is almost exactly like it is in-game, size difference aside. One big long room, some small side rooms. I don't come here often. I come with questions. The Thalmor captain shouts out as soon as we all enter the longhouse. Questions for the Jarl. Hey. Am I being tokenized? The court is currently not in session, good sir. A guard says, more out of formality. I will have to ask you to. The captain cuts him off. You will ask nothing of me, guard. I am an adjudicator of the Empire, here on official business. He barges right through and focuses upon the Jarl. Now then. Jarl, kindly explain why there is a cultist of the Wolf Queen under your service. Moment of confused silence. What is his play? Bro. I say. Are you okay? He ignores us. I just make a I don't know what's going on shrug to the Jarl. I will have to ask you to at least present evidence. The Jarl, Sid something, says slowly. It is the least of decorum, considering the circumstances. Sid Gear. Yeah, this is a really weird play. Like, Sid and I are, well, not friends, but we're friendly enough that something like this is not going to work. Regardless, the captain pulls out a hefty-looking scroll from within his cloak. You'll see the accusations as listed, among more pertinent observations as made by members of my party. He throws it at the Jarl. It gets intercepted by the Jarl's bodyguard. There is a limit to your audacity, Thalmor. She spits. Watch your manners, or we shall beat some into you. My audacity is for naught but the safety of the crown. The captain says with incredible confidence. And it is being threatened by the likes of him. He glares at me. I roll my eyes. In my defense, I'm awesome without outside help. I stare at him. And, with all due respect, you're talking a lot of shit for somebody within smacking distance. The captain smirks again. Jarl, what say you? He looks to the Jarl again. The Jarl takes the scroll, reads/scans it, and sets it on fire with flames. It seems that my hand slipped. He says disdainfully. Guards. The Thalmor ready their weapons as the guards pull theirs. I kind of expected something else to happen. Like, this was obviously some sort of power play, but what the fuck? That said, neither side seems to be surprised about the state of affairs. Looks like the rumors were true. The Thalmor captain's smirk grows wide. There really are traitors in the midst. The Jarl, now standing, stares him down. Certainly, and they seem to stride into my halls with not a care in the world. He crosses his arms. Windcaller. Subdue them. Pause. Oh, that's me. Done. Magic. A blast of paralytic magical energy sweeps the Thalmor crew around us and they all drop to their knees. Thalmor routinely walk around in elven armor, which are very good at guarding against magic and a testament to their power and influence. Funnily enough, the same Thalmor have no issues switching to more standard forms of leathery armor and retain only their decorations when we're still within the aftermath of them being hilariously anti-empire with their actions. Either way, I still feel like I'm being played. The guards move in, tie them all up, and escort them downstairs into the dungeons. As that happens, Sid shakes his head and gives me notice to go to a side chamber. So we do. What a farce. Sid snarls as we enter a side room with his housecarl and steward. Windcaller, can you ensure that we are not being overheard? Easily. Sure thing. I snap my fingers and put a room-wide ward. What gives? That was so weird. It's a ward, with wind swirling on the other side. Any noise that escapes gets whooshed. It was a show, of course. Sid growls. I may be young, and some of the more ambitious of the minor nobility are looking for a leg up. He takes an empty cup, spins it in his hand, and slams it onto the table. You are aware, I imagine, of at least one of these nobles. The no-pants fuckhead? I might have some ideas. He nods. Good enough. Still, this was sloppy. Very sloppy. He scratches his chin. It's not like him. Our information on the fuckhead in question is built via the brothel girls, presents himself as being very sophisticated, is actually well-read, reasonably intelligent, fat in all the wrong places, and his ego weighs more than his lard. And, politically, reasonably shrewd, but incredibly passive. More of a hanger-on kind of person than someone who'd actively do schemes. The girls consider violence from the powerful to be an unavoidable truth of their job description. Fuckhead aside, nobody else in Falkreath dislikes Sid to the point where they'd tag with Thalmor for a play like this. Hell, Fuckhead wouldn't tag with the Thalmor for this. If they were after me I'd get it, but, again, the dark alley would have been a better bet. Yet. If I'm reading this right, this action is meant to cast a shadow on the legitimacy of the Jarl. But if that's the case, then waiting for a time where the court is actually in session would have been better. And, again, the fact that the Thalmor captain showed not a shred of concern about getting arrested is odd. I mean, yeah, today bro here burned the evidence that he was given, but there's not much to say that it was evidence to begin with, and nobody in the room at the time liked the Thalmor enough to testify in their favor. So, what's the most likely reason? A two-headed plot? If randomly accusing the Jarl doesn't work, then him arresting the Thalmor would be a step for the future. But that step only really matters if the Thalmor can show that it is aligned with the Empire, and the previous campaign, really didn't. So who stands to win with something like this? Regardless, it stands a fact that there is now a strong enough link between shooting electricity into the air and the cultists of Potma for me to get into trouble, and I should take some sort of counter-action before things get even more out of hand. Sid clears his throat. Done with your theory crafting? More or less. I sigh. All right, what gives? The burned letter was a warning from the Thalmor. Sid says. It aligns with the recent trend of them trying to remove the Empire's magical assets. You read it that fast? Sure. That feels like a very dumb way of doing it, though. Sid nods. According to my people, this is partly because they were surprised by General Tullius's quick reaction to the damage done. He holds up a folded piece of paper. My compliments to you as always, Windcaller. I sold him a cipher system different from what the Empire is using. It's less structurally complex than Playfair, but is still stronger than the currently existing systems. Incidentally, though we will never know this, the fact that a new spy network from Falkreath has a brand new, comparatively very difficult to crack code has put Sidgear on the Thalmor's kill list. Never mind that the head of the network is named Viker. Yet. I wave it off. So the Thalmor can be surprised. Sid sneers. As wide-reaching as their network seems to be, there are gaps. His sneer drops. Still, the Wolf Queen's return is troubling. It shows a distinct lack of imperial power at a moment when it's needed the most. Hey. Okay, and that's bad coming from the Thalmor because... Sid thinks it over for a minute. The Imperial army as it stands still has a chance of reclaiming Skyrim, Thalmorian interference notwithstanding. If General Tullius's performance is rendered irredeemable by some aspect of the Wolf Queen's resurrection, then we run the risk of a Thalmor-aligned general being appointed instead. That would actually be really bad. Like, lose-lose-lose situation bad. Sid seems to catch my expression. I take it you can already deduce why that would be unpleasant. I mean, best case scenario, Skyrim turns into a quagmire of a civil war that exists to drain Empire resources. Worst case, it breaks off entirely and turns completely anti-Empire. Like, the Thalmor gets to be the big bad because everybody involved knows they're a bit of a third party here, and even then the narrative at the moment is Empire bad because Thalmor bad. Imagine how much worse things'll be if the Thalmor gets to say that they're officially the Imperial Army, rather than just attached to it. Even better, they pegged you as a Potma cultist ahead of time. Sid adds, prematurely watering down the effect of having the hero Windcaller destroy the evil queen. Yet? I can't imagine that having an ancient Skyrim hero take down an Imperial evil will do good things for the Imperial image. That seems like a misstep on their part, not gonna lie. Sid chuckles. True. Still, the threat must be dealt with. As usual, we'll share what information we can when we know more. With that, we're good to go. I still say that, as far as operations go, Thalmor panic doesn't quite seem to justify it for me, but at the same time, incompetent middle management is a universal problem that transcends time and dimensions, so... Well, that's fine, I suppose. Not my problem at the moment. Discounting the whole being accused of being a cultist thing, so I guess that does make it my problem, hey? Fuck. Guess that means I'll have to look into it. Later. Some days later. About 8 or 9. So, being accused of being a cultist of the evil Wolf Queen has not changed my reputation in any way. The people who are already wary of me are like "AHA we knew it," and everybody else is like "yes but tornadoes," while the everybody else of everybody else is like "he pays us a lot so why should we listen to you?" It's still a concern, but so long as the messenger is the Thalmor I'm good. In related news. Arya is back. Woo. Or, more accurately, Arya came out of the dungeon the same way she went in, very tired, very undergeared. It's taken 2 days for the courier to get here, and the letter looked like it was intercepted and copied, so I'm going to pick her up via flying sonic wolf. She did not find the scroll, though, which is a shame, but I'm just glad she's fine. I know she's the Dragonborn, but still. I depart at 0800 in the morning. 2 hours later. And I'm in Winterhold. It's kinda scary to have a wolf that can clear a mountain in a single bound. Definitely took multiple bounds. Also, the rapid elevation change is not doing me any favors. I'll need to sit down for a bit before I can go anywhere. It's just G-forces, right? Not like getting the bends from diving, no? It's a mix of hypothermia, oxygen deprivation, and adrenaline-based exhaustion. We take what little strength we have to haul ourselves to an inn and spend a coin to lie down. 1015. And, yes, this does mean I can visit my daughters every week. But I try not to, because I want them to be able to fly solo. Operative word here being try. They need good, hot meals, and it's cold up here. 1020. Okay, I feel healthy enough to resume operations. It takes me a minute to find the safe house, and I knock. Who is it? I hear someone, Delphine, ask from behind the closed door. It's me. Ned Flanders. The door opens. You know that's not going to work all the time, right? Delphine says with a sigh. Come in. So I do. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything to hide here. The safe house is literally just a regular house that they purchased so Atra and Alma can go to school. They're not in right now, incidentally. The code? I hate using the wind caller name unless I have to, so I just make one up. There's no code, it's just Delphine listening to my voice. Well, as you can see. She motions to a very soft bed which contains one Arya. The proud, returning warrior. The house is heated via a soulstone, a cooking fire, and various ways to retain heat while also ensuring proper ventilation. I put my tricks upon it and Winterhold construction is pretty solid. Arya's basically just in her underwear, sinking into the bed, half asleep. The ultimate image of relaxation. Seriously. Delphine sighs again with a faint smile. The nerve. He. Arya waves at me. Mornin'. It's kind of disarming how. The only image I can draw is that she's a little like Putty right now, but I feel like that's slightly insulting. Like, she's criminally underdressed and lazing around in the open, taking up a lot of space and behaving in an unapologetically unprofessional manner. Either way, she's comfy. Good morning, Arya. Arya's cute no matter what she does, but post life or death Arya is especially cute. How was your trip? Pain in the ass. Arya laughs. Black Reach really messes with my bearings. Finding my left foot from my right was near impossible. She sits up. I really should have thought about that. I took a magnet down there during testing and it went nuts, hence the wire. Either way, I'm glad you're safe and sound. Arya holds her arms out. Yes, yes. We give her a hug. She's usually very reserved, so the difference between well-rested Arya and tuckered-out Arya is jarring. I know she knows, but I don't know if she is able to care. Regardless. Delphine brings me to the side room where she kept Arya's stripped-down gear. You made this, so you'll have a better idea of what she did with it. She says. But in my eyes, it was not an easy trip. No kidding. The backpack is smashed in completely, the lifeline rope which I made with spun steel, mine is snapped, with maybe 2 or 3 meters remaining. Her swords, the ones that are here don't have blades anymore. One blade is badly bent despite what's remaining being 2 inches long. A hilt looks like it was used as a bludgeon. One hilt looks like its pommel was used to end a foe rightly. Everything is reasonably clean, with blood in the more hard-to-reach areas. Thank you, Delphine. The soulstones in the build all show significant stress damage. Overburn, looks like. Overburn, when a soulstone is being forced to quickly accept and discharge large amounts of mana in an incredibly short amount of time. No scrolls came back with her, no potions, either. Safe to say that she probably did a lot of scavenging and pillaging when fighting, too. Being the Dragonborn sucks, hey? No wonder she wants to sleep in. Thus. I stick around and cook lunch and dinner. Delphine's here as a minder, but realistically she has her own objectives to accomplish and, for a chef she's very Spartan, and pudding, Arya is all about having large amounts of tasty food. For the record, this pudding mode doesn't show up often, but when it does it leaves an impression. The first time we saw it was YAI back when in Whiterun, and all she did then was sleep all day. Probably because the house was cold. So when did she first start, pudding mode? Or, rather, when did you first notice? Mark Arth, I think? I was kind of busy so I didn't pay a lot of attention. She kept getting food delivered to her room, which was kind of a tell, but that was more or less just between the kitchen staff and her, so. Either way, it makes sense, the Bell is the first building we had that had comprehensive heating, so she could laze around without needing to bundle up. Also, to point out the obvious, this is only after she's badly spent, and that level of total exhaustion doesn't come often. Anyways, this is her condition now. I assume it's kind of a mental recuperation technique, since the length of her mode directly correlates to how hard she had to work. In other words, I'll probably be here for a week if not for my flying wolfness. We fly her back to the mansion early next morning. With her grumbling the entire way. It's not that she can't do amazing Dragonborn things while being putty, she just doesn't want to. Anyway, her mood improves dramatically once we're back at the mansion, because the entire mansion is heated, so she can wander around however she pleases. I forgot about the new kids. Who's that? Mage B asks upon seeing Arya wander around during lunch. A new guest. She's wearing a very lightweight sundress to wander around, and even that took some bargaining. She insinuated that she would rather wander around naked. Clothing is just uncomfortable at the moment. Makes me wonder if her dragonbornness has something to do with it. She's incredibly pretty. Mage A says. Actually, thinking about it, all the girls in this mansion are incredibly pretty, down to the servants. He glares at me. Why me? She's a friend and a werewolf old hand, currently recuperating after a long time down in Blackreach. That place does make people go mad. Mage C nods. I understand her position. We watch Arya get into, then subsequently get kicked out of, the kitchen. Mad, yet. She then demands a hug from the nearest person, which happens to be Alfred. He obliges with haste. Arya's hugs are best when you have the initiative. If you choose not to give her said hug, she will hug you instead. Pudding Arya is not fussy about whether she causes damage or not so long as she gets what she wants. So, not to hammer the point home again or whatever, but, like, I made her underwear to her specifications and they're eye candy, to me especially. She knows what she's like when she's like this, and, as far as I can tell, it does affect her standard personality when she goes back to normal. She's also significantly less reserved about what she wants and cares far less about what her strength does to people. I'm filing it under the dragonness of her blood coming out when she's too drained to keep it in check, but, yet. I don't know. Eye candy is neat, less when there's a sense of a bomb in the background. Either way, it takes a week for her to go back to normal. Once she does, though. Hey, question. We've just finished breakfast. Yet. Arya shuffles her feet. Out of curiosity. You know how Jake once said something about, what was it? Bad feeling? Maybe? Arya is being rather fidgety. She takes a bit to find the words. Ecological stability. Bad feeling. Yes. What about it? Blackreach is, like, an ecology thing, right? Very bad feeling. I think so, yes. How much damage can an ecology take before, bad things start to happen? Arya, no. It takes a bit of questioning. But, yet. Arya, in an effort to not die in Blackreach, killed her way through a significant chunk of everything around her. For obvious reasons it's hard to get an estimate from up here, but it's probably safe to say that there's a few square miles of Blackreach where there are only corpses. Correction, Arya made a tower of corpses and it apparently reached the ceiling. Okay then. I don't have experience in that field, Jake has no experience in that field, none of us knows what kind of downstream effects it will have, so, yet. I assume a corpse pyramid rotting out in an enclosed space is a bad deal all around, but. I mean, it's a good, refresher, of the place, right? Arya says nervously. I pat her head. Whatever works for you. Since we will be blamed if shit goes to pot, for the sake of plausible deniability I shall scrub this information from my memory and we shall never talk about it again. Incidentally. Some days later. During a break in training the new kids. Hey, Arya. Do you have any new clues about how to get to the Elder Scroll? No. My uniques didn't work in Blackreach. Arya says. But I do have a suggestion. Arya's referring to her innate abilities as uniques per our suggestion, like the waypoint markers in the game. I can locate objects over great distances provided that I know what they look like and their state. If we can find another Elder Scroll to compare then maybe. We don't even have one, though. So, do you know where we can get another Elder Scroll? She chuckles in response. Honestly, I mean, I know the series is called The Elder Scrolls, so, again, more than one. I played through the Oblivion storyline once but I don't remember if a scroll was actually involved. Jake, I think he got more hours in Oblivion than me, but he also didn't really do main story shenanigans past Kvatch. Also, and let's be real, it's been a couple of rather exciting years since our computer game days. We did write down as much as we knew, but with all the moving around, our records are incomplete. So, yeah, I don't know. That said, we bring this issue to Jake to get a second opinion. It probably stands to reason that something as important as an Elder Scroll would be kept in the Imperial capital. Jake says. The question is more, are they willing to give us that access? He side-eyes me. The response is a shrug. We've theory crafted on this before, based on the idea that if there's more than one they'd be important, and important to the Empire means being well guarded. All scenarios in which we decide to take action first tend to be not ideal. Thus I decided to leave it to Arya to pose the question first. Better she ask about other Elder Scrolls after looking for one than, say, me doing it at random. Arya thinks on it. I assume that, considering how the Empire is handling the war, they wouldn't give access until Alduin knocks on their front door. She sighs. And by then it'd be too late. Also, I assume they'll give us better access for a Dragonborn, but that comes with its own complications. I don't remember if she explicitly called herself a Dragonborn in front of us. Arya simply nods in response. Jake's response is somewhat non-committal. I mean, we can start working on that angle. Esbern said he would be okay with going back to the capital and pulling on some of his old threads, it's only the Thalmor that he has to worry about again. Surely nothing can go wrong there. So that's one angle. Arya sighs. Well then, how's it going with regards to the killing dragons department? She asks me. Slow. I admit. I have a few weapons that do work, but they work under extremely specific circumstances. Yes, the giant railgun murderized the dragon, but, insert caveats here. She has a slight smile. So would you prefer if I snuck into the Imperial capital, or if I stayed here and helped you? Yes, Ash, what would you prefer? Jake echoes in the most annoyingly coy tone. Fuck you both. Also. Stay. Arya gives an exaggerated salute. Yes sir. Lady. I need somebody to watch the house as I go handle some other stuff. Arya narrows her eyes. Oi. What? I have cards too, you know. Also that is like the worst part of having out-of-context knowledge. Like I know Arya's the Dragonborn, but I can't ask to confirm because it'll get real awkward if she didn't tell us ahead of time. You should keep a journal. I should, but I keep forgetting. Anyways. If Arya doesn't kick your ass when we go home, I'm calling the cops, cause somebody swapped her. The two of us Jake have departed to handle the Potma issue. If Arya kicks my ass I expect you to take over development. It's been 3 weeks since the start of the chapter. The most obvious reason is that, by virtue of us both having some memory of how the quest goes, it's just faster with the two of us. Apart from all the OPSEC issues with Arya being so noticeable. Also, this lets us do some of the harder adjustments without having any outside eyes. Arya is trusted, incredibly so, but there are some explanations that are just too hard to do. I mean, if the House of Cards starts falling, how much do you trust someone after they say we only stuck with you because you're an important person in a work of fiction? And how much do you trust someone when they even lie about that part? As such, we're currently riding hard towards the first abnormality site, that one dungeon. The one with the crown. Last we checked, the place had incredible magical energy built up after we removed said crown. Jake was / apprehensive. I'm most worried that, if the site is punishing traitors or betrayers or whatever, then we're gonna get there and see that the energy is completely gone. If it is, we go to Solitude. Yes, it's not guaranteed that she's there, no, we have no other guesses. It takes an hour or so, and we make it to the site. Ash, the bullet train. Jake grins. Alright, let's see what we got. It's currently in the not snowy season, so the entrance, which is just a ditch, is still a ditch, except now it's a muddy, abandoned mess. Like the last time we visited, the secondary entrance, the Iron Gate, is still closed. Hey. Okay, that's new. Jake mutters. Not unusual, though. We fly down to the secondary entrance. Jake lifts the gate, breaking its locking mechanism in the process, and we let it drop behind us. I'm gonna have to reverse engineer the lock if I want to cover our tracks, hey? Inside the dungeon, backtracking, the path has returned to its muddy slidey slope-winess, with only some of the staircases present. The stone makeshift staircase built from the tower is still present, though. That being said, this place feels really empty. Magically speaking. Jake agrees. Probably not a good sign. We enter the throne room. Well. Hello there, old friend. Above us is the bluish cloud of, I think it was ghosts? In front of us is the Dragra Overlord, alive and kicking. He's unarmed, though. I guess weapons don't respawn. Upon detecting our entry, wisps of energy descend from the cloud and form into a battleaxe in the Dragra's hands. Hey. Neat. Dope. Jake agrees, and does not unsheath his sword. Fuzz. The Dragra suddenly has a fist inside its skull. A-tata-tata-tata-tata. Jake is Fist of the North starring the Dragra. Triple A-ta. The Overlord has been punched into a fine mist. You are already dead. Wow. We clap. Slightly condescendingly. His ATAs didn't go high enough. B+. Now then, what about this energy above us? It's giving off a fairly strong magical signature, but nothing that stands out. I wonder. We reach up at the cloud, and allow our magic power to mix with it. It starts descending. Magic, it's a force, of a kind. So if physical force is able to record history, then magical force might be able to do something similar. I mean, a smushed dinosaur is a part of history, if only a little bit. If you go insane, Jake says as the power starts to flow into mine. I will happily deal your last rites. Ha! Deal. A small amount of power gathers into our hands. As it swirls, the rest vanish from view. I feel kinda lightheaded. Can you carry me outside? And there's a lot of pounding on my temples. I need to sit down. Yeah, man. Jake carries us outside, where the gate is still closed. He sets us down on some dried furs and creates a fire. I also create a barrier over the gate so it retains heat better. Now, time to chew on this. It takes the better part of 3 hours. Well, per my expectations, nothing tremendous came up. In some ways it was like looking at memories, except it's, seconds of time with no context set over God knows how long. I do have a lingering sense of loss, though. Incidentally, whatever the power is, it's gone now. I assume it's gone back to the throne room, since I can feel it swirling around underground. My greatest hope was that the energy that, to the best of my memory, had a wolf-like presentation and talked shit about traitors would allow me to link to Potma somehow and get her position. Oh well, no outcome beats bad outcome. Next up, solitude. Next up, home. Much better. It's on the way anyway. Also, I had to push back the lessons for the kids for the day, so it'd be bad to miss it. And how are they coming along? Arya helps beat the fear of God into them. Jake is able to beat the fear of God into them too, but because he's flashier it's easier to accept that he has more talent. Still, they're coming along well. Next day. To solitude. Actually neither of us remembers whether if there was an intermediate stage between Potma coming back from necromancers to Potma showing up underneath the city, so, go us. Also, more pragmatically, if we need to bust our way into a temple there's really no way for us to hide that. Sure, I can hide the fact that we need to do some damage, but us being there in the first place is a little. Well, it is what it is. Might as well do some sightseeing. We reach Solitude a little after noon, on the far side of the river. It can be cleared in one jump with the wolf if I felt really brain dead about it. And yet, why are we on this side of the river? Because I wanted to clear it in one jump with the wolf and get inside the city. I mean Kmin. Flying wolf. So, with that out of the way, we debate our options for a while, then decide that the best thing to do is just to take the path of least resistance. Thus, we sit and wait until dusk, then fly via our own perks into the city. Less we both fly and more princess carry by Jake. We lost that round of rock paper scissors. The less we trigger the Thalmor the better, honestly. Still, solitude after dark is not exactly pleasant. Street lighting is restricted to those with an interest to light the streets, and that's not everyone. The lack of lighting would be good for us if not for the fact that we need a place to be, and everywhere that's open and legal has Thalmor presence. Ergo, we slum it up in the poor people places. The important part is to be inside the walls, the rest we can handle, no problem. Next morning, we switch out into less noticeable clothing, somewhere along the lines of a low-elf shopkeeper, and go out to mingle. The goal is to hit as many temples as we can and see if we can pick up any signs of magical energy. It would be faster if we split up, but Jake's only trained his magic detection to the point of guarding against incoming magic, so it's not exactly a religious day today. Temples tend to have days where they have service, and it depends heavily on the temple and their availability. For example, Danica never has service days because she's so busy teaching healing or using it all the time, while that guy in Whiterun would have service every day. Loudly. Last time we were in Solitude we didn't really tangle with the temples, so, yay. Alternatively we can hunker down and observe for a few days, but the timing is a concern. The more we linger the higher the risk of us getting found out. I mean, yeah, we can just ignore the issue entirely and just let the Thalmor accuse us again if they want to, but, at this point both of us have been around Skyrim politics long enough to know that the Thalmor are the masters of surprise actions. Like, either we can spend the time doing this now, or we can spend our time 3 months later fighting off all of Skyrim. I don't want to do the latter. Too much effort. Thus, we spend the day visiting the temples in the Temple District. We're now done visiting the temples in the Temple District. Neither of us know what we're looking for. Going from body language and idle chatter, whatever the issue Potma might pose, the people working at the temple and its visitors are not aware, or do not care enough. We saw no ranking clerics of any temples in attendance, because it's just not one of those days. No Thalmor or Empire, captains. Middle managements. Either. So that's nice. The next place we can look are the catacombs of the city, but those are off limits to everybody who isn't a party member of the recently deceased or a family member of the long deceased. As in, if there's a funeral, we can go in and pay respects if they're hosting a party along with it, otherwise, gotta have the clout. Necromancy is not illegal. You can bless a corpse to make it unraise-able, but at the same time, you can also dispel or unbless a bless. Can't curse a bless, though, which is kinda weird. Think of a curse as having both a drain HP and boost HP status effect, while unbliss is the removal of the boost HP effect. Either way, not getting in easily. Jake's spitballing a solution. I mean, we can talk to Maple and see if she'll let us in as accompaniment. Maple is a local brothel matron, one of the newer contacts of my spy network. Doubt it. We've only become acquainted in the past month. The risk is also way skewed for her. Based on our intel, she visits the catacombs once a week. She is nowhere near rich or influential enough to avoid getting shanked in a dark alley if things go badly. Continuing spitballing. Maybe she'll lend us one of her girls for that. Kind of a stretch? Also probably will get that girl killed. A non-zero amount of girls in Maple's brothel have, checkered histories, and some should have family lines with enough wealth to have been interred, so it's not a terrible idea. We can wait for the group that stopped the original issue to get involved. I believe it was reported as being solved by the Imperial military. Rumors say different, though. Jake nods. And get, what, more than one person killed without solving the problem. Ha. You don't know that. I believe it though. It all comes down to if Potma's release is a joint Empire-Thalmor problem. If it is, it'll get sorted and whatever fallout afterwards is entirely political. If it isn't, then things get sticky. Similarly, if the credit for the solution goes to the Thalmor, then they have a pretty useful stick to beat people with. Also, wasn't Potma a queen? A monarchy runs on claims, right? Claims to the throne? So what happens to the throne if a person gets, undead, has agency, and a claim? We have a brief imagined spot where the necromantic energy of Potma is in a modern court, Ace Attorney style, arguing about her rights to the throne. I mean, I don't think the currently existing empire will give a shit, but, yeah, there are just so many cans of worms involved with Potma that would only come to a head 10, 20 steps from now. It might not affect me directly, but after those steps it most likely will. Ugh. This is why heroes always arrive after the plot kicks off. It's so much easier to solve a problem after it's happened than trying to preempt something before it blows up. Like, how much time should I spend on this? What's my allocation of resources? If I stay here, am I going to attract attention from home? It's so much more complex than just having to rush bosses. Ugh. Alright, complaining over. We don't know where the issue is, though we have a reason to believe that it's going to be a matter within the catacombs. So getting into the catacombs without being detected is priority 1. We also don't know how the catacombs are serviced, so straight up replacing my way past the walls is almost certainly going to result in getting caught. Divine power is also a thing, and I'm still not entirely sure how divinity interacts with magic and so on, so forth. I've been visiting the Falkreath temples every so often. There's an odd feeling in the air, but I don't know if that's just in my head or if it is an actual reaction of some sort. We hang out around the catacomb entrance for a bit. It's probably the oddest structure in the temple area. So, Solitude is basically built on a giant platform, with its north-northwest side hugging the mountain range. The catacombs, I assume, go underground and into the mountain regions, because otherwise there just isn't space. Now, that said, in-game it was a rabbit hole and a pretty long dungeon, and I can imagine that it would be less ignored in the real world. Or maybe more ignored. Depends on how much people want the area to be used for dark necromantic bullshit, I guess. Like, yes, she's an old queen who's hated by the people, but magic is as normal as physics, and it makes zero sense that the area would not be curated constantly to keep bad magic away. The catacomb entrance, therefore, is a lot bigger on the inside. It's as close to the wall as it can possibly be. It's not guarded in the traditional sense, but everybody who works inside hangs out in the reception room, and there's only one of those, so. And, again, without knowing their routines, replacing into the paths will cause complications. It is what it is. We stay in Solitude for 2 more days. There are groundwork spy stuff I can do despite not being here officially, so that's a plus. Unfortunately, everything I can produce is flashy and unique enough to be pinned onto Warwolf with a fairly high success rate, so I can't do that. Maple tried to get us to make some outfits for her girls for work. I did give her comfy nightgowns as a compromise, so it works out. That said, today is day 3, and being away from home base any more than this will raise questions. 1,300 hours. Boom. Everybody's attention is immediately drawn to the sound of the explosion. Oh look, it's the catacombs. Oh fuck, it's the catacombs. We are a fair distance from the locale, perched on the roof of Maple's brothel. From here, we can see that there's a thingy-mabob of purple electrical energy some distance above the catacombs. It is coalescing, I think. I assume this can mean nothing good. The purple energy, wound tightly around a skull, grows into a vaguely humanoid shape. A vaguely human shape of a woman plus a purple cloak of pure energy. I'd say she's vain, but it's rude to judge. Is she a lich now? Ghost lich? The purple energy, Potma, stabilizes and starts taking fire from mages on the ground. It's almost all lightning magic. I think the mages recognize that lightning is getting absorbed, since they switched over to fire and ice impressively quickly. Still, Potma is a small target and she has the freedom of three-dimensional movement, so spells that aren't hitskin like shock don't make contact, and spells trimmed to go quickly seem to be unable to overpower her presence. This is a pickle, especially because we're, you know, officially not here. Fuck it. Jake. Jake nods. We can push it out of the city and beat the shit out of it there. He starts flying. Help me out. Same wavelength? Same wavelength. Aye. I start flying. Third-person camera. The spirit of Potma, currently flying some 30 feet above Solitude, is not a lich. Rather, it is just a bundle of raw power that Potma has chosen to send. For the past 2 days, Ash had been raking the catacomb areas with his magic power, and the inquisitiveness of his intent was not lost upon his spell. Ergo, Potma knew someone was actively searching for her specifically, and had sent this overly complex bomb into the sky to hopefully distract it from her real body. She was not weak, not by any stretch of the imagination, but being killed once does cause a person to gain a measure of caution. Our coarse, energy it may be, the spirit is still born from her, and shares her combat sense and capabilities to a degree. She's so damn fast. One Thalmor mage grumbles, his ice spears making no contact. Having no shock magic is surprisingly difficult. His light tone is entirely due to him having zero sense of danger. Potma fires a bolt of shock his way. He blocks it with a ward. Showy, but not much power. The mage smirks. If it was alive I'd be convinced it's trying to divert our attention from something. He glances towards the damaged catacomb entrance. Maybe there's still something there? Lieutenant. His lieutenant grunts. What? I recommend we send a team into the catacombs. There might be something there that this ghost wants us to avoid. The lieutenant's reply is a dismissive grunt. Denied. Oh well. The mage shrugs in his head. Not my problem. Suddenly, Potma is rammed by something fast. Flanked as they were by the builds around their narrow street, Potma disappears from their sight extremely quickly. What was that? The lieutenant demands. Looks like something hit it. The mage says, frowning slightly. I thought they would have just gone home. Might be headed towards the mountains. The lieutenant sighs, his voice a mix of relief and annoyance at not getting a kill. Makes our lives easier. He sees his captain coming, and is significantly more annoyed. Fuck. His captain arrives, slightly winded from his short jog. Lieutenant, you are to take your men and hunt down that apparition. The lieutenant can't help but note how tight the captain's armor is around his midsection. If that is indeed the ghost of Potma, then we stand to gain heavily from the credit of its kill. As you command. The lieutenant says with extreme, forced professionalism. Form up, we're heading out. His squad forms up into 2 columns of 5, and they march dutifully towards the gate. 5 minutes away from the captain, the Thalmor mage notices that their path veers away from the gate and towards a nearby inn. Lieutenant. The lieutenant, despite his face being covered by the Thalmorian elven helmet, projects an air of supreme indifference. Per the captain's orders, the Thalmor will get the credit for the removal of Potma, and the gratitude of the Empire. The mage scowls. With all due respect, sir, there are exactly 2 wielders of arcane power in all of Skyrim who can fly. We have our orders. Their orders were to ensure that all magic support within the Empire came from the Thalmor, and to kill everybody else via accidents, or at least remove them from play. Ash and Jake, for all of their care, are not trained spies. Their disguises could fool a guard, but there was nothing they could do against those experienced in infiltration and espionage. Anybody with any presence of mind, and the mage considers himself extremely well endowed in that regard, could piece together exactly who interfered in that fight just now. The lieutenant could not have cared one whit. The Thalmor will be credited with Potma's removal from Skyrim. He opens the door to the inn. That is all. His ego aside, the mage is not all that jazzed about the prospect of going after 2 men of incredible power. Figuring that he did his due diligence, he shrugs and follows the lieutenant into the bar. After all, if their orders are to ensure that the Thalmor gets the credit, then their job is already done. As the captain gives the orders to the lieutenant, up in the air Jake was busy body slamming the ghost of Potma and pushing her from the city. The pair separates around 5 miles northwest of Solitude. Fucking thing has no body. Jake grumbles, and goes into high-speed maneuvering to evade the shocks being flung at him. Ash. Ash is half a mile away complaining to himself about Jake's fly speed. Jake notices. Oh, right. He sights Potma and throws a knife. It meets no resistance as it zips through the ghost, but the ghost recoils as if it took damage. Okay, that's weird. Jake mutters as he circles the ghost. Really wish we figured out a line of communication before doing this. Ash sighs as he gets into combat range. Beggars, choosers. He lands, puts his hand on a tree, and replaces a crossbow into existence. Ash fires at Podma. Again, the bolt meets no resistance, but the ghost reacts to the hit. Okay, that's weird. Ash muses and puts a wall of dirt between him and Podma. I vaguely remember being able to just wail on the thing in-game. Podma's counterattack fizzles on his wall of dirt. Seeing his line of attack free, Jake pulls his greatsword and charges right in. He slashes the ghost. It comes apart in halves, obviously recoils in pain, and then throws shocks at him. That looks very lich-y. Ash notes, and starts concentrating magical power. Jake, sensing the sudden increase of power, flies low and close to the ground while throwing knives at Podma. Podma, being hurt, chases after Jake and allows itself to be dragged low to the ground, until Ash's line of attack has no chance of continuing into the sky. Satisfied, Jake maneuvers Podma between him and Ash, taking a few hits in the process, and then slams into Podma again with a wall of wind. Having no physical form, Podma is buffeted towards Ash. Boom boom. Ash says as a chant, and his collected power explodes in a fanning carpet of blue flames. It coats Podma, evaporating the ghost, and does nothing else. About 10 seconds later, the entire area bursts into flame. Too hot. Too hot. Jake yells, half joking. Ash encircles the burned area with a massive ward, and the fire dies down in short order. First-person camera. Alright, that was easy. That was easy. Jake says. Think we got tricked, hoodwinked, and possibly bamboozled. I mean. I gesture to the large patch of severely burned land. Honestly? Yes. Hey. Jake scratches his beard. I remember there being one last step after Podma dies. He taps his forehead. Well, if it's one additional step after a fight, then design-wise it would be a move task, yet. As in, a task where the player is expected to go from A to B. Like reporting back? Makes sense. I don't remember if there would be an item involved. Well, I mean. We head back to the catacombs. All attention is focused upon the catacombs, so we take high into the sky and observe with spy glasses. It looks like Imperial and Thalmor troops are making their way in, along with clerics. So, probably a comprehensive search. Whether if they find something or not, we're not needed here anymore, I think. Either way, no entry for us. Time to go. Jake mutters. I nod. We fly to the marshes east of Solitude, then summon a giant wolf and return to Falkreath at full speed. A week after. As expected, the Thalmor took credit for the kill. Everybody expected them to, nobody believed that they did. Interesting. Falkreath has its own Thalmor presence, and they should be aware that I'm running a training camp at this point. They've taken no action, and my network suggests that no action is in the pipeline. Brynjolf? We're working together, but he's more focused on actions that counter the Thieves Guild than our stuff. Hence the Warwolf-specific spy network. A large part of it is because the Thieves Guild seems to be making some inroads into Falkreath. Maybe the Assassin's Guild, too. At least one instance of the guilds, Thingy? The summoning circle, has been found. Jake burned the Night Mother to the ground, though, so, however that pans out, I suppose. Either way. Next on our agenda is, basically, more waiting. The Empire is licking their self-inflicted wounds. The Stormcloaks are making some fairly significant gains, to the tune of threatening Whiterun again. The Thalmor are busy rubbing their hands together and being evil. If there's an emergency summon, then we'll go and defend Whiterun again, because obviously one tornado isn't enough. Otherwise, the goal for me right now is to make sure Arya can fly. My theoretical prototyping is finished, or close to it, so I can move on to my actual prototyping of the gear that she'll be using. So, yay? =+=+===. Author notes. I escaped Factorio. And have discovered Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Help me. And Momin. Help me. And emulators for the phone. Chapter 30, Experiencing Being Nobility. =+++===. Jake got stabbed. We're at the mansion, there was a party, it was crowded, some dude stabbed him. There was blood. Then the same dude tried to stab him a second time. I think Jake flexed his blood and broke the knife? I'm not entirely sure. He didn't get to pull away before he got dogpiled. Being captured by Warwolf is unpleasant, if I do say so myself. The poor assassin sits, tied to a chair. All of their senses pinched. If it weren't for the sobbing, I would have liked to interview the man on what it feels like to have absolutely no sense of, among other things, touch. Must be wild. Like, pure darkness, no hearing, restrained, but can't feel restraints, sitting, but can't feel the chair, can't feel clothes, crying, but can't feel the tears. I did pump him for information via charms before setting him up, but assassins are weirdly professional in that he doesn't know who did it, just that some middle-aged man made the request. Still. Does the Assassin's Guild care about loose ends? Yes? No? I mean, they're weirdly omniscient in-game, so it's probably safe to say that they have some shenanigans going on. I mean, if the dude doesn't go home with the mission rewards, it's a pretty clear sign that something went wrong. Well, that aside. The biggest thing that this little debacle has shown is that, well, we're still in need of a good, comprehensive anti-stabbing solution. Like, yes, if the first hit isn't significant, then no subsequent hits go through, but... Magic? Magic, I mean, I still take super critical damage from magic, but at this point I'm surrounded by a layer of wards that I maintain with the same regularity as breathing, so there's that. Have you considered crafting an enchanted item to deal with the issue? Fuck me. Running. For the record, the thought struck me in the dead of night and I scared a lot of people when I went stomping into my shed/workshop, so there's that. No, I haven't considered the technical aspect of just crafting a fucking ring of goober, but hey, never a bad time to start. It's been a year and then some. I'm so embarrassed. And like this comes on the heels of me not making any enchanted gear for Aria's dungeon trip either, so not only am I embarrassed, I'm also feeling significantly guilty. The price of not practicing a trade for a long time, I know, but hell. It's not like I haven't done any enchanting, but, yet. 1 week later. And my first trick is this immensely bad idea. It's a ring with a pinkish colored gemstone. Experiment number 1, getting reacquainted with magic, enchanting, and learning how to weave it along with more biological aspects of the body. I call it the Ring of Horny. I did not know it was the Ring of Horny until Teenram got her hands on it. Weaker types and variants, such as the Ring of Stiffness, are planned to be, manufactured and sold to the brothel network, because when it comes to certain nobles with big purses, acting can only get the girls so far. To clarify, I've been using magic to make things and have created things that rely on magic to work, but those are blacksmith items, not enchant items, if that makes sense. Like, that giant sword Jake used, the warship cleaver, works by using magic to squish steel molecules closer together, via spending magic to offset the energy costs of dealing with physics. It's an experiment, like all things I've made. An experiment that works. Or, to put it in a different way, we're considering all items so far as blacksmith items because, even with the help of magic, they were specifically designed to provide a physics-based solution, whereas an enchanted item would provide a magic-based one. It's not like I have anything important going on, so I might as well put my back into this when not teaching. Speaking of other things though. Emperor Titus Medes in Skyrim, will be in Skyrim about 2 weeks from now. I don't really know why, but the attempted assassination on Jake's life has made us a bit jumpy. Again, it's been years and we don't remember the storyline too well, but assassinating the Emperor is definitely one of those missions, so metagaming reasons aside, this is also worthy of notice because we've been recommended by Sid and other nobles that it would be a really good idea to attend. Like, a good reason apart from the diplomatic clout that comes with being able to talk to the Emperor. From what we know of Titus, he doesn't seem like much of a party person, so, I mean, if we should be there we might as well be there. In solitude, some 2 weeks later. I mean, is there a benefit to having the Emperor assassinated? Regardless of how much people like or dislike him, a power vacuum is a power vacuum, and I don't know if I want to have yet another thing play out in the background as we slowly chew into the Alduin problem. Anyways, participating in this event is me, Jake, and Tiana. The other T-sisters more or less did not want to go, and we would have needed to drag Arya kicking and screaming into another party. Tiana therefore is the compromise. I need somebody to shadow Jake just in case, and of the people in the inner circle, who wants to go, she has the most political experience. In my case, I borrowed 4 girls from Maple, dressed them up slightly, and had them planted in the party as servants and ears. Which means, Maple had some girls hired into the party as servants and I co-opted them into being pseudo-spies with a fairly large donation of money. Let's not pretend who really has the clout here, I suppose. Anyways, the party is being held in one of the wings of the Blue Palace. Incidentally, the Blue Palace is relatively similar to how it is in-game, size scale-ups aside. The throne room is immediately accessible from the entrance, and it's plenty guarded and watched from multiple angles. The real difference are the parts of the palace inaccessible to non-palace personnel, and the wing that we're currently in somewhere between the palace and the roped-off area for that one quest is large, with many rooms, many hallways, and is functionally an isolated section of the palace for entertaining guests. There are as many guards here as there are guests, it feels like. There's a level of social and political finesse needed to navigate an event like this and I don't have it. Jake's better at it by virtue of being more socially well-adjusted, but, again, Falkreath is kind of a backwater as far as Empire Cloud is concerned, and it shows. As such, it's maybe, day 3 of 5, before we're in position enough to actually get a word in with the Emperor. The party is over multiple days, with each day being more or less separated between a meet and greet event and the actual schmoozing. He's an aged Imperial, well dressed in finery, and has a friendly if reserved demeanor. Immediate judgment says that he does want to be here, just under different circumstances. Ah, you must be the wind callers. The Emperor says. Friendly if formal. I have heard of your exploits, and the Arcane University speaks highly of you. He directs the last bit at me. Long life to you, your highness. Jake says. Friendly, formal, deferential, as he is supposed to be. We wind callers are graced by your visit, and thank you for your kind words. He nods to me. Our strength exists to serve the Empire. The Emperor nods. Your words bring me much hope for the future of Skyrim, Jake Windcaller. We all know it's posturing, but hey, that's how the game is played. When the meet and greet is done, we move on to the schmoozing. Since we've now been formally introduced to the Emperor, it was now viable for other major nobles to talk to us. There's shenanigans and rules that go with court, like all social gatherings. My first opponent is an older member of the Arcane University, likely top brass of some kind. I don't know what branch specifically because politics. Ash Windcaller. He says with all the tone of somebody picking a fight. I'm the lesser noble here, so. That's me. I face him and politely bow. To whom do I owe the pleasure? You may address me as Magister Sable. The man says. I would like to congratulate you on your title of Honorary Warlock, as delayed as it may be. He smiles slightly. Sable is being serious. I think he's fucking with me. Thank you. It was unexpected, to be honest. Oh. Sable raises an eyebrow. Did you believe that your accomplishments did not merit such an honor? Sable does consider it an honor. He grew up in those political circles. I think he's being sarcastic, it's a touch hard to tell. I do not know how the university ranks merit. I shrug. It was surprising due to the speed of the reaction. Ah. Sable nods. Certainly, news of magics tends to travel at magical paces. He smiles again, briefly. I come to you today to ask of you another matter. Sable's body language is, if not necessarily friendly, then at least non-hostile. It's business. Should I treat him like an enemy? He's certainly starting to sound like one. I'm all ears. Sable shows some excitement. If I heard correctly, the Windcallers are able to fly. Well, all things considered that's not surprising. I hesitate to call it flight. I shrug. But we have some element of omnidirectional movement. Show me. Sable asks/commands. Dude is geeking out, I feel. Dude is totally geeking out. With that, we move to the garden outside, one of the gardens outside. Roof garden? Balcony garden? Some kind of outdoor garden area. Now, both of us have perk-based flight, but I also have magic-based flight, because I like having excuses just in case. It's not very impressive, mind, 2 tubes of skin spells and raw magic power get forced out on one end. It looks like those videos where people hover over the ocean via spraying water at high speeds. It's not what I used against Potma, but I'm not going to bring out all the cool toys here. We fly, somewhat shakily, up to the nearest roof level and do a few spins around the small garden. Anyways, the show ends and I land. Considering the recent issue in Solitude, I hope you'll forgive me for not showing you something flashier. I bow again to Sable. Oh, hardly. Sable waves me off. Thank you for showing me something that the university could never hope to match. Oh. I've heard that you are one of the candidates for training new Battlemiches in Skyrim, independent of the Thalmorian influences. Super oh. I have high expectations for you. Reason for oh, the Thalmor are of course in attendance. While I understand that we are of different minds, a Thalmorian noble says. There is no need for such talk. After all, are we not allies? Brothers in arms against the incivility within Skyrim. Incivility. Sable smirks. Truly. If looks could kill. I wonder how high he has to be that blasé about not having to kiss Thalmor ass. Either way, I now like him a lot more than when this started. While we're doing this, Jake is doing more standard Skyrim stuff, with a little more physicality to it. In some ways, it's easier to tell a person's personality after a good arm wrestle. The party goes on and both of us make some good contacts. Nothing of any real value, but good tidbits here and there. Of worth is that Titus's son is coming of age soon. Did he have any children in canon? I don't remember. Don't think so? I mean, well, I was gonna say he wanted to die but I don't think that's accurate, there wasn't a fight, right? Something for the good of the Empire, please make it quick? In the Dark Brotherhood line? So, yeah, Dude hasn't really given up on life, so having kids is not that weird. Does that mean he's still going to get willingly assassinated? HRM. That aside, the Imperial Court, and Cyrodiil in general, is fairly ambivalent about the civil war. Like, yeah, the people don't like hearing about how the legions are getting smushed up north, but it's not as if it's their home legions, so any concern is mainly performative for other people to see. There have been sightings of dragons in Cyrodiil, which is understandable. The dragons have made no real actions against cities in Cyrodiil, and the closest that came to the city of Bruma was repelled with no real difficulty. Wonder why that is? The presence of dragons is also why the Emperor is here. Mind, Skyrim has the most complete records and histories when it comes to dealing with full dragons. That said, the Emperor himself is not here for dragons. The team responsible for that is elsewhere in the province. Hey! I wonder if this is why Sid made such an effort to get us to come here. For the record, we have not been quiet about our goals of dealing with Alduin any time the topic came up. We obviously know very little, and everything we have shared are the declassified bits, as in, can be traced by other people if they felt like it. For example, we disclosed how the dragons may be weak to a shout per our discoveries in Mark Arth, which can be traced by our ownership of the Rose Bell. Which, of course, means that at the tail end of this party, we're now sitting next to the Emperor and discussing dragons. The topic at hand is the Dovahkiin. If we had their help, I'm not actually sure how useful they would be. I finish off my previous point. Reaching the target, I see. The man on the Emperor's left, a veteran of the guard, says. You've thought about this in detail. Ballistae are no use. The woman on the Emperor's right asks. I think she's a Thalmor dignitary. Ballistae, they're at the fun spot where they lack the tracking against a high-speed close-range target and the range and stopping power at distance. For emphasis, I bring out a ball of light and smack a goblet into the air. Ideally. It swings and swings against the goblet, juggling it a little over the table with the hits. Something like that, but scaled up significantly. I don't know how often you hear this, Windcaller. The Thalmor says. But your magic control is splendid. She smiles. Our mages could learn from you. I sense daggers. Thank you. I nod. But, yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. Either dealing with range or dealing with speed. If we had the time, we'd love to visit your villa. The Thalmor says. It sounds like the bleeding edge of Skyrim technology. It wouldn't be the first. Another guest says, laughing. He looks vaguely familiar. The Windcallers were behind the Rose Bell, after all. In this hall of Cyrodiilic top dogs, that name has zero brand recognition. Blank looks all around. I'm not familiar with the name. The Emperor says politely because man, the dude looks deflated. Is it a locality within Mark Arth? That's right. The man says, rallying. He goes into a fairly abridged version of how the Rose Bell came to be and a fairly lengthy praise of what it's doing now, so I assume he's a part of the owning family. I don't remember their name or his face. That's rather impressive. The Emperor says when the man is done. He's only vaguely interested, judging by his body language. You seem to be a man of many talents, Windcaller. Idle praise. Less my talent and more the talent around me. I nod to Jake. I remember the handoff being rather difficult. I talk a little about the handoff period, mostly about how difficult it was to find people. One of Maple's girls makes a gesture while in my peripheral vision. A warning? No points for guessing who should get priority. We, rather clumsily, direct the conversation to our enchanting efforts. Anybody familiar with wordplay and grammar, so, the entire table, can tell that we're doing it for a purpose. If you don't mind. I bring out a silver trinket. Tools of defense. The Thalmor lady gets it, examines it, nods, and hands it to the Emperor. I thank you for your consideration. The Emperor says, politely and politically. Boom. Well, that's not very assassination of you at all. 6 men clad in very obvious assassin-y clothes, plus stormcloak colors, charge into the room. For context, the room we're in has 3 long tables, set in a U shape. The Emperor is sitting dead center, facing the entrance. Jake and I are at the left table, a fair distance from him. There's one entrance, the one facing the Emperor. The assailants barge through the entrance and, yeah, this is an attack that was meant to fail. There are 8 guards in this room alone, not counting the rest of us that can fight. Also, Jake. Jake takes down one of the assassins and pins them to the ground. The guards move and intercept the rest, and none of them get close enough for the Emperor to even need to react. Megahum. You don't pull shit like this unless there's a follow-up. Apologies in advance, Your Highness. I say and snap my fingers. He gets covered by 5 layers of wards and skins. There's shenanigans afoot. Remember that ring Delphine showed you? The last time you were in solitude for a party? How do I counter chameleon? Shit. Monovision, go. Well, that's anticlimactic. There's a person-shaped glob of magical power sneaking around the side of the room. Sir Gavel. What? The veteran snaps. Your left, one hefty punch, please. The veteran blinks, and slugs the glob of mana. There's the sound of someone hitting the wall, and the nearest guard rushes and bear hugs the location. Someone is here. He yells. A mild scuffle later, and the man, minus a ring of invisibility/chameleon, is tied up and gagged. The man is, I don't feel like I would be doing him an injustice if I said he has a haircut, shirt, and pants. He's so bland it's uncanny. He's wearing completely immaculate leather armor that fits him perfectly, with no discerning marks whatsoever. My mental image of him is alternating wildly between expert assassin and civilian A, and that's definitely on purpose. Also he's dead. Poison pill. Healing. And now he's no longer dead, hope he doesn't have any brain damage. He's looking around, wide-eyed and confused. Hey. I tap him on the head for charm. Why are you here? We got paid a large amount of money to dress like stormcloaks and crash the party. The man says, his initial confusion dying down in favor of subsequent confusion. We were just told to go into the silver room and do a little carousing, that's all. Silver room, hey. The silver room is near on the other side of the map. Gavel says, incredulous. Lad, what in the hells are you talking about? They, man? He's still very covered by clothing. Hard to tell his age. That's not right, we have a map and it said the room is right here. At this point my charm wears off. Charm, I see. He seethes, and physically bites his tongue. I heal him up again. My guy, trust me when I say this. I can stop you from whatever the fuck you're trying to do to yourself, so be a good boy and talk. He spits out the blood from his tongue. I'll tell you nothing. There's a slight hint of a Thalmor accent. Gavel moves to flank the Thalmorian mage lady. Said mage lady looks absolutely furious. I sigh. The first one's a little rough. I tap his cheek. It paralyzes his mouth. I then tap his throat. It paralyzes his entire body. I learned this as a replacement for general anesthesia. Much more efficient than using 24 soul stones. I then tap his head. Then man, frozen, nevertheless flexes and becomes even stiffer. Fun fact about the human body, everything is a system, and all systems have parts. Understand the parts, and you understand how to subvert the system. From the smallest strand of hair on his head down to the nails of his feet. All pain receptors fire off with no counter-response, i.e. endorphins. Hurts like a bitch. Really the pain itself isn't much, it's just the lack of a defense mechanism that makes it significantly worse. I test it on myself, and as far as I'm concerned the worst part is the feeling of the body being totally bewildered at the lack of a self-defense response. After I determine that he's gone back to normal, I snap my fingers and the spells wear off. The man, rather understandably, backs away from me real quick. I smile at him. So, are we gonna play nice? In the end, he tells us everything he knows, no charm necessary. No additional torture necessary, either. Still, it is information gained under duress, so the jury's out on how reliable it is. Anyways. Everything he has said seems to have grounding and some evidence, about how they were just told to do a bit of roughhousing despite being given a false map. He's not an assassin, per se, more just a spy. The idea was to false flag an attack on the Emperor and pin it on the Stormcloaks. Which, you know, is a little odd, because the balance of power right now is even, if not a little on the Stormcloak side. The Thalmorian lady then helpfully, if angrily, pointed out that the Thalmor have factions who want different things. One of them, she assumes, is behind this. Conveniently they do not belong to her faction, but at. I assume, then, that the faction behind the attack is looking for a quick, if bloody, end to the Stormcloak rebellion, but that means they're both anti-imperial and pro-imperial at the same time. And that is silly. Like, the Empire consolidated and at its height is more than a match for the Thalmor. If this plan worked, it would throw the country into political disarray while focusing all of the Empire's military might on smushing the Stormcloaks. That results in a situation where the actors of the plan, the Thalmor, and the benefactors, probably also the Thalmor, have a very limited window to get stuff from the Empire, changing from their current situation where they have an unlimited window of time to get stuff from the Empire. Which would be silly. I suppose there's a situation in which their gains from a confused Empire would be higher than a slow burn, but they may be insane nihilists. The Thalmor lady says. This is 2-3 hours later. We've been discussing the issue at length. The assassin has been tossed into the dungeons. She continues. Rumors abound of the Oblivion Crisis, and of the Emperor Martin Septim. I surmise their backers may have wanted the dragons to burn everything to the ground. The veteran's not buying it. What drivel? He scoffs. The Thalmor have done everything they can to turn the empire inside out, but the moment dragons are spoken of, they want to burn the entire world to the ground? It's laughable, that's what it is. I did say they were insane. The Thalmor lady laughs. Though I am curious as to how a team of assassins made their way this deep into what should be the most heavily defended location in all of Skyrim at the moment. She glances at the veteran. That is strange. The veteran mulls it over. Captain. He addresses the Blue Palace's captain of the guard. Why does the palace lack countermeasures against magical infiltration? The captain stands to attention. Magical defenses were handled by our Thalmorian mage complement. His eyes are fixed entirely on the Thalmorian lady. We were assured that they were of the highest quality, skills, or otherwise. Of course. The veteran sighs. Windcaller, are you able to train mages in life detection? I shrug. Don't know, haven't tried. Please do so. The Thalmorian lady says. We'll send some arcane university trainees to you as soon as we are able. It is inexcusable that their defenses failed in such an embarrassing manner. To her credit, she does sound legitimately angry and ashamed about this. Also, that seems unwise, in many ways. Alright, time out. Why is letting me handle it a good idea? Because of all of the mages we know, you have the least amount of political interest. The Thalmor lady says with a light laugh. Or would you prefer if I recommended some of my trusted Thalmorian instructors for the task? Ha! Were there no mages from the Arcane University that could help out? I want to say something about why she didn't help out, but from her self-introduction she is a career diplomat and not a mage, so I shouldn't overtly judge. The veteran sighs. As you may be aware, the Arcane University is currently split into factions of its own. Has been like that for a while. While we refer to it as one entity, it is very much for appearances. Students may be able to study there and the level of education has not changed much, but any delegation of responsibility, especially to royalty, will be stopped by the opposing faction. Makes sense. Don't see why I'm still in the middle of this, but fine, I'll do what I can. The discussion drags on a bit more, but it becomes rather clear that we're talking in circles, so all parties adjourn for the night. I was stuck talking to bigwigs, Jake spoke with the guards, and Tiana with some of the minor nobles. Verdict, the expected amount of shock and awe from all members involved. The guards are quick to blame the Thalmor for fucking up, the Thalmor blame the guards for not doing their job right, the nobles are more interested in who can be the best at pearl clutching. All in all, a weirdly high amount of belief that they are not the ones in danger. I'm not exactly skilled in disaster response, but I feel like there should at least be a certain level of that could have been me kind of concern. Maybe it's because there were no fatalities? A few guards were injured but not badly. HRM. Well, I don't care about the Emperor, but doing nothing now that we're involved would be a bad look all around. Ugh. The remaining days of the feast are cancelled, and the Emperor's schedule is expedited. The second half of this event is him touring the troops stationed outside Solitude. Following the last hideous defeat. What happened? Hang on. Let me get my story straight. So, depending on who you ask, either a full legion was pulled from the insert location here guard, depending on who's doing the talking, or units from multiple legions were pulled piecemeal and transported to Solitude to cobble together a full army. I try not to be a part of the internal power structure of the Imperial Army, so this is what I have based on public knowledge and my information network. Which, if I had to guess, I'd say that the idea of units pulled piecemeal seems more reasonable. If the issues that exist in Skyrim stems from internal corruption, then getting dudes from all over would weed that out to some extent. So why the fuck am I here? We are accompanying the veteran as a part of his entourage. Ash, your unit scored numerous accomplishments in the last campaign, as failed as it was as a whole. The veteran asks as we walk. What do you feel are the weaknesses of our army? The entourage is like 30 people. One chunk Emperor's people, one chunk Thalmorian, and one chunk Skyrimian. Skyrimese? Either way, good to mind my words. Apart from the expected variables? A lack of intel. The veteran chuckles. So I've heard. He throws a glare at the Thalmorian people, daring them to speak up. As a man of many talents, I assume you have thought about fixing this issue. I nod. Some. Possible, but not probable. I shrug. I can do small unit tactics. Campaign strategy is beyond me. The veteran has an interesting look on his face. Campaign strategy, et. The group stops at a table with a map. Note to self, shut the fuck up. Amuse us, honorary warlock. The Thalmorian lady laughs. What would be your plan for pacifying Skyrim? Sigh. Okay, so why is this happening? The Emperor's entourage planned something like this to either showcase Skyrim's strength or its weaknesses, depending on who gets roped into it. We just happen to, again, have the least amount of political baggage and are thus the best toy. Yup. Of course we are not politically savvy enough to know that. Fine, let's see. The map is more or less the same as it was before, despite all bloodshed to the contrary. A few smaller forts have exchanged hands, but not enough to dramatically change the line. Assuming we just have the Legion to play with, and it's a full one. I don't have any markers and I'm lazy as shit and I can tell this is just stupid Soho without siege engines. First Riften, take the waterways, lay siege. With engines, run at Windhelm and hope for the best. Some chuckles. The veteran laughs lightly. Hope for the best, is it? Bro. If the supply line was there I'd say take Dawnstar, take Winterhold and choke Windhelm via the water, but there isn't, so there can't. There's a glint in his eye. Oh? Is that so? A legion's meant to do a lot of things, none of it asymmetric. Fuck. This shutting up thing is hard, hey. Oh well. Asymmetric combat is when two forces are very obviously dissimilar, so a standard line of battle won't or can't work. Nervous pause. Then, the Thalmor lady speaks first. Care to elaborate? There really isn't much I'm going to say about this topic. For obvious reasons. It's nothing impressive, really. Big armies are slow, little armies are fast. Pretend to be big, lock movement, make the other side do predictable things, I clap my hands for emphasis. Smush. A man of many talents, I see. The veteran says. I think he's being genuine with his praise, but it's probably not given for the sake of being nice. With your leave, your highness. He says to the emperor, plus a little deferential bow. The emperor nods. Go ahead. I really should have just shut up. Sigh. Fine, I get to show off a little and it feels nice, so whatever. The veteran takes out a bag of coins, and takes out a handful. He sorts it, more or less, into two groups, one big, one small. Show me. Well, let's see how much of a mistake this is, shall we? We absent-mindedly flip and sort the coins into heads vs tails groups as we talk. First off, I group the big group of coins. This is a road. Armies love roads, because it's the fastest way to get from A to B. I kind of arrange the 15 coins into a column. Armies need food. I take a coin and put it behind the column. Baggage. Maybe it has its own guard, maybe not. I put some coins on the sides. Smaller unit, hit smaller things. I clash a tails coin with the baggage train coin. Armies still need food. Forage en masse, hit a village, whatever. I separate the column, then meet it with tails coins. There's like 5 tails coins in total. In an equal fight, defenders have the advantage. Now the column is smaller. Do enough damage, and then you can hit the main mass. I shrug. Straightforward. It. The veteran has a bemused expression. I do not know how often you hear of this, but, for a man who studies magic extensively, your understanding of military tactics is superb. Yay Wikipedia. And video games. Mostly video games. I consider myself a layman, but thank you for the compliment. In retrospect that was very much a you're tall for a short guy kind of compliment, hey? If you are a layman, then Skyrim's populace must be full of men such as yourself. The Thalmorian lady says with a sidelong glance at the Skyrim people and my god that's so fucking clever of her, I hate it. How can it be the Thalmor's fault if there are so many others like him? The Skyrim lead noble, looking rather glum, manages to flash a professional smile. It is talents like him that our situation, as isolated as we may be, is not so grim. Good recovery. Yes, and the many others like him is why we're not dead. Note to self, for the 100th time, difference in moral code, different in language code. Adapt to politics, or keep getting tossed around like this. The worst part is that I like tabletop games and war games like this so I can't even help it. But the conversation sticks to the topic of war games, mock battles and so on, for a little while, and then the group moves on to the training fields. There, the veteran talks with the centurion on duty, he calls him a centurion, the man introduces himself as a captain, I'm not sure either one is correct, but hey, that's not why we're here. Much of the talk revolves around explaining what the emperor likely already knew, which is the unit organization and how the troops fight. Captain, I guess, is doing a pretty good job of adding in the political optimism required when talking to top brass, but he's just a little too salt of the earth, and it ends up being a fairly accurate assessment of the situation on the ground rather than pointless advertising. Namely, too much reacting, too little defenses against magic, etc. This was a chance for the Empire's magic people to show off a little, and they do, talking at length about wards and spells to defend against magic. Most of it is irrelevant, all of it too jargon-y for a soldier to use. The Thalmor group does seem to understand it, though, so I guess that's one job accomplished. Do you have anything to add, honorary warlock? The Thalmorian lady says after about half an hour of one guy presenting his thesis, it sounded like. I shrug. Nothing in particular. My magical skills are more or less self-taught, so I have to admit that most of the language escapes me. The lady's face falls a fraction, but she rallies. How exceptional. I'm sure there's a trick or two you can tell the captain here. Every little bit matters at a time like this. I'm surprised at how genuine she sounds, not gonna lie. Sure. Politics aside, she has a point. Aight. Can I borrow your shield real quick? In rather hushed tones, I talk with the captain on how to do a cheap and easy ward. This is one of the subtype wards I got to work with Arya and the new students' help. Experimentation. Target practice. Whatever. It's not as complex, nor does it require much kneading. It's basically the ward equivalent of chaff and flares. For people that don't use magic, the spell takes their entire mana pool and throws up a wall for like 5 seconds. It takes one magic hit and goes poof. That's it. It doesn't defend very well against streams of magic, or, a second hit, but it's meant to be a charging kinda thing, so that's what it does. For magic users, especially someone like Arya who soaks up and integrates knowledge like a dry sponge, it means she can reflexively defend herself against incoming magic for as long as her mana holds out without having to focus on putting up a ward, which means in a one-on-one scenario Arya will never lose to a mage ever again. Honestly, right now Arya can do things with magic that I can only be envious of, and all it takes is me describing to her what the end result should look like. It's really not fair. After getting the hang of it, I have a few exchanges with the captain, so he can get a hang of how the spell works. It's straightforward, so he gets it after a few rounds. The captain thanks me politely and professionally, and we go on our way. The rest of the day goes by without incident. The Thalmor lady jabs where she feels like she should. I'm not politically savvy enough to catch all the intentions and moments. The veteran, and to a lesser extent the Skyrim lead noble, parries and counters whenever she does. I get dragged in occasionally and I'd like to say I made a good case for myself, but I really don't know. Overall, judging by the whispers between the Skyrim nobility, it seems like the Thalmor were successful in making a good case for themselves in front of the Emperor. But, regardless, at this point, my part is done, and we're going home at full speed. Tomorrow, because Tiana partied too hard with the servant girls and they're hungover. They all get fluffy beds because, even if they didn't play a major role, they still played a very pivotal one. Third-person camera, the Emperor's private quarters. The Emperor, the Thalmorian lady, and the veteran relax, as much as they could. I must say, it's quite fortuitous for a man like that to just drop from the sky. The lady laughs. The Empire does have some good luck every once in a while. The Emperor chuckles. So it seems. I apologize for forcing you as an antagonist, Alicia. The lady waves him off. We're the Thalmor, we're the bad guys, it's what we do. She turns pensive. He's going to make your job harder, though. I expect as much. The Emperor nods. Tell me, what are your impressions of Ash? I don't trust him. The veteran says immediately. It's very obvious he's either talented or well-educated, but he lacks immediacy, and that makes him easy to use. He most definitely does not trust us, either. The lady agrees. He's easy to lure into the moment, and gives willingly of what he believes is not important to his goals. It's therefore depressingly obvious what he cares about based on following his efforts. Apart from the half-Khajiit woman they brought to the party, she counted at least 5 spies he personally planted. Ash had a tendency to look only at the things he cared about. That being said, he does care about the finer things. The veteran sighs. While we know of his personal spy network, cracking into it has been appreciably difficult. The lady huffs. Too difficult. It's given our enemies back home ample opportunities to foist their work on us. She had half a mind to ask him about the code in her pocket during the afternoon, but given how he clammed up at the talk of coded letters and spy work she decided it would not have been fruitful. The Emperor laughs. Of course, ever the cautious pair, the two of you. He turns serious. Then, do you see him as an ally or an enemy to our efforts? To your dreams of a unified Tamriel, done without bloodshed? The veteran strokes his chin. He would not be an ally. The lady agrees with a nod. On some levels, both he and his friend are pragmatists, and have achieved what they could through less than idealistic means. That in itself makes him dangerous to associate with. The Emperor's smile doesn't leave. More than your wife. The lady stretches. I can be the token Thalmor in the room, which makes my threat tangible and understandable. She frowns. That's fundamentally the issue with the new Wind Callers. They're dedicated to their goal of killing dragons, as far as we can see, but I'm concerned as to what they'll be persuaded to do with that power after they're done. Saving the world, as it goes, can come in many ways. The veteran nods. The world isn't so simple that it can be, whatever the hell they think it might be, after the dragons are gone. The problem is, they know that. So, if they're not willing to share, that makes them threats by default. The Emperor thinks on it. I am no stranger to unusual bedfellows in this world of politics. On that, we can both agree. The veteran says. Assuming he succeeds, a man with the power to kill dragons is a wonderful target. The lady follows up. And let's not forget that in the world of politics, a dragon has multiple uses. She looks pointedly at the Emperor. I understand. The Emperor sighs. We'll keep them in our sights until there is a better opportunity to judge their allegiances, lest we receive a knife in our backs. The veteran visibly bristles at that statement. Speaking of knives, there is every reason to be careful. The lady finishes, now fully on guard. Both are keenly aware of how lax the defenses were just mere days before. If it to be my time, then so be it. The Emperor says, as shadows emerge through the windows. Next day, first-person camera. Welp. The OL-1-2 punch, The Emperor's D. Binasa. Well, officially, the Emperor was attacked in the dead of night. He hasn't been declared dead or anything, which is in line with how politics work, but now, the item I gave him will protect him from physical damage, but if his head gets lopped off there's no stopping that, so. The main point is, all entry and exit out of Solitude is barred for the day trademark. Except they can't, because logistics, so entry and exit to Solitude is barred for only the rich people, which, honestly, change of pace. I expected the ban to only affect the poor. The guards are mobilized en masse and multiple units are assigned to the nobles that were near the Emperor for the past few days, which is a lot of people, including us. Which creates a bit of a secondary problem. I had Maple's 4 girls go with us back to our inn to debrief and it ran long, and sending girls out at night into the district most populated with horny and / or desperate dudes is unwise. Like, public security in that area is good during the day, and Maple has some kick-ass bouncers, but after dark is its own thing. I mentioned this before, but, again, pre-electricity cities are dangerous after dark, and the guard will patrol only areas that are worth patrolling with a skeletal crew. So, yeah, they're now stuck here too. I imagine that my connections to Maple would already be investigated and the fact that she's my spy master here in Solitude is a given, but I'm not interested in giving them concrete information to go on. So you're now just a noble that invited 4 maids to your room after a meeting with the Emperor? Considering the circumstances, I have no issues with my reputation taking yet another hit. So, the guards ask us some questions, we answer them, the guards try to be insistent that we are lying, but there's nothing to lie about. There's 5 of them. They stand, mildly threateningly, by the door. The inn's not very big, bigger than a 10-coin room, but still not big. 2 beds, a table, chair. I'm sitting in the chair, very obviously in front of the 4 girls sitting on the farthest bed. Jake's standing by the window. Sometimes they take it a little too far though. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. One of the guards says. My response is to magically, and very loudly, lock the door behind him. Jake lazily closes the window. I'm personally a fan of the easy way. The guard says quickly with a light laugh. Do you try that with everyone? Tiana asks sweetly. The guard shrugs. Not really, only when I can get away with it. I'm getting really good with my charms. It quickly wears off, and the guard nods. You've made your point, Windcaller. I smile. Thank you. Will that be all? My smile contains all of my annoyance and desire to vent it out on someone. And that was all. I'm curious how much of this is an attempt to find someone to blame. Day passes. I thought about just flying away. But it's not as if the work at home is any more time sensitive than it is now. So we chill. Incidentally, we've been cleared of suspicion by the guard captain, so we get to move freely. Maple's girls have also gotten some new information. Namely, the Emperor is alive, but bedridden. Healers are attending to him right now, and a healer team from the Arcane University are coming to heal him. Supposedly. The 2 others with him, the Thalmorian lady and the veteran, are dead. Apparently they were close friends of the Emperor, and tried to shield him with their lives. It's unknown how many people were involved with the operation, but 7 bodies were recovered from the scene, with blood trails leading out the window and into one of the Blue Palace's storage rooms. So the Blue Palace is locked down. Has been locked down. Nobody enters, nobody leaves. Given how, all of this started because the royal guards were screwed out of their magical detection equipment, I'm inclined to believe this lockdown is for shenanigans. Well, what now? I'm kind of interested in whether if the Emperor will survive long enough for the healers to get to him, given how the message has like a 1,000,000% chance of being intercepted. So what are your thoughts on the reasons behind assassinating the Emperor? The Thalmor lady did say, insinuate, that there were multiple factions at work, and I'm sure there are multiple factions at work with the Empire, too. But, we have too many missing pieces, so trying to look at this event logically is meaningless. I still think it's stupid, mind, I just don't know what might be the next few plays. And what are we thinking about now? As we watch the Blue Palace from Maple's rooftop. No official request has come, but the palace has sent summons to all healers in the city. Mine's on my bed. So the question is, how much do I want to get involved with yet another thing? The answer is yes. Of course it's yes. I like healing. Let's fucking go. I borrow Tiana and a few of Maple's girls, ones who are inclined to learn about healing and have some magical talent. I don't remember if I mentioned this before, probably did, but this is one of the conditions that Maple had in exchange for doing spy service, that I help the girls find a job outside the adult entertainment industry. I'm talking as if I'd be allowed entry to treat the Emperor just by explaining that I have some healing knowledge. Danica Purespring is here as a noble of Whiterun. Oh. Well. She's very well known in Skyrim and had already been called in to help him. The moment she sees us she taps us for healing assistance. That's anticlimactic. Oh well, we're in. The Blue Palace is tense. Very tense. Guards are stationed at every entrance, every possible entrance, and every dead zone. Very boring for the guard situated at Wing 13C or whatever, because he has to stare at nothing literally all day, but such is life. The Jarl of Solitude, forget her name, did a good job in tempering the palace's spirit so that there's a strong sense of camaraderie against an unknown outside invader, rather than a very dangerous internal fracturing. Anywho. The Emperor is currently unconscious and bedridden, and is pretty much dead? I mean, I'm not reading a lot of energy from the guy. Also, he's not alone. Danica enters, with me and my party in tow, to a room occupied by at least 15 other healers and 5 maids. And guards. At least 2 guards per window and door, for a total of 10. The room is well aerated, clean, plenty of space. Danica is allowed a look, and I'm allowed a look. Okay, let's see. Well, Not sure what I'm supposed to do to heal a dead guy. I'm not reading any vitals from him and he's giving no reaction from Monovision. Wait, time out, no reaction? We take a closer look. Yeah, that's very odd. Like, a cadaver will give off a faint, and I mean faint, readout in Monovision, I assume from the bacteria and the like that are living on the body after the immune system cuts. This guy has been like this for a day, and nobody, to their knowledge, has seen or detected a change. We put our ear to the Emperor's chest, causing some of the guards to ready their weapons. Danica waves them off. His heart isn't. Get off the Emperor at once. A guard yells before being silenced by Danica. Shush. A minute passes. I guess there's a beat, but hell it's irregular. I guess there's some other spell at work. Also, was he decapitated? There's an extremely thin line around his neck. Uncomfortable shuffles all around. Explains why so many healers are in attendance. A necromancer's job is to keep a corpse alive and moving through magic, but if that's the case then he should be absolutely glowing in Monovision. His heart is doing its best, so let's say he's alive. If he decides to eat brains when he wakes up we can put him down again. We stand back from the body. Danica is the first to speak. Do you believe that he can be healed, Windcaller? She is calm and measured in tone. I'm just confused. Yeah, more or less. Question to the other healers, when did you guys find him? The most elderly of the healers, Breton, pipes up. The guards were alerted to a noise in the room and responded at once. I was the first to arrive and I did so as quickly as I could. I was the one responsible to putting the Emperor in his current condition, child. He says with all the tone of issuing a challenge. Also, yeah, that explains a lot. Alright then, Danica, team, help me out here. First the head is oxygenated via Danica and a few soul stones. Incidentally, head is not sewn on. It's currently sitting off to the side by itself, much to the onlookers' dismay. I like how they just placed his head on his body. What did the priest do to keep him alive, then? Second, the body, well, the body is actually pretty much fine, stab injuries aside. I bring out sewing kits for Maple's girls and tell them to clean and sew the wounds up. After that's done, I sew the Emperor's head onto his body with mana thread, with an added dose of healing magic so the skin and muscles attach securely. After that is just magic to circulate the blood, pumping in oxygen, and getting the system back up and running before jump-starting the heart so it goes on its own. It's more of a time-consuming process than anything else. Yes, we ended up stopping the heart. Way easier than that surgery on what's-her-face, that's for sure. Having staff is so nice. All told, the process from start to finish took around 8 hours, with the other healers swapping in for Danica or me in places as our mana pool ran low, or when attention was needed elsewhere. But, the Emperor's chest rises and falls, and he is confirmed to be breathing again. Alright, that's step 1 done. I step back to wash my face because I'm kinda exhausted. Give me a moment to catch my breath and we'll finish the operation. If I may, Honorable Windcaller. The elderly Breton says. Is he not already healed, sir? He's been super duper helpful, so hearing him be so deferential rubs me the wrong way. Almost. I point to the array of the soul stones. In not so many words, his head isn't connected to the rest of his body, so all of that is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in keeping the body alive. The head's still aerated and energized so it won't die, but, yet, we're not done yet. I look around. Can someone bring me a few live chickens? By your will. The guards at the door salute as the maids rush out. Danica is loving all of this. Why chickens? Tiana asks. She's been soaking up the quasi-medical knowledge like a sponge. Do they need to be alive? I shrug. I guess it doesn't have to be chickens, but yes, they do need to be alive. Help me turn the emperor on his stomach. Many hands help and lay him face down as the chickens, baskets, and all, are rushed into the room. Alright. This part is, sadly, only for me, so I can only promise to explain it later. But, in a nutshell, I make sure the spine is correctly aligned and replace parts from the chicken's central nervous system to adjust for the difference. 2 chickens die in the process. It's very off-putting, as they just suddenly stop clucking. Whenever that happens I reflexively go I did that. It helps ease the tension. After connecting the spine, I run mana from the brain down to the extremities of the body, using nervous material from the chickens to replace any damaged areas and, again, making up the difference. It is the dawn of the next day before I'm done in earnest, and I run some guided shock energy into the head to get it going. Whew! Nap time. With the adrenaline of the work gone, we immediately pass out. I am now in a different room, on a soft and comfy bed, being attended to by Tiana. Updating information, please stand by. Okay, according to Tiana, I've slept for about 4 hours. The Emperor is awake, and the people are rejoicing. Per Danica's instructions, the news that the Emperor has awakened is being kept under the hood until both he and I agree to release the news. Alright, let's go take a look. I want to sleep in more. But I gotta be an adult and it's just next door. What's the current situation? I ask as I walk into the room. Danica bows slightly. His Highness, though awake, does not respond to us. K. Cool. I sit down next to the Emperor and hold a finger over his eyes. His eyes track the finger movement, but only up to a point. I shine a light into his eyes. Again, the iris shrinks but only up to a point. I don't know if this is just his old age or if I fucked up his eyes. Oh well. I then put something into his hand, and his hand does curl around the soul stone. Okay, that's good. Your Highness, if you can hear me, nod. He nods. If I give him a load of stem cells, the body will repair itself, right? That's kind of a random thought. I don't know where stem cells are located in the body because medicine was not my profession 5 years ago. Magic may solve all problems, but it's kinda useless when I don't know what problem I'm trying to solve. That tangent aside, his basic responses seem good. Look at me, Your Highness. I say, purposefully moving out of his line of sight. He turns his head slightly to look at me, and does focus on my face. Can you say your name? He tries to make noise but not much comes out. Maybe he's just thirsty. Actually, yeah, fair point. Can you hand me that? I gesture to the basket of fruits sitting on a table. The nearest girl, a maple girl, takes it and hands it over quickly. I crush it into a fine soup with layers of shields. Open wide. Not so wide, but it works. I feed him the, weirdly heated apple slurry, in small gulps. My respect for doctors and nurses is unparalleled, this process takes forever, even if I'm using magic to shortcut a few steps. He eats like 4 fruits worth before refusing any more with a polite smile. I'd say that he should be eating lighter food, but it's only been a day since his untimely demise, so it should be fine. Each apple fits into our palm and we do not have exceptionally large hands. But, yeah, we talk with the healers afterwards and they're going to put him on a diet for the recuperating infirm, so he should be fine. Officially, Danica Purespring was the one responsible for healing the Emperor, because we went into the castle under her name. After another 2 days, the Emperor regained enough energy to talk, and he was officially declared as being alive. And there was much rejoicing, etc., etc., etc. The important part is that, with the shenanigans finished, we can finally leave. We were invited to attend as a part of Danica's entourage, but we refused under the grounds that we're really not interested in having something else come up. And thus, while the city parties, we leave. Imagine if he gets stabbed a 3rd time. By the time we get back to Falkreath, the news had more or less solidified. There was an attack at the Blue Palace against the Emperor, by people paid to dress like storm cloaks, and the Emperor was injured but is otherwise fine. Well, it's too early for us to tell what kind of political fallout this will cause. Best for me to just focus on my current task, armament for Arya. My biggest obstacle right now is that I don't have good proof on how her Dragonbornness interacts with equipment. Also, just for the record, Arya has confirmed that she is Dragonborn to the inner circle, so it's public to an extent, rather than hazily private. Given from what she remembered from her fight with that one dragon, Myrmilnir? The one that tutorials fighting dragons, weapons wielded by her works even if she throws it, so there's a certain amount of ranged weapon capability there. We're assuming that there's either a maximum effective distance or a maximum effective time of a ranged weapon. Between the three of us, only Arya has both downed and killed a dragon, but both Jake and I have been effective, which means that if we hit with sufficiently high alpha damage, we should be able to contribute, even against Alduin. Ergo, railguns. Buy barrages of railguns. I'd fly them around in a gunship if I could. Speaking of which, I am working on a Catalina. It's the entire reason why the complex has a boathouse. It's also why so much of my time is sucked into the goddamn project, because I, in my infinite stupidity, decided to invent all the engineering that has to go into a flying boat at once. This is on top of the other crap I have foisted onto myself. But, fortunately, I am stupid. Because I am stupid, I have to start from scratch. Because I have to start from scratch, I therefore can teach from scratch. To that end, Tinarum and Tiana, and Mel, and to a lesser extent Arya, have been incredibly helpful. Tinarum is being a full-on nerd. Tiana is having fun learning new things. Mel is innately curious, and Arya, well, Arya tries, but since she was born with that, protagonist? Dragonborn? Ability of learning things exceptionally well in very specific circumstances, she's therefore kinda bad at learning outside of those circumstances. Well, that's not fair of me to say. She absorbs information from books just by scanning them, but whether she learns from those books is a bit of a toss-up. Like, the books that give a point in a skill once read only gives that skill if she picks up on it, and the technical manuals I'm drafting on how to do any of this stuff, she doesn't pick up anything from them, because she's not sure what to pick up. Which is wild, because if I ask her to make something specific, like a part for the engine, and I don't specify what part, she can miraculously make the correct item without even knowing how she did it. There are limitations, item can't be too complex but she can do it. I chalk it up to the whole deliver 1x aspect of the quest thing. Jake? Jake is the most qualified to help, but if he's on site then it basically pegs the boathouse as being of supreme importance, even within the Windcaller mansion. The longer I can pass this off as just my pet project, the better. Other things. Over the time frame of a month following the assassination. Oh. Right. Because the Emperor got injured, and nobody knows who did it, all of Tamriel is in an uproar. Initially the fingers went to the Stormcloaks, but, everybody knows the Stormcloaks barely have a spy division, much less a dagger one. And then the fingers go to the Thalmor, who were like, hey, the big man gave us what we wanted, why would we knife him, which, is accurate. As the investigation is ongoing, I'm not going to talk politics because backwater village. But from what we're hearing from the brothels in Falkreath, a lot of hitherto stagnant plots for carving up land are starting back up. Now, granted, the Emperor was incapacitated for the time equivalent of 3 days, but politics and nobility are about the image more than anything else, and this is being presented by some as the straw breaking the camel's back. On the flip side, the deal for me to train mages for the Empire has been utterly forgotten. Woo. Oh you sweet summer child. The trainees for Whiterun are already enough work for me. Mage lads. Speaking of brothels, one of my many other pastimes involves radios. 'Cause I kind of need radios. I understand the basic logic waves of energy being sent and interpreted by end nodes, but reverse engineering it is a pain and a half. The communication stones I used during the campaign are cool, but they have a range penalty, and because they're magic based they're relatively low tech. Hell, a month after the assassination we're already seeing simple copycats being used all over Falkreath. As much as I'd like to pretend that the gag order on the troops was effective, at the end of the day they're levy, not crack troops with fanatical loyalty, especially now that some time has passed and alcohol is a great social lubricant. Incidentally, because copycats exist, we've released the method of production to Sid and the Empire at large. They're now called transcriber stones. It's not difficult magic, and while limitations exist there are definitely smarter people than me who can make the most of it. Better to have some countermeasures now rather than risk having none later. 1 month later. Correction on earlier. The Emperor was bedridden and infirm until the healers from the Arcane University showed up, so while Danica got good PR for bringing him from the brink of death, she doesn't have to carry the target of being a kingmaker. Good on the Emperor or his aides for thinking that far ahead. Tough for the people completely unrelated to any of this in disputes over clay in other parts of Tamriel, since him being ostensibly out of commission for weeks rather than days is why a lot of those plans got underway. Also, Danica keeps rotating fresh healers to my mansion on vacation. I put them through the ringer, and they leave more exhausted than they came. Not hard to guess why they're here. This is becoming a thing, mind. We do teach stuff, but it's very basic, because the fundamentals are not there to teach advanced stuff. The 5 from Whiterun is a thing, but until recently they were considered exceptions. Well, now healers get rotated in on a weekly basis, so magic teaching is apparently considered normal. Anybody in Falkreath or have ready access to transportation via lake is coming to our village for a magical education. We don't really have the time to set up a proper education plan, especially not for free. Too many political issues if it's done for free, so the best I can do, and what I have done, is to make a library of reference books for wards, skin spells, and magical theory. It works on the honor system of hoping nobody takes them off the premises. So far we've had 36 people try to take the books off the premises. I have not needed to get involved, and the amount of books on the premises have not changed. Most people who want to copy just, copy them by hand. It's not that complex or dense of a material. I included clear definitions and a system of drawing shit that isn't just, hey, take a look at this and do your best. Angles are amazing. Fun fact, when we made the secondary notes for drawing magic circles, we racked our brains and did not remember there being a single documented case of geometry in the game. Our non-ice guy days being years ago notwithstanding. Still, as long as people can follow instructions, learning simple self-defense is straightforward. 2 months go by. Cusp of autumn. Man, it gets cold here fast. Well, good news and bad news. Good news is that the village, town, of Lakeview has grown, somewhat exponentially. I'd say there's a bit of magic-focused gentrification going on as well. Some of the inns have been near permanently rented out by middle-class-ish Falkreath families. They have enough money to want to pursue a more detailed education but not enough to go all the way to Winterhold, or else hire tutors for extended periods. So, yet. There's a pair of apartment blocks being built to support these newcomers. 2 stories tall, long building, separated into small rooms of no more than a bed and a chest. Enough floor space for 50 people per building. I'm pretty proud of it, even if they're kinda eyesores. Space is becoming a bit of a concern, especially since building out of the town premises is a bad idea with harvest season here, so I had to do some shenanigans to get leaner buildings that are also rated to handle the cold. Which will invariably draw people who want to study architecture. We're importing a lot of food now, so work has to go into expanding the aquaculture. Again, not something any of us have knowledge with, but existing efforts seem to be doing something, so, improve on what exists. I have a lot of ideas on what to do with the town when I have the time for it. We have a dedicated construction team who build things and record how they build things, so I'm not manually involved in a lot of things. Now, bad news. Dragons have become active. Significantly so. Or, alternatively, they've become active in ways that can no longer be bureaucratically hidden or dismissed. Last week, we had a pair of dragons sighted over Solitude, a hit on Mark Arth, and the destruction of a minor Stormcloak fortress and the Cloud Ruler Temple in Cyrodiil. Altogether, casualties are estimated in the thousands. Honestly, Mark Arth was probably 99% of that, because 2 breaths in and the entire lower city was a goddamn inferno. The bell survived, because it's the bell, but, yet. Seems kind of low, that estimate. Living in a place where a small fire turns into a blaze means a lot of people have ways to protect themselves if their building goes up. It's not great, but the estimate is in line with the city's spirit. Either way, yet, dragons are now front and center. People are afraid of birds. I won't be surprised if a chunk of the people living here are from our reputation of being vehemently anti-dragon. What's the most pressing about this is that, prior to now, dragons could be chased away. If they were pretending, doing shit, whatever, they left after meeting resistance. In the attacks listed above, the dragons only left on their terms, regardless of how much damage the defenders piled on them. So, now, we have 2 things happening. 1, some of the damaged goods from dragons, claws, blood, scales, have been collected, and thanks to my whole "we're here to kill dragons" shtick, I've received many of those samples to analyze. 2, the search for a dragonborn has gone into overdrive. We know Arya is one, and she's not keen on letting everybody know just yet. There's a lot of detail I can go into with regards to the responses to the dragon attacks and the responses to those responses, but to summarize, blame is being tossed everywhere because the sense of life-threatening camaraderie is just not there. Actually, we've had a chance to talk about it, and Arya is, well, she's not a people person in the first place, and being blamed for being too slow to respond to a dragon attack when it's not even in her ability to respond in time doesn't sound like a good time for her. Long story short, it's up to her to handle her own personal information. She say nothing, we say nothing. Arya aside, there are efforts in place. I've received one such request to make a spell that can detect the Dragonborn. I said I'll try my best. About the materials, though, the greatest benefit to having a big town with a lot of talent is that they can see things I'm not used to, and we've managed to learn a few things about dragons in general. Also, do note, the following is information that we have released to the public. May have made the rush for a dragonborn worse. Now, dragons are high magic creatures. Magic permeates their every being, and they live with it at a concentration astronomically higher than a human, or most other beings on Tamriel. Magic is a type of energy, a means by which one thing interacts with another. In the same way that an object of incredible mass starts to bend the world around them, magic of high enough densities will bend physics around itself. Which is why we can have giant spiders and things that would otherwise break the square cube law. Or, rather, the law is not being broken, there is just something else at play in addition to what's already observable. So, a dragon scale not connected to the main body will release all of its magic and become just plain matter. It's good stuff, but not superb. Dragon scales infused with a lot of magic, and I mean a lot of magic, are, theoretically, able to prevent all incoming damage. Physical damage would just stop being physics, and magical damage can't match the concentration needed, so won't pierce. It's conceptually equivalent to the idea that a dragon just decides that 1 + 1 = 3 on Tuesdays when it's raining, and we don't get to disagree. Theoretical because while we're able to give scales the density it needs, we can't maintain it for longer than a few seconds of observation. The needing required to get that density is high without intense practice. Dragonborns are special because they can get past that, but we don't know how special. Lastly, myself, Arya, and Jake have all tangled with a dragon and survived. This is not necessarily common information, but it's common enough that nobody tries to dance around the details. Alright, now for the fun stuff. Only a few people are aware of the following information. Theories, mostly. First off, dragons have highly concentrated mana. As they get stronger, the mana gets denser. The assumption we're making is that the anti-dragon shout is able to disturb the mana density in some way. For the game, you had to fight Alduin normally after yelling at him, so that's where we're coming from. Alduin, being the final boss, is also plot protected, since you had to fight him twice. Also, I observed Alduin and distinctly remember him being a wee bit insane in terms of his mana density. My assumption is that Alduin's mana density is high to the point where dimensions are being twisted around him. What with the whole I came back in time to fail at killing the dragonborn thing. In effect, you need the shout to get him to break down a bit, so he stays in one spot temporarily, and then stab him a bunch. Alternatively, as we've seen, getting into a dragon's blind spot or having them not pay attention will let us hit harder. Alduin should be immune to this. In other words, in order to put Alduin in a scenario where we can stab him a bunch, Arya can either learn the shout, or we can make weapons of incredibly high mana concentration that they tear through his innate status. In effect, stabbing him a bunch from a long distance. Or, at least, that's the initial analysis. The one I did before Arya reminded me that she could hurt a standard dragon even without shouts. Which, you know, her concentration is great for a person, but it's not so high that it rivals a dragon's. Reminder, current weapons are designed for Arya to use on a dragon. I just got carried away after the analysis of the dragon scale. So, in practice, no changes have occurred. Teehee. In order to get us to calm down after the whole dragon scale incident, Jake had to pile drive us into the lake. Still, analysis is all fine and good, but I need a chance to put it all into practice. The Catalina's done, too. It flies reasonably well and is stable, and Arya's air combat equipment is ready, too. Named, Ace Gear. ATM machine. Ace Gear, same difference. There's an anime, with something similar. I guess it's not an anime, technically? I don't remember it being animated. Point being, the Ace Gear design philosophy came from that anime, which itself drew from Gundam, but it's a personal gear rather than a mobile suit gear, so, credit where it's due. Either way, we need a chance to test it against a proper target, but the Catalina is honestly too slow and lumbering to dodge a dragon attack. Does the Catalina have a name? Because I lack creativity. Related, the prototype anti-dragon radar is also complete, and is mounted on the mountain/hill/whatever the fuck immediately south of the town. It scans magical signatures in the air and alerts us if there's anything in range. It's the only one of its kind and the range is kinda poor, plus there's obstructions like that mountain range to the north of us. Still, the radar covers pretty much Falkreath, with only some dead spots. Plus, it only handles things of a sufficiently high mana concentration. Upon detection it makes a noise. Bip bip bip. Yeah, like that, when it detects a potential target. Once acquisition is obtained, the tone is more solid. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr We're heading out. == Plus == Author notes. I want Armored Core 6 to be so commercially successful following the footprints of Elden Ring that Bandai or modders turn it into the Gundam Build Fighters game that should have existed already. Chapter 31, Experiencing Air to Air. == It's just the three of us. Largely because I did not invent parachutes. I'm flying for my, Jake is the co-pilot and will engage along with Arya. I wish we had the time to fully kit the Ace. They just have their gunblade and a whopping 0 armor. Incidentally, the Ace is more or less a skeleton frame, a boxy frame with servos and weight augmentations running down the arms and legs. Most of the weight is on the back, which carries a pair of large, magically powered jet engines and a pair of wings. The engines have air intakes that extend past the body with an additional cover, so nobody can stick their hand in. The wings have flaps and all that fun jazz, but the majority of steering comes from a pair of nozzles attached to the heels. It's very unstable. I wanted to add a tail to help with stability, but, again, no time. The gunblade is a railgun. 1 cylinder, 2 steel rails, with blades welded onto the rails. Plenty of magical bullshit hidden within the rails. It's hefty, so the hilt is a tube that goes over the arm, up to the elbow, and is heavy to counterbalance the sheer weight of the gun. The handle has a button on it that fires the railgun. It's both breech and muzzle load capable, depending on circumstance, which is nice, but each user can only carry around 5 rounds before weight distribution becomes a problem. The gun is about 2 meters long if you measure from the arm to the tip, and each rail spike is, about the size of a person's hand, from the wrist to the middle finger. They're not large. No frills, no fins, no canards, just a simple thin pyramid. Each rail is a solid 2-pounder and the gun itself is 20, and that's about all the free weight I can squeeze out of it for now. Anyways. I drive for the Catalina flying boat out into the lake, making everybody stop in their tracks and probably cause 100 spies to quickly write letters back to their handlers. Our fishing culture is quite rich and the docks are plenty packed for their size, so I steer left to take us away from the crowd. As the shock wears off, fishermen, in their excitement, come watch. Because of course they do. I go deeper into the lake and find enough open space. It's not a long trip. That's a load of onlookers. Jake laughs as we turn parallel to the land. Bye-bye OPSEC. He pats me on the shoulder. It was going to happen someday. Turning up the dial. Formidable, taking off. The fisherman can hear a muted roar from the 2 jet engines mounted on the flat wing. Magically powered pseudo-jet engines, of which the Ace gears use a scaled-down version. The boat glides for some 30 seconds before I pull up and take into the air. We leave Lakeview behind in record time and then bank and turn towards Falkreath. This is the first time that the Catalina has been taken out in broad daylight, and the first time it's actually flown. I wasn't about to start my pilot career by flying at night with no instruments. What instruments I do have include, a compass, the monocharge for each engine, and a monostone repeater keyed to the radar tower nearest to Lakeview, so I know where home is. I wish I could have figured out the things that make night flying possible, like a display for nose attitude, or a thing that shows speed. It's a little hard when the engine is a black box. Okay. Ahem. Speaking of, Formi is a Catalina built from my memory of what a PBY Catalina looks like, so it has a big body hanging from a flat wing with 2 jet engines built into it. They're jet engines because I figured it would be easier to have a contained engine block when magic is involved, and the mechanism for superheating air is, at the moment, easier than figuring out a propeller. The back of the boat body opens up with a catapult, to help get the fighters in the air, because I fucked up and thought the Catalina had the H-frame tail of a B-25. It was fun getting that to work. It got us the rear-pointing catapults, though, so I guess I can't complain. Pilot and co-pilot aside, there are seats for a grand total of 6 more people, squeezed together in the narrow walkway between the cockpit and the main compartment. Both Ace gears are strapped in the main compartment to the ground, so Arya and Jake will have to pull them up via a rope and attach manually. Granted, it's just the engine blocks, because the rest they're just wearing on their bodies right now, but still. I'm rambling because I am more than just a wee bit scared. Either way, we're heading south-southwest, towards Falkreath. How long until we get there? Arya asks. I pull a number from my ass. 15 minutes. I don't have a working speedometer. No time. Amazing how much disparate engineering has to go into making something as complex as a World War II vintage aircraft. Alternatively, amazing how much can be forgotten or taken for granted in the process of reverse engineering without real-world experience. Sure enough, we see the edges of Falkreath in a few minutes of anxious waiting and yeep, that's a Dargan all right. Big flappy wings, breathing fire all over Falkreath. Why is it doing this? Jake, Arya. Get out there. Third-person camera. At the cusp of dawn, the dragon came. With the sun at its back, it descended upon the Jarl's longhouse and torched it with one breath. Sidgeir wakes up to the sound of his housecarl pounding at his door. Jarl. Get underground. There's a heavy scent of smoke in the air. Dragon! Sidgir hears the roof breaking even as he scrambled to the trapdoor in the corner of the room. The eight have mercy, what in the hells is this? Per Ash's recommendations, everyone who lived in the longhouse had their bedrooms moved to the first floor, so they can evacuate in the case of a dragon attack. He did it more out of amusement than actual attentiveness, but whatever works. He slides down the ladder, some 10 feet long, into the slightly reinforced hole of dirt and wood. His housecarl jumps in after him and slams the hatch shut, before snapping his fingers for a candle light. So that's a dragon. Sidgir breathes as the sounds of the longhouse being torn apart reverberates through the cellar. Impossible. Above, the dragon was enjoying itself, tearing through the flimsy human structure with wild abandon. Around him, the little humans were stirring, and beginning their counterattack. The guards blow their specially designated horns meant for dragon attacks before readying their bows. Don't let it get a direct hit. A lieutenant yells as he starts to tear off his heavy chain armor, starting with the helmet. Lose. Their salvo of 20-some arrows plink against the dragon's hide. Some of the arrows, fired with incredible force, crumple against its scales. The dragon chuckles, and breathes a gout of flame. Not a full breath, he likes to have some fun to loosen up first. The wave of flame sweeps towards the guards like a tide, wilting all greenery in its path and setting several trees alight. Defense! The lieutenant yells again and hunkers down, taking out a scroll from a pouch. The wave of flames passes over him and burns him badly, but not fatally. Shit! He abandons his defensive position as the house he's hidden behind starts to catch. Oh! The dragon smiles. Reminds me of the old times. A mix of ice and lightning begins to swirl in its mouth. A gift, from your ancestors. Yulbakest. A tornado of flames, supercharged by lightning, carves into the city before him. Everything it touches burns, shatters, and vaporizes into nothingness. The dragon lets out a surprised yelp as it rather abruptly loses its footing. The sheer force of the shout caused the remains of the longhouse to collapse entirely. How embarrassing! The dragon chuckles, observing his handiwork. With the Jarl's longhouse as the center, the entire southeastern quarter of Falkreath is gone, the triple mixed breath collapsing the sturdier buildings to their foundations and ripping away those less well built into a wall of debris. As it watches, the debris starts to burn. He feels something strike his abdomen. In the moment of letting down his guard, an arrow had pierced a fraction of an inch into his body before bouncing off. You're not leaving here alive, beast! The lieutenant shouts with a wild grin, his legs a mix of bloody ashes. I'll drag you to Sovngarde. The dragon, very much annoyed, smacks him with its claw. It ignores the resulting stickiness of its claw and pays attention to the 6 arrows now aiming for his head. The one drawback of being death incarnate is that there is only so much fear that can be inflicted upon a being before it becomes fearless out of a simple lack of other options. Seeing the sheer damage done upon the city, all guards and the roused Imperial army converge upon the dragon. No organization, no uniform, some not even dressed, just a complete and utter focus upon ending the threat before it ended them. The dragon, for its part, was curiously confused at the lack of civilians. In its memory, attacking a place of human habitation always resulted in 2 groups of humans, one that tried to fight, and one that didn't. The ones that do not fight are nowhere to be seen. Mentally shrugging, the dragon leaps at a squad of guards like a playful cat, the force of its landing blasting away the soldiers and breaking their bows. To its surprise, all of the humans roll and get back on their feet and fire back with bolts of flame while retreating. Strange. The dragon muses. Almost makes me feel like the olden days. It tenses, getting into a lower charging stance to pounce again. It is then hit in the head by a flying boulder, which breaks its concentration. It tilts its head slowly towards the direction of said boulder. Oh shit, I didn't think we'd hit. The catapult operator, from the northern edge of the city, remarks. All right, boys, scatter. He yells, and his team of 5 scrambles away from the catapult as the dragon crawls, leisurely but annoyedly, towards the offending weapon before crushing it and the stone tower it's built upon into a flat circle. Now I remember why I hated these things. The dragon glares at the back of one running human. Every last a nuisance. It slams onto the human, enjoying the squishiness under its claw for a brief moment before tossing away the remains. It sees a human mounted on a horse, charging at him, and eats them both. The horse was a nice treat, the human, less so. Well, I did say our captain was an idiot. An Imperial soldier size. I can't even be mad at it. He knocks an arrow and lets loose for no damage. Keep hitting from the shadows. The dragon only now pays attention to the arrows flying at it with near constant frequency, and notes, for the first time, how organized the defense still is, despite him walking through the street like he owned the place. It sweeps with his tail, clearing yet another flimsy human building and the 2 soldiers hidden behind it, and once again marvels at the utter lack of screaming running humans. Discounting the ones who dares to approach. The dragon corrects internally and squishes a soldier that could not retreat fast enough. He takes off into the sky again. But I suppose I should do as an elder should. The dragon unleashes a blast of flames while hovering, melting everything in front of him but the humans themselves. Before it could ponder more at the reason why these pesky little things were not dying in droves like the good old days, its instincts kick into overdrive and it hardens its back, just as something fast and hard strikes without warning. Despite the preparation, it stumbles and flattens against the ground. Hit. Arya comments. I don't think it did anything. She adds mentally. Talking against the wind, even with the mask, is incredibly difficult. She watches as the dragon slowly rises up to its feet and loads another round into her gunblade. A flying human? The dragon's attention is now solely focused on the sky, on the two trails of light coming at him. Impossible. The sheer focused attention, plus a newfound sense of curiosity, allowed the guards still shooting at him to score dozens upon dozens of insignificant hits. The dragon sights the two incoming and readies itself. Would na cast. Arya could feel it coming. Would. The dragon rockets into the sky towards Arya, who suddenly bursts forward to evade. Jake, not having the same senses but figuring that shenanigans would be afoot, already had banked away and made some distance. Dovahkiin. The dragon homes in on Arya and her shout. I suppose this is why Alduin tasked me here. It follows after Arya, who's still in her climb. Arya, for her part, had a pair of small rearview mirrors installed over her engine blocks. They helpfully told her that a giant thing of scales and teeth was gaining fast. Right, Ash did say this thing was shit at climbing. She spins in midair to nose down, aims her gun at the incoming dragon, fires and dives. The dragon could see the shot coming from her actions and rolls to evade. Dragonborn strikes are all uniformly dangerous and it wasn't about to take chances. Still keeping heading, it sees its target diving and turns over to do the same. I'm a little faster. Arya notes as she gains precious distance. But the ground is so close. She pulls up. The dragon is no novice at hunting in the sky. Would. Arya is no novice at any kind of fighting. Would. Arya zips upwards, away from the dragon teeth that snapped at her position seconds ago. Before the dragon could get a beat on her position, she flips and throws one of the gunblade spikes at the dragon, piercing its neck. The dragon, surprised at the damage, stops in midair to zero in on the nearly stationary Arya. The moment it stops, it takes a hard hit in its abdomen. The hit knocks it badly off center and it scrambles to maintain its flight, badly distracted. It's all about how I think of it. Jake reminds himself, steadies his flight path, and loads another shot. Also, how the fuck is she flying like that? As the dragon's attention shifts towards Jake, Arya spins again, reloading her gun in one fluid motion, and fires at the dragon's sides. The half-meter bolt embeds completely into the dragon on impact. The hit drops the dragon from the sky entirely, so shocked at the amount of damage it was taking. Last one. Arya reloads and prepares to dive, but thinks better of it and starts climbing slowly again. The engines were making unpleasant noises. Jake fires at the dragon in her stead. That was something. The dragon rumbles, rolling back to its feet. Clever runts. It calms down, eats yet another hit in its back, feels it dig deep, and increases its focus. The stakes of lead embedded in its body vaporize, as if they were never there. Let's continue. It says to the sky, spreading its wings wide. Well, shit. Arya grumbles and mentally prepares herself for horseback combat, the closest pattern approximate to the oversized weapon. Old-fashioned way it is. Would. She zips upwards, away from the dragon. Would na cast. The dragon rockets upwards. Arya rolls and banks away, getting jostled by the dragon's wind in the process and briefly losing her heading. Jake takes a shot as the dragon slows to change direction. The dragon, prepared for the likelihood, deflects the hit on his leg. I figured I'd be useless, but this is a bit extreme. He grimaces. Plan B, then. He increases power, banks, and leaves the field of battle. The dragon, twisting its neck, snaps at Arya. Arya, in a rather poor flying form, bats at the dragon ineffectually with her gunblade before drawing a dagger and throwing it at the dragon's eye for scratch damage. The dragon continues to chase her down to the treetops, until she's forced to pull up or crash. It swipes at her with a claw. Arya growls. Fuck me. Fuss aro da. She blasts the claw away. Would. She bursts forward and slashes its wing with her blade, losing so much altitude in the process that her feet practically touch the ground. Arya entered the fight at 1,000 feet and has not gotten anywhere near it since. The rapid 180 turn did not do her or her engines any favors. The dragon, scrambling to recenter itself after the cut in its wing, gets pincushioned by a torrent of arrows and shrugs them off. What an exceptionally stubborn Dovahkiin. Would na cast. It rockets towards Arya, who's barely pulling up and making up the lost altitude. Arya figures that it's coming. Would. As Arya climbs with the force of the shout, the dragon plows into the still smoking ground, massively bruising its ego. Arya, climbing slowly, looks around for Jake. Jake re-enters the battlefield carrying his warship cleaver. As the dragon pulls its head from the hole it created, Arya fires a red-colored mage light into the sky. Jake, seeing the light, noses down and, after getting close enough, unclips the cleaver for Arya to use. Arya could see that Jake had lost his gunblade and drops hers, on the basis that weight would have been an issue. With her new weapon in hand, she circles around to engage the dragon again. The dragon throws a dirty glance at Arya. Would-na-kest. And zooms away from her at full speed. Arya watches the dragon leave with an incredulous look on her face. What the fu-hey? Get back here. She waves the warship cleaver in total indignation. While all this is happening, Ash is busy flying his Catalina in a slow, wide circle, and apart from the moment where Jake returned to equip the cleaver, his time was spent watching the charge level for the left engine slowly drop after a soft, metallic pop. Riveting. He says to nobody in particular. First-person camera. They survived. Woo. I think we did literally 0 damage to the damn thing, but I'll take this as a victory. Pom pom pom. Arya just shot 3 blue mage lights into the air. She's not coming back. Jake shoots 3 green mage lights. He's going to stay behind. Cool. I get to fly this thing home and then fly here via magic. Yoog. So we do. The continuous loss of power for the left engine will have to be looked at, but I managed to land the bird without crashing it into the water. At this point, I think everybody in town has come to watch the lumbering aircraft touch down on the lake. I have no ability to drive it back into the boathouse, Red, I am bad at driving it, so Teenram comes out with a tugboat and lugs the thing back into the boathouse as I take off via my own flight to go to Falkreath. So we do. Geez. Falkreath is completely gutted. All of the important structures in the center of town are either gutted or gone, with continuing fires here and there burning down individual houses. Falkreath's design saved it, though. All buildings are quite far from each other and there's an almost permanent dew in the air, so there's no chance of a Markarth or even Whiterun-esque runaway fire event. Still, a lot of very important shit has burned down. Recovery efforts are going to be hard. Arya and Jake have touched down at the edge of town and are talking to some nearby guards. Civilians are starting to emerge from hiding, and the remaining guards are scrambling to get firefighting efforts coordinated. Good on Falkreath for having a strong sense of self-dependence, really. No other city in Skyrim would be this ubiquitous in root cellars. Maybe the one in the swamp? Who stores shit underground in a swamp? I land in short order. Hey, all good. They didn't really move from where the lights were first shot out. Arya and Jake are sitting on some stumps, accompanied by 4 Falkreath guards. The guards salute as we land. I've lost power. Arya says, her ace gear unlatched. She put out the kickstand so it's not lying around randomly, but, so I couldn't climb near the tail end of the fight. Yet, going by monovision the gear is completely tapped out. Alright, good to know. Are you too hurt? Both shake their heads no. Arya does pull back her sleeves to reveal red blotches on her skin. I don't think the gear fits very well, it chafed a lot. Oh, ow. I'm sorry. That looks like it stings. The offending component steel clasps lays broken on the ground. They're used to brace the gear against the body. I had to use steel clasps because anything that wasn't metal broke if Arya tried to do any kind of maneuvering whatsoever. Fuck G-force management, man. There's so much to learn. Anyways. There's so much more to do. First order of business, we carry our ace gears to the Warwolf Annex, the smoldering remains of the Warwolf Annex. Fuck. We were using it as a place to get quests for our mercenaries, but ever since Lakeview has gone up as a real town the Annex building is basically just free lodging in the city. Still, sucks. Instead, we bring the aces to one of the brothels in our network, and get a few girls to oil Arya down so she can mentally rest from the fight. Non sequitur, Arya has 3 states of matter, sleepy log, utter physical exhaustion, puddle, utter mental exhaustion, and firecrackers, adrenalized but not exhausted. We're trying to avoid the third one because she gets prickly after an incomplete burn. I say that like it's somehow Arya specific. The T-sisters will also puddle. Anyways, Jake joins the recovery effort focused around digging out Sid gear, and I hop around town to do some surveying. The amount of burning and debris around the longhouse means it takes a solid day and then some to dig Sid out of his trap. He's a little dazed coming out but otherwise is fine. From a damage standpoint, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to say that Falkreath, as a city and a hold capital, is a write-off. Most of the major structures are completely wiped, several key granaries and storage facilities burned to cinders. It will take significant time for the administrative work to get back on its feet and for the people to respect this place as a hold capital again. I mean, yes, materials can flow into the city at a much greater rate than any other hold because it's heavily decentralized, but if somebody's interested in grabbing power, there's no better time to get started. Loss of life is fortunately minimal. Mysticism as a school is somewhat dead, but detect life is still a spell in common use, and made it easy for the people in question to know where they should start moving the debris to clear a path for survivors. That said, we don't know how many people died outright to the dragon's flames. There seem to have been no corpses. Rebuilding Falkreath is going to be rough. Not only because of the resource cost, but because this is going to be a litmus test for a lot of noble houses within the city. I don't have particular allegiance to Cid or the Empire or anything, but if I have to fight a civil war within a civil war, I swear to God I will strangle somebody. Now, post-battle analysis. So, dragons shout. Arya testified that they were shouting, and she was shouting, and it sounded like the same thing to the people watching on the ground. Going by what we saw, a lot of the shouting was just a fight with whirlwind sprint to get position over each other. However, before we got here, the dragon in question burned the town to the ground, using shouts where one of which was apparently so incredibly destructive that there is a cone gouged into the ground from where the shout originated. The ground in the cone is smooth like glass. We don't know what the shout was, and frankly it doesn't matter for the time being. What matters is that the dragon, apparently, showed up, set buildings on fire, set people on fire, set arrows on fire, returned fire when shot at it, and as soon as Arya showed up it stopped all of that in favor of a knife fight in the air. Arya and Jake both attested to them scoring multiple hits, but none of the damage they did seem to have stuck in any meaningful way. We've collected some of the battle debris, and the most striking of which are half-dissolved gunblade rails. I say they're dissolved, but it's almost like a section of the rails were deleted. The area of the cut it's like a scene from any anime where there's something powerful gouging out the land and there's just a perfectly spherical hole remaining in the ground. The damage has that sense of otherness to it that defies Skyrim's understanding of how physics and magicka works. Also, unlike her fight with Myrmilnir, or so she says, she did not absorb any knowledge from it despite getting into close combat range and wounding it multiple times. Worst case scenario? Dragons are aware of Arya as the Dragonborn and have taken precautionary measures against her. If dragons are half as intelligent and long-living as their lore states, they'll do that. Hopefully the one we fought was an anomaly and the rest are all too proud for countermeasures or whatever, but this is the time where I wish we could turn to the Greybeards or Parthunax and get some more guidance, but one's dead and another's missing, so, yeah. Oh, speaking of which, the Greybeards being destroyed is now common knowledge. It didn't generate headlines or significant amounts of panic and worry, because while everyone knew the Greybeards were significant, it wasn't clear what their significance was. Or, rather, it's like if the mayor's house in the neighboring town burned down, and then you hear about it 3 months later. There's a fair bit of what do I do with this information emotionally going on. It did mean that we, myself and Jake, were officially ordered by the Empire and formally requested by the Stormcloaks to mount an investigation, since we're vehemently anti-dragon and I have the reputation of being capable of flight. This request happened sometime during the last chapter's final timeskip. There wasn't much reason for us to refuse. That said, nothing really happened since the last time we were up there, so the report we gave ended up being rather useless. Makes sense, our angle was report what we saw, and we didn't see much. The clues that were visible the last time we were here have been snowed over rather heavily. The fact that the task went to guys who can fly rather than a team to clear the path to High Hrothgar speaks plenty where the Greybeards were on the Empire and Stormcloaks list of priorities. Still, now that 2 major cities in Skyrim have been hit, both the Empire and the Stormcloaks, and the Thalmor, are scrambling for any scraps of information to fight against the dragons. According to the Brothel News Network, the Empire is going so far as to offer a blanket pardon for the Forsworn so long as they can get access into the temple ruins that we visited last time. The Forsworn are not about to accept a pardon for the crime of fighting for their independence, so we'll see how that goes. But, regardless, tasks at hand: rebuild Falkreath, redesign Aces, get Arya some more flight hours. This goes double now that I've revealed my hand, so I don't have to build in total secrecy anymore. The goal is to shore up the flight time and thrust to weight ratio, so that way we can add a bigger chassis, so we can mount more weapons. If nothing else, this fight taught us that mobility is key, and Arya slamming her bones against the clasps every time she wants to whirlwind sprint is incredibly detrimental to her well-being. Also, train someone else to be a co-pilot to keep the bird in the air so I can sortie as well. There's so much to do. Also, keeping an eye out for that dragon because there's not a chance in hell it just slinked off like that. Ugh. I wish reality had less consistency so that Falkreath rebuilds when we leave its cell. 2 weeks later. Guess who's back? Radar picked up a fast-moving object headed towards Lakeview at 0600 this morning. That was 5 minutes ago. Raise the alarm. Everybody to your stations. I shout. The radar trill is a low-tech analog solution. Yesterday, Teenram managed to wire it to a machine that ultimately ended in a massive fuck-off bell on the top of the mansion. Because it is a fuck-off bell and a crude simple machine, it only rings once. I'll have to fetch it because it broke off its hinges and rolled off the ceiling into the street. We are running through the halls of the house, half-dressed, banging on a pot with a ladle to get everyone's attention after they were jolted awake by the bell's impact on the ground. It rang twice, then. It is barely the cusp of dawn. Fuckers got a good sense of time. Why is my room under the bell, anyway? Third-person camera. The ancient dragon traced Arya's power back to her home, and after spending 2 weeks resting, decided to make its entrance yet again. Per the norm of this part of Skyrim, the morning wakes in dew in a low blanket of clouds, and the dragon glides high and above cloud cover towards its target. Down on the ground, the town of Lakeview is wrestled harshly to life. The loud air raid alarm, blaring from every corner of the werewolf compound and sounding shocking foreign, confirmed to everyone still confused as to the situation. In the past 2 weeks Ash had been insistent on drills involving the siren system precisely at noon, or so, and therefore the villagers, though surprised, quickly went to shelters, either under their own homes or at communal gathering points, the werewolf compound being no exception. The yard within the werewolf compound, however, started opening up. At some point in its construction, Ash had built ugly-looking square boxes at regular intervals behind the walls, and littered some in the yard. Each one was at least 10 feet tall and clashed heavily with the look of the place, despite attempts to conceal them with shrubs and trees nearby. The boxes now open, the lids sliding off to reveal quad-barreled anti-aircraft rail guns. Ash, standing on the roof of the werewolf mansion, aligns the gun's magicka to his and starts to focus. As he concentrates on the incoming glob of mana that was the dragon, the turrets around his house groan and rotate to face the target as much as they can, given their lack of ability to go lower than their current 70-degree angling. The dragon feels the area beneath it hum with magical energy. Curious, it starts to dive towards the most concentrated location of the energy. As it breaks through the clouds, it sees a sudden spike of magical energy before feeling something tear clean through its body. I see. The dragon smirks. It feels another spike of energy and readies its defenses. The next barrage of something strikes and shatters off of its scales, creating a shower of sparks as if metal struck metal. Ash blinks at seeing the heavy railguns fail. Well, fuck. He pours more magic into his turrets. With a screech of tearing steel, the guns orient themselves at the dragon in earnest. There will need to be repairs. The dragon, seeing this sudden shift in magicka, prepares itself, relishing in the challenge as it sees multiple flashes of magical discharge. The sheer number of hits it suddenly receives drops it to the ground and allows a few hits to go through and shatter inside its body. Pain it has not felt in millennia, if not longer. Quaint. How quaint. The dragon laughs, the shards of lead embedded in its body evaporating. I commend your ingenuity, human. It stops hovering and starts flying again. Truly, one of a kind. First-person camera. You're kidding me. I plugged it with all of the railguns and they did nothing? Those guns are Mountain Piercer certified. I shot them through 10 meters of rock. What the hell? You and it's coming closer to Jake. Is Arya ready yet? I yell down to the courtyard. 5 minutes. Jake yells back. I, in my incredible foresight and defensive intelligence, stalked the aces out in the courtyard to work on them yesterday and never returned them to the boathouse. Why is this important? Because I only put it back together if I'm storing it in the boathouse. I'm sure the dragon's not going to take 5 minutes. Fuck it, let's go. We start flying. I was hoping the dragon would be weak to a 64-course dose of physics, but that's a no, so magic it is, then. Oh, why did I only take my knife? Not that it'd help. The dragon is more or less loitering just above cloud cover, so we have to climb. Alright, contact, my god, that thing is huge up close. Third-person camera. The dragon was pleasantly surprised at the human flying at it. Your talent is extraordinary. The dragon growls. But I fear my time is better spent elsewhere. It blows right past the incoming flying human, the wind of its magnificent wings tossing the little bag of flesh wildly. Ash regains his flying posture remarkably quickly. Okay, that's how it's gonna be. He glares at the dragon's retreating form. Fine, be that way. He readies an array of lightning bolts and unleash them at the dragon. The dragon, sensing the spike in magicka, suddenly slows and sweeps with its tail, scattering the spells with no effort. It then zips towards the flying human, feeling a need to pay lip service to respect. Shit. Ash was not expecting the dragon to go after him so suddenly, and therefore can only shield. By nature, he starts to fly upwards as the dragon takes a swipe at him. The dragon's claws strike his wards and he follows the momentum and is launched high into the sky, spinning all the while at a vomit-inducing speed. Yep, okay. Ash tries to both fix his flight path and get his bearings. This was a stupid idea. Ultimately not succeeding at either, Ash smacks into the lake and drills a fair distance down before surfacing from the hole he made in the water. The human survived? The dragon muses, watching. The delay tactic is obvious, but that was all the more reason to play along. Ash creates a lance of ice and railguns it towards the dragon. The dragon, seeing the magic of both creating and firing the lance, rolls slightly and shatters the lance with its tail. It's reading something. Ash notes. Probably the magic. Fuck. The dragon rears back and unleashes one powerful flap of its wings at the skating human. The wind cleaves into the lake surface and cuts like blades. Ash throws upwards and dives into the water. The energy of the dragon's attack washes over the water surface and creates a slick cover of blood from the affected fish. The dragon then senses a trio of ice spears being created. Some seconds later, they lands at it from beneath the water surface. The dragon simply pulls upwards and dodges with no effort. Yeah, it's reading me like a book. Ash grumbles, still submerged. Still, that means it's paying attention to me. He surfaces and creates another lance of ice, this one massively oversized and surrounded with crackling electric energy. The dragon, sensing the massive amount of energy beneath it, breaks into a smile. The struggles of the weak is truly something to behold. It rears back its head. Yol tool shul. Ash dives under the water again as the incoming breath of fire burns the lake surface and the above water half of the lance. Ash surfaces amidst the cloud of steam. Prick. He snarls, reforms the lance, and railguns it at the dragon. The dragon opens its mouth and takes the hit into its throat, before burping a small puff of flame. Ah, the arrogance of intelligence. It turns over and aims at the little human. Woodnackest. Ash is blown away by the impact of the dragon upon the water surface and, righting himself just in time, is impaled by a branch through his lung. As he begins to feel the pain after the shock, he reflexively cuts his ability to feel pain. Dick move. Ash cuts himself from the branch, rips it from his body, and heals the damage. He notes the dragon, dripping water, flying back into the sky, its head oriented towards the direction of the mansion. The dragon begins to maneuver right as Arya puts a round into its back. The lead of the rail explodes in a shower of hot metal, dealing no damage. Whatever a dragon is, we can't hurt it if it's prepared. Ash notes. Fine. He creates another massive lance of ice. After that injury I really don't have much. He takes out a small vial of blue liquid and downs it, and returns to the fight. Arya sees the wake being left by Ash hugging the water surface and pours magical power into her engines. As Ash had designed said new engines in a hurry, they lack the soundproofing of the older variant, and are thus quite loud. Still, Arya feels the shout incoming and responds with her own, darting away from the incoming blast of flame. The dragon, for his part, kept an eye on the magical energy that was Ash hovering at its periphery, and thus did not notice the massive pine tree thrown at it through the obscuring blaze of its own breath. The singed tree spikes the dragon in the throat, and Jake flies into it at full power, ramming it in further and forcing the dragon's head upwards before it could refocus. But, refocus it does, and instantly Jake feels zero resistance behind his push. The pine tree is shoved forward, rapidly disintegrating against the sheer presence that is the dragon. The dragon then feels a hard hit on its back, followed by a similarly hard, if colder, hit against its stomach. Arya reloads. Ash rebuilds his lance. Quite. The dragon mutters. He focuses his attention on Jake and slams into the man with his claw. Jake blocks the hit, mostly, but his ace gear takes all the force it could physically absorb and shatter behind him. A second hit from the dragon smacks him deep into the lake. Then, sensing the two opposing forces, the dragon simply shouts. Wood! And rockets into the sky at Arya. Saw this coming. Arya mutters and readies a second gunblade. Bring it. Alright, fine. Ash takes being ignored in stride and masses even more magic into the lance. Be that way. It grows to a ludicrous size. Arya slams one of her engines with the gunblade and forcibly rotates it, dramatically changing her heading. The dragon zips right on by as she fires both rails into its sides. The distance of the hit causes the dragon to veer badly off course and reorient itself before turning back to aim at Arya again. Arya knocks the engine back in place and throws a pair of rails into the air, reloading them into the gunblades in one smooth motion. Wood! Both dragon and dragonborn shout, and fly in rather silly tangential directions from each other. The dragon had tried to predict Arya's flight path and was wrong. As a prize, Ash shoots his lance at it from the lake surface. The distance of travel allows the dragon to sense its approach and guard just as the lance hits, which breaks its attention enough for Arya to put 2 rounds into its wing. The dragon slams and lands on the lake surface, shaking its wing like a person dries their hand. Impressive. It snarls. I'm rather enjoying myself. Arya, the one person who can tell its words, would say that it sounded almost friendly. The dragon's damaged wing healed even before it had hit the water. That is some high-grade bullshit. Ash sighs to himself. Now what? He sees Jake flying over to him. Arya reloads her gunblades with the last set of rails and regroups with the pair. Any thoughts? Ash continues to stare at the dragon and shrugs. We're fucked. Nothing's working. I didn't think it could heal that fast. Jake says. That changes a lot of things. Arya frowns. It doesn't feel like healing, though. It's something else. Ash downs his last mana potion. Add it to the pile, I guess. We can get some good hits on it if it's distracted. Jake says. But keeping it distracted is the problem. Want me to infight? Ash laughs. Fuck no. Don't think we have a choice though. Arya. I can't fly like the two of you. She jettisons her ace gear. So bring it onto dry land. The new engines are incredibly energy hungry and Ash had no time to make changes to the existing fuel setup. Bring it, she says. Jake chuckles. Alright, I've done worse. He flies again. Oh, you have finished planning. The dragon says conversationally, for Arya. Let's begin. Would NA cast. Ash feels, somewhat detachedly, his head sailing high and far away from the rest of his body. Dick. He thinks as his vision spins in a blur. Hope I stick the landing. Ugh, so bony. The dragon grumbles as he chews on Ash's body. Far too little fat. He spits out the remains, then swats away Arya's pair of rails and tanks Jake's hit with his scales. You next. He focuses on Jake. Jake. Get out of there. Arya shouts. Jake, wielding the colossal sword, evades at full speed, but could not dodge the dragon tail nicking his foot. The hit crushes his foot, armor and all, and sends it flying into the lake. Jake, unperturbed, unleashes the sword to its full length, and brings it crushing down onto the dragon's back. The dragon full out laughs and blocks the sword with the claws on its wings. It then sees Arya approaching. Wood. Arya keeps low, cutting her thigh on a small rock barely an inch off the ground. She keeps her gun blades raised, and as she and the dragon pass each other, the dragon snaps at nothing, and her blade guts it from the neck down to its tail, splitting it open like a skewer. Oh, that hurt. The dragon sneers, the otherwise fatal injury closing. Very good. It blocks Jake's lunge with a wing. You have potential, Dragonborn. It grabs onto Jake's colossal sword and tosses him high into the sky. Yltor Shul. Fuck. Jake is engulfed by flames and burned to cinders. The dragon sneers. Paltry. Okay, I'm trying, alright. Jake emerges from his cinders utterly naked. He gathers his strength, overlaps Ash's railgun magic, and throws the melting colossal sword at the dragon. As the railgun sword hits the dragon's blocking claws yet again, Arya dashes in one more time with whirlwind sprint. With a whirl at the end, she slams both gun blades into the dragon's throat. Fuss Aroda. The blade was built for a lot of things, but one reason why there's a blade attached to each rail is because they were meant as last-ditch weapons, not meant for more than one use. The blades explode from the sudden energy, the shrapnel ripping into the dragon's throat, causing the dragon to cough and bleed. The gun blades now very much in shambles, Arya rips the rails from each gun and stabs them into the dragon's neck. Yltor Shul. The resulting blast decapitates the dragon's head in its entirety, and for the first time since she's faced this dragon, she feels wisps of its energy and knowledge flow into her. It lasts mere seconds before being cut off, and she feels herself falling to one knee at the incoming knowledge's sheer presence. I see. The dragon's body flies to its head and reconnects it with the rapidly recovering neck. Alduin's fears are not without merit. It takes off into the sky with a mighty flap of its wings. I should learn to act my age. It smiles. Lest I become human. Fucker. Arya growls. Nothing wrong with being human. The dragon flies away. So all that for nothing. Arya spits. Where's Ash? We got his body. Jake holds up a very tattered and bloody corpse. Or what's left of it. He shudders. I know he said this was possible, but man, it gives me the creeps. First-person camera. I believe I have landed somewhere in the town. I have landed next to a stone wall of some kind and my vision is nothing but sky. It's very pretty, but not helpful. So. I mean, I've stitched people back together so long as their head was alive, so it only made sense to make sure I can do the same to myself. I can survive whatever as long as my head isn't squished like a tomato, and even then that's difficult. A cat wanders up and starts licking our hair. As we have cut all sense of pain we feel nothing. I see whiskers. It's a cat. The cat starts pawing at our head. No. Stop. Wait. My greatest regret is that I can't feel its kitty paw pads. It bites our nose and puts a claw ominously close to our eye. I'm okay with not feeling that one. I beam. Our eyes flash with magic and a soft pop sound, the cat jumps, yowls, and scampers away. I'm just glad it didn't pee on my face. So long as my brain works I can circulate and collect magic, so if I keep expenditure low I can maintain this energy state effectively forever. But I have no locomotion as a head, so, yet. Well, I mean, I can move my jaw, but that's kinda not useful given how my jaw is not touching the ground. It takes a hot minute for somebody to notice a head lying against a wall and scream there, oh it's Mel. She picks up my head, tears in her eyes, and rushes me back to the werewolf mansion. Jake's also there with my extremely torn up body. We, all of us, enter the compound, and a moment later the all-clear alarm is sounded. I'm brought to my workshop along with my, really at this point it's less of a body and more of a human-shaped meatloaf. From the pieces I can see, it's in no shape for reattachment. It looks uncharacteristically wet and underblooded. Did they clean it in the lake? Why did they feel the need to rinse off my decapitated body? Also Mel has a tendency to hug my head which buries my nose in her chest. I have no issues with this arrangement as I cannot feel. Or see. In other words, I have an issue with this arrangement. 2 issues. 2 massive issues. Mel puts me gingerly on the table as Jake sets the body below me, as if I was lying down. Wow, you really got ahead of yourself, hey. He says. I can feel his stupid ass grin. I have no vocal cord and no lungs so I cannot talk, and I can't look at him to throw a dirty look because he's off to my right. But we try anyway. Always head and shoulders above the rest. Jake continues. Arya slaps him on the shoulder. Thank you. I hear her giggling but thank you all the same. Mel has managed to stop crying. This is a rather heady situation. She says a bit hiccup why and bro. Bro. Not bro, she's a lady. I trusted you. Jake goes for a high five, which Mel rather weakly returns. Alright, alright. Arya says, very obviously tired. Let's stop giving Ash the cold shoulder. I swear to God. Swear to God. Okay, okay. Jake takes a breath to calm down. How do we do this? Ash can't talk right now and all. He's not necessarily calming down from having fun. We just have to align his head with the rest of the body, he said. Teenram says and I see her. She picks up my head and aligns it to my body. Alrighty, establishing battle link, stand by. Yet, my body is a mess, but it's workable. The dragon hit me hard enough to rip through my lung, the ribs, and a fairly sizable chunk of my organs. I'm missing a lot of bones and meat where meat should be, and if I were to try and restore my body to the state of a standard person I would die immediately. But still, workable. Thankfully Teenram brought a bucket of soulstones and a live pig. She leads the pig to my hand so I can put my hand on it. I haven't re-established nerve access so I'm assuming based on position. It seems like something she'd do. Anywho. Healing. 5 minutes later. Alright, major damage repaired. Plenty of minor damage I'll have to repair later, but for now I can do basic human functions. My voice is deader than before. Probably an octave lower, too. I sounded like shit before, so I still sound like shit but gruffier, probably. How are you feeling? Jake asks, faux concern written all over his face. A lot of real concern mixed in too. I stare at him, then shrug. Still a lot of damage to work through. Okay, good. God forbid you become a headache. Jake grins and I'm going to throw this pig at him. What's left of it? I can't pick it up so I will simply do so in spirit. Sigh. I will need time to rebuild my body so I'm probably not moving for a while. I say. Somebody help me back to my room. Gotcha. Jake picks me up in a princess carry. Must you? What do you want the rest of us to do? Arya asks. No clue. Run the show, I guess? When I get squared away we'll do a full debriefing. I get carried up to my room in short order and squared away with pillows and comfort. Everything's going to ache for a few weeks as I put it all in order, hey? Alright, debrief. I'm on my bed, there's really no room for everyone, so only the core crew is present inside the room and out in the hallway. I sigh. Dragon is a fuckhead, end of debrief. Pause. I can report that none of our weapons worked against it. Jake? Arya? I didn't do shit. Jake says bluntly. Not enough charging power, not enough evasion. The weapons did work, as did your spells. Arya says. But it healed through the damage every time. Yeah, I saw that. Ugh. Debrief. Well, nothing we didn't already either know or assume. That said, Arya did get some information from the dragon at the tail end of the fight. No new info about why this dude was different from Myrmilnir on the absorb soul front, sadly. That said. We did get some knowledge into how dragons perceive themselves. That is, dragons consider themselves, rightfully and accurately so, as a force of nature. I mean, this was kinda self-evident, but the key distinction here is that, how do I phrase it? It's like they're hurricanes. Not a hurricane, but the concept of a hurricane itself. Not a rainstorm, but the concept of rain, so on, so forth. A force of nature that is as innate as the existence of nature in its entirety. In other words, you cannot kill nature. A tornado will eventually run its course, but just because a tornado goes away doesn't mean that the concept of tornadoes and the environmental aspects that create tornadoes becomes unable to create tornadoes ever again. This is where we're at. That is what dragons are, an aspect of nature as a fundament of reality. In a way it makes sense. If physics can create incredible things as a result of a large cohesive ball of energy, then it follows that magic, a parallel system, would also be able to create incredible things as a result of a large cohesive ball of energy. In other words, the means of destroying a dragon involves getting them to go from being a fundamental force of nature to being a fundamental force of nature. Instead of the dragon representing hurricanes, we need to get it to represent a hurricane. Which was how the grounding shout worked, I believe. A fear of death implies a finality, a sense that forces of nature lack. Now the question is, and was, how do we get there? How do we tell a dragon that, in our case, one of the three people it fought and won against is going to kill it? Like, in a more standard fantasy story, the big bad realizes that they're going to die at the end of the climax, not during the dialogue before. Or, alternatively, that being killed is a process alien to life? Because, let's face it, all things die eventually. Hell, nature itself will die eventually after 10 to the X amount of years. I mean, language is a means of conveying meaning and is created, so that right there means dragons can learn and improve, so the idea that they're egotistical enough to be completely shocked by the concept of death seems shallow as an explanation. Or, alternatively, the conditions in the field are antithetical to how dragons exist. Right? I mean, a tornado ends because the weather patterns in the region can no longer support it. If dragons are forces of nature, then would they not be removable from the field because the field can no longer support them? In that sense, the dragon wren's shout, I think, makes sense. Shouts are words that carry meaning, but also the meaning is so convincing that the relevant aspects of existence are brought into existence simply through shouting. In that sense, dragon rend is less a shout that causes a dragon to realize something and more a shout that redefines the world space around the dragon. Or, in another sense, dragon language is uniquely different from human language, because the meaning of the word takes place upon it being spoken, rather than being heard. Then again, that's no different from a spell. Words bring action to existence, and all that jazz. HRM. Well, more food for thought. Incidentally, this is over a period of 2 days of debate and extrapolation. Me and Jake have scoured our list of available perks, and we have nothing that can be used against dragons. No damage bonus, no defense bonus, nothing. Secondary perks like improving our reaction time exist, beyond what we already have, but those are focused towards very specific elements and, well, considering that the dragon is still out there, we don't really have the time to retrain and relearn how to fight. We need to focus on the perk for it to be useful, and it's taken us this long to be able to use half of our kit effectively at all times. Hell, one reason why both of us kept getting nullified during the fight was because we can't do shit and fly at the same time. Ugh. Honestly, the big question is when the dragon decides to revisit. We're out of usable gear, Area's the only one that can fight, and that's assuming the dragon decides to pull its punches again. If it just decides to breath at altitude, we'd be completely fucked. Arya mentioned that the dragon talked about having fun, but why did it want to have fun? That's a silly question. Everything likes to have fun, the fun just looks different for everybody. Dragon healing? We're chalking that up as a function of the dragons being a force of nature, again, can't kill the concept of a hurricane, and all that. Not gonna lie, I'm I'm very disappointed that all of my preparations over the past however long were only worth a sliver of a dragon's knowledge. But, I have a new goal in mind. We're not killing dragons. Not at the moment. Instead, the focus is to make weapons that can deal enough sustained damage for Arya to absorb knowledge from it. I mean, realistically I don't think my developmental goal has changed, but the difference in knowing that the goal is achievable is a difference between heaven and earth. I'm actually motivated now, it's great. So what's happening now? I'm restricted to my bed and being taken care of by Teenram and Tiana. More or less. I'm healing and getting healed, but my body is still crumpling into a pile after 5 minutes of physical exercise, so that's not going great. Like, I'd complain, but I'm being serviced by big titty anime cat girls, so. Chapter 32, Experiencing Irrelevancy, but different. =+=+===. Third person camera, some days after. Solitude. The Skyrim Thalmor office was in an uproar. Or, as much of an uproar as the Thalmor did at the cusp of dawn. A pair of Thalmor captains sit in their office, reading through a small stack of notes and documents delivered throughout the night. One of the captains, henceforth Cap A, picks up one particularly thick-looking note and reads it while sipping on his tea. He then reads it again with a look of slight incomprehension on his face. He then reads it a third time with the bewildered look of a man who had just learned to read. He stops reading it the fourth time and just frowns at the other captain, Cap B, facing him. Cap B, as it were, was in charge of the night shift, and the two were expected to touch base on information and remove ambiguities before the day starts. Cap B, who had read the report, shrugs. I don't know what more you were hoping for. Cap B shrugs. A dragon hit Falkreath and was repelled by the wind callers. She rubs her face tiredly. I despise dragons. So much work for us. I can see that. Cap A says. But why Falkreath? He figured they would hit Whiterun, with its citadel's history as a dragon prison and all. Cap B's reply is a flat stare. My friend. I know. Cap A laughs lightly and finishes his tea. Dragons are cats, inscrutable, loud, and love high places. What else do we know? He sifts through a smaller pile of notes on the Falkreath attack. Cap B flips through her own stack. Very little. She plucks out a few pages. But what we know is consistent. The dragon appeared early in the morning, tore through the town, before being engaged by the wind callers from above. Above the dragon. Cap A makes a note about them flying. How'd they manage that? He had the notes from the Emperor's visit and had no illusions that the flight shown there was all he could do. Cap B's tone is nothing if not direct. The Windcaller estate is apparently in the possession of a machine that allows them to fly. Cap A chuckles. Given how you said that, I assume multiple sources have attested to it. Cap B nods. Our homeland is only beginning to experiment with useful flying machines. How did this nobody in a backwater like Skyrim figure it out first? Morrowind's methods of transportation did not count for her due to the simple fact that they're from Morrowind and are thus beneath her notice. Cap A's response is to tap the third stack of notes, all dedicated to Windcaller communications and growing by the week. Cap B deflates. Fair, do you think they know we're intercepting their messages? Cap A taps the Windcaller stack again. Do you think they have faith in their encryption? More than we do in ours. Standard Thalmor tactic is to have multiple layers of defenses with messages, so as to know whether the delivery route is being tampered with. To the best of their knowledge, there were no such defenses for the Windcallers yet. Apart from the messages being encrypted, they were treated like the average monthly mail. Cap B stares at her own Windcaller stack. I'd have faith in my encryption as well if it hadn't been cracked at all. Both captains take a moment to sigh theatrically. One of their subordinates had sent a letter to their friend back in the Aldmiri homeland complaining about the sheer difficulty of what they had to do, and by chance that letter had been picked up by a particularly fussy superior, forcing the department to scramble and explain why, apparently, there exists a faction in Skyrim whose method of communication is utterly opaque to the Thalmor. I don't see why he's so adamant about this. It's not like we know nothing about the Windcallers. Cap A says after a minute of silence. And it's not like they're the only up-and-coming family in Skyrim with clout. He probably just has his ego bruised. Cap B says dismissively. Besides, you know what we do to those up-and-coming families. I do. Cap A says. I'm just surprised it hasn't happened to our beloved dragon fanatics yet. He flips to a page detailing Atra and Alma's movements within Winterhold down to the minute. Think it's about time. Cap B sips her tea. Ash Windcaller has been bedridden ever since their bout with the dragon. I'll be surprised if the Winterhold team hasn't taken action already. Cap A flips through some more papers, grimacing at their work for the day. Do you think they'll cooperate? Cap B laughs, long and hard. It will be a good lesson for those who believe that threats run the world. She begins drafting a note. The sooner we Thalmor are rid of that particular element, the better it is for everyone. Cap A smirks. No complaints here. For all of their interest in seeing the end of the Thalmorian traditions of abduction and blackmail, the two captains do preciously little to actually stop it, and continue about their business of keeping up with the flood of information today. Third-person camera, roughly the same time. Winterhold. Atra was suffering. A good kind of suffering. Ever since she and her sister became students in the College of Winterhold, they had their understanding of magic broken down and rebuilt several times over. With their bases given by Ash, and regular correspondence, she was at least confident that, before they were to leave, they would be able to craft a spell that would wow Ash and shock him to no end. When Delphine pointed out that Ash would be impressed no matter what they did, Atra insisted that they wanted to really surprise him, rather than just being perfunctorily impressed. Delphine thought about pointing out how that's not a word, but decided to drop matters. That aside, they were rather enjoying their life in Winterhold. By virtue of being well-mannered, fair, and generally approachable, most students in the college had a positive opinion of them. Outside the college, they were fast friends with Simon and Valeria, who had taken the test to join the college and were very recently admitted into the college themselves. The four were basically a clique at this point, and Delphine more or less let the two older children play chaperone while she focused on picking up the slack with regards to draconic research. Not that the research was going well, anyways. According to Delphine, Winterhold just did not have enough relevant information that wasn't based around sheer speculation, and the library, as impressive as it was too geared towards magical education to be of further use for their incredibly niche and, frankly, slightly dangerously political topic. The thought that she would have to leave Winterhold sooner or later made her a bit sad, and Atra felt just a twinge of annoyance that Ash might make them leave on his terms instead of their own. Still, she had her next class to worry about, and she joins Alma, pays out her share of the lamb skewers that Alma purchased for both of them, and enters the college. They find their classroom and stop abruptly at the sight of the man next to the door. Other students passing by give the man very brief and polite greetings before moving on. Alma saw no reason to do different. "Hello, Professor Enkano." Alma says politely and professionally. "Good morning." Enkano bows. "Ah, good morning, Alma, Atra." He has an unusually downcast expression on his face. "Do you have a moment?" Alma weighs her options. Sure. She doesn't yet see a downside. Enkano leads them to the room opposite their classroom, currently unused beyond a few people reviewing their notes. Privacy is an illusion in the college. "As you are aware, I am a ranking member of the Thalmor presence here in Winterhold." Enkano says in a low tone, but still can be heard by everyone in the room. It wasn't exactly a secret. Atra nods. Alma narrows her eyes. Enkano sighs. "A message has come from Falkreath," he says. "From our branch at work in the city. You're aware that your father was responsible for repelling the dragon attack, correct?" Atra nods again, much more slowly this time. News traveled fast, and rumors even faster. The college, as aloof and anti-Thalmor as the rest of the empire, nevertheless enjoyed the speed at which rumors tend to permeate its walls. Enkano takes the deep breath of a man delivering some difficult news. "We have received word that he was gravely injured in the attack." He delivers a folded note. The girls go to class in a state of utter confusion. The letter was genuine, it had Jake's handwriting, and, as Jake often did, told them of what had happened between the times that he wrote. And, as Jake often did, provided them no directions on what they should be doing next. That Ash did not write was normal, as it meant he would likely be at the house waiting for them. Buried as they were in their thoughts, they didn't take in much of the lesson. The professor, no stranger to seeing students in some form of emotional duress, advised that they retire early. So they do. The girls excuse themselves and find Enkano still outside the classroom, talking to someone they didn't know. "Falkreath is not doing well," Enkano says, answering their unasked question. "And Lord Windcaller has yet to arrive at your home." Seeing their rising panic, he produces a wooden plaque the size of his hand. "As people say, things happen. If you need a fast boat to Dawnstar, this will arrange it at the Thalmor part of the docks." Without question, Atra takes the plaque. In her hands, it's large enough to need both of hers. She squeezes it close to her heart and rushes off, Alma in tow. The two men watch the girls disappear around the corner. "I'm surprised that worked so well, Enkano," the other man says. "I'm surprised myself," Enkano replies dismissively. "Do not bother me again with such trivialities. If you need to lie to a child in the future, do so on your own time." He is, after all, quite busy with the Eye of Magus. First-person camera, about 3 days later. Yup. This sucks. So, let's review. Following the fight against the dragon, the Windcallers are now celebrated across the realm as being true heirs of Skyrim, never mind the actual results of the fight. Falkreath is a political write-off. Most of the city is fine, but the major structures such as the Jarl's Longhouse cannot be rebuilt quickly. Some granaries and warehouses have also been lost in the action. Again, I'm calling it a political write-off because the actual damage on the ground isn't so high that it can't be recouped, it would just be a matter of time. However, things like refilling the granaries require input from the neighboring villages, and that's political capital that Sid's not necessarily interested in expending at the moment. He has a lot on his plate, up to and including where to stay for the foreseeable future. If he stays at the house of a noble, it would be seen as favoring that noble, so on so forth. Stupid political stuff. As news and rumors of the dragon attack goes out, Lakeview gets more and more visitors. Arya is super annoyed at how many people are here to marry her trademark and is itching to do something away from town, and I believe I have that something in mind. Jake is basically the most popular dude there is and has to go to all sorts of events, because it would be weird not to. Something morale something. I wasn't really paying attention when Sid laid it out. I am badly injured. So the dragon chewed my body up real bad. I have amazing healing powers and have repaired most of the damage, but there's a lot of soft tissue and little things that I haven't been able to fully fix yet, and therefore I am in almost near constant pain. I have to walk with a crutch, when I can walk at all. Teenram and Tiana are taking care of me, and, again, big titty cat girls, but the near constant pain kind of spoils the fun, not gonna lie. Also the dragon kind of destroyed everything in my pelvic region and I frankly do not know enough about the male reproductive system's inner workings to rebuild it properly. There's gonna be some seriously disturbed bandits or whatever by the time I can get it to work again. Anyways, on to more important things. As of 3 days ago, Alma and Atra departed from Winterhold on a Thalmorian boat to Dawnstar and have not been heard of since. Dawnstar, incidentally, seems to be having issues sleeping, so that's that particular side quest popping up as well. We were alerted of her going missing via coded mail from Delphine, which also bore traces of being opened, so, yeah. We're not exactly surprised at this happening with this kind of timing. For context, Warwolf still operates as a mercenary group, albeit one that's rather overtly connected to a noble house. They have a base in Whiterun. I send letters to Whiterun. I also fly faster than the mail can get there. This is how I know our mail is being read, because I'm both the sender and receiver of those mails. This is also why we went with unencrypted mail when it comes to correspondence between us and the girls. Me and Jake had plenty of time to game this out, actually, and we came to the consensus that it was just safer to use no encryption despite the girls probably being heavily watched, because we both reasoned that, if push came to shove and the Thalmor really wanted to know how our encryption worked, there was nothing stopping them from putting a ring of invisibility on a dude and just sneaking him into the house along with the next letter we sent. Granted, there's nothing stopping them from doing it right now, but still. Thus, Arya is going on an adventure. I've given her a formal quest as Ashwind Caller to rendezvous with Atra and Alma and find out what's wrong with Dawnstar. Hopefully this will trigger her Dragonborn K's T-line shenanigans and give her quest markers pointing out where the two are. In the meantime, I will continue to recuperate. By fluffing Teenram's ears? She offered. Third-person camera. Arya races through Whiterun on her giant wolf, moving at a full sprint. Per the norm for a Dragonborn, she runs for a day and a little extra and arrives at Dawnstar a little past sundown. She unsummons her wolf on the outskirts of the town and walks the rest of the way into the unwalled city. Everybody looks tired. She notes immediately of what few people were on the streets. A citywide nightmare, was it? Unfortunately, she did not receive quest markers for Atra and Alma and had to search for them the normal way. Arya recalls the map of the city, the parts that she's familiar with, and makes her way down to the docks. Dawnstar, despite being a port city, is not one that gets a heavy amount of year-round traffic. The currents and temperature prevents it. Any ships that arrive outside of schedule are therefore incredibly noticeable, and its cargo even more so. It doesn't take Arya long, nor much of her coin, to figure out that the Thalmorian ship carrying 4 children was quartered in the commercial district of the city. Upon learning that it was 4, not 2, she frowns. The additional 2 definitively non-adults were odd, but Arya kept up with the girls' mail enough to have a good guess as to who they might be. It also made finding them easier. Packs of children always drew attention, more so when it smelled like Thalmor kidnapping. Thus, it's only an additional hour before Arya pinpointed the inn. As she traveled, she was keenly aware of how awake the town remained. Not in the same fashion as Lakeview. For whatever reason Ash made it a point to support a vibrant night market, but more apprehensive. I guess the nightmares are really keeping everyone up. Arya notes. They hinted that something powerful and hidden may be the cause of it. She smirks slightly. Maybe something malicious? She smelled loot. The inn was, well, it was very standard. Not too sizable, not too small, enough room for a dozen people to stay, maybe 3 dozen for food and carousing. The children, as it so happens, were sitting in a corner having dinner with the 2 Thalmor Minders nearby. Atra sees her first and waves. Arya approaches, noting how the Thalmor made no hostile action at all towards her. The children, however, Alma especially, were more of a maybe we should run mindset. Good evening, ladies. Arya says, not taking a seat. Mind telling me why you're here, and not in Winterhold? Is it true that Ash got hurt? Atra asks instead. Arya debated on how to break the news for a fraction of a second. More or less. She shrugs. He got chewed up by the dragon, but he's fine. She glances at the Thalmor. The Thalmor Minders barely stir. So they knew that much. She notes. Chewed up. The third child, the girl, whatever her name was, exclaims. And he's fine. What do you mean, fine? One of the Thalmor Minders speaks up. Ashwind Caller is one of the most powerful practitioners of magic in Skyrim, if not all of Tamriel. Small wonder that a dragon could not put him down. Arya could see that, despite their distrust of the Thalmor, Atra and Alma were nevertheless quite proud of that statement. Arya looks to the Minder. So, why are you here, then? I thought you would have left for Falkreath by now. We were, but... The Minder gestures to the crowd within the inn. The wind-collar children insisted to help. A half-truth. Had the children not overtly stopped to help, they would have been on a boat to solitude by now. Arya stares at Alma. Alma fidgets. We learned magic, and father always tries to help people, so we put 2 and 2 together. Atra nods furiously. The two had an inkling that they were in trouble and wanted to try and stop it. Arya may not be the one to deliver out punishment, but she did not try to keep secrets. The third girl raises her hand. I started it. I wasn't sleeping well and the 2 were worried. Arya sighs. Yeah, fine, alright, we'll look into it. She then gets caught up to speed on the party in question. Atra and Alma, accompanied by their friends Valeria Votrine, 15-ish, Breton girl, redhead, and Simon, 14-ish, Breton boy, brown hair. All of them, for their status as students in Winterhold, are some level of magic wielder. The friends, she notes, were not students of the college, but of Winterhold, which meant they were not yet skilled enough to enter the college. That they very recently became new students of the college was something that Arya may have read but summarily ignored. The Thalmerminders also introduced themselves, but Arya didn't bother remembering their names. Still, there was the looming monster of subjecting themselves to nightmares. After some debate of trying to stay up through the entire night, Arya goes to bed first just to experience the nightmares. The children, not wanting to experience the nightmares again but rather sleep-deprived, goes to bed as well. The Thalmerminders briefly consider the merits of getting some help and forcibly transporting the children to the docks, but decide very quickly that trying to do something that looked deeply illegal in a city full of sleep-deprived cranky anti-Thalmer folk would end poorly. Next morning, Arya wakes up with a tremendous headache. Per the rumors, the city was suffering through nightmares. If her own experiences through the night were anything to go by, it wasn't something specific, like, say, seeing Ash and Jake actually eaten by the dragon and having it fly away. Rather, it was just a near constant buzzing, for a lack of a better term, and she feels terrible in the morning. I regret everything. One of the handlers mutters as they reconvene. Hey, Silver. Arya didn't remember their names, she wasn't about to care that they didn't remember hers. What? The handler jerks his head to the innkeep. They said somebody tried to tackle the issues already and failed. He had arrived some time earlier and snooped around for info. Arya nods and, after a little asking around, gets a better view of the situation. In short, a priest of some god or other had arrived earlier in the week, hired some mercenaries, and attempted to investigate the issue, which he had claimed originated from the ruins of an old castle some distance away from Dawnstar. The fact that he did not succeed and none of the mercenaries returned told her all she needed to know about what happened next. So it's actually dangerous. Who would have thought? Handler A says flatly. Well, kids? Still feel like being heroes. The 4 children share some apprehensive glances. Death is not necessarily a new topic, given the Civil War, but the logical gap between death and heroism still takes a bit to resolve. At the very least, I'm curious. Atra says. Something that can affect an entire city has to be a powerful magical artifact, right? Maybe we can use it somehow. Alma comes around to the idea. Oh yeah. The 2 sisters have spent far too long listening to rumors of what an incredibly powerful magical artifact, such as a certain giant orb, can do to dragons. Arya stands. First things first, we do a little scouting. No crazy stuff until then, alright. The girls nod. The party leaves after a brief breakfast and, after getting a little direction, makes for the abandoned fortress. It's a crisp, bright morning with no clouds and little snow, making the hour-long trip easy, if cold. Still, it's a non-stop march for a group of children, and by the time the fortress is within reach all the kids are breathing hard. We've really been lax on our daily training. Atra says. This is embarrassing. She's setting the pace rather hard. Handler A says. Good job keeping up. He's only slightly out of breath. If this is all it takes to tire you out, then you're not exploring that fortress. Arya says lightly. Handler B chuckles. You talk like you know what's in there already. Arya laughs. It's fucked, what else could it be? She draws her sword. Look alive. In front of the fortress gates, feasting on the body of a slain, slightly rotting bear, are 3 ice specters. They see the incoming party and slither through the air. Arya draws a finger over her sword and covers it in flames. First in. With pinpoint precision, she stabs the closest spectre straight in the jaw. With a burst of magic, the flames of the sword explodes and shatters the spectre into the wind. Spectre number 2, originally targeting Handler B, changes its mind and goes for Arya's flank. Spectre 3 continues its charge. Arya dodges Spectre 2's bite and punches it with a flame-covered fist, staggering it. With a flourish to her follow-up, she beheads the spectre and, for style points, twirls and back kicks the remains with flames. Spectre 3, meanwhile, endures through a gauntlet of poorly aimed and low-powered jets of flames. Oh, Why is it so fast? Valeria grits her teeth. She lands one grazing hit out of a shotgun blast of shots. If only it flew straight. Simon's not doing better. He's trying for meaningful if fewer shots, and has hit none of them. I'll go first. Atra and Alma high fives, and Alma moves back to need her magic. Atra pelts the spectre with jolts of sparks. Oh, yes, that works better. Valeria mumbles and switches to the faster spell for better results. Her shots scatter and plink against the spectre's natural resistance, but at least she feels better. Simon did not learn long-range sparks and therefore has nothing meaningful to contribute. At this point, Arya has done murdering her targets and is watching, relaxed but vigilant. A half-minute and some dozens of sparks later, the ice spectre has had enough and calls it a day. It disengages, hugs the terrain, and vanishes from sight in seconds. If its body language could be put into words, it would be of a cat that has received far too much affection and is in desperate need of personal space. Arya grades their performance. Passable. The target took superficial damage and has fled the scene. Good enough. With the threat gone, the adrenaline leaves their bodies. Valeria and Simon, in particular, need a moment to catch their breath. Give me a moment, my sight's gone. Simon says. He sits and takes some deep breaths, waiting for the fatigue to pass. Valeria does much the same, but is instead staring at the two girls. How are you two? Fine. We're a little tired. Atra says. She's actually very tired, but is too embarrassed to admit it. Not that it helps her case against Arya much. Arya claps to get their attention. All right, children, take a moment to compose yourselves and we'll make for the fort. It's much too dangerous and exposed out here anyway. A moment is taken, and the group reaches the fortress's weathered and beaten doors in good time. Alma wrinkles her nose. What's that smell? Arya picked it up as well, though she wouldn't categorize it as a smell. It was alchemical magicka, of a similar nature as Mel's more unique concoctions. It leaks from the slightly ajar, extremely hefty-looking door. Stand clear. Arya commands. The girls scramble away. Everyone else, not sure what's going on, take the cue and do the same. Arya takes a small vial from her pouch, shakes it vigorously, and throws it into the fortress. There's a dull thud of an explosion, and a smell of smoke and ash mixes into the odor of alchemy. Thank you, Mel. Arya mutters. With her shoulder to the door, she pushes it open, then tosses some mage light across the threshold. The chamber is empty, save for some pews and a lectern. No physical signs of an explosion. Less a fortress and more of a temple, hey. Arya pushes the door completely open. All right, coast is clear, everybody inside. This looks like a temple of some kind. Minder A says. They were now all indoors. The door has been left ajar to help dissipate the smell, but the potion, one of Mel's alchemical cancellors, had already negated most of the stench. A temple to what, exactly? Minder B looks around at the burned remains of finery and flags strewn around the chamber. If it was any god of good repute, who would abandon a place like this? Arya agrees. True, it is prime real estate. The fortress/temple sits on a hill that overlooks almost all of Dawnstar, making it a great position to fortify. Better question, where's the priest, and how did he know to come up here? She could feel a faint source of magicka under her feet, somewhere deep in the fortress. I assume they're somewhere in there. Minder A says, looking at a massive gap in the walls that looked almost natural. I assume this miasmatic mist will be denser as we descend. He looks at the children, then at Arya. Do we go as a group? Arya's reply is immediate. Yes. We'll burn the miasma as we go. Would it not be safer to leave someone here as a guard? Minder B asks despite having a good guess as to what the answer might be. Arya laughs. My only options for a guard are children with no combat experience, children whose parents would skin me alive if something happened to them, and Thalmor. I'll take my chances. The Minders laugh, because they would have said the same thing in her shoes. The group enters the hole and, by Arya's estimates, go deeper into the cliff. Or, rather, they try to. Some 30 seconds after wading into the miasma-like mist, Valeria and Simon drop unconscious without warning. After being frantically moved out of the mist, they come back to their senses with no idea what happened. We were walking and then suddenly woke up like this. Simon says, flat on the ground. Is that the mist's doing? Most likely. Arya thinks it over. In that case, it's not safe to go in like this, for any of us. She sends a blast of flames into the mist. No effect. Any ideas? We can send in some summons. Handler A says and brings up an ethereal wolf with the snap of his fingers. See what they can do. His wolf zips into the ruins. They wait for a minute before the handler frowns. It was overpowered. He felt his connection to the summon break abruptly. There's someone still active in a place like that. Well, in that case, Arya sighs. We might as well just ask for help. First person camera. She wants me to do what now? It is the evening of the same day. Arya rode with the girls back to Lakeview. The girls, upon seeing me in my crutch, ran sobbing to hug my legs. So to recap, you want me to find a way to clear the mist in the ruins. I summarize. Arya nods. You know, I was kind of expecting you to come to me too, make a solution happen rather than find one out. Arya shrugs. I had some ideas I wanted to try out, but having Thalmor nearby tied my hands a bit. So, you want to give it a shot? She grins. Would be nice to save another city. Are you okay to travel, though? Teenram asks seriously. It's going to be rough no matter how we spin it. That's true. The extreme high-speed riding we do to cover distance on the dire wolves is rough on the body. My lower body controls are still under maintenance, so I'd have to ride double with her if we're heading back. Also the girls are coming along too, because they're super attached at the moment and they're worried about their friends. Incidentally, Arya left the other two kids with the Thalmor because both parties knew that the two unrelated kids were not the primary targets. They were safe insofar as this is a prime opportunity for the Thalmor to get at me with no cost. In that sense, I kind of have to oblige because otherwise we'd be putting two unrelated kids in danger. Alright, let's go. The gang's getting back together for a side quest. Next day. I regret everything. Oh my god. So, for context, we're riding at a fairly decent pace towards Dawnstar and it's on the horizon, maybe one more hour. The party is me, Jake, Arya, Mel. I have wrapped myself like a caterpillar inside layers upon layers of cotton and wool to help dampen the shock, and I'm riding double with Jake, tied up behind him like a bedroll. Each step that gets taken sends shocks through my entire nervous system. It hurts so much. If I ever needed a more direct reminder that I don't know nearly enough about the human body. You okay back there? Jake shouts, laughing. I disconnected my vocal cords, so I can't reply. But, the fact that I had to go that far. I am this close to rewiring my pain receptors so it does something else again, but that sounds like a setup for a shitty porno, so let's not. Again? That does remind me though. I should probably be on the lookout for any weird addictions I'm going to develop as a result of my body going through all of this. For now, I'm just going to bear it. I'm learning a lot about how to do on-the-spot fixing, so, Silver linings. Jake's dire wolf mistimes its step and hits cobblestone instead of dirt. Okay. We're here now. Ag. Never doing that again. We're now inside the fortress that, is it Nerima? I don't remember. The names of the major Daedra aren't exactly commonplace, as religiously taboo as they are to literally everybody, and the spelling is also sometimes done wrong on purpose, and it's been years upon years since I've had a wiki to look up. The correct Daedra in this case is Virmina. Again, assume it's being spelled wrong by Ash in universe every time it shows up from now on. Anyways, this is probably the temple for Virmina's skull. That guy, the guy that was supposed to go with the Dragonborn, has apparently already tried, or else it's a different priest of Mara, but that seems unlikely. But either way we now have no knowledge about what's going on inside the temple beyond the mist putting people to sleep. If I'm remembering right, one of the justifications for it being safe to enter was that the mist dissipated upon exposure to the outside world. Looking at the absolute carpet of smoke that's swirling in there, that doesn't seem to be the case. Well, for now, I'll chalk that up as being convenient for the player and move on. The party is in this temple but Arya and Jake have gone into Dawnstar to get the two other kids. The star of this action is actually going to be Mel, as she scoops some of the miasma into a vial to examine in detail. I'm examining it from the perspective of magic, as are my girls. If we're talking about an affinity with magical research, then technically the girls are better at it. But it looks like they've lost some of their edge, since they're a little more focused on established theory rather than being more thorough. A little less this object exhibits behavior X and more according to established theory an object of property A will do B, therefore let's test for A. In any case, as they're jotting things down in their own notebook, let's assess what I've been able to determine so far. The mist is a semi-magical object, it has physical properties of being mist-like, is very dense, and dissipates magicka that comes into contact in a frankly absurd way. When in contact with the body it drains magicka quickly and efficiently into itself and casts a spell. What? Note, in order to learn these things, we sit cross-legged in the miasma for a few minutes at a time. Jake ties a rope to our waist in the event that we pass out and need a good yank. That's insane, a mist that can cast? No, that's not all that insane, is it? At the end of the day, everything is physics and material. Magic circles are magic drawn onto stuff with stuff, and this mist floating around is stuff. How much of it can I take, I wonder? We begin swirling up a wind. The mist does not budge. Okay, yeah, magical wind just gets sucked up by the mist. Should have seen that one coming. Yes, the wind is physics, but the energy behind the physics is magic, so it gets undone real quick. This is a pickle. I'm having trouble understanding what it is I'm seeing here. Mel mutters at her pot. She had boiled the mist and now there's something at the bottom of the alembic she's using. This is literally crystallized magicka. Hey. So, crystalline magicka is not, in of itself, special. It's the base component for soul stones, and I routinely crush it to use for my enchanting when I break down said soul stones. To turn that shit into mist, though? That's something. Imagine the energy required to turn iron into mist. Not mere powder, but full-on mist. The magical equivalent of that is, the concentration required is interesting. Very interesting. HRM. So, one of two things happened here. Either the Virmina cultists have obtained the magical equivalent of a fusion reactor and are using it to turn magicka into mist via sheer brute force, or there's some kind of shortcutting of the rules of nature at work here. Either way, it's worth diving into. Very. Atra is a little concerned, because we currently have a look on our faces that's very familiar to a rather unpopular Thalmorian professor of hers. Well, that said, it's not as if we can just scoop the mist out spoon by spoon. Any large-scale machinery I build with magic will have this stuff permeate into it and render it immobile immediately, so that's out. If I wade into it I will probably literally die, so that's also out. For more context, the temple? The temple is probably similar to how it is in-game, where it goes deeper and deeper. The first entrance where it has a gentle slope downwards, and the way downwards is entirely engulfed by mist. It's not thick enough to obscure vision, but it's enough to know that being entirely submerged in it is a really bad fucking idea. Speaking of bad ideas. Only Arya came back. Not because of a problem with the Thalmor. Valeria and Simon both went to sleep and have not awakened. Arya had led everyone into the mist and, upon being fully submerged, the children passed out. She is understandably feeling both guilty and bewildered at the chain of events. So I get to make a house call. The Thalmor Minders are also a bit guilty and bewildered. Not because they did something wrong, but because they're not people who like seeing children in danger. I'm also sure they're here to kidnap my girls, so the jury's out on how nice of people they are, but I'm willing to admit that they at least have morals. Anyways, the kids. They are cold to the touch, but are not dead. Their body systems are working properly. If anything, it's almost like they've been cryogenically frozen. I wonder if that's what happened to the followers of Virmina when they released the mist. Either way, fixing it is straightforward, just need to overpower the magicka and have it dissipate. 5-minute fix. Oh, my head. Valeria groans upon recovering consciousness. Wah. She flinches because I'm here. Ma cr, lore, Sir Windcaller. She tries to bow while still in bed. To what do I owe the pleasure? She's the girl's friend, so we're acquainted. Same with Simon. Weirdly enough I'm a lot less nice to Simon. Don't know why. We take the time to explain to the kids, it's a short explanation. That, Valeria has a thinking pose. I don't remember anything after going to bed. It feels as if I went to sleep and then immediately saw your face, sir. She, now properly clothed, curtsies slightly. I hope you'll forgive my shock. Forgiven. I nod. How are you two feeling? Tired. Simon says. Like I've never actually slept for some reason. Valeria nods at that. Interesting. Their physical state suggests they're rested, but their in-body magicka is a mess. Like, they haven't slept for weeks kind of a mess. From that standpoint, it seems like Virmina is less magic reactor, more breaker of reality. Interesting. In that case, rest. I turn to leave. No use stressing yourselves over this for now. Resting's not an option. Simon says, standing up straight. Where Atra is, I'll follow. Ah. That explains why I don't like him. Simon's intent is more just she's someone I want to be better than rather than a love interest. Intention on being a love interest is more Valeria's thing. Anyways, the hour-long detour turns into a 3-hour-long detour. As it so happens, more and more children, the ones gifted with a sense of magicka, have been going into a slumber without waking up, so once the news came out that I am able to counteract it, I get flooded by requests. After an hour of that, I got sick and tired of being run around everywhere while still injured, so I got some mages together and taught them how to identify and counteract the magic. Identification is hard, healing the condition is easy. Furthermore, I've made recommendations that beds be moved to the second floor, or at least off the ground, to reduce the side effects of miasma permeating through the bedrock. I don't know how long it's been, but at least years, for that mist to have made its way through nature. Actually, the fact that it hasn't dissipated at all means that the origin point of the mist is still going on strong. Is it coming from the skull? I don't remember the skull having anything to do with it in-game. We go back to the fortress, kids in tow, and reconvene. Yeah, this isn't something we can solve in a day or two. Speaking of, the fact that the priest guy came here and vanished implies that he was dumb enough to wade into the miasma while knowing full well what it's capable of, and that seems impossible. Alternatively, he ditched when he saw what he's dealing with, but, again, where are the mercs he hired? If he's anything like how he is in-game, there's no way he'd just back out like that. Superhum. Also, there's the issue that the Thalmor tried to do a thing with my girls. There's a penalty for that. Speculation does me no good. There's a time for everything. For the time being, I'm going to stay in Dawnstar and study this miasma some more. In the most fruitless scenario, I learn how to better handle crystallized magicka, which results in better gear. Best case scenario, I get my hands on the skull, but the odds of me making good use of an artifact that is probably significantly stronger than me is slim. Like, if the skull does any kind of magic effect, I'm probably super boned, because I still have that massive debuff to damage taken. Speaking of which, me and Jake have a lot of points, and a lot of perks, and we're not really spending it. The main point being that taking a new perk puts a lot of time pressure on us to adapt to it, and if we can't use it well with our pre-existing kit, then why bother taking it? To that end, we're slowing down our rate of point expenditure. For situations like this. To that end, I take a full 100 of arcane deciphering and 100 of arcane enciphering, because I can see myself using this to piss off the Thalmor on top of the supposed benefits to understanding magic. I also take physical unravel, minor/major, and magical unravel, which, despite their names, are just for being able to better manipulate the respective elements rather than, bonus damage. There are more clearly defined unravel perks that makes it better for a specific element, but, can't be bothered. Jake takes 100 of magic resistance, magic augmentation, magic bleed, core resistance/augmentation/bleed, overload res/aug/bleed. Resistance, augmentation, and bleed ups his natural resilience to damage, his ability to null said damage, and his ability to reduce the impact of the damage. The three magic skills raise his durability against magical damage, core raises durability against a slightly different kind of magical damage, and overload also raises durability against a different kind of magic damage. To put it in game terms, resistance is a flat damage reduction. Augment is a percentage damage reduction, and bleed gives temporary hit points upon being hit. Core and overload magic are weird, because they're not describing new forms of magic, just how the magic applies to the body. I guess we can say core are like debuffs, and overload is magic that kills you outright? The provided descriptors aren't great. That's not a bad idea for me, honestly. I also take 100 of overload res/aug/bleed. The rest I'm not too worried about because if I get hit with magic it's pretty much guaranteed to go into one-shot kill territory, and debuffs have like an 800% chance of working on me, so having that or whatever is pretty meaningless. Anyways, time to do some science. After my ribs stop hurting. Third-person camera, solitude. The Skyrim Thalmor office, as calm as ever on a working day morning, greets its workers with a polite, if short, letter written about the Windcaller case progress. So they, child persuasion attempt, has failed. Cap A says disdainfully. Pity. Given how deep they were in enemy territory, I'd been more surprised if they had succeeded. Cap B says. She looks over some of the other letters. Looks like the big fish himself is in Dawnstar at the moment, looking into some local magical anomaly. She frowns. Uh-oh. Time for Act 2. Cap A smirks. What's our presence in Dawnstar? Cap B shuffles some other papers around. If memory serves, a very muted one. Docks are great ways to receive people, and everyone knows that. She plucks out a piece listing their assets in Dawnstar. We have a section of the civilian docks handling foodstuffs, couriers for letters going towards the College of Winterhold, and some inns in a few surrounding villages. Cap A frowns. How long do you think it will be before someone tries to charm him again? Cap B smiles. I'm looking forward to someone hitting him with fury. I'd like to see how powerful he'd be in the throes of magical rage. He'd trash the town, no doubt. Cap A mutters, shuffling away a report on how illusion magic dramatically affects Ash. I think we should send to Dawnstar with an additional order of not overdoing their efforts. On getting support from Windcaller, or a better look at what he's looking into. Cap A stops. Certainly, if everything about Windcaller has been true, then him suddenly choosing to stay in Dawnstar would imply that there was something there worth pursuing despite his current physical state. If that something was able to influence an entire city, then it's worth pursuing in its own right. Cap A smiles slightly. Revise the order, then. We'll provide all available assistance to the Wind Callers. Chapter 33, Experiencing Science. Plus equals. Okay. Where do I even start with this? Ugh. Alright. First off, it's been a week since I've moved into Dawnstar. Well, less moved into and more commandeered the Viermina temple, but still, same thing. Speaking of, the fortress is a little larger than it is in-game. It was originally built as a shrine, hence the temple outfittings, but it had some quarters for a local guard since, again, very good real estate over Dawnstar. I've taken over the room on the second story. There used to be a ladder, but it fell apart and was never replaced. Jake moved some furniture in and it's basically a large studio apartment. I float from the room down to the temple every day to do my research. Which is where we are now. In front of the temple is a research party. A Thalmorian research party. The lead high elf, a stern, old man, nods at me. I will not waste words. Per my superior's direction, my team is to aid you in any way we can to uncover the mysteries of this temple. Not wasting words, hey? I see. We know of your distrust in Thalmor and our methods. The man says. So consider this to be an alliance of convenience. He ignores a deeply disappointed-looking woman behind him. HRM. Am I to believe that a part of your original mission was to get into my good graces? He smirks. Damn straight. I've been a Thalmor long enough to know when to cut my losses. We're just here to help, nothing more. The woman behind him is incredibly annoyed. Sir, but he holds up a hand to stop her. So. What do I actually do about this? Like, professionalism is all fine and all, but they're, 1, 2, 5, a team of 16. I believe the part about researchers given their 3 carts of gear, but all Thalmor are decent mages, and there's no way in hell I'd win a fight. I mean, yes, Arya and Jake have the Thalmor pincered and will probably smear them on the ground if a thing started, but... Long story short, what am I trying to achieve here? I'm not going to forget about the Thalmor trying to abduct my girls, but at the same time it wouldn't be useful to hit at all Thalmor like this, either. Sigh. Super sigh. Far be it for me to tar you all with the same brush. Fine, get yourselves set up. For clarity, these guys are officially here as an independent research team sent from the Arcane University. They're goodwill ambassadors being sent to help resolve what seems to be a decidedly magical issue and provide assistance to Lord Windcaller, who is proactively trying to save the world. That's the messaging the Thalmor is loudly peddling. For some obvious reasons Dawnstar is not happy with the arrangement. I really don't know. On the whole, from the Thalmor perspective, it's a great counter to us, a group that seems to do as it pleases, by simply throwing their hat in the ring with us while we're doing a good thing. Nobody trusts the Thalmor, and the Arcane University is trusted, insofar as a stick of dynamite can be trusted to explode. As in, yes, they're politically neutral and helping with dragon business, no, they're still a factional hot mess. Still, the issue at hand is that Dawnstar does have a problem, and by virtue of us Windcallers showing up and staying, the problem is therefore more dire than it first appeared. Because the problem is more dire than it first appeared, therefore magic-aligned parties of all stripes are coming or have come to Dawnstar to figure out the problem. In other words, a problem of our own making. I will fully admit to not understanding how to best utilize my fame and prestige. Ugh. In any case, there's a Thalmorian party that's not even pretending to be a non-Thalmorian party throwing their lot with me. Actually, a lot of people are throwing their lot with me. Mages of all stripes that aren't busy or doing something more useful with their time have, either come here to help or to vacation, either or. The grounds around the fortress temple have turned into a camp, with plenty of people running tests on the smoke. We have a screw deployed to drill the smoke out into buckets, and it works somehow. The amount of smoke never seems to be increasing or decreasing though, so there's obviously shenanigans afoot. Again, the person who tells us about how this is Viermina's order or whatever isn't here, and there are no identifying marks that can be used to deduce who owns the place, and I'm not about to out myself, so we're all starting from square one. As such, the most current developments within the camp is that the smoke is a self-replenishing resource for crystallized magic, which can be used for soulstones, enchanting, and so on. It takes an hour for the smoke to make about as much product as a standard decanter site does in 5 minutes. Magic decanter sites, areas of high magical concentration that get distilled down into soulstones via equipment. Not as common as your average iron mine, but each city has 4 or 5 in easy access. So, using the smoke for raw mates was never really the question. The question is what makes the smoke, and how to get deeper into it. For what we know right now, all magical equipment is nullified after they come into contact with the smoke. Better or more powerful gear takes longer, and the most resilient equipment is, as expected, anti-magic gear from Cyrodiil. After said equipment comes out of the smoke, they need a little bit before they can be recharged, but otherwise can be used as normal. The smoke/mist does affect visual range and it's thicker as a person descends, but for the moment it's not much of a problem. We need stuff. Fortunately, having a bunch of mages here means stuff is relatively easily procurable. Hell, we have a source of crystallized magic right here for us to make magical gear with. The other mages have brought what are basically magical centrifuges so they can concentrate the crystals for high enough purity to make larger soul stones. I pretty much specialize in dust, so I'm fine without. I'm also getting samples of Cyrodiilic anti-magic and absorb magic type items, which are incredibly rare and also prone to breaking. Or, rather, the stuff brought here are the cheap ones, which are prone to breaking. Tangent, Arya is probably the only person who can spin up a stronger version of an enchant after seeing it once, the whole disenchant part of in-game enchantment. Putting the sheer difficulty of reverse engineering aside, the rest of us would have to poke and prod at items for a long-ass time just to learn how to reproduce its effects. Secondary tangent, Arya broke an anti-magic and absorb magic item at an enchanter's table by leaning on them too hard. Total fluke. Yab. Absolutely. Tangents over. I don't remember if we had these enchants on hand, but given that I'm not slathered in items with those attributes I'm gonna lean towards no. Thus, I'm sending Arya away on assignment. She's to escort the girls back to Winterhold and then, help out, with getting them settled in. I don't think the Thalmor will complain too much if the elements in their organization that endorses child kidnappings were to, go poof suddenly. You'd think they would have taken the children and fled the country. I imagine that was the goal, but Winterhold is surrounded by three things right now: Ice Flows, Dawnstar, and Windhelm. None of them are friends to the Thalmor and all of them, within reason, monitor non-local seafaring traffic quite closely. The existence of a civil war makes ships that don't come to port immediate red flags, and all that. Also if they docked at Windhelm they'd be shanked immediately, so Dawnstar is pretty much their only option. The Thalmor Minders, I mean. At the end of the day I don't think their end goal was to straight up blackmail me into giving them what they want, for the simple reason that, if that was their goal, a simple charm would have done the trick. Like, just send a letter saying come to this place in Winterhold or your kids get it and I would have flown right over. This smelled more like competing interests within Thalmor's internal groups, trying different things to get the same goal, which, drumroll please. We may or may not have charmed the Minders to get this information. Is our encryption system. I've sent the Minders home with a promise that if they were to try this shit again trademark I would happily share the system with all of Tamriel. Much of the Aldmari Dominion's strength is based on their espionage third arm, so if the playing field is leveled they're kinda fucked. To elaborate, the Thalmor's strength is having both a strong encryption as well as non-cipher based solutions, like hitting someone with a wrench until they tell you what the password is. If everyone is using the same system then that first advantage goes away, so suddenly everyone can focus on defending against the wrench. That said, the Thalmor issue is one we're going to have to deal with at some point or the other. I've brought out a lot of my toys against the dragon and will likely have to do so again. Much of the Thalmor's interests are occupied by the Empire as a whole and they don't have a lot to divert to me specifically, but as we've seen, that's changing. In that sense, it might be good to get the girls off to the Arcane University early, so they can be protected by the best magic in Tamriel. It's not safe in the sense that they'll be away from factional or international politics, but the best way to make them non-abductable is to put them in an environment where abducting rich and powerful children is frowned upon. Ugh. The alternative is to have them at home which literally got hit with a dragon, so that's dangerous in other ways. Well, the fact that I'm not overtly hostile to the Thalmor is probably why this particular issue resolved as favorably as it did. If there are factions in the Thalmor that are into cooperation and fairness and whatever, then strengthening those links would be good for us. If only to stop the whole he's too dangerous kill everyone he cares about slippery slope. Man, I wish I was a dragon right about now. Just yell and breathe fire on all of my problems. For now though, I need to reverse engineer these 15 absorb magic rings that Arya made for me. Third person camera, 4 days later. Winterhold. Arya has been given a pair of new toys for her mission. The first is an armband of invisibility, one that makes her visually undetectable no matter what she's doing. It comes with a wire that runs to a pouch at her waist, which holds a generator made from an eyelid stone. The stone was purchased and shipped from Coral and Cyrodiil. Apart from some research, Ash had not found a good enough reason to use it until now. The battery provides near infinite power for the armband, making her permanently invisible if not for a little switch she can flick. Enchants, Chameleon, Muffle. Her second item is more standard, it's only a belt of Storm Giant strength. She's never heard of a Storm Giant, but imagines it as being one of those mammoth-herding giants but more stormy. It lets her hit things harder. Either way, she has a knife, several boxes of needles, and a bead on the houses the Thalmor were using as a headquarters. She had followed the two Minders back to the Thalmor compound and, taking a more circuitous route via the rooftops, found their direct report. How could you fail? Their boss, a man entirely too round to be a high elf, yells loud enough to be heard through the closed door. They were children. The two Minders were assigned to this part of the Thalmor and had no love for it. We were outplayed by the Dawnstar Guard. Minder A says in a deeply wooden tone. Out P the boss throws a wine cup. By guards of all things. Minder B nods. Our plan was intercepted by the guards before we arrived at the docks. In truth, upon docking Atra had jumped out of the boat and very loudly accosted a dock worker about where they were staying with an impressively convincing Thalmorian accent, thus drawing all attention to herself and her party and making it rather impossible to just disappear into the woodwork. We are the Aldmari Dominion, not beholden to a few guards in the frozen napes of the world. The boss spits. And you even had the gall to accompany them back here. The Minders don't respond, as the boss wasn't looking for one. On the bright side. The boss says with the tone of there being no bright side. I have yet to report our success to my superiors, so there is still time for you to dig yourselves out of your own graves. He crosses his arms. Get those girls back. The Minders look at each other. By your will. They salute and leave, their body language communicating absolutely zero intent to hurry with their assignment. As they leave, Arya sneaks past them and into the boss's office, unheard and unseen. Are we getting the girls back? Minder A asks in a low tone. Fuck no. Minder B says. It wasn't the first time the two failed an abduction mission, and far from the last. The Thalmor as a whole considers abduction to be beneath them. They were the Thalmor, and anybody they had an interest in should just submit themselves to their superior rule, or be destroyed. Not the first time reality and ideology clashed for the Thalmor, either. In any case, the boss, grumbling, retires to his quarters. Arya, following behind him like a wraith, patiently waits for him to get into bed. She takes out a small bottle, puts a little metal ball into it, shakes it and pours it onto the sheets. Next morning, the Thalmor presence in Winterhold has a muted reaction towards one of their captains dying in the night, with the coroner's initial impression being an issue of the heart. The general reaction, even inside the Thalmor, seems to be a rather lax what a shame. The captain did seem like the kind that would eventually go out with one of those. Certain factions within the Thalmor, however, make a well-reasoned leap of logic. The Windcaller children were abducted, and however that panned out, the man who received and executed the order died the day they came back. As a result, over the next week, the girls' residence came under 24-hour surveillance, much to Arya and especially Delphine's chagrin. She's no longer Thalmor public enemy number one, especially since dragons have made a cameo in the Aldmiri Empire and burned down several villages, but that didn't stop both her and the Thalmor from being weary. The orders given by Ash was to just monitor their reactions after the assassination, and Arya wasn't keen on killing people for the hell of it, and so they do, monitoring the Watchers to the best of their ability. Arya had fun. It wasn't often she got to do some, as Jake put it, super secret spy shit. As a result, at the end of the following week, she had a bead on almost all Thalmor assets within the city. Then, tragedy. She misplaced her notes on Thalmor safe houses, patrol routes, times, and activities. They were very good notes, too. A pity they were lost in front of a guard camp with particularly strong Stormcloak leanings. Oh, if only they could see her face. First-person camera, 3 weeks later. Man, Winterhold Thalmor are getting fucked. Dawnstar gets the most recent traffic from Winterhold, so we're getting all the juicy bits. The long and short of it is that, as of last week, multiple Thalmor safe houses within the city were torched by the Winterhold Guard. The reason given is that they were in violation of the original agreement as signed between the city and the Thalmor. So, not much room for negotiation there. This has dramatically weakened the Thalmor's reputation in the rest of the cities, who have sent requests for the Aldmiri Dominion to reassess their holdings within the cities to be in alignment with their original agreement. It's mostly just posturing, but given that the Thalmor's greatest strength is dividing and conquering, this posturing has extra meaning for the Dominion at home. What does it mean for the White Gold Concordat if the Thalmor has an explicit reputation of not honoring their treaties, and the such? Speaking of, this means that the pill did its job. I'm calling it the Death Note, because it seems to cause heart attacks and nothing else. It's made of mercury and absolutely slathered in crystallized mana that activates when put into a potion of any kind. How it causes heart attacks isn't really clear to me. I'm not sure what mercury does to the body apart from it being poisonous, but it can be applied over layers of clothing and evaporates in its entirety after an hour. The downside is that it's incredibly expensive to prepare. Imagine putting the resources towards an enchanted dagger that's lost after one stab. It's worth it on very specific occasions. Like if that Thalmor guy was just walking around, it would be cheaper to just knife him and blame it on the Stormcloaks, but anyway. In the past month, we've made some progress. The smoke, apart from its anti-magic capabilities, does in fact dissipate quickly. There's just something deeper in the temple that's making it. We all assume a magical artifact of some sort. Getting in still proves to be dangerous, and a fair amount of the teams have left because, honestly, the nightmares are getting to them. The remaining are treating this as more of a vacation than an actual effort to solve a problem, because they're here is a show of support more than anything else. The only team that is actually collaborating with us in any significant capacity is, as expected, the Thalmorian party. Say what you want about their alignment, their expertise is definitely top-notch. We've more or less decided that it's impossible to make progress without significant anti-magic gear, and we're all in alignment that as long as the Thalmor is here, there will be no significant anti-magic gear, because it's all going to go missing as soon as we're done. Even so, diving in is in the cards. Despite the lack of trust, I'm going to go in there anyway with Jake watching my back. Reason being that I am absolutely trash at close quarters defending and Jake's much better if things go weird up here. Well, I mean, I can defend, but it would be more of a to whom it may concern kind of defense. Anyways, in these weeks and working with anti-magic and absorb magic spells, as well as my innate magical bullshit trademark, I've come up with a reasonably workable solution to the issue at hand. It's basically a onesie. A one-piece, full-body outfit with plates strapped onto it at semi-random points. The plates are enchanted to be anti-magic, so if they start failing I know the time is up. The onesie is soft cotton, with weaves upon weaves of anti-magic and spell absorption running together. It's shoddy work, and the spell absorption also absorbs some of the anti-magic and feeds it back into the system, but it does the bare minimum of what I wanted it to do. With more time and effort I'll be able to make something better, but that's in short supply in a place like this. But, the suit is finished, complete with a mesh for a face mask. It's all integrated as one thing to make the enchanting process easier, so wearing it is a pain. One day we will invent zippers. Jake laughs as he sews me into the outfit. Alright, Bun 1, go get him. It really does look like something you'd wear to bed. My hand control still isn't fully back so Jake helped me with some of the process, and he sewed bunny ears onto the damn thing. It's incredibly creepy if you think about it, because where my face should be is that mesh. I'm a horror villain as an overgrown faceless rabbit. I also have a tether wrapped around my waist. There's a little elasticity so I'm fighting it constantly. If I were to lose consciousness, it would drag me back slightly. By that point Jake will use the crank to either reel it in, or crack my head open on the most convenient wall. We're not good at this. Anyway, descent. I think I overpadded my feet because I can't feel shit, just fluffy squishiness. The air in front of my face turns from normal to a slightly purple hue. Descending down the spiral staircase, suit is humming with magic. Let's see. Third-person camera. The Thalmor research party sits for lunch, munching on bread. Their entertainment is watching a grown-ass man dressed in a misshapen bunny suit tethered to a wire slowly waddle down a flight of stairs. I can see why our boss wanted wind collar that badly. Researcher A says. Yep, absolutely top of the class. Researcher B says. Such creativity. Researcher C says. If sarcasm was merit you'd all have my job. Lead researcher quips. How much do you think that suit would be worth if we stole it? Researcher A says. At best, 5 septims. Lead researcher replies immediately. Until someone gets it to work. They had a hand at crafting the suit, as Ash was a little out of his depth with the complexity. To say that it was tailored for Ash wind collar would be a gross understatement. Get it to work, hey. Researcher B sips his tea. It really wouldn't work unless wind collar's inside it. The cost is too high. Researcher C says. You saw me use it. Upon trying to activate the enchantments inside the suit, he promptly lost consciousness. You got eaten, right? Researcher A nods. Doesn't that technically make the artifact cursed? That thing he refers to as a wind-up cost. If it's not a constant drain to the body then it doesn't qualify as a curse. Lead researcher says. It's a good concept and a way to gate equipment against those unfit to use them. He looks appraisingly as Ash fixes his overly padded feet. He's got the marks of a decent Thalmor, that one. If only the other guys stopped trying to blackmail him. Researcher A sighs. Outrageous design aside, that equipment theoretically nullifies all magic attacks aimed at the user for as long as said user is alive. Didn't the scouts have something similar? Researcher C says. They're reverse engineering a suit of armor that has incredible properties for its material. Think they're related? Hard for them not to be. Lead researcher says. You've seen the readings from the wind collar mansion. That kind of magic power doesn't just grow on trees. Should I be surprised that you've been keeping tabs on the compound? Jake takes a seat on the floor next to them, with a grin that was both welcoming and slightly dangerous. Lead researcher smiles professionally. We're the Thalmor, keeping tabs is our business. He nods to the staircase. You sure about leaving him in there? He'll live. Jake shrugs. And if he doesn't I'll just go nab him. Lead researcher notes a new bracer around Jake's wrist. A cursory examination tells him that the bracer is absolutely loaded with power, to the point where upon use it will likely fall apart. More of that design philosophy. Lead researcher frowns in his mind. Are you sure? As far as we can see, he's still not quite healthy. Ash is walking with a cane. He's fine. Jake says dismissively, enough for the lead researcher to cue in that the cane wasn't just for walking. I'm more curious about you guys. Jake puts on his best welcoming smile. How about them dragons? First-person camera. Well, I heard most of that. None of it was new information, though. The fact that the mansion is leaking observable magic is new information, I guess. I don't really have a problem with that, but if there's energy inefficiencies then I should address it when I get the chance. Anyways, inside the temple. The only thing I remember about the Virmina dungeon is that there's a wall that can't be passed somehow. The real temple is, similar. The spiral staircase descends down into a massive circular room. I guess. It's like a hollow cylinder. The miasma is noticeably thick in the center of the cylinder and disperses rapidly outwards, so it's fair to say the skull is down there. I don't have vision on it because it's like 3 stories down and I can't see shit in this thing. First order of business is figuring out how this place works. Again, I have no memories of the dungeon anymore, so I have no reference. Here, the cylindrical main room offshoots into different doors, a lot of doors, and it's hard to tell at a glance which is which. Also there are a lot of orcs down here. Like whoa, there are a lot of orcs down here. At least 2 dozen just on this landing. Orcs and Virmina cultists. So, the mist, structurally speaking, is crystallized magic. In terms of use case, it seems to be a form of cryogenic freezing. Again, I don't remember the in-game quest details. Here, some of the orcs and cultists are still giving life signs, others, not so much. I assume that means the mist is able to preserve the conditions of the people, but it's probably not as useful when one of the people has a cut artery. Can't preserve physics, and all that. I should drag out one of these bodies for examination. So we do. Jake's response, upon seeing me drag out an orc corpse in a blood trail, is a very confused what the fuck. After confirming that the dude is dead as shit trademark, we dissect the corpse. Me and the Thalmor. It does not escape my attention that the Thalmor are very good at dissecting corpses. So, findings. The mist does some weird shit to the body. It might have just been a matter of the years, but the organs of this orc are absolutely caked with soul stones. Hell, the coagulated blood itself could be boiled down into soul stones. Which, you know, is a reasonable if worrying extension from what we knew already, and provides no additional information on how to stop this thing. Otherwise, the body is in pristine condition for a corpse. Which is kinda odd, for a body to look and feel like it died minutes ago from desiccation and long-term blood loss, but within expectations. As for my suit, the armor plating all warped due to damage, but I guess being 3 levels up is still fine? I'll need to replace them, but nothing has been badly lost. I guess the next dive will be to see how deep I can go. I should have invented bolt cutters. Why do I not have bolt cutters? Bolt cutters will likely not work on steel bars. Dive number 2. Each dive takes, at most, 15 minutes. Not counting preparation time. I brought up a Virmina cultist body with the second dive. Also wounded. Dissection told us very little new information. At the very least, whatever protection Virmina was supposed to offer her, their cultists, it was not offered to this guy. Dive 3. A live orc this time. Unlike the game where they woke up after leaving the mist, after we brought this guy away from the mist his vital signs progressively failed until he died. He did not wake up through the entire process. Having monitored his vitals with magic, his brain, hell, his entire body, had significant activity up until the moment of his death, but, best guess? Magic was replacing his blood somehow. A dissection following his death found nothing out of the ordinary. Rather, not out of the ordinary if we had found him dead on the side of a road. Magic did not replace his blood. So I guess it's super weird his entire body isn't just one giant soulstone or whatever. Dive 4. A live Virmina cultist this time. I'm going deeper and deeper with each dive, but since I have nothing to compare against and no mapping equipment I do not know how far I'm getting in the temple. It's all just bricks and stone to me. Anyways, live cultist. Unlike the orc, he woke up. Unfortunately, he's superbly adrenalized and not into talking. I assume it's because his body went down at a moment of conflict and came back up some seconds after said conflict. After a minor scuffle in which we beat a man tied to a table with several sets of mortar and pestles, he finally calmed down enough for us to interrogate him. Unfortunately, as soon as he realized what's going on he stopped cooperating, so we calmed and charmed him for the information instead. In a nutshell, this is a cultist HQ for Virmina folk. The smoke is due to a Daedric artifact that is putting everyone who's not a worshipper into a stupor. He doesn't know how it works, just that it does. His last memories are of fighting the orcs who stormed into the fortress. People have hit the Dawnstar history books to see what's going on, and the closest thing we have to corroborating evidence is a raid some numbers of years ago. It either wasn't important enough to be written down or the destruction was so thorough there's not much left to write down. Also people are probably not writing about cultists. Either way, no new information on how to stop this thing. That said, since the news is out that this is something involving a Daedric artifact, the consensus is that the vigilance of Stendarr will need to be involved in cleaning up this mess. My only memory of the in-game vigilance of Stendarr is in that one quest in Markarth, and I vaguely recall that one being hella messy and not in a good way. The real ones, the ones we met near Solitude running that shrine, are also kind of a mixed bag. Like they could win against Atra in a spar, but, you know. Child. In any case, the Vigilants have a compound in Dawnstar and one of their villages somewhere in the Dawnstar region, so we go for a meeting. After the information has been laid out, the first thing the Vigilants request is, you are to leave the site entirely under our jurisdiction, Windcaller. To which my response is, you got it, it's all yours. The Vigilants seem taken aback by all this, but, I mean, I was really looking forward to using the skull for a while, until Jake pointed out that there was no way in hell we were going to get anything like a favorable deal with Daedra. I mean, I still hallucinate/dream about getting Virmina to follow my orders without question, but, I'm curious as to how the Vigilants will make use of this place because, if we all recall, they converted the shrine to, Meridia. They converted Meridia's shrine to a tourist trap, so they might turn this place into a soulstone production plant. Like it's not much, but it's better than nothing. Still, job done, time to go home. Annoyed it was a waste of time, but whatever. Well, given I scored 2 very delicious enchants, it's not a total waste of time. The diving suit has been deconstructed and burned, and the ashes scattered to the winds. Let's say that, at the very least, I have learned from my mistakes. We stay in Dawnstar for another day for a departure feast and a thank you for treatments rendered and the techniques for ongoing treatment, and then go home the day after. I've recovered enough to ride solo, so the return trip is like 3 hours. Which is incredibly stupid on my part, because the things that didn't kill me most definitely did not make me stronger. The stress of the return trip broke several things in our spine. Fuck trademark. So, add another day to my recovery as Teenram snaps my spine back into place, and Tiana sits on it for good measure. I think her sitting on it does more harm than good. Not because of her specifically, just that my spine can do with less pressure. I think she heard my internal monologue because ow her knee. Some 5 days later. This is about as full of a recovery as I'm going to get. There's still going to be finer detail work on my body going forward, such as restoring the feelings in my fingertips and being able to see the standard full spectrum of colors, but things are, like, 90% done now. Still can't have babies, but at grand scheme of things that's way down the list. The primary concern now is, the Vigilants of Stendarr who went to report to their temple/town/local base in Dawnstar found it burned to the ground, and escaped after fighting some hellhounds or the like. Jake recognized this as a part of the Dawnguard KST line. I never bought Dawnguard so I can't tell. Also there has been no information about the Dawnguard whatsoever. Vampires aren't really a thing in Skyrim. They're more of a Cyrodiil kind of threat. Most Cyrodiil cities, as far as I'm hearing from rumors and gossip, are denser. Imperial capital aside, Skingrad, Bruma, Leon, Koral, and Anvil are all dense cities, with plenty of dark streets and tight corners for vampires to enjoy a meal. I guess Skingrad's not exactly like that. They have a known vampiric community that's responsible for a lot of health and safety things, as well as writing an anti-vampire playbook for the ones that are not at all interested in treating their condition. The disease responsible for creating vampires can't just be treated with a simple pop of cure disease. Point is, Skyrim doesn't have the conditions for anything resembling a vampire threat. Like, yes, we're more northern so the nights are longer during the winter, but there are plenty of threats in the night so most everybody knows how to cut a dude, and vampires are not gifted with incredible combat powers just because they're infected, so, what are vamps doing here? Thus, for some rather obvious reasons this has never been on my radar, but going by just word of mouth, cultural context, and some guesswork. Riften, Windhelm, and Solitude have the most comprehensive anti-vampire measures in Skyrim. The rest of the cities are either too open, Whiterun, Falkreath, Dawnstar, or too clustered, Markarth, or too fucked up, that one city in the swamps, to care. In other words, vampires are quaint. Barring the existence of a super vampire via the Dawnguard KST line, there's really no impetus for a strictly anti-vampire organization to exist out here in Skyrim. There's a super vampire in the Dawnguard KST line, isn't there? God damn it. In the following week. All that aside, the fact of the matter is that a Vigilant of Stendarr home base, and a fairly sizable one at that, has been torched to the ground with barely any survivors. That home base was, according to descriptions, basically a church village, with the church being a cross of a church and a fortress dedicated to Stendarr. Gives me major Redwall vibes, not gonna lie. Redwall plus a quaint surrounding village. So, basically, now, all of the Vigilants of Stendarr are either going on full alert or about to go on full alert. They're requesting information from all hold capitals on what these hellhounds are and who sent them, as well as any suspicious movements from any suspicious parties. The most likely connection is that the hellhounds were sent by the cult of Virmina, who wanted to protect their temple. Which, you know, if they wanted to protect the temple, then it would make sense that they'd put in the effort to actually protect the temple, which they didn't, so that theory died. They did make a return trip to the destroyed Stendar, fort, base, safe house, but apparently returned with little to no information. At least, none they're willing to share with the public. I also took a look out of curiosity, but apart from some lingering magic in the air there wasn't anything that stood out. So we're back to square one. It's not so much that vampires are a non-factor, it's just that they're so low on the list of possible suspects that a lot of other parties have to be weeded out first. Either way, not our problem. Production and testing is underway for the next iteration of the Ace Gear, and we're still looking into figuring out how to properly counter dragons. In the grand scheme of things, we have a lot of parallel projects that are running with no payoff yet. Speaking of payoff, the students that I had, the first batch of 5, have been recalled. Officially, they are considered to have finished their training by the people that sent them, and they're being drafted, I guess, to assist in the upcoming invasion of Dawnstar. It's pretty much winter now, so the invasion is just in the training stages for the upcoming spring. I'm not surprised that that's where they're going, I am surprised they don't really have a say in it, though. Still, they're looking forward to it, something family prestige something honor to families, defeating Huns, whatever. I will fully admit to having paid them zero attention outside of the requisite lessons. End of the month. Fermi the Catalina is fully repaired. Now that it's no longer hidden, I'm able to take her out for long low flights for testing purposes, and that lets me find and fix a lot of defects in its frame, so that's nice. I try to fly away from the town and into the center of the lake, though, so as to not set people off. It's a large lake. I like it. There's news of a major dragon hit in the Aldmeri Dominion, corroborated through many different sources. Specific details are scant, but the Thalmor presence in Skyrim are on edge. According to my sources, some of the Thalmor being pulled back to the Dominion to assist with countering the dragons, especially Thalmor that had significant time in Winterhold and here in Lakeview. There's been a redoubling of efforts to find a hard counter for the dragons, and there have been visitors scouting our compound on a near-hourly basis. Since we're all aligned on the goal of killing dragons, I briefly entertained the thought of doing a demonstration of our array of anti-air batteries. Of course, it would be a hilariously stupid idea, because bullets work wonders on non-dragons. All of our current knowledge and hypotheses on dragons are free to browse. They don't amount to much, though. Our requests, such as access to the Elder Scrolls, are also open. Everybody wants access to the Elder Scrolls, so it's not that weird. That said, we do have one lead now. Esbern has sent us a letter saying the Emperor would like to meet. There's a something at the Arcane University, and it would be a great excuse for me to go visit and get some time with the Emperor. Actually, I should probably read the letter again after I let it sit for a day or so. I don't think I'm dyslexic, but I do misread things sometimes. 24 hours later. Okay, got it. The Empire and the Aldmeri are holding a cultural exchange, with magic being the focus. I'm getting invited as a member of the delegation from Skyrim. If I'm reading Esbern's subtext correctly, a major part of this exchange is to solidify relationships between the Aldmeri, Morrowind, and, Reguard? No, that's not right. He didn't put a name down and I'm not familiar with that part of the world. Oh well. Point is, there are deeper political connotations for doing this, and I should be making use of this greater event for the advancement of my own goals. I don't see any reason not to. The delegation is slated to leave from Falkreath in about a month, and I should send them a letter soon if I want to be included in any official capacity. Actually, come to think of it, I think they told me something about this before the start of winter and I just kind of waved it off. Webs. What do? 2 weeks later. Couple of things. First, dragons. The exact same dragon that burned down Markarth again, using the exact same flying patterns and number of breaths. Basically, it's trolling the city. That's the consensus we all seem to have. The second time around, the Bell was not so lucky. It was able to weather the first hit, but there weren't enough repairs done on the critical defensive infrastructure, and it burned down. Loss of life for the entire attack is estimated to be somewhere around 30. The key takeaway this time is that dragons have an incredible memory. The dragon avoided all of the large-scale weapons and breezed through smaller-scale attacks. It knew where every installment was, where most troops would concentrate, and when the bulk of a volley would arrive in response to its flight pattern. They're dragons, Kman. This confirms something I was really worried about, which is, what would happen if I found a methodology that was only partially effective? I had guessed that, if I did a thing to a dragon and it did some damage but the dragon got away, the next time around I would not be able to use the thing again. HRM. Oh well. Next. Second, the reason that the delegation to the imperial capital is stopping at Falkreath is essentially for a bit of disaster tourism. It's the closest city to Cyrodiil, yes, but there's not many places to stay that fits with the delegation's, status. Speaking of, Falkreath's reconstruction is, plodding along. Falkreath winters are mild, but construction during winter is still a bit rough. Most of the work is being done by our Lakeview workers, because, in an official capacity, it helps a lot to be seen as helping the Jarl, Sid's words, and so I have a crew specially equipped for winter construction. We have some cranes and pile drivers, too. Why pile drivers? Because I want Arya to use a pile bunker against a dragon and I need prototyping. Also the workers love using them because it straps to an arm and they get to punch a giant nail into a supporting beam. It's really fun. Like we have to secure the area just in case because if someone gets in the way they're super duper dead, but it's still fun. Oh, speaking of, we also have nail guns. Pneumatic nail guns that run on a small soulstone generator. The generators are heavily influenced by physics, so they're only useful for handheld objects, but we have nail guns and powered screwdrivers and stuff, it's really cool. Obviously, me and Jake, provided the idea, but Teenram gets the laurels for figuring out the engineering, magical and otherwise, to make them a reality. Technically we provided the engines. She worked really hard on them and deserves every ounce of credit. But, yet, we're able to put up framework much faster and much sturdier than everybody else, which translates into more prestige for the windcallers and a bigger paycheck for these workers, so it's all good. Next. The kids that I was teaching, in charge of teaching, have officially departed for Solitude. I gave them some armor, polished up the last bits of our training, and wished them luck. Next. Atra and Alma are back. They have officially graduated the beginner's course from the College of Winterhold. So there's a party. There's most definitely a party. For context, the beginner's course is a Winterhold local term for, in essence, the first 4 or 5 classes that a person takes in Winterhold. In terms of knowledge on magical theory and capability, they're definitely above me now. And then Alma goes, "Hey Dad, let's spar." Welp, we're sparring now, I guess. I mean Alma was going to fake cry if I didn't, and also she called me Dad, so, now I have to slap her around? I feel like I missed a few hundred steps somewhere. They never referred to me directly as a father figure, so, yay. Anywho, sparring with Alma. Magic only. We take turns and alternate between attacker and defender, and whoever breaks the defender's ward with the least amount of spells wins. This feels unfair to my baby girl, so she goes first. Now, that said, I do take critical damage from magic, so I'm just gonna dodge. Third-person camera. Alma is having trouble moving because she is bundled up against the Winterhold winter and hasn't quite swapped over to the Lakeview winter, which is a little bit warmer. So she is just the most adorable sushi roll with legs. It takes her about 10 seconds to decide that, yes, this is silly, and discard her large overcoat. Ash stands, giddy, confused, but rolling with it. Okay, here I come. Alma needs a firebolt in each hand and throws them forward. Does that count as one move or two? Ash backsteps and the firebolts fizzle at their exact designated range. It's, 1. Alma needs a shock and fires it. Ash deflects it by shifting the ward's spin rate. That's 2, then. 1.5. Alma laughs and kneads together one massive fireball. As it's all for show, there's no power behind any of her spells, so she makes them big and scary. It worked once before. Atra, question. Ash says the fireball slams against the ward and dissipates into nothingness. Did you do this often at school? Atra suspects a trap. This is the first time we've ever started one of these. She says. Which is true. Most of the time they just joined in on other matches when they were ongoing. The little wordplay was not lost on Ash. Started, hey. He grins. Good to know. He dodges another firebolt. Also, Alma. You used to really love flurries of shots, whatever happened to that? Per their wishes, he never pried into their actual practice time. It wasn't efficient. Alma says, tripping on the word a little. Single, well-aimed shots are better. Ash frowns. Well, that's true. He dodges Alma's last shot. But your aim is still bad. Also, my turn. Alma pouts. Ash creates a massive, gargantuan ball of fire. It radiates literally no heat. Alma runs and spectacularly dives behind a nearby hedge. That seems excessive. A few onlookers quip. They're in the front garden and the compound is open to observers. Ash cancels the ball of fire, spins up a ball of ice, and lobs it over the shrub. Alma goes ouch. First-person camera. Victory. I haven't been able to see them after that little incident with the Thalmor either. Incidentally, there's a plot, or a movement, or something to that effect, to move the giant artifact in the Winterhold questline to the Aldmeri Dominion under the Finders Keeper's rule. Winterhold is obviously not too happy about the idea. I don't know how much progress that Thalmor dude has made in his investigations on the artifact. The only thing I remember now is that the dude eventually was able to harness its powers and we needed a stick to stop him. There's no news or rumors out of Winterhold about how they have a strong anti-dragon weapon, so I suppose that's good. Also Alma is nursing a bruised ego, so I should probably go fix that. Though, I have to say, and this makes sense to me, but, their combat senses have dulled a lot ever since going to the college. It's good, because they're still civilians and I want them to lead a good life, but, we're still in a war-torn country. Besides, that campaign in Dawnstar is starting soon, too. It's not too much of a reach to see Fakriatha's current state as an invitation for an attack at the same time. However I feel about the issue, the reality is that Lakeview, and thus by extension us Windcallers, are part of the Empire. I should prepare. Wait, should I have that diplomatic thing to do next? Fuck. =+=+===. Author notes. If vampirism is a spell and shouts are a way to bring about reality through words, then technically speaking a dragon could shout people into vampires. Brief imagination spot about a modern spin-off where Aljuyu and the Dragon Doctor shouts cancer out of patients. Chapter 34, Experiencing Cyrodiil. =+++====. I hate politics and politically adjacent functions or maybe just things where I have to talk to people for long periods of time in general and be relatable and entertaining. They, party, from Solitude, is a group of lesser nobles whose level of friendliness scales in proportion to how much money you appear to have. It's a mixed group of Solitude and Markarth homebodies who tend to lean rather heavily towards the we love Skyrim end of the scale. Which is great, but sadly, they're not as high on the we love the Empire scale. On the whole, we have some heads of small families, secondaries of bigger families, and a few movers and shakers in the bigger guilds of Solitude. I vaguely recognize a few of them from our time schmoozing in Solitude, but on the whole we're barely making the cut-off for having enough clout to meet the Emperor. I think the calculus is to send people who are not generally eye-catching in order to get some deals done in this fairly mercantile event. In other words, this is a bad decision. 1. However the reality may be, the fact is that this event has the Emperor's name on it. Skyrim's representatives should be bigwigs from Solitude, but instead it's us chuckle fucks who have all the name recognition of, like, a few city blocks if we're lucky. 2. All members of the party have ties to the Thalmor. I also fall into this category, because of reasons both legitimate and not. Being pro-Thalmor means automatically being anti-Empire in this climate and, other people aside, I don't need that right now. The boat for not being Thalmor allied has long since sailed, now that I think about it. I'm not vehemently anti-Thalmor, so that automatically tars me with the Thalmor-loving brush. Being friends with that research party didn't help either. Oh well. Whatever happened to the research party? They packed up and left. Professional builders of good reputation, they are. Anyways, the party is staying with one of the richer nobles in the Falkreath sphere. They're situated along the southwestern part of the territory, close to the mountain range that separates us from Cyrodiil. The ranges are responsible for most of Fakriatha's internal iron supply. Lakeview's number 2, not that I'm bragging or anything. And our iron is better. First place's iron production is higher than Lakeview's by about 500%. Ahem. In context of this visit, I've also received a request to take them to the Imperial capital via Formai, referred to as the method of flight, because it would solidify Imperial Skyrim's position in court and get them to funnel more resources our way. I like the idea, but given that it would be Formai's maiden long-distance flight with no guarantee of return or post-flight service at destination, and I have no faith that the dragon-fearing populace will keep their anti-air fire to themselves, I declined. Also I'm pretty sure she can't climb that high to begin with. They'll be here for a couple of days to get the logistics together and then head on towards Bruma, then the capital. I have a team working on my side of the planning and I'll personally join on the day of departure. That aside, we still need to prepare for Dawnstar. So, again, there's an Imperial army mustering and readying for Dawnstar, and they'll get going soon trademark. Because of this, we're expecting an attack on Falkreath via Helgen's route. Helgen exists. Like, it's a gas station next to an empty stretch of highway kind of thing, but it exists. It's unable to support an army large enough to threaten Falkreath, so the Legion has neglected to keep the area patrolled or guarded, so the Stormcloaks have captured a fortress on the Falkreath side of the pass. Troops are being moved there quickly and efficiently enough that the Legion is just planning for one decisive battle and to be done with it. A decent idea on paper, as the Legion is good on defense, but all sources point to a large enough complement of the force being natives of Falkreath. Natives of Falkreath are seriously good foresters, elites in all but name. I have to prepare for that, but I'm pretty much not going to be here for it, so the defense will have to fall upon the T-sisters. I'm not worried about them, but I'm worried about them. I have faith they'll win, but, battles being battles. Either way, we have a stockpile of crossbows, railbows, munitions, and armor. I'm letting the T-sisters take the lead on defense planning, with my input here and they're putting together a training plan for everybody in Lakeview. The only exception are children who are not old enough to help around the house. The super young kids are being taught to hide, keep in cover, and use special language to warn of potential damage and fire hazards. Special language in the vein of the Air Force saying bogeys for unidentified aircraft, something that's short, to the point, and unlikely to be mistaken for something else. We have 2 weapon platforms, crossbows and railbows. The crossbows are a bit upscaled, designed to be used as a mounted turret. Everything about it is designed to be easy to reload and easy to fire, so much of the size is just magic-based hydraulics for that to happen. Similar to a mounted machine gun, the shooter pushes a button to fire it. Then, reloaders pull back the lever to notch the strings and mount new arrows through the side. To keep up a decent rate of fire, it has 2 tracks for shooting. Weight-wise, a person can pick it up and run with it, but they won't be able to use it until it's deployed. The crossbow teams are generally the children or the less physically capable, young kids, ages 8-12, are spotters and reloaders. Teenagers, 13-16, are shooters and movers, in case they have to reposition. The other weapon are railbows, which are more or less unchanged from their iteration during our little jaunt in Dawnstar. Some weight trim here and there, a little grip adjustment, nothing major. Railbows are given to the hunter teams, who are placed in strategic positions to cover and snipe. The hunters have been given reworked ammo that disintegrates entirely after use, so there's no need to recover after use. They're posted in a pair of towers, hidden a fair distance away from the mansion so as to be away from the street fighting. You may have noticed that we're planning under the assumption that there will be fighting within the town. The plan, insofar as there is one, is to put up barricades, pop some shots, and retreat along the streets for some good old-fashioned urban combat. Final line of defense is, of course, the mansion. We're not going to meet the Stormcloaks, masters of swinging around big scary axes on the open fields where they get to swing their big scary axes. Magic is still a concern and we lack a solid mage core, but the T-sisters are good enough that, barring an actual, full mage group coming in, they'll be able to handle it just fine. Still worried though. Third-person camera. Ash joins the caravan about an hour before its departure. Tiana is already present as a representative of the Windcaller family. The train is substantial, 5 carriages for the nobility to travel in relative style and comfort, and 8 wagons of material support in the form of food, gifts, and supplies for both the guard and service details. Per their arrangements, Tiana was able to insert 4 of her girls, ladies from the brothels who doubled as spies, into the support team, rather than just being merely attendants for the Windcallers. It helped that they were well trained and thus highly dependable, though if we were to ask Tiana, she would point out their bust size as being the primary consideration. The nobles would travel in trios within the carriages while the support staff either walked or rode the Windcaller wagon. Only the Windcaller wagon, as the rest were loaded with stuff. Ash, by virtue of his rank, would ride in the 4th carriage. Strictly speaking, Ash isn't nearly patient enough for the month-long travel, but other people did point out that he would very likely get lost flying and then detained for crossing the border without proper procedure. Thus, he cools his heels with the rest of the nobles, before getting bored and opting to ride with the Windcaller wagon instead. Tiana's comment, it's not the best look for a noble, however vacuous the title, to mingle so freely with us common folk. Ash shrugs. Hasn't stopped me before, don't think it will stop me since. He's busy sewing outfits for the servant girls, the attendants. Never expected it to. Tiana offers him a slice of apple. Want some? The journey from Falkreath to the border crossing was uneventful, took about 3 days, and followed one of the major roads of Falkreath as it gently snaked its way up the ridges among snow, mud, massive conifers, and entirely far too many giant spiders. Following the tradition of waste not want not, the giant spiders were appropriately dressed after their death. Their poison collected into vials for the escort archers to use, their bodies for Ash to dissect and do weirdly necromantic things with, and their legs for eating. They had a nice tangy taste and a spicy bite when battered and fried. Ash would take the rest of a body after a kill onto the Windcaller cart and had his fun using its web spinning abilities to make spider silk for himself until the corpse ran out of nutrients to do so. He got a lot of silk out of it, and the butchers responsible for cutting the corpses apart appreciated the knives he supplied and the surprisingly stable Windcaller cart. Either way, the border crossing was reached with fried spider legs being a weird but acceptably chewy snack for the guards. The border crossing itself was reasonably well kept, a guardhouse with a tower to watch the distance, stables for the few horses of the guards, and a small village made up of the people who make the business servicing the guards and the travelers who arrive a little too late in the night to leave. Honestly, travel within the empire and even out of the empire mattered more at the first major city visited rather than the border. Still, it's a nice place to set down and rest for a while if needed. The party had arrived at the border village while the sun was high in the sky, and thus opted to continue towards the significantly more mountain-y side of the pass while there was daylight to spare. The Bruma side of the pass was, indeed, way more mountain-y. And people actually use this. Ash notes of the switchback pass down the snowy mountainside. Apart from themselves, there were a few other travelers, mostly to bring cargo towards the border village. Despite Skyrim being in such disarray, most traffic flows through the docks. A noble says. Elderly Argonian, merchant, light blue scales, very pristine looking, and absolutely loathing this part of travel. However, given the allegiances of this party, sailing by Windhelm would have been a fool's errand. Ash nods. Yeah, I can see that. He sees something moving lower down the mountainside. A few wagons hurriedly being abandoned by its riders. Something's down there, Sky. The Argonian Sky glances over. I'm not familiar with Cyrodiilic wildlife, but I wager it's nothing good. They watch what looks like a bundle of fur approach, then ignore the carts below in favor of chasing the people. Probably something similar to a troll. Then we can't just leave it be. Ash hops down from the wind-caller wagon, and draws an arc of fire in the air. Then, like shooting an arrow, he fires a massive bolt of rolling flames at the target at least a good 200 meters away. The masses of fur are shocked by the incoming flames, and 2 more hits in succession convinces them to retreat. Sky whistles. Good shooting. Ash lets out a held breath. Best I could do. Is that so? Sky glances at the melted snow at Ash's feet. And the best you did. Sky claps him on the shoulder, then turns to address a pair of riders leading the wagon. Holly. Wood. Get down there and see if those people are all right. Holly raises her spear in acknowledgement, and the 2 ride ahead. Eventually, the party joins the transporters that were hit and travel together towards Bruma. The bundles of fur that attacked were indeed frost trolls, and they returned for a second round, but at a distance of mere meters Ash's flames had no trouble. Well, shit. Ash says lightly after the trolls burned to ashes. I wanted to collect from them. He received fervent praise from the other nobles after dealing with the issue. Ash's credentials as a mage of great power was a matter of much debate until it's seen in person. Thus, a week and a half after the start of the journey, the party arrives at Bruma. Bruma, similar to its game depiction in Oblivion, is a rather vertical city. Though not to the same scale as Markarth, it is a city built into and along the hills leading up to the Cloud Ruler Temple, and most of the city is visible at a glance from the lower, southern part of the walls. The city is roughly divided in 3 sections, the top palace, the middle guilds, and the lower residential areas. 3 gates lead into the city from the south, west, and eastern sides of the wall. The areas outside the city walls are a mix of farms tilling the frozen soil, quarries, and mines for Bruma's main mineral export, and the odd slums here and there. The only real difference, and one that draws attention from the party as they exit the switchback passes, is the wreck high on the mountainside, away from the city. So that's the Cloud Ruler Temple. Sky mutters. What's left of it? He glances at Ash. Any ideas why dragons might have hit it? Ash shrugs. Only fantasies. Historically, and most recently, the Cloud Ruler Temple hosted Emperor Martin Septim. Another noble recites from his memories. Some hundreds of years ago. Because of that, all emperors after him make a symbolic visit once every 5 years or so. The one that dealt with the Oblivion crisis. Sky scratches his chin. Didn't he turn into a dragon or something? That noble nods. Emperor Martin Septim and his most trusted retainer, the hero of Kvatch, ultimately prevailed against the Oblivion threat. Maybe that's why they destroyed the temple. Another noble chips in. Is it not more accurate to history, to say that the hero of Kvatch and Martin Septim were the same person? The time frames line up too well to be 2 separate people. Or that the hero of Kvatch is a catch-all term for the various heroes of the age that never entered into the imperial registry. Sky agrees. The records were woefully incomplete. Like how the hero is simultaneously the leader of the Warriors Guild, Mages Guild, and the Arcane University at once. The history-loving noble laughs. If you consider how all 3 institutions started going downhill after Emperor Septim's death, it makes sense that they were headed by the same person. In any case. Sky glances at Ash. We'll get quarters for the night. I assume you'll want to take a closer look at the ruins, Ed. They're currently a fair distance from the walls and other parties en route to the city. Ash nods. I'll drop by the castle when I'm done. He summons his giant dire wolf, salutes the party, and separates from the group, vanishing into the snow. Sky glances at Tiana. How does it feel to work for such a capricious boss? Irritating. Tiana laughs. Would not trade it for the world. Ash separates from the party, makes fair distance, then flies at ground-hugging altitude towards the destroyed temple. He flies high once reaching the jagged ranges to observe the site in its entirety. He whistles. Man, that looks awful. He then glances at the range where they came from. It was not visible from here. I guess that makes sense. Don't want the fortress to be observable from a high place and all that. He dives in. It was impossible to tell what the temple's structures looked like, as everything that could burn burned, and everything that could not melted. More than once, Ash slips on a patch of slick, shiny rock. After surveying the site, Ash had both conclusions and confusions. The temple, as far as he could see, was burned. Given certain sites of incredible energy, it's safe to say that it wasn't burned down by flames, but by dragon fire. The difference is that, if it was burned by dragon fire, it meant that whatever dragon hit the place attacked, and did not stop, until it was all ashes. Had it burned down by flames, then the dragon would have hit, maybe merely buzzed the place, and then let it collapse under its own flames. So, why? Ash frowns. What could be here that makes a dragon want to burn the foundations to the ground? He starts reaching around with his magicka. Soon enough, he finds an opening, and starts clearing the site with blasts of wind. The rubble and ashes reveal a hole, with traces of stone stairs that no longer exist atop a rather steep and uncomfortable-looking slide. Well, that's not foreboding. Ash mutters and casts summons familiar. A small spherical seal appears and sits on his palm. I am so sorry. He pats the seal's head and sends it down the slide. Some 20 seconds later, the summon takes heavy damage and the connection cuts. Okay, big drop later. Ash notes. He puts a hand on the stone floor of the ramp, and stairs hew themselves out of the stone. I probably could have just done this first instead of rolling Buddy to his death. He says conversationally to himself. He descends down the ramp, making stairs at rather awkward distances, and keeping everything lit with ample mage light. For all of the dark and dampness, it reminded him of a rather standard stone stairwell. It's not a spiral and the angle is not deep. Ash stops at a sudden sheer drop into darkness. Yeah, fuck that. He shoots mage lights into the darkness. The mage lights reveal more darkness, and even more darkness beyond that. Ash frowns again. Oh, okay. So, what, Cloud Ruler Temple was empty or something? He looks around for chains or some sign, standard or no, of there being a massive, maybe dragon-like object hidden underneath the temple. Nothing. He scratches his chin. Maybe this was an aquifer or something. He sighs. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a geologist. He leaps into the darkness, using his flight to help control his descent. After a somewhat uncomfortable silence, he sees his mage lights reflected by water. Given the reflection, he estimates the water to be at most a foot deep. Still, he keeps himself floating above it, because willingly stepping into ice-cold water is a silly idea. He scouts the area until he could see no other easily accessible location beyond a hole that leads deeper into the water. A mage light goes in and reveals a bend not too far below the water surface. Ash sighs. Welp. And he returns to the surface. He repeats this search several times throughout the next 3 hours and discovers several of the temple's underground structures. A few of them, the ones that had secondary connections to the outside beyond the top, showed signs of use as both an evacuation point or as a base for secondary lookouts. Storage in those rooms were clearly and thoroughly scoured for stuff. It's probably bandits. It's always bandits. Ash said upon seeing the cleaved open chests and barrels. In some of the more isolated rooms, Ash finds some daily necessities and a single Akaviri sword. It reminded him of the katana-type weapons that the Akaviri were based on, but only past the guard. The blade itself may as well have come from any standard-issue Cyrodiil longsword. At least the tsuba is nice. Ash mutters, leaving the blade where he found it. Overall, of what was left, the only information that he was able to confirm was that the temple had precious little in its stocks. He vaguely recalls the history-loving noble saying something about the temple being hit by the Thalmor at some point. Probably in the war that made the Concordat. Ash notes. So, in conclusion, dragons hit a site that was probably either rebuilding or else neglected, and then decided to burn it until there was nothing left. He shakes his head. Dragons are weird. As Ash does his thing, the party in Bruma officially arrive at the castle to a warm if small reception, and are shown their quarters to rest and prepare for the banquet in the evening. Immediately, Tiana begins scoping out the place. Good threads if threadbare, sturdy, undecorated furniture. She tallies as she's shown around the castle and the more important locations to better guide her lord once he arrives. Pantry is stocked but the selection is low. Not many mages on staff. She frowns inwardly at the last one. Might be dangerous. And that concludes this tour. The guard says, polite if distant. Is there anything else you require? Tiana nods. Might I be allowed to peruse the library for details about the Cloud Ruler Temple? The guard frowns. I imagine so. Pray tell, what for? She flashes her best smile before letting it fade. As you know, we who serve the wind callers are fully aware of their plight against the dragons. Seeing that the temple is no more owing to naught but those very dragons, it is only right for us to lift some of his burdens. The guard nods, a little hornier than he was expecting at the end of a tour for a mere half-breed Khajiit. I understand. I shall inform the steward of your request. Tiana smiles again. Wonderful. She and the attendants sift through the books quickly, looking for records and information on the Cloud Ruler Temple. One of the keepers of the library, watching with his friend, leans in to whisper. They all can read. His friend nods. Quite well, by the looks of it. He's puzzled too. Who teaches their servants to read? The servants in Bruma Castle could read, but only up to the point of being able to do their jobs. The keeper thinks. Maybe they all hold ranking positions in his entourage. It makes sense that someone traveling to meet the emperor would surround himself with only his best and brightest. The friend agrees. Makes sense, but are our best and brightest able to do something like that? The keeper watches the 5 people skim through a large volume of books, only occasionally stopping to quickly write down something. They're not reading all of it, but only looking for the important bits. Isn't that just what we do every day? He blinks. The friend can see that the point has been made. Every day after a long period of training, yes. I see. The keeper is bemused. I suppose we should keep tabs. Shortly before the night's banquet, Ash arrives back in the castle. Despite having a massive fucking city as the target, he did, in fact, get lost. Or, more specifically, he arrived at an awkward angle and had to trudge through snow just to arrive at a gate and be allowed in by the guards. Not that he had to, but it would get awkward if none of the gates reported letting him in. Either way, he arrives at the castle for the banquet with little time to spare. Oh lord. Ash sighs as he gets dressed into finer clothing. I know, right? Tiana laughs. You have to talk to people now. Ash laughs too, though he's significantly less amused. You got your targets for tonight? Some. Tiana adopts a thinking pose. But it's more just to see the lay of the land. We're leaving tomorrow anyways. I'll assign Alina to be your escort tonight. Sounds good. Ash finishes getting dressed. Don't stay up too late. Tiana is completely serious. No promises. The night passes in a flash, with Ash getting a solid C and on his people skills. The maid assigned to assist him, Alina, was there to make sure he had an out in case he needed to separate from his current party for any reason. To her surprise, she only received the bailout signal 5 times that night. With the meet and greet done, the party only has to spend the next 3 days at Bruma relaxing before continuing. Ash's response is a succinct "fuck me" running and a quick series of flights to Helgen, Falkreath, and the Windcaller mansion, returning only on the last day to leave with the party. Sky chuckles at seeing Ash rush hurriedly out of their rented quarters on the last day. Never a dull moment of your life, hey, Windcaller. Ash yawns. Some days I wonder where I went wrong. Alina following behind, looking calm and collected, if slightly unkempt in her presentation. While the Windcaller's ability to fly has become the talk of many towns and a near Tamriel-wide rumor, nobody outside Lakeview has actually seen Ash fly, and he would like to keep it that way for as long as possible. To that end, Alina acts as cover, to explain wordlessly why Ash would never leave his quarters for days on end while she comes and goes as she pleases. Per Tiana's suggestion, all of the attendants were now wearing clothing that rather emphasized their bust size, to make the illusion work a little better. That Alina is as lackadaisical as he is about her form of dress is an added bonus. As the party continues its trip to the Imperial capital, 2 armies begin their march in Skyrim. The Imperial army departs on time, sailing via ship towards Dawnstar. The Stormcloak army, however, departs earlier than expected from Helgen, where they had camped among its rebuilding ruins. Why are we heading out so early? One soldier asks another as they begin their march. The camp mages are spooked. His friend replies. They felt something massive yesterday. The soldier scowls. Windcaller. The friend nods. With how close we are to Falkreath. Nobody wants to sit around and eat a storm in the dead of night. The soldier nods. Makes sense. Ash's intent was just to check if there were soldiers at Helgen at all, so this was an unfortunate side effect. Fortunately, there were those in Falkreath who had more experience dealing with magic than him. Double the scouts stationed near Helgen. Jarl Sitagir ordered almost as soon as Ash left. If even our junior spellcasters could sense Windcaller's arrival, there's no doubt the Stormcloaks would have as well. Hurry our preparations. Falkreath's naturally low location made it an awful place to defend, but there was a point further west, where 2 rising hills overlooked the road, that was easier for action. They had always put off establishing a permanent base in that area and had allowed bandits to take it over until very recently. Morale in Falkreath is not high. The material rebuilding from the dragon attack is generally complete, save for touch UPS here and there and, of course, the stuff to fill any destroyed storage depots, but that's not the reason. Falkreath was one of the first cities to come into conflict with the Empire in a ground battle, and its tactics were to lure the Empire troops into its dense forests before falling upon them with a small but elite army, experts in forest combat and ambush tactics. As its integration into the Empire evolved, this fundamental strategy adapted but was never changed, until the Civil War. It was straightforward, actually. The elites, holding their tradition as a flag, defected and joined the Stormcloaks, leaving Falkreath with its legionary complement but no way to utilize it within the forest. Thus, its current plan was imperial to its fundaments: make a defensive line, fortify it, and fight a straightforward battle of numbers. That Falkreath has to follow this plan, which is very anti-Falkreath, goes against the Empire's promise of respecting the Hold's cultural autonomy. And also if Lakeview burned down, there was a very good chance Ash might end up torching the city. Atra and Alma are currently in Lakeview, so if something happened he would definitely torch the city. Sid would prefer his city to be untorched, thank you very much. Thus, the troops are mustered. The main army is given orders to fortify and defend the main pass, while smaller units watch the woods and prepare for any sudden surprises. Over in Lakeview, the defense plans were also underway. Materially, everything that could be stockpiled has been stockpiled, so the only thing left were drills and practice. It's straightforward. An archery range is set up some distance from the town, and crossbow teams are paid to practice, under the watchful eye of some werewolf mercenaries. Those mercs watch as the father of a family of 4 clumsily sets up a crossbow, correctly braces it with the help of their 8-year-old son, then fires with rather decent accuracy at a stationary target. The merc leans in to whisper to his friend. Think that's going to be enough? His friend shrugs. Fuck no. Werewolf, as an entity, is ostensibly free to decide their own employment, but with Timur as the head of the company and the fact Werewolf is a Windcaller entity, everybody expected it to be withdrawn for the defense of Lakeview. Thus, it was surprising to many that Timur only ordered the mercenaries currently without contracts to move for defense. To that end, the mercenary count for the village numbers at a solid 8. The friend grunts. I know Windcaller is our boss's boss and he's got the mind of an amazing wizard or whatever, but he ain't here right now. He kicks some dirt. I like the money the cat's putting up, but I'd like to live long enough to spend it. The merc smirks. You said it. He looks around for anybody listening. You know what she always says, right? Accidents can happen. The friend nods. The merc conceals, rather poorly, his grin. So what if something happens when the army shows up? The friend looks at him blankly. Who do you think pays us, the Stormcloaks? Who do you think would pay us if something happens? As if to drive the point home, a hunter with a railbow sets up next to them. His target is a solid steel plate surrounded and backed by cotton and straw to dampen noise. The mercs watch as he pulls back the lever, listens for the hum, and fires an arrow at the target. The shattering crack, slightly dulled as it may be, makes the 2 mercs jump. The target rocks slightly back before settling again with a rather nasty-looking dent. The friend looks at the merc. And you know how heavy that is. They were the ones that moved the targets into place. The merc, reasonably cowed, is nevertheless stubborn. I'm just saying, accidents can happen. One day later, the Stormcloak army arrives close enough to the Falkreath checkpoint and arrange themselves a fair distance from the cliffs. They see the rope bridge connecting the 2 sides and the fairly obvious defensive works on the ground. That there were troops arranged along the road meant there would be no rock traps or the like. The Stormcloak commander, a burly giant of a man with the scars and the mind for battle, did not enjoy charging in without further information. Boars. He addresses his right-hand man. Take your detachment and lay siege to the Windcaller mansion. You do not have to attack, just make sure they do not reinforce this position. The captain salutes, and his detachment of roughly 200 breaks off from the main force. On the ramparts, Sidgir sees them leaving. Must be headed for Lakeview. He mutters. Adjutant, send a message to Lakeview and warn them to be ready. The adjutant, who was utterly mesmerized with the system of colorful plates in front of him, gives a good old-fashioned imperial salute and presses, with constant glances to the reference material, the combination of buttons for the warning of an impending attack. Impending attack. Mel reads, bored. This is like his 6th one this hour. Timur laughs. Maybe this is the correct one and not him fucking around again. Mel yawns. Well, unlike the previous ones he actually got the combination right this time. Timur laughs again. Is there a distance report? Mel watches the plates for a minute. Seems to be a no. Assuming they're coming in from the main army then. Timur scratches her ears. The rebuilt pseudo-radios were designed as a panel of 12 square panels, 9 for letters and 3 up top for commands, send, clear, delete. Inspired by a phone keyboard, it doesn't have full letter capability, given that it, still, was made for a rather specific use case. Timur thinks it over a little more. Send messages to our outposts to keep their eyes out. She had heard enough stories from Ash about how patrol and recon did not do their jobs for something or other to know that he would absolutely eat her alive if she was remiss at her job. At a distance estimate. Mel turns to a pair of these messengers labeled Tower 1 and Tower 2, and sends identical messages for both to save time. The two towers are some distance away from Lakeview, with one hidden among the forest and another perched among the rocks in the mountainside. They're multi-platformed lookouts, with hunters and ammo scattered throughout. Message from home base. A hunter says as the plates clatter to life. Foe, move, army, separate, threat, home, next. He pauses for the follow-up message. Dial. He quickly brings up a piece of paper. 886 next. He chews on it for a moment. Enemy detachment, heading north-northwest. His captain raises a spyglass, then lowers the spyglass to look at a compass, then raises the spyglass again towards the right direction. I see some smoke. He says. Ready up, lads. His party, a dozen or so hunters all armed with railbows, ready themselves on the ledge. The humming of the bows charging up is all anyone can hear. And send message received back to the girl. On the other tower, in the woods and near the water, the captain looks at the water, confused. They're coming by boat. He sees nothing. Ready up, I suppose. Tell the girl we got her message. Mel receives both confirmations, a repeat of the last message she sent, dial 8-8-6, and frowns at one of them. Oops. She resends her message to Tower 2. Dial 8-8-3. Alright, that makes more sense. Tower 2 captain says upon hearing the new bearing. Send back confirmation and ready up. Tower 1 simply sees the next that denotes the end of communications. The Stormcloak detachment travels up the well-maintained road towards Lakeview, cresting the hill, and soon has the village in sight. It's grown large enough to be called a town now, though construction rings the outermost edges. The Windcaller mansion, as usual, towers over its surroundings. Shame to siege it. A soldier says. I spent a few weeks here. If it weren't for the blasted Thalmor I'd have moved in next spring. Food was amazing. His friend nods. Best lamb in Skyrim, hands down. Another soldier scoffs. Pa. Next time you're in Riften, come to the Doer Rum. We'll change your mind on that. A name like that, sure. The first soldier laughs. If it doesn't knock me out first. He glances at their captain, Bors. In any case, Cap, there's Windcaller. What's the plan? We stick to it. Bors says neutrally. He sees a series of fences that seem to surround pastures with no animals in sight. Did they know we were coming, or were they just this prepared in advance? We are to stop the Windcallers from sending reinforcements to Falkreath, and this is the only reasonable way to the fight. The alternate route that circles around the mountain would take days, if not weeks, for an army to travel. Set up defenses and keep watch. T-Mare, looking through her own spyglass, scowls slightly. Looks like they're just beyond the first defensive line. She cheers inwardly. Keep a lookout in case anything changes. The hunters stationed with her salutes. Let the guys on the ground know, too. She says to Teenarum. Yab. Teenarum fires a streak of red light into the sky, large and visible for everyone to see. What do you think that means? The Stormcloak soldiers mutter. That they've seen us. Bors scowls, uneasy. Think Windcaller will blow us away. A soldier says with a fearful glance at the sky. Bors thinks it over. Ash is the only one with that kind of magic, and he's off in Cyrodiil. We'll know if he comes back. For now, do some woodwork and check for any archers in these trees. While the deadlock develops over in Lakeview, back at Falkreath, a deadlock also develops. What, that's it. Jake scoffs, his entirely far too massive 20 feet long sword lazily resting on his shoulder. C'mon, guys, live a little. In front of him, 15 men, blown away with one strike, scramble away and get to their feet despite several broken ribs. The Stormcloak commander just stares. After thinking this over, I don't know what I expected. He sighs, then takes a deep breath. Hey, Windcaller. Is there any amount of gold I can get you to back down? Jake laughs. No. He didn't try to kill them. The commander notes, then decides to test the waters. What if we take hostages? Will you step aside then? Jake laughs again, but with significantly less enjoyment in his voice. Depends on how long it takes for me to get back here. As expected. The commander notes. Just thought I'd ask. Let me be clear, we Stormcloaks respect the Windcaller name, and have no quarrel with you. Thank you. Jake calls back. But I live here and I got a job to do. The commander smiles. As do we. He raises his axe. All right, lads. To battle. The Imperial City. Ash is now very sick of traveling like normal people. The road from Bruma to the Imperial City is almost entirely downwards, which was nice. The road was well traveled, with plenty of people to make conversation and business while they were a party of nobles. Attempting to be all noble-like would have made them targets. Even during its heyday, prior to the Oblivion Crisis, the region of Cyrodiil had a significant dissonance between its strong cities and well-developed countryside, and the wilderness signified by abandoned fortresses and allied ruins. Allied ruins are, arguably, a major staple of Cyrodiil. Filled with ambient magicka, they house many wondrous instruments of rapidly moving blades, crushing stone pillars, and powered magic turrets able to deter even the hardiest attackers. With some luck, a determined band can make their way in, subjugate the innate defenses, and turn a ruin into a fortress from which attacks can be made at will. In fact, it was the understanding of these ruins that gave the Aldmiri Empire its victory over the Imperial army. Many years later, the ruins and any bands lucky enough to hold them have turned almost each and every one into a camp in their own right, and journeys outside the major cities prove to be interesting, if the travelers lack enough friends or coin. In any case, the Skyrim party arrives at the coast of the Imperial capital city and marvels upon its splendor and squalor. Ash looks at the city in the distance and the city in front of him. I'm getting significantly confused messages. The Imperial capital is a city built on an island in the middle of a lake, connected to the mainland via a large bridge. In its Oblivion days, the city was a wall of glistening white marble, with a fair amount of shacks along the waterside because, hey, the poor have to live somewhere. Many centuries later, the walls have lost their sheen due to a lack of maintenance and a need to move the main defensive constructs closer to the bridge. The basic structure is still there, the city is still a massive ring built around the palace, but the island itself is now almost entirely covered in buildings, fields, businesses, and people. The perimeter of the lake, on the outside, in the Oblivion days, used to be a few fishing villages here and there, with the town at the bridge because it made sense to fortify there. Now, the outside of the lake is also a part of the city, and is a thriving network utilizing the lake to trade, fish, and live. Incidentally, what used to be the Imperial City docks is now the primary wharf for the Imperial fleet. The fleet, responsible for keeping the lake peaceful and pirate-free and the bridge guarded or slathered in supporting fire, is split in half: the faster ships in these docks, the bigger ships in Breville to the south, to help control the waterways into the lake. As such, when seen from afar, there is a line on the horizon. Above it are the gleaming marbles of the Imperial City, what's left of it, and below are the wooden, drab houses of the surrounding peasants. Sky laughs. It's not the life of the rich if there isn't poor to look down upon. Come, we have a schedule to keep. The party keeps to the centuries-old main road and travels towards the bridge. With nature to one side and near endless rows of small towns and villages on the other, it's easy going. As they travel, a small smile grows on Ash's face. I kind of like this, he says of the towns and villages. It's got a nice homely feeling to it. Sky blinks in surprise. Homely. To the best of his sources, Ash grew up in the Clover district in Whiterun. Sure, I suppose. The Clover district was poor by Whiterun standards but, on the whole, was better maintained than what their current surroundings looked like. Ash nods. It's also got that bit of Mark Arth, there's way too many people here, kind of feel. I like it. Sky remembers vividly the reports of the Rose Bell some years ago. You seem to thrive in metropolitan areas. Ash's smile goes away. That's not necessarily true, but I can see how it'd look that way. The party finally arrives at the bridge town we at the cusp of sunset. Well, fortress town we now, I guess. Once a quiet village, it's now a bunch of services in support of a fortress guarding the bridge entrance. The strategic position of the town as the only land route into the imperial capital dramatically raised its value. When the Aldmiri invaded, the wall was built to help secure the bridge against potential invasion. Now, years later, the town mostly kept to that tradition, in that the areas within the walls are designed for rapid troop movement and military needs, and the surrounding areas are civilian use. Great fish. As we approach the fortress gates, Sky chuckles. Not a good look, that. To still maintain this monument of utter panic. If memory serves, historically the fortress was never besieged, or used as a mustering point. Outside of parades, I mean. There was an abandoned fortress near here populated by bandits and marauders, and that was torn down to build this, I think. Crossing the threshold, the party shows their diplomatic invitation, and are escorted through the bridge and towards the imperial capital. The event is hosted within the grounds of the imperial palace, in the center of the city, so we have a bit of a walk. The bridge has very little foot traffic, probably because it's long as shit and boats are faster. The Imperial City Bridge, as grand as it looked from a distance, showed signs of needing repair, and the city itself is no different. While it still has the iconic marble buildings of the Elides, significant walls have been hammered away or just plain destroyed, and sections of the city's ground sank and exposed the great sewers underneath. If nothing else, it makes it easier for the poor to live underneath the city and to work within the walls. The party only sees small sections of the city, and none of the really damaged parts, and arrive in the Imperial Palace fairgrounds. Many tents and pavilions have been erected in the fairgrounds for the event, as hosting a magic-centric event in the palace proper felt like a danger. The party is led to the largest pavilion to give their greetings. Sky enters the largest pavilion, looks around, and mutters under his breath. Can't say this was what I was expecting. Then he puts the biggest, most professional-looking smile on his face. The inside of the pavilion looked very familiar to Ash, 3 long tables making a U, with the Emperor sitting at the seat of power, facing the party that entered. A herald, standing off to the side, reads from a paper. Presenting, the delegation from the Imperial territory of Skyrim. Sky takes the lead, and kneels respectfully in front of the Emperor. We greet your Majesty. Emperor Titus Mede too nods appreciatively. And the Empire welcomes you, my children. Rise, and make yourselves merry among our court. The observant members of the audience note that the Emperor's gaze lingered upon Ash Windcaller much longer than normal for a no-name noble from the fringes of the Empire. The introductions take a little time, and the party is escorted out to a different room to be situated properly. Sky's the only one who was surprised at their arrangements. What's on your mind? The history-loving noble asks him. Sky is pensive. Given our delegation, I was expecting that we'd be further away from the Emperor. It's not as if Skyrim was worth noting even in its better days. Their position in the context of the whole court meant that the delegation of Skyrim was at least on par with the delegation from the Aldmeri Dominion, a fact nobody missed. The noble also looks pensive. It's likely due to the civil war. A good way to show the Thalmor that we are still being valued by the Empire, and all that. Sky nods. You may be right. First-person camera. The slow traveling is fun but also not fun. It's like a vacation before a major deadline. I want to fly back and check on the war effort, because I think by now it's over, but at the same time I can't leave in any reasonable way. There's no law against flying, not anymore. The old one against levitation was too heavily abused and got struck down, but if I had worries about people getting some hints on who to hold at knife point in case they wanted something from me before, it would be 100 times worse if they figured out why I keep flying between provinces at will. Anyways, now that we're here, let's start making some connections with the Arcane University folks. Given how our last outing with the Emperor and his people went, there is a 100% chance I'm going to get used as a political toy again. Reminder to self, be less worried about how you look and focus more on how it can be used to your advantage. Next day. This event is meant to be one that increases the rapport between Empire and Aldmeri mages. I don't see any mages here apart from some figureheads, and they're a little too drunk as fuck for any real political use. And also they're only mingling with their own people. Not a lot of exchange here. So, to set the scene. We're in a large courtyard, all grass, some seats, tables, drinks, the works. It's a party. There's basically zero interaction between the Thalmor and the Empire apart from a major official talking to another major official about something irrelevant, or else had been decided upon ahead of time. Nothing magical yet. I'm looking around for members of the Arcane University and its subset groups to appear or have some kind of note to show who they are, but so far, no luck. People are dressed nicely here and the weather is great, so the big indicator of party affiliation is a small, 2-inch plaque at their waist. I don't have enough context to know what's what, and Sky made it clear that I shouldn't wander around and ask questions this early into the event. For context, because it is very important, Sky is an old hand at dealing with nobles and unspoken rules of conduct, which is why he is in the party. Everyone else is significantly younger. I'd like to say that simply having a positive, can-do attitude is all that's needed in the court, but I'm not young enough to make that work. Brashness is the advantage of youth, or something. Day 2. A fair number of people have left. A little over half of the first day attendees are remaining. The conversation has taken a dramatically more political turn. And, sadly, most of those who are left are Thalmor. Nobody seems to be surprised by this, which is even worse. I'm listening to the flow of the conversation, and it really does not look good for the Arcane University. In a nutshell, the two major parties of the university, Group 1 and Group 2, are almost constantly at odds with each other. The Thalmor understand their issues well enough to pit them against each other at every turn without appearing to, and the two groups argue endlessly about things that have no real relevance. Or, more accurately, the arguments are being carried out first by the younger members of both parties, who I assume are working with the "let's prove to our superiors we are loyal" mindset, and their arguments, vapid and meaningless as they are bleeding over and dragging other members of their respective sides in. The other delegations, Morrowind, Elsewhere, Hammerfell, etc., are pretty okay to just watch the Imperial Center consume itself in infighting. Even better, we're getting dragged in, too. We as in the party. As I've said before. Imperial General Cornelius says with a hefty slam of his mug onto the table. Our failures in Skyrim are due entirely to your Warmage's lack of expertise. He points an accusing finger at a mage with pretty robes. I don't know their rank or affiliation. Cornelius is easily pushing 70. Hair is all white but incredibly immaculate, trimmed beard. Dude definitely uses product. He's not dressed in armor, but he has the tassels that, I'm told, marks him as an imperial general. That is a grandpa who most definitely strangled people back in the day and deadlifts as a hobby, probably. And he's very mad. Your research into applicable magic has not yielded effective results for the past decade, and you still have the gall to appear here with the mark of a warlock. Are you mad, child? Super, duper mad. The mage, by contrast, is a lady, in her 30s. She's very pretty with makeup. She dressed up for this meeting and had no interest in said dressing up. Her outfit is a well-coordinated blue and white dress, with the plaque of her station on her hip, but is otherwise unadorned beyond what I assume at the absolute minimum requirements of showing up to a big event. This is noteworthy because many other mages are wearing what Sky says is every medal they've ever earned. I come, Venerable General, because it is my duty to do so. The Major Mage says. Our ability to protect the troops is directly affected by the protection afforded to them, and I regret to inform you that, while we do have our shortcomings, a vast majority of cases show that the soldiers assigned to defend their charges lack vital spirit. She shoots a glance at my direction. It has come to my attention that, except for a small cadre of Solitude troops, the rest are woefully inadequate. Cornelius is still mad. They are inadequate because you have not provided the means for them to accomplish their duties. Major Mage is also mad but better at hiding it. Our mages are meant to protect the army, your soldiers, the mages, that is the doctrine of the Imperial Army. And so on. The exchange goes on for a full 10 minutes before the Emperor holds up a hand. I understand the plight of our forces. He looks at the crowd and I am getting a bad feeling about this. Are there any in attendance who would be willing to suggest a solution? Nervous silence. If I may. A mage says politely. He's a dude in his 50s, probably. Old, experienced, carries himself with poise. Lanky Dunmer dude. Has all the air of a mustache-twirling villain. He's outfitted differently from the first mage, so he's probably from the other group. What is the issue that our esteemed Cornelius and respectable Andra are debating over? Cornelius snarls, before taking a breath and calming down. How can the mages be better protected so they may perform their duty? He summarizes. Mage Andra nods in agreement. Do you have any ideas, Nautilus? Somehow the name fits him perfectly. Hey. Nautilus shakes his head. I'm afraid I lack substantial answers. My research, you understand, deals with the intangible and rarely yields battlefield applications. He turns to our party and goddammit. Perhaps we can get a valuable third opinion from those closer to the front lines. Everybody in our party looks to me because I am the only real mage of the group. I stand up, because I'm being addressed, if informally. I understand that you are. Nautilus says, trailing off because I don't think he knows. I bow slightly. Ashwind Caller, at your service. I am someone who has used magic to fight, but I hesitate to say that I'm well versed in any capacity. Nautilus smiles. I'm definitely being racist about how seedy his smile looks. It's quite alright. Experience speaks volumes over theory, anyway. I laugh. Well sir, then I'm of no help. I've never participated in a large-scale battle as a true batlemage. His smile drops slightly. Ah. I mean, dragon doesn't count. Last big battle I've been in I sat on a rock and then blew up a fortress. Definitely not standard batlemage behavior. Well, I admire your forthrightness. Nautilus says graciously. As you are a man who is more than willing to expose your own shortcomings, unlike many others here who would. Dramatic pause, side-eye towards Cornelius. Prefer volume over substance. Cornelius is, I assume, seasoned enough to let the jab slide. Some of his entourage, not so much. One dude's face has turned bright red with anger. Out of nowhere a Thalmor speaks up. I believe Sir Windcaller is underselling his own accolades. I have the impression I'm being set up for something. His students, Batlemages within the Solitude Army, have shown themselves to be resourceful and capable as a part of the Dawnstar campaign. Hey. Interesting. So, I knew the Dawnstar campaign had started, but that was about it. The reaction among those without a poker face here is mixed. Some of them are obviously confused and oblivious, some share worried looks, and others barely conceal their smirks. From an allegiance standpoint, the more loyal to the Empire, the more downcast they look. In other words, the campaign is not going well, but let's be contextually oblivious about this. Oh? By your tone, it sounds as though they're not doing well. I mean, two bigwigs blew up at each other. That is putting it lightly, lad. Cornelius says. Dude is very, very good at masking his anger. The army from Solitude marched out through Hatchmarsh, and were ambushed on the way. He smiles slightly. If that Thalmor is true to his words, then I have you to thank for those kids. So long as they're alive, I want them alive. Cornelius's smile grows wide. They're more than alive, Windcaller. Nautilus now looks annoyed. Per the reports, they were responsible for first detecting the ambush, though were not listened to by their captain, and helped rescue far more troops than expected. Yay, but that's why they're fighting. If you don't mind. Nautilus snaps his fingers. I would request a bout with you, Windcaller. One of my Batlemage against you. Fucking. Nautilus is smiling, but man, he wants some revenge for lost face. I think we all have something to learn here. One of his entourage, a big, burly dude in valuable-looking mage robes, stands and makes an Imperial soldier salute. For the record, I'm like 99% sure the three of them are on the same page as to what they're trying to do. There is absolutely no way in hell an organic schism in the Empire's top officers would happen while Thalmor are present, Emperor in attendance or no. Still, this is supposed to be a fun day, so let's have some fun today. I look forward to your tutelage. Third-person camera. Ash and the Batlemage rise and meet in the middle of the court. There are snacks and drinks in place, with a large courtyard for demonstrations of magical breakthroughs and showmanship for anyone who's interested in having a little flair for the dramatic. The rules are simple. Nautilus says. First person to hit the floor loses. Obviously, no killing is allowed here. Then, as an added benefit for Ash the outsider, the Batlemage Corps seeks to train under the most realistic conditions possible, you understand. Ash, whose combat training involved machine gunning jets of fire at his students until they understood the dangers of keeping stock still, nods in agreement. Everything is permitted. Nautilus says. Now, stand with your backs toward each other. The Batlemage bows, and Ash mimics. The two, some 10 feet apart, turn away from each other. Ash's eyes glow with a rim of blue. Nautilus holds his hand up. And, begin. Both contestants whirl around at the same time. Both also charge at each other with extreme physical intent. The Batlemage throws a punch with his entire weight behind it. Ash, fists up near his head in a boxer's guard, sidesteps with a fast counterpunch to the man's head. The near-instant contact shocks the Batlemage, and Ash follows up the left-hand jab with a simple combo, left jab, right hook to stomach, left upper to jaw, and, for flair, as the Batlemage staggers back, a spin and a cross to the face. The Batlemage hits the ground like a sack of potatoes, and Ash shakes the light hurt from his hands. Observant mages can see the lightning crackle between his fingers. The audience, who had been expecting a show of some level, is taken aback and silent. One exchange isn't a duel, it's just a beating. First-person camera. Never. Drop. Your. Guard. Lesson number 1 of CQC, come in now. Nautilus snaps his fingers, and some healing magic flows towards the Batlemage. The man stirs and is first a little confused about which part of his body needs more attention, then settles on rubbing his jaw. I give him a hand and pull him up. Now that I have a better look at him, I'm slightly taller, but he's slightly wider. That was unexpected. Nautilus says slowly. Forgive me for saying so, but while close quarters is a concern, I did not take you for a man who was good in a brawl. I shrug. I tell the kids, the students. If you want to protect others, you need distance. Do whatever it takes to get that distance. Honestly, I wasn't expecting to stop him with that jab either, the combo was just following up on an opportunity. Worst case scenario, they'd have to wrestle in the mud with someone trying to choke them to death. Out of our line of sight, Cornelius nods approvingly. Fascinating. Nautilus says, genuinely sounding interested. If I may. He guides the Batlemage back to his seat, makes sure the man's okay, the man nods, a little embarrassed, and takes the stage himself. If I were somewhere here. He stands just a little out of my action range. What would you do? That's a good question. He's just far away enough that I can't close in or disengage without losing initiative. Easily. Each person's action range is a little different due to their physicality and their casting experience, so the fact that he has such a good read on my range is impressive. Well, I'm here to make a good magic impression, so let's make a good magic impression. Monovision active. I take a step in, and he immediately throws lightning my way. But, magic being magic, it always leaves traces. In the eyes of the onlookers, as we step in, Nautilus fires a bolt of lightning that we block and scatter with pinpoint precision. He doesn't get a second hit as our hand reaches his neck. Nautilus nods appreciatively. That is, something. His eyes dart between my eyes, the super dense barrier in my hand, and the dagger of lightning on my fingertips. I assume this is not something meant for long-term combat. We step away and return to our seats. I shake my head. Nah. You know how balance of force works? When two parties are about the same, they tend to whittle each other down a lot more before there's a victor. I glance at the Thalmor because Skyrim. So when taking action, especially for self-defense, breaking away at maximum capability is a requirement. One of Nautilus's entourage, Kajiat, speaks up. Would that not leave the Batlemage vulnerable to additional attacks, sir? I shrug. Yes, but if that was a concern, then the mage either hasn't disengaged far enough or was dead to begin with. A Thalmor takes issue with what I said. In the Aldmiri army, that kind of disengagement is called desertion. Brief silence. I look at him. Hey. Oh, I got one. So that's why there's so many deserter-seeking Judy cars around. The Thalmor doesn't respond, but I feel clever, so it all works out. It usually takes me a day and a shower to have a clever comeback. The comeback wasn't that clever. Lower your expectations. I spend the remainder of the day scoping out the Arcane University people. I make no illusions about how I want my girls to attend so that they can get away from Skyrim and the Civil War. We still have the letters of recommendation, but using those as is without at least visiting the campus is not the best idea. Overall, my impressions are favorable. Politics is unavoidable, especially in an institution that's simultaneously a bedrock of the Imperial City's soft power and a major funnel for Thalmorian money entering the Empire. The primary focus seems to be swaying people to any given side and making them useful to the powers that be, but actual, say, bullshit behavior, is rare. If my reading is correct, the biggest threats to Atra and Alma's time here would be their status as lesser nobility from the backwater province that is Skyrim, the fact that they'll grow up to be attractive, and, me. Eventually the things I do against dragons will be revealed and become common knowledge, so it stands to reason that eventually they'll be targets for people to get to me somehow. Better they get used to navigating it early than late. Something else I picked up, one of the reasons why Aldmiri money is so effective in capturing the Empire is that, at the very least, the Empire has calcified. It's calcified in that way where old families with long and storied heritages are holding and wielding political power solely because of that heritage, while newer and upcoming families with businesses and actual money threaten their hold on power. The old families need the money because there's enough people involved in their chain of command who really do not know how to do much of anything beyond person-to-person politics. The biggest beneficiaries from Aldmiri money are, therefore, some of the oldest and most prestigious families in the Imperial City. Most have the reasoning/delusion that the money has no strings attached, because the Aldmiri are merely paying tribute. Or at least that's the angle adopted by the loudest members of those families. I'm damn sure the quieter and more experienced ones have a better understanding of things. Still, the fact remains that if Aldmiri money were to suddenly dry up, the Imperial City's core would collapse. Most of the economic engine that is the lower Imperial City, the surrounding areas, is either self-contained or outside-facing, flowing to Coral, Cheydinhill, Bruma, and so on. This situation is just too unsustainable, so I don't think it came about naturally. It's probably reasonable to assume that the White Gold Concordat was the point everything tipped over, rather than when it all started. Still, as secure as the Arcane University might be, I'm not sure how much I like the idea of the Thalmor having a proverbial nuke in the Imperial City. Explains why they have so much sway in the Empire as a whole, I suppose. In any case, hate politics, hate meeting people. I'm unmarried as well, so there's a lot of women being thrown my way. I can almost see the puppet strings dangling behind them, too. Sigh. Day 3, final day of our party being here. Once the party ends I'm ditching to fly back to Falkreath. To be fair, I had fun. I don't like people, but I do appreciate good hospitality, and I'm not about to rake the servants over the coals just because I'm introverted. A messenger just got waved to speak privately to the Emperor. This can mean nothing good. They've retreated from their table for a private discussion, which means that the general hubbub that surrounds the seat of honor has all but died down. Soon enough, messengers for other families arrive as well and inform their respective employers about the thing that's about to happen, and I should probably leave just in case. Tiana and the attendants appear from out of the woodwork. Hey! She says softly and gestures for privacy. Fuck me running trademark. We go to a reasonably secluded spot. I put a barrier over us for noise. Wow! Tiana says as things get very quiet. According to the news on the streets, disasters have struck Coral, Anvil, Leowian, and Cheydinhill. Excuse me? I know. Tiana sighs. It's pretty confused, but from what I got is that in the past few days Coral has a collapsed mine, Anvil lost some ships in their harbor, Cheydinhill is seeing elevated bandits in some of their surrounding towns, and there's a disease outbreak in Leowian. She frowns. Technically, none of them alone constitutes a disaster, but the fact that so many things happened at once has people rattled. I can relate. All right. Stay close, we may have to move out soon. I look to the other girls, who all nod. The Emperor is briefed on the 4 disasters, and convenes the heads of major families. I do not remember who is who, but based on their colors I assume it's a mix of major Imperial City and affected city families. The meeting is short, and the families scatter with their parties to address their respective disasters. A messenger from the Emperor also beelines to me, to us. At this point I've moved to convene with Sky and the other Skyrim people. Quite a few of them are dismissive as to the danger of these disasters. Back in Markarth, a collapsed mine is just an excuse to use the secondary exit. One noble quips. To think one in Cyrodiil has everyone squeaking about a disaster. Oh, you know how it is. Another noble laughs. People who don't do a day of work in their lives think the sky's falling when there's one septim short. Excuse me, sirs. The messenger says despite staring directly at me. The Empire would like to have a word with you, Sir Windcaller. Shit. Alright, lead the way. The Empire means that it's not a personal request, which is way more problematic to refuse. I mean, I could, but it makes it that much harder to do a lot of things, the most urgent of which being securing Tiana and the 4 attendants' safety. She's pretty to begin with and I wasn't about to give the attendants badly made things, so they're extremely attractive in context of their surroundings. They're also mine, be it as people or as property, and therefore are protected on some level just by politely and firmly stating that they are only here to serve my interests. A benefit from being considered, however strange the thought process, to have been personally invited by the Emperor. If I refuse, it would be on the grounds that I must return to Skyrim immediately, and therefore that kind of implicit protection will no longer be afforded. Not to be evil about this, but a servant being granted favor by a house of the highest order despite their pleas otherwise is generally considered to be a heartwarming story. The poor doesn't know any better trademark, and all that. In any event, the messenger leads me to the Emperor's tent, where I meet him and his medical staff. Hey! I welcome you, Master Windcaller. The lead healer, the old guy that helped before with reattaching the Emperor's head, says. I would like to request your assistance with the matter concerning Liowian. Makes sense. I have a sense of what's going on. Can I get some specifics? Exposition. Okay. Koral, the city to the east of the Imperial City, is very landlocked. It is very important to the region as its primary metal provider, and the mine that collapsed is a highly valuable one. Anvil is to the southeast of Koral and is a coastal city. The ships that sank are all Thalmorian in nature and it's basically guaranteed that there be shenanigans afoot. Also the port is badly hampered by the wrecks of said ships, but the reports were not clear on how bad the damage was. These two events have the greatest chance of being sabotage and are therefore treated as such until further notice. Cheydinal is a city to the west of the Imperial City and is very pleasant, according to my memories. It's got issues that are kind of the Empire in miniature, and in this instance the bandit issue has been brewing for years before things exploded. The damage isn't severe, but the bandits took over some things major. Immediate assumptions are the Soulstone mines. Liowian is the city to the south of the Imperial City and sits at the mouth of the river leading from the Great Lake surrounding it. To the west of the city is marshlands, so it's not out of the realm of reason that something has made the city sick. That being said, to the west of the city is marshlands, so it's kind of expected that people will get sick. What makes this one different? That is what we hope to ascertain. The head healer says. Your expertise will be invaluable in that aspect. I do want to help people, and if I refuse under the pretense of going home, I have no illusions what my girls will hear in the future. Alright, when do we set out? Oh, I hate business travel. =+=+============================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================10 My vision has gone to shit and I can't see very well. Or you could just stop staring at a screen for work and play. Never. I do need new glasses though. Made up historical notes. Imperial City history, because this will never come up again. Starting from the city as it's seen in Oblivion, with its 6 sections and huge wall and the otherwise pretty empty island. The poor housing around the city grows as the city's economy expands. The sewers underneath the city grow and become refit for the very poor as the city's economy expands, if not necessarily in depth then in width. War with the Thalmor happens, the city gets a flood of refugees from the affected regions, elsewhere, Valenwood especially. People need to eat, and logistics is hard. Civilian docks are created all over the Imperial City Island. Nearby allied ruins provide shelter as they've already been thoroughly explored. 300 years next to one of the biggest population centers does that to a site. People hate travel and logistics is hard. People move out of the Imperial City to live along the edges of the lake, then outwards some more where there's more land to do things with. Money understands money. The older families of the Imperial City starts buying influence outside the city and in the surrounding areas. 300 years pass, cut to now, Imperial City, surrounded by cheaper, easier to maintain buildings that are more or less owned in large swathes by the families that have purchased them. The inner ring surrounding the city is free of shenanigans, but the outer ring on the other side of the lake is a hotbed of thuggery, bribery, and under-table dealings. Both rings are massively responsible for sustaining the Imperial City, which can't support itself, so there's a lot of money to be made. The royal family handles about enough stuff to keep the palace and the stationed military maintained, little else. Roughly, the rich lives closer to the palace and higher in the city's old buildings, while the poor lives lower and further away. Ready access to the sewers has made it so that the servants of the rich families more or less live underneath their workplace. Chapter 35, Experiencing Liowian. == Our trip to Liowian is by boat. As the imperial city dock is primarily a military port, there's always ships prepped and ready to go at a moment's notice. With the royal healer old guy in charge, we take one of the faster ones. To my eternal surprise, it's a paddle boat. As in, it has two massive wheels on either side of the ship that work like water mills and are powered by magic. I guess we're not at boiler level of motorization yet. Makes sense, an under-pressured boiler is rather useless, and an overpressured boiler is a bomb. Anyways, the paddle boat is HRM. It's long, boxy, has two massive water wheel paddles on either side. It's a standard issue medieval fantasy boat mixed with a modern destroyer. The forward castle is very long, and the ship looks kinda like a triangle when viewed from the side. There's also a set of ballistay mounted in the front, which is neat. Anyways, the paddle boat is surprisingly fast for its size, is stable, and has plenty of freeboard for us to move around. It's nice. I guess you're not the only one to think about making something spin to go fast. Tiana remarks as we get underway. Eventually someone will think about flying with a windmill. It's both impressive and a smidge worrying that this boat is laid out the way it is. From above, it has that boaty shape, pointy forward, aft wide with the paddles connected near the wide end in a penile format. The forward ballistay are clearly arranged in a super-firing position reminiscent of World War II warships. As in, they're mounted in a straight line and each is elevated to be able to fire over the one in front, and are also on turreted platforms so they can rotate a full 360 degrees. Which is a little weird, because even in Skyrim we had wheels for siege engines that were meant to roll around. They can't roll far on them, sure, but they could still roll, and ballistay naturally fire over each other. Why pay for the engineering necessary for super-firing turrets? I wonder if it's a similar situation to military contracts in the US, where a company responsible for making hardware spreads the process out across as many states as possible to make the contract impossible to kill. Regardless, this frigate feels like a frigate. Paddle frigate sails at a nice smooth clip through the massive lake towards Breville. Soon enough, we hear a bell, and get out of the way as Marines man their posts on the ballistay. Is there something happening? Tiana calls up to the turrets. Pirates. One Marine calls back. Pirates? Interesting. We all scan the waters and, sure enough, pirates. There's a small rowboat hidden among reeds to our port side. I'm pretty sure it's less pirates and more illegal fishers, but what looks like a family of three abandons their boat in a hurry. The frigate fires 3 bolts in its general direction, hits nothing, and moves on. We're responsible for policing these waters. A sergeant explains. But the captain isn't interested in wasting ammunition on the poor, so we just scare them a bit and call it a day. I can see that. Why bother shooting at all then? The sergeant sighs. Because we're supposed to hunt down at least 3 pirates per trip. Ah. It's that kind of bureaucracy. The rest of the ride to Breville is uneventful. Breville in Oblivion was basically just a castle town. The only way to enter the town by land was via a rope bridge, or was it a drawbridge? Man, I don't remember. It had water access and dock access and stuff. Breville now is less castle and more town. Urban sprawl affects everything, and right now it, apart from its castle town, has expanded to cover the nearby Allied ruins to its east and across the river mouth to its west. Also, a small island in the part where things start to get less Lake Y and more River Y is flying the Breville flag. We're docked at this small island. It's basically a medieval naval truck stop with fortifications. Plenty of other boats are here, most of the sailing variety. This was one of the quests I remember the most from Oblivion. There's apparently a pretty big underground section to this fort. Tiana says. That's kinda neat. She's reading a map of the fortress in. I imagine they had 300 years to tear out all the dangerous traps. She keeps reading. Oh. Hey, they have a second level where you can do hide and seek. Ha. The fortress is a nice, small size. The walls surround the land and overlook the piers. Probably a pain to attack through if anybody tried a water assault. We're just staring at the scenery because we're not disembarking, just refilling mana. It's about 30 minutes of peace and quiet before a member of the fortress hurriedly boards our ship to have a chat with the captain. Some 5 minutes later, he practically flies off the boat again. We seem to have a problem. Our captain says. The waterways into Liowian are blocked. Explain. A healer, Imperial, demands. He seems to be the head healer's second in command, and is probably half the old guy's age. He's the executive officer, EXO, of the group, and has a physical build that screams paladin. If the paladin wrestled with bears as a hobby. I won't trouble you with the details. The captain says. The situation in Liyuan is causing panic and many people are trying to leave. What? How horrid. The head healer sighs. How convenient. The second in command growls. A disease lays low half the city, and the other just chooses to leave. I'm of the same mind but I lack context. How easy is it to leave Liyuan by water? Reasonably. The captain says. Liyuan's port isn't as large as Anvil's and the waterways nearby are prone to flooding due to the marshes. If people leaving is an issue, that implies that the usual land routes are closed and many are attempting to flee by water. And that's bad because? Second in command sees my confused look. To flee from Liyuan on water is difficult on many levels. First off, while Liyuan is the port of call of the Imperial Western Defensive Fleet, those ships are meant for deep water patrols and have too deep of a draft to enter the river. Second, smaller ships, those meant to ply the rivers, do not dock in Liyuan, but in the neighboring villages. 1. I feel like those were conflicting answers. 2. There's no water trade between Liyuan and, say, the Imperial capital. The second in, I'm just gonna call him XO. There is, but those ships dock in the deep water ports. In other words, there's shenanigans afoot. I sigh. Is this a common occurrence? I will pretend not to notice the contradictions. If only because I can accept healers knowing jack all about intercity commercial interests. XO laughs. If it was, we wouldn't have been dispatched. Lovely. Sadly, Liyuan is not so close that one day on the boat is enough to get us to the destination. I theoretically can follow the river and fly there faster, but, well, at this point I don't even know if there is actually a disease problem. I think it's unlikely that everything so far have been one big plot, but given the Empire's weakened state it's not unlikely for there to be a few parallel plots firing off at once. The fact that a lot of important people seem to have been gathered, then pulled away all at once, is giving me some worst-case scenario vibes. Regardless, I spend the rest of day 1 briefing my attendants on how to nurse people, clean stuff, not get sick, boil water, etc. I also make them armbands just in case, to show that they're at least Warwolf mercenary group affiliated, because it makes more sense for a merc company to have healers on staff rather than a no-name minor noble. The amount of, for the lack of a better term, do as I say because I'm better than you, leveled at the servants during the party was uncomfortably high. There are quite a few nobles who are absolute masters of casting extremely long-lasting charm magic through just a subtle touch. Good thing we're all immune because I made anti-magic rings for everybody, but the M-rings aren't true anti-magic, mind, they just disturb illusion magic casted on the wearer and make them expire much faster. I can't do true anti-magic yet and I don't want to make it so powerful that the girls can't use spells to protect themselves. Arguably, the biggest counterpoint to sending my girls here. Winterhold has a better reputation in that respect but, again, dragon. Like, man, a world where people can use magic to influence minds is really rough on people who lack the means to do the same. It's a blessing most people are dogshit at hiding their castes, really. I'm getting distracted because I've made clothing for my attendants that really emphasize their bust size, so I'm getting caught in multiple hells of my own making. They're overdue for new bras, their current ones aren't supporting them enough. Anyway. Next day rolls around, and we're close enough to see the river widen and slow towards Liyuan. So, if I'm remembering right, Liyuan during the time of Oblivion had a game river flowing around it. It wasn't deep or whatever but, you know, deep water sucks as a terrain feature. 300 years on an estuary with no attempts to rebuild lost land means that the mouth of the river has widened rather significantly. Well, both widened and got a little curvy at some odd places. Similar to the other cities, people have grown beyond the walls, and urban sprawl is still urban sprawl. Once we're close enough, the riverside is pretty much just all housing, piers, and boats. Plenty of people stop and gawk at us as our boat, flying the flag of the Imperial City, sails down the river. I lack further context to say if the amount of people we're seeing around here is normal or not, and judging by the rest of the party they're no wiser. We're all rich city folk, I guess. As we sail toward the sea-facing side of the city, a pair of patrol ships flying Liyuan colors intercept us. We cut engines and they board in short order. I see you fly the colors of the Imperial Court. The lead guard among them says. Who's in charge here? He seems deeply unfriendly. Also they have a little too much armor to be Marines. What I know of Skyrim maritime combat is almost exclusively Whiterun River soldiers, and their armor is either very light or easily purgeable. This guy seems to be wearing neither type. I am in charge of our travels. XO says, stepping forward, hand on blade. We are the royal healers dispatched per requests from the city. The guy frowns. Dispatched? I wasn't aware we had dispatched for aid. He salutes. Apologies, I am Justin, 3rd Patrol Captain. Dude is, probably an Imperial Orc mix. There's slight hints of Orsishness in a primarily imperial build, like the tusk-like fangs protruding upwards. It'd be cute if there was a self-proclaimed Orsish knight in his bloodline somewhere. 3rd Patrol. Exo scowls. Liuwian's 3rd is a land unit. What are you doing on boats? Justin smiles thinly. Lack of manpower. He bows slightly. I mean no disrespect, I was just surprised that help would come so soon. He scans all of us, frowning slightly at seeing the sight of us, the definite non-royal healers of the group. Come, we will escort you to the docks. With that, the patrol boats disconnect, turn around, and guide us to Liuwian's massive sea-facing port. I'm like 100% sure no such port existed back in Oblivion. Or, at least, not directly connected to the city. Or is it the city that connected to the port? Fuck, it's been forever. Anyways, Liuwian's port is, probably the most comparable to Riften's port in terms of equipment, though it dwarfs Riften in size. At the moment, large ships are moored in docks equipped with large gantry arms. Those arms are currently working at a snail's pace, as the harbor itself is already chock full with goods that don't seem to be touched. If we're walking into magic black death, I swear to God. We're led to dock at a smaller port, meant for river-faring boats like ours. Liuwian has most likely changed dramatically since I've seen it in Oblivion. In the game, I remember Liuwian as being very open and grid-y. In the sense that every building was kind of by itself and surrounded by a grid of roads. Don't know how accurate my memories are, but here, again, Riften had a very sophisticated, tiered dockyard system for dealing with its lake traffic. Liuwian went for size over complexity, with redundancies for redundancies. Arms are everywhere, piers are everywhere, I'm pretty sure some of them even swing. 300 years of pseudo-industrial innovation and designs by necessity. I'd love to poke deeper at it when I get the time. The main drawing point of the docks are the 2 rails that travel down the path leading into the city, which I assume are the primary means of getting goods to and from town. They disappear into the cityscape quite early, so I have nothing else to comment on. I'd have a better idea as to how this whole place works if there were people here, but it's positively soulless. Justin and guards lead us towards a large warehouse. By virtue of random crap piled at the gate, I can tell that it was hurriedly emptied for some reason. No point for guessing why. We cross the threshold and, there are beds everywhere. No, not beds. Just bed sheets laid down on the floor. Bodies everywhere. If they weren't sick before being brought here, they would be now. There are no orderlies, no doctors, no healers tending the sick. Just guards, with a cloth over their face, bringing people in stretchers, and dumping them unceremoniously, bed sheets and all, over the most open area they could find. But what sticks out the most is the lack of a smell. Comparing this to, say, the Temple of Kynareth in Whiterun. When a room has, like, 8 farmers, it smells like 8 farmers. Here, despite there being at least 100 bodies, it doesn't smell like much of anything, just the dirt and wood of the warehouse, at best. It's off-putting. Tiana and the girls are some variations of overwhelmed and confused. The royal healers are unfazed. I wonder if it's because they're used to it. I'm going to reassess my calling it a warehouse because, although it's got 4 walls and a roof, the only closed door was the one we walked into. The rest of the doors are permanently open via acts of incredible violence. Did they use a distressed building as a? I was about to call it a hospital. Ha. Alright, let's get focused. Let's inspect the closest person. Mage lights go up on instinct to the surprise of everybody. Oblivion mages tend to rely on light more, which is casted on the self to provide all-round illumination. Well, he's got little dots all over his face. I'm not a doctor so I shouldn't talk, but this feels very measles. Why? Speaking of, we've never really had an epidemic in Skyrim so far. The worst I remember was something very flu-like in Riften a few houses down, and we just kinda shrugged through that as it annoyed like 10 houses or something. Well, now, from what I know about outbreak prevention, it basically boils down to containment and nourishment. Give the body the ammunition it needs to fight the disease, from basic nutrition to specialized supplies, and let it do its thing. HRM. Well, if memory serves, smallpox was incredibly deadly in children because of a lack of immunity. Adults that got it weren't killed in such memorable numbers. But everybody lying in this warehouse, 100 plus and then some, are adults. Maybe it's super measles. Also, I do not remember if measles and smallpox are the same thing. They are not the same thing. I should not be trusted for medical advice. Jokes aside, let's figure out what's really going on here. The people infected have little boil-like dots on their body, which, I'm pretty sure, is not measles behavior. I think they're also a little too big for smallpox behavior, too. I remember getting smallpox as a very young child as a result of the vaccine I had. 90s China and, per the norm for a small child, my parents were more concerned than I was. It was just annoying, that's all. These are bigger. The largest is about the size of my pinky. Memories of Earth aside, I've done plenty of healer work both at my mansion with Warwolf and the brothel girls. I have seen nothing like this. The closest approximate is one brothel girl who got an STD from a client that vaguely resembles this, but unless 150 people have been rubbing their faces where they shouldn't. If new people weren't constantly being brought in, I would have entertained that thought as being slightly reasonable. Anyways. Third-person camera. As Ash makes his way around the warehouse, the rest of the royal healers interview the guards. The first cases showed up on one of the Thalmor ships. A guard says. Some of the Thalmor crew got sick with it, so they were pulled off the ship for treatment. XO nods. And where are they now? Still sick. It's been 2 months. XO frowns. 2 months. To his knowledge, while there are plenty of diseases that afflict a person over a long period of time, none brought a person to unconsciousness and kept them there without outright killing them. Why were we only informed when the first case appeared 2 months ago? That, I do not know. The guard shrugs. I'm a little nosy, but not that much. A similar question was posed between 2 healers. One royal, one Leowian. To my knowledge, it was because they showed no outward issues after the first 3 days. The Leowian healer says. It was only afterwards that other people began to show symptoms, and by then we were too busy putting out fires. Sounds like a case of mismanagement to me. The royal healer muses. Where is the Count of Leowian in a time like this? The Leowian healer just jerks his head towards the sick and infirm. Take a guess. The royal healer can only laugh. The current ruling family of Leowian were famous for being only interested in filling their coffers. How many are afflicted? At the moment, it feels like all of Leowian is laid low. The laughter, however morbid it may be, stops. And because they're all unconscious, it's hard to tell who's still alive. First-person camera. Christ, their breathing is shallow. It's a bit of a miracle there are no flies about, but that in itself is super-duper creepy. And, more to the point, everybody has a weirdly elevated concentration of magicka. So, for context. Magicka is a thing, we use it for spells, it regenerates naturally, blah blah blah. All living things have a natural point where their magicka concentration resides, in a similar manner to, say, heat. Deviations, therefore, are usually caused by something. When casting a spell, magicka flows to the point of the spell's release, usually the hands, and there's a higher concentration depending on how long the spell is needed. In other words, if you're shit with a spell and need it for too long, your hands suffer the consequences and spell power drops, both in the short and long term for various reasons. When sick with magic-type diseases, such as rock joint, aspects of the body either get greater or lesser concentration, depending on what the disease does. So, what the fuck is going on that an entire body is lighting up like a flashbang? My monovision can tell that this person in front of me has magicka that, frankly, should have killed him several times over. Unless it's not his entire body that's like this but just an outer layer. In that sense, it makes sense that healers probably couldn't get heals to work and likely felt weird when trying to heal for a long period of time. High concentration means higher resistance, and healing magic, when used on an unwilling target, does have resistance problems too. HRM. Weird. According to the conversations around me, there's no healing being tried after the first few attempts failed, even including some truly powerful spells getting thrown in. A strong healing spell is not necessarily one that pierces resistances, so I guess I can see why it would fail. Well then, let's try my luck. Let's see here. I'll just pick somebody at random, like this dude who's tucked away in this corner. Nord, late 30s, strong frame, definitely alive. Probably a dock worker or something similar going by his clothing. He's not glowing as brightly as the rest, so piercing his defenses should be easier. Let's start with the fundamentals. Healing. Okay. The healing magic is half absorbed, half dispersed. It's hard to say how much actually goes into the body, though. Analyzing. The magic swirling inside the body is problematic. As expected, it's acting as resistance against healing spells. If I treat it like a ward, I can pierce through, but piercing through with healing magic is inherently conceptually weird. Like using lay on hands and then being told to roll for charisma. There are means of dealing damage within the school of restoration, but those aren't, strictly speaking, healing spells. Things like drain health or siphon health are neato, but in that vein of thought, I can theoretically packet a healing spell inside of another spell, like that ice missile thingy from way back when, but it's likely not going to work the way I think it will work. HRM. Okay. Other options. What if I chop off the guy's head and apply healing directly to the brain? He wouldn't be able to talk due to not having lungs. HRM. Okay. Other options. Actually, let's back up a notch. What's keeping this guy unconscious? What are the necessary functionalities of the body to break out of being unconscious? Ah, the joys of trying to medicine with no medicinal knowledge. Well, Let's start with the basic diagnostics. How is this man's body? Putting aside the saturation of magic, there's nothing overtly wrong with his body. I can't run magic through the nerves to check for specifics, but there's no odd pooling to indicate that something has been damaged in unfun ways. While I can't signal everything, spot checking specifics like the brain shows no issues beyond no signaling. Good, but bad. So, theoretically, I can reinforce the signals from the brain and see what happens trademark. But if I just overload somebody else's brain it may go boom. I'd rather if a brain does not go boom. For now, let's just see if we can put power into a person's spine and juice them up that way. Third-person camera. Ash is not the only person who thought they could heal the issue, and therefore after the first few moments of what the fuck is he doing, everybody else left him alone with the exception of Tiana and the girls, who, to be fair, were not exactly keen on frolicking among the corpse-like bodies. Thus, they were the only ones to note that, after a moment of Ash doing Ash things and putting his fingers behind the back of the man's head. The man stirs with a low groan and a pained breath. "Hey, you're awake," Ash says with a slight smile. "Don't move just yet," he adds as the man starts to squirm. "Now, you might be confused, so just stay still and listen." The man stops squirming. "You've been sick with something for the past however long. I'm not sure how long this is going to last, and I need some hints." Ash motions for one of the girls to bring water. She gives him her flask. "Drink slowly." Ash props the man up, still pumping magical energy into his spine. The man drinks a gulp from the flask and coughs it back up. "I guess swallowing is out of the question." Ash sighs. "So, sorry in advance, I guess." Ash turns the water into a thin line and sends it right up his butt. Tiana is a little weirded out at his decision. The intestines absorb stuff," Ash says simply. "Don't worry about it. That's not making me feel better." Tiana sighs. The man, confused on many levels, feels well enough to speak after a fashion. "Thank you. Easy." Ash laughs. "All right, now, I need some hints. First off, how do you feel?" "Shorter the better." "Drowning," the man says. "Like the ocean." "Okay." Ash nods slowly. "Do you feel like you're sick? Headaches, nose problems, so on?" "No." "How about magic? Have you tried using magic when you first got sick?" "Yes. It didn't work right." "Okay, good to know." Ash could feel the resistance building from the man's spine. "I'm gonna have to end my interference, so you'll likely go back under again. We'll talk again in the future, maybe." First-person camera. I end the spell, and the man almost immediately goes comatose again. Since what I was doing was inherently abnormal, there was a point where the spell would be rejected. I mean, technically I could have increased the power and risked damaging his nerves in order to keep him up, but that feels like it goes against the intended purpose. Anyways. "Yana, hold my stuff for me." I strip down to my undies. She's, understandably, extremely confused. Good thing we're very alone in here. The royal healers have moved away from this warehouse, which just seems to be the last step for a body. Still, she neatly folds up my clothes, my sword, my dagger, my other dagger, my pocket spellbook, and my handy-dandy potion of harm. A bottle filled with broken glass. "So, why did you strip down?" Tiana says, then glances at one of the girls. "Getting frisky in a place like this." The girl makes a questioning move, like should I strip or not? "Nah. I'm gonna go drown real quick, be right back." It's a very short jaunt to the dock. I imagine they picked this place because it's easy to throw corpses into the ocean. Man, I hope there are no corpses in the ocean. Though deserted, there are still more eyes than zero. Some guards, healers, and a few royal healers watch with various levels of confusion and shock as we, stark naked, leap off the pier and into the ocean. Ew, the water is yucky. No corpses though. Alright. The dude said it felt like drowning, so I should probably actually drown. Let's keep my mind properly aerated so I can really experience the terrors of a dying experience. I must be insane today. The fuck is this decision-making process? Anyways, I let my lungs fill with physical water to understand a disease that has nothing to do with said water. Hey. I guess there's not much of a physiological reaction to swim for the surface if the brain isn't hurting for air. I'm just sinking. I sink for a little bit, then my feet touch the seabed. Going by the pressure on my eardrums, I'd say that I am deep. I'm not exactly far from the dock, so I'd say that, conservatively, I'm maybe 30 feet down? I don't think ships dock here. Anyways. I spent quite some time marinating in the ocean before swimming back out. "Oh look, you're alive," Tiana says with very well executed full levity. "I was worried we'd have to fish you out." She, the girls, and quite a few others are on the docks. "Did you learn anything useful?" How are you alive? The XO demands. You were in the water for over an hour. I have a prepared response. Water breathing is a thing, no. Sadly, we did not coordinate. Did you ever learn that? Tiana asks with genuine surprise. I do a lot of things. I climb out of the water. Okay, let's see. For better or worse, being in the water did give me a better sense of things. While drowning, I tried to heal myself. Can't heal drowning. Magic should, then, be used to expel the foreign element from the body. Though the question is, what is the foreign element? But, putting that question aside, the foreign element causes a dramatic increase in magical output, so if we're able to harness that somehow. Alternatively, the magic comes from somewhere, so blocking the source would also work. Alright, let's try it out. Never do that again. Tiana says. Even though I know you'll do that again. She hands me my clothes. I grin. Trying to be the responsible one. She rolls her eyes. Well, apparently somebody has to. Okay, round 2. I now have observers because I jumped into the water and drowned and is okay. Same Nord dude. His magicka is swirling as before, chaotic and without a sense of direction. Well, water will flow along energy, magicka will do so too. If healing doesn't work, we'll just try something a little more invasive. I need a ball of mage light for suturing, small and on my finger, and insert it into his arm. The magic swirling around is ignoring the arm. But it goes back to normal after I take my hand out. And this swirling magic is the cause of someone going comatose, if not dying. Well, I now have a means of figuring out where the source is, so let's do a close examination. While we examine the patient, the other healers are practicing creating a ball of light and shrinking it to their fingertips. As mage light is not a common cyrodiilic spell, it's slow going. Actually, if the point is to examine someone and see the flow of magic, then simply bathing the dude in light will work, no? Aight. Flashbang. The Nordman suddenly glows very bright to the vocal dismay of everybody present. Okay. Got it. The magic is flowing first and foremost from his appendix. I let the magic flow again, then perform a little on-the-spot surgery and install a soulstone fragment in the appendix. I thought about removing it, but it's not like it was physically affected in any way. With the soulstone fragment regulating the magic, the man makes an incredibly fast recovery back into consciousness. Moving on to the second patient. This man's core of magic is in his left lung. This time, I get a smooth stone, slightly larger, and embed it into the, not muscle, not fat, the thing that surrounds the organs. Don't remember the name. The inspiration came from a pacemaker. Actually, you know what, we probably don't even have to go this far. Anyways, this one works too, though it takes slightly longer. At this point it is getting into the evening hours and we have commanded the attention of every healer in Liuyan. Trial 3. I take a smooth, pill-sized soulstone and just shove it into man number 3's throat. It starts absorbing magicka, and the man starts to stir. Now, the problem here is that this is not a permanent solution, but the hope is that, so long as the dude is conscious and the barrier against healing is gone, he'll be able to receive standardized treatment methods and get through that way. By the way, the core of this guy's magical output is in his dick, so I'm pretty okay with not having to gem his dick. Totally a coincidence, very happy with said coincidence. Now that a means of reliably bringing people back has been established, and it's past midnight, the Liuyan healers go into full production of small, swallowable soulstones. They have, in the past, tried to put a soulstone into a person's mouth or shoving it up their rear, but neither had the desired outcome of waking a person up. HRM. Anyways, we now have a lead on treatment, if not necessarily the core problem. We're given the option of going up to the castle to rest. The royal healers take it. I reject it in favor of bedding on the roof of a large inn. I can make a lot of things on the fly, so this is nice. Liuyan weather is nice. Liuyan is the first town in Oblivion that I genuinely fell in love with no strings attached. Like it really sucked how it was so far away from everything, but, yeah. In that sense, Liuyan and Lakeview are pretty similar in their ambience. Liuyan's a lot warmer though. We have a nice time camping, under the moonlight. Next morning. Problem. Expected problem. The soulstone method isn't reliable. Not everyone is waking up. A quick comparison of the soulstones involved suggests that the smoothness of the stones may be a factor. Examining the magicka that flows to and fro, it seems that a smoother stone adjusts magic faster. The gear that I'm using for my anti-dragon shenanigans don't have smoothed stones. Or, rather, the stones are refined, but only because they're otherwise very irregular in shape. Interesting. We have jewelers tasked with getting us the best stones. One senior Liuyan healer says after I make my observations known. But if you could ascertain as to the best and most efficient shape. Hell yeah, free research funds. It doesn't take long. A few things. 1. A soul stone's ability to conduct magic changes depending on its size and shape. 2. Each face of a soul stone is able to either be a channel in or a channel out. 3. It's not possible to set a face to be channel in or out. It's based entirely on difference of energy. Ideal setting is to have an overwhelming flow in one direction. 4. A soul stone's ability to store magic changes depending on its size and shape. In other words, discounting size, the more uniform a soul stone is, the better it is at channeling magic, but the worse it gets at storing it. After some reflection, this is true when designing the anti-dragon ace gear. The stones I used to store magicka were all rather blockish, while the ones meant to move stuff around were rounder. I never had a reason to really test it, I suppose. Well, good to know. In many ways. Anyways, in order for a soul stone to be useful in its current role of being an anti-magic, oh my god, I just had the dumbest thought. Ahem. In order for a soul stone to be useful in its current role of being an anti-magic buffer, it needs to have a shape that is smooth on one side, rough on the other, and then be easy to mass manufacture. Alternatively, soulstone butt plug. Like, it would work, given a good enough make. In any event, the jewelers are skilled at making relatively pill-like shapes, so that's the size we settle on. Initial production is good, with 16 of 16 successes. But, having to make one per person is expensive and time-consuming. We'll need a reusable. Ew. No. I'm ashamed at myself for having that follow-up thought. In this world of only washing things with water, that is a terrible, terrible idea. The goal is to put the soul stone into the body. If it's not inside the body, it doesn't work. In the mouth, even with our pills, also do not work very well. Of the 16 trials, only 4 people actually woke up. Most delivery systems that I can think of with a real-world correlation relies on having a medical level of cleaning for reuse, and that's flat out not viable here. There's too much training that would have to go into this for safe utilization for, say, 100 people. The initial thought of having consumable soulstones was like, it will go through their system, go into the ocean, and probably get flushed out somewhere and no longer be a problem for the body. Way better than cutting a dude open to fix a stone to their bones or whatever. In any case, the stone needs to go into the body to be an effective tool of alignment for the magicka swirling around. Theoretically, I can make a ring of magic drain, but that drain still needs to go somewhere, and that discharge is too slow? Given what I've just learned, how do I make use of it? Let's see. First off, the basics of creating magical tools. A soulstone must be attached to an object, and the degree of its attachment affects how much power goes out. Given our current knowledge, it follows that a high phase stone will create a stronger, but shorter, effect. Magic items also both drain from and into ambient magicka, depending on circumstances. Initially I said that there wasn't a way to force a phase to charge or discharge, but after some thought it may be possible given long-term research. I mean, if cells can figure out ways to make one-way gates. So, for now, we theoretically can create an item with a huge size footprint, say, a plate, mount a large soulstone on it, and have it discharge harder towards the body than towards the air. Ensuring a high contact ratio between the stone and the plate will be pivotal in terms of drawing magicka without user input. Alternatively, if we can teach people to wake people up via the finger to the neck, and have them do the hard part themselves, that might be even easier. Yeah, let's do that. It's better. The lesson is pretty straightforward, and people are able to wake up en masse. We're not restricted by how many gems we have, but by how many healers. The item itself is a ring of drain magicka, a common item used for trainees in the Mages Guild and available in large quantities. So the process is, the healer first finds the location of the spawning magicka, then casts drain magicka over the location. Once the patient wakes up, they're given that ring of drain magicka to activate onto themselves, so the healers can properly heal away the problem with cure disease. With that, the issue has been resolved to the point where the assistance of the royal healers are no longer required. We are, therefore, cleared to return to the imperial capital at our leisure. Which means going back immediately because I have a lot of other problems on my plate. The disease, going forward, will be referred to as Black Marsh Coma, and the method of treatment as the Falkreath method. I'm not attaching my name onto that thing. I don't think it will come up again, nor am I all that interested if it does. According to some of the other healers, the Falkreath method also has a limited effect on suppressing other magic-based diseases with a little creative freedom, so that's nice. We're donchies now. The city of Falkreath sends us their sincerest thanks, and will further send a delegation of monetary reward to Lakeview at a later date. I'm not taking it now because they should use what they have now for their people, but more importantly I just want to travel light. The return trip to the imperial capital is, about as energetic as a boat of healer nerds could be. I spent basically all of it trading notes with the royal healers. They're not as up to date on the idea of just cutting a dude open to take out the damaged part, or to cut a dude open to get a part to put into another dude, or keeping things clean, but their depth of magical healing knowledge is justifiably unparalleled. That said, it was rather helpless against a scenario in which healing magic is rejected, so, you know. A little mud on their face. I'm still worried about Lakeview, despite my best efforts to not. After 2 days of leisurely boat travel, we arrived back in the Imperial capital. Did something happen? There's no physical damage, but the city feels weirdly quiet somehow. Our arrival at the dock is greeted by a little more guards than usual, and the people on the street try to avoid engaging in small talk, or do so in small groups in hushed tones. When it rains it pours, and I guess this is the tornado, or something. Captain. XO asks a guard as soon as we land. Did something happen? The guard's eyes flit towards the sky. Dragon. But I don't feel anything, even as we all reflexively look up. It showed up yesterday, roared a lot, and then left. The guard says in a low tone. Everyone's talking about how it's a bad omen. Bad feeling? Bad feeling. Let us first report to the palace. XO says with a gracious bow to me. My apologies, but our partnership will end here. The boat will take you to the North Shore where you may return to Skyrim. Fuck yet. Alright, don't let us keep you. I am so ready to be done with this little trip. The dragon in the sky somewhere is worrying, but I don't have Arya with me right now, so no dragon busting. As our luggage hasn't left the boat, we leave immediately. As soon as we arrive on the other shore, we're allowed to leave unescorted, per the XO's instructions. As soon as we get reasonably away from the bulk of the civilians, we all summon giant wolves and ride north. Well, kinda. Yana, escort the ladies and rendezvous with the caravan. They should still be on the way to Bruma. Yana nods. You going back to the house? Of course. Forced slow travel is dumb. I fly. The flight, which I most definitely did not get slightly lost with, takes the better part of 3 hours. Ah, Lakeview. Home. Also there's a lot of storm cloaks in full armor. Uh-oh. I land on the roof with a big gust of wind. Teenram is the first to receive me. Welcome back, is everything alright? She tilts her head forward for a customary petting. It goes unnoticed. That's my question. I gesture to the town. That's a lot of storm cloaks. Ah. Teenram deflates slightly. Yeah, about that. So, in conclusion, the Imperial Army lost Falkreath. The total loss of life, both sides combined, was somewhere around 100 people. A lot more were injured, but that's easy to deal with, relatively speaking. Falkreath was unharmed, and Lakeview was unharmed. Jake is utterly ashamed at his performance. I have called a general meeting with Jake, Teenram, and former Jarl Sid, who's here for some reason. Long story short, Jake's reputation as the Mountain of Skyrim, is what screwed us. The Stormcloak leadership had a very good read on him and basically surrounded him with inexperienced recruits who were all very cute girls. Jake would have absolutely murdered the cute girls if they were a danger to him, but they weren't. So, he tried to disengage. Big jump, fight the scarier opponents. But the minute he did that, the girls, who were not wearing helmets, would, probably ordered to, try and join the primary offense against a nearby Imperial element. In retrospect, that element was most likely a false flag operation, but, either way, Jake's not heartless, so he jumped in to defend the girls against a mauling. Once that happened, somebody saw Jake turn against the Imperial Army, and their morale cascaded into failure. It really doesn't help that the bulk of the forces currently occupying Falkreath are longtime ex-residents, who fled to join the Stormcloaks when all this started, so the general morale of the populace is quite good. Nobody on our side was hurt, as the Stormcloaks sent to attack us simply sat around and stared. That said, we are now ostensibly Stormcloak aligned, though no members of the military are allowed into the mansion. Which is a problem. Per the standing orders of the new Jarl, Teenram holds up a parchment. You, Master Windcaller, are to meet with the Jarl and declare your allegiance. I stare at Jake. Jake shrugs. I know where you stand on this, and I wasn't about to leave the house for some shenanigans while you weren't around. He grins weakly. I'm horny, not stupid. There's nothing to feel guilty about, man. Alright, let's get this over with. I would have done the same things. I leave the mansion, to the surprise of many people, and I summon my giant wolf, to the surprise of the Stormcloaks. I will need to handle all of this urgent business before I can properly step back and look around. The trip to the Jarl's longhouse is a short one. Physically speaking, nothing has changed. Halt. Who goes there? This changed, I guess. I miss the old guards. I am Windcaller, here per the request of the new Jarl. I don't think they know what I look like. The guards have their spears at the ready. This is why we go through the proper channels, I guess. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm not in the mood to play diplomacy today. I snap my fingers and the door swings open, then yell loudly, "New guy! You home?" The guards inside the longhouse come out, blades drawn. Sidgir wasn't this paranoid. Boring. I blow down the guards with a blast of wind. "Yo, new Jarl!" and step in with no regard for decorum. The new Jarl seems to be the commander of the occupying Stormcloak forces. Big Nord dude, bear pelt hat. Axe. The whole works. I don't remember who took over Falkreath in the game if the Stormcloaks took over because I only went down that path once and, again, computers are a few years behind me now. This magic can only belong to the Great Wind Caller. The Jarl says with a polite tone. I apologize for the lack of a reception, as we were not aware of your arrival. I don't usually announce it to Sid either, so you're fine. I say, also politely. I'm tired and do not want to deal with this today. So, what's this about allegiance? It is customary to meet our new lesser nobles. The Jarl says. I thought it fair. They cough. Now, I do have a special request for you, Windcaller. I imagine this is why Jake didn't bother going. Speak. Swords are drawn behind us. Or, rather, they were never sheathed in the first place. Your anti-dragon equipment. Hand them over to the Stormcloaks. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha. No. To their credit, the Jarl waits until I'm done laughing. Is there a reason? Ha, anything. Good against dragons will be good on people. So, not happening. The Jarl nods. If they were in on the whole profiling Jake thing then they have a very good read on both of us already. You realize that we are more than able to take it by force. I should have slept on this. You can try. So, after that little discussion, I guess we're now at war with Falkreath. The general response within the mansion is this is what we expected. I wasn't about to start a second war while you were away. Jake laughs. So what are the conditions? Simple, if they take over the mansion, we lose. If we capture the Jarl Longhouse or the Jarl, we win. And again Sidgir is here. I was somehow under the impression that this would not come to blows. He sighs. How foolish of me. I really should have slept on this. In the following days, the Stormcloak troops leave to muster at their camp. The conditions for victory are formalized on both sides. The Stormcloaks will concede defeat if their Jarl is captured or if the Longhouse is lost, and we will concede defeat if either I or Jake are captured or if our mansion is overrun. Which, you know, is really unfair for the Stormcloaks. So, yes, the war lasts the better part of 10 minutes. The Stormcloak Jarl shows up to lead their army, Jake rushes in and does a diving bear hug on said Jarl and has him hostage. We win. The Stormcloak army is not happy about it, because it feels like they were cheated out of a fair fight. My response is to turn the sunny day into a stormy one. This Windcaller isn't for show, or something. So, yes, 10 minutes. Well, the fact remains that we haven't really kicked the army out of the city, nor did this feel like a real war for anybody, so we don't have a lot of negotiating power. Plus, we Windcallers aren't, as a technicality, aligned with the Empire, because we swore an oath to the Jarl of Falkreath and not the Emperor, so. Hey. Politics suck, because I can kind of see some of the steps we can take and I don't like most of them. For now, Sidgir is reinstated as the Jarl of Falkreath, and the Stormcloaks are allowed to leave and return to Riften, as if none of this ever happened. This is far and away not a great solution, but, one army out of many. That said, even though we reinstated Sidgir as Jarl, we are considered the de facto Jarl of Falkreath. Chalk this up to my stupidity again. If we had waited and let Sidgir announce that he was rebelling, making an army, and then joined it, then we would have had plausible deniability. This is important because, in choosing to actively rebel against the Stormcloaks to preserve my technological autonomy, I have shown to both sides that, at the very least, I consider my autonomy to be above any ties to loyalty. Add in the fact that we placed Sidgir back on the throne of Ahold, and, well. Fair to say I did not think any of this through and will likely pay for it later. What's the saying? Neutrality means being friends with no one? Sigh. Now, to be clear, neither of us were interested in making a third party. If push came to shove we were going to throw our entire weight behind the Empire to win the war. But if the Empire / the Thalmor demands that we hand over the railguns too, then we're going to have to make a third party. In the event that Atra or Alma are taken hostage, I will have to go independent. In the event that we become independent, other parties will definitely join with the hope to get access. If I destroy it, I can just remake it, so, again, hostage situation. And so on. Now, to be fair, I'm kind of citing what I think are worst case scenarios here. The tech hasn't been revealed in a meaningful way and I'm still Windcaller, destroyer of fortresses. I imagine most people would not want to make a move for something so imaginary when there's such a high risk of a very real backlash. For now, the only person in Skyrim who really wants a super weapon is giant dwarf ball man up in Winterhold, and he's kind of living proof that the weapon doesn't count until it gets hooked up and tested. Wonder what he's up to. Either way, sooner or later the tech will be released, if only because it's not exactly a big leap of logic to put a lot of juice behind a projectile and then see what happens. Speaking of, why hasn't it happened yet? I've seen plenty of cases where people use magic to propel projectiles. Is it because it's magic? Earth-style industrialization will likely never happen, because it's hard to maintain order when any slip of paper can potentially be a bomb, but it's not as if people lack creativity just because magic exists. I'm getting distracted. Right now, the focus is on cleanup. Or, at least, it should be. When it rains it pours, or something. Okay, let's do a little timeline, because things are happening in parallel and it's a bit much. So, Day 0, I come home from Cyrodiil and meet with the Stormcloak Jarl and mess things up. Day 5 is when the war starts and ends. In the interim is me getting my records back in order and seeing where Lakeview is. Nothing major on that front. Day 7, the Stormcloak army leaves. They've taken over a fortress on the western edge of Falkreath and are marching back there. Sidgir sends messenger to Solitude about Falkreath's return to form. Day 7, the caravan returns to Falkreath. Tiana, the girls. The news of the Emperor's death missed them, apparently. Day 9, Solitude sends messenger back. They rode hard for this. Day 11, we get a message from Solitude, from the Imperial capital, that the Emperor is dead. We also get a message from Solitude that dragons were sighted in the Imperial capital. I'm inclined to believe those two things happened on the same day and are otherwise not related, but correlation implies causation or whatever, so now everybody thinks the dragons killed the Emperor. I'm not about to spend energy arguing otherwise. I'm also pretty sure we're learning about this far later than we should have, owing to the whole war business. Given how quickly bad news travels, it's probably valid to say that the Stormcloaks being so upfront about wanting anti-dragon gear was due to this point. It's at this point that we're kind of in trouble. Not in a world-ending cataclysmic threat kind of way, but the more boring and pragmatic kind, with the information that the Emperor died to a dragon, the Empire is now heavily compromised in a way that nobody really wants. Fortunately, nationalism isn't really a thing without mass communication. Day 15, I'm getting reports from my spy network that Falkreath, Riften, Whiterun, Markarth, are all having internal discord, which is our code word for there's a lot of people talking politics where they normally would not talk politics before. Not necessarily a bad thing, but given context, especially how we're still in a civil war, it's not great. Day 16, internal discord from Windhelm, Winterhold, Dawnstar. Currently, dragons are classified more as a natural disaster rather than an antagonistic force, so the odds of people banding together to stab a big scaly tornado is low. In the middle of all this we're handling ourselves too. It doesn't help that not a few days before we raised Sidgir back to Jarl status with a show of overwhelming force. Over a dispute about dragon-killing equipment. The timing sucks, not gonna lie. Day 19, the news from Markarth is getting worrying. The Stormcloak-aligned cities are still Stormcloak-aligned. There's some trembling but their loyalty is still to Ulfric, so their continued loyalty is a foregone conclusion. The Thalmor are making moves as well. From what we can see right now, they seem to be acting in favor of keeping the Empire as cohesive as possible with as little effort as possible. Markarth, on the other hand, is getting real insular all of a sudden. Best guess? The Forsworn are going to make a move. Day 25. The news of the Emperor's death has sunk in enough at this point. Fortunately, most cities are willing to pay at least lip service to the idea of a continuously unified empire. I don't know what kind of conversations are happening behind the scenes, but I imagine it would align with what they feel about the relationship between the Empire and the Thalmor. So, let's pause for a moment and talk about the state of Tamriel as a whole. I'll be addressing each province in general, though there are obvious divisions within the local nobles and lordings. My spy network isn't so great that I have tabs on everything going on and letters are slow. Anyways. Cyrodiil, the center of the Empire, has seen better days. South of Skyrim. Majority demographic Imperials. Empire aligned, obviously. Morrowind, west of Skyrim and Cyrodiil. Majority Dunmer, Argonian. Still aligned with the Empire, but more as a technicality than anything else. No loyalty to speak of. Black Marsh, majority Argonian, south of Morrowind. Same as Morrowind and aligned with the Empire on a technicality. Very insular, so what little I know of their stance is hearsay. Elsewire, south of Cyrodiil, majority Khajiit, very trade-oriented. Aligned, more or less, with the Thalmor, but it sounds kinda complicated. Valenwood, east of Elsewhere, majority, Elves. Of some kind. Definitely aligned with the Thalmor. Hammerfell, east of Cyrodiil and Skyrim. If it's complicated had a province this would be the place. High Rock, east of Skyrim and north of Hammerfell. For a while I thought this was where the Thalmor were from. Or, rather, I knew they were from the Somerset Isles, but I thought it was around here. Either way, they're aligned with the Empire but it's tenuous. Somerset Isles, core of the Thalmor and the Aldmeri Empire. Southeast of the main continent. Non-Tamriel nations, I assume they exist but man have I not heard anything about them. So. The key takeaway for the foreseeable future is that shit's kinda fucked. We've got, say, maybe a few months of peace and quiet before things start up in earnest. I have reason to believe the Aldmeri would like the Empire to be stable in order to continue making use of it, but if the Empire starts crumbling regardless of what they do, then I imagine their goals would change, too. Or, rather, they won't go out of their way to stabilize the Empire, only the parts they benefit from. So what am I expecting? Well, let's see. Best case scenario, pieces of Cyrodiil get eaten by the Thalmor. Anvil definitely, since it does the most business with the Thalmor and its partners. Skyrim might see less Thalmor influence for a time as the rest of the world goes insane. If the Thalmor influence recedes, then the Stormcloaks have a realistic chance of bashing in the front door of Solitude if they push hard and push fast. As for ourselves, it would be wise to prepare as if Falkreath is under my control. With dragons being the culprit of the Emperor's death, the truth be damned, we'll likely get more people approaching us for our anti-dragon tech. Our anti-dragon tech, in the eyes of the common folk, is basically just a myth. Nobody's seen anything except maybe Formai the flying boat. Everything else is just myth and rumors. If I clear up the myth and rumors with a technical demonstration, I will attract people who are very interested in using the anti-dragon tech to kill other people. And, of course, dragons are still a thing. Arya had left while we were preparing for the 10-minute war for some good old-fashioned dragonborn dungeon diving and will be back whenever her whim wills it. Until she returns, we have no means of actively dealing with the dragon menace beyond battening down the hatches. Ugh. I guess we'll do what we can do. At the moment, the most pressing concern is that Falkreath cannot expect assistance if the Stormcloaks barge in again. No. That's not right. The second time around it will not be Falkreath, but Lakeview, that gets the brunt of the attack. We're able to rescue the Hold capital at any time, so taking us out of the equation will be priority 1. Also, as Teenram told me in secret, many of the Warwolf mercenaries are technically loyal to T-Mare, not me, so they're not above aligning against Windcaller if the payout is good. I trust T-Mare to corral them back, but Warwolf has really grown by leaps and bounds. There's a lot. I have a lot to do. Man, I wish I could have just been satisfied as a small business owner in Markarth. That boat sailed when we got a city block. =+==========================================================================================================================Man, imagine if there was a Skyrim civil war too after you murk the Emperor. Chapter 36, Experiencing Complications. =++++====================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================== We're now entering the cusp of winter. It's been a few months, so let's review. First off, the Empire is fucked. Just not immediately. My initial impression, or, rather, my hope, that the Aldmeri Empire would prefer a more stable empire, was misplaced. As always, different parties have different interests, and there's a lot going on that I am interested in but do not have the resources to track properly. So let's just focus on what we're dealing with at home. The Empire side of Skyrim has coalesced rather heavily around 2 points, Solitude and Markarth. Solitude is more for the Empire, and Markarth more for ourselves, which is fun, because the Stormcloaks are already for Skyrim, so they couldn't even use that tagline. Falkreath, per our proximity to Markarth and the Stormcloaks and not Solitude, is basically torn between 2 different flavors of for ourselves. Both myself and Sidgir have been getting diplomats from both cities with, veiled, but definitely pointed, discussions about falling over to their side. Notably, Solitude has been fairly silent about all this, which is a problem. The legion they stationed to fight the Stormcloaks have also been withdrawn, which is an even bigger problem. I'm not worried about the lack of manpower. If I really have to I can kill armies as they sleep, but it doesn't show a great deal of faith towards the Empire when, the people who have a vested interest in keeping us around aren't holding up their half of the deal. It's a problem with downstream effects, and not good ones. Now, granted, things are still being figured out and we're all trying to understand where the lines are being drawn, so things will settle down eventually. Still. For now, the most pressing and immediate concern is for Falkreath to rework its system of early warning and homeland defense. I've been tasked with protecting the lake and the river that leads downstream to Whiterun, and we have a big shipyard coming online in spring for purpose-built warships come springtime. We're concerned about fragmentation, pretty much. Balgruef is staunchly pro-Empire, Sidgir is, pro-Empire enough. He's not so compromised as to turn tail at the first sign of trouble, but considering how the Empire provided almost nothing after the dragon attack and the Legion broke and ran at the first sign of trouble, loyalties are thin. Markarth is also pro-Empire but only because the Silver Bloods control key trade routes and businesses. If those are compromised, I don't know what's going to happen. In the worst case scenario, Falkreath will be facing enemies on all sides and I'm not keen to navigate that particular headache. If push comes to shove, I have cards I can play, but if we get to that point, then I've done something seriously wrong. My position is also precarious, but in a good way. As far as my spy network can tell, the details of why I tossed the storm cloaks out is fuzzy to most, so I'm considered an opportunist. Thus, all sides have approached me as well to align with them instead. The storm cloaks take the cake in how brazen they are about it. They stationed the girls that caused Jake's downfall as something akin to political prisoners, I guess. Half political prisoner, half honeypot trap. To Jake's vindication, they really are cute. In a very I would like to protect this small creature kind of way. All 5 are, well, without sugarcoating it, I'm pretty damn sure they'd qualify as child soldiers. Oldest is 14, youngest is 11. No shit, Jake stayed his hand. They're small for their age, too. I say that they're half honeypot trap because the oldest is very obviously using some moves from a playbook on seduction. She's bad at it. The youngest is copying the oldest. She's even worse, age consideration aside. All that aside, they are good girls. They've become friends with Atra and Alma. To cover my bases, I have put them through charms and have confirmed that their allegiance to the Stormcloaks is transactional and perfunctory. They're basically daughters of mid to upper rank families in Windhelm, sent for the sake of family glory and little else. They're okay with getting the glory, it's the little else they take issue with. Best I can tell, they're annoyed that they're being treated like regular people. Well, the oldest is having issues with that, the youngest is having an absolute blast. As the bright young lady of a noble house, her own words, she has no issues showing off just how well she can read to the other commoners her age and correcting them when they read wrong. Otherwise, they're pretty standard Skyrim working nobility, a little too much ego, but no issues rolling up their sleeves and getting work done. Again, since we tossed out the Stormcloak army in record time, we're considered to be Empire-aligned, kinda, sorta. I've kept my borders open for any Stormcloak soldiers who want to visit under the one rule that they must do so while not wearing their colors. It's the same rule for everyone, uniforms are for official business. I'm not big on neutrality, but having a place for opposing sides to meet and gossip is vital. In related news, we have a lot of spies running around the mansion. Most are just looking for any advantage they could potentially get by busting into the mansion. All of my stuff is under lock and key, and all of the locks and keys are enchanted to make the person who touches it brave. It really helps suss out spies when they're like, yeah, I'm a spy, so what, after we catch them breaking a lock. Spies are universally disavowed after capture, so after they're captured I use them as experiments, then let them leave with a large sign that says I was a spy sent by so-and-so. I guess it doesn't dissuade further spying since I always have fresh subjects on hand. Medicinal knowledge is built on a foundation of hilariously illegal shit, or something. Learning about the body as it functions is great for improving healing abilities, so cutting a dude open and keeping him alive with soulstones is, probably morally bankrupt but very good long term. Theoretically, of course. Totally theoretically. Also, theoretically, the removal of the larynx and the tongue is great for reducing associated noise pollution issues. Theoretically. Totally theoretically. Speaking of medicine, we also have tourists from Cyrodiil. Half academics and healers, half sick rich people. The Falkreath method, a very specific thing to treat a very specific condition, is also kinda sorta useful to treat other magical diseases, which means that it very quickly became billed as this incredible miracle treatment for all diseases by some, less than reliable profiteering types. Ergo we got medical travelers who showed up at Falkreath to heal a thing, got redirected to a shiny and prestigious looking brothel, got some business done, maybe, then got redirected to Lakeview. At this point the brothel's business as a brothel has all been eclipsed by their healing prowess. Some of the girls specialize in healthcare for women, too. It makes me proud despite me having, fairly little influence over the matter. But, yet, rich people come up here to get something fixed. Most of their stuff are non-magic diseases that I, well, can't really fix either, but since I have a little more background my spells therefore do a little more. The spies help. Help. Either way, it's a good source of income. I've also developed sections of Lakeview into something more tourist-y, which helps with the nobles on vacation here. It gathers me quite a bit of implicit support among the rich and powerful, so it's all good. Otherwise, Lakeview is doing well. It got real cold real fast, so we're expecting a rough winter, but we're a net food exporter this year, so it's fine. My ability to drown for hours was helpful in understanding how to expand our aquaculture stuffs. Finally, Arya came back after an exertion into the Riften/Windhelm region. She had fun helping the locals with fairly local problems, a bear being the worst of it. The greatest event she described was visiting the Mzulf dig site. I have no memories of the place, nor heard any news about it. It was similar to the Dwemer ruined towns in Winterhold, in that it was pretty ramshackle. Unlike Winterhold, the weather is a lot better, so the town was a bit more permanent. Apparently, her getting there coincided with an expedition from the college, and from her digging around they were there to look for something. Slight bad feeling? Slight bad feeling. That said, she does have an interesting proposition after 2 days of being a lazy putty dragonborn. Hey, Ash. Wanna go visit Windhelm? We're having breakfast. Why? Her question catches us all off guard because she's essentially just a wordless vacuum at food times. I met a person that I think you'll want to meet. Me and Jake share a look. Think it'll be better if we both go. She just looks at us both and shrugs. Sure, why not? What kind of person? Jake asks. Category. Arya thinks on it. Category 5, probably. That's weird. We share a look again. When do we leave? For context, people that we're expected to meet are grouped into 3 categories. Category 1, normal people. Category 9, people we really should not piss off. Category 5, people related to dragons. It's divided like that because it's easier to remember when it's a little bit sillier. There are no other categories. In any event, the system is basically never used because everybody we meet is Category 1. For Arya, who, doesn't really understand the meaning of threat, to throw that out of nowhere is definitely worth a follow-up. We finish breakfast, get some of the more pressing issues sorted, and prepare for departure. As it will be the 2 of us, we'll be flying with Arya doing some guidance work. We have infinity skill points at this point and dump some on the things that make us fly faster. We then get ready for rock paper scissors. Hey, Arya. Who would you want to be carried by? The winner? Or the loser? Winner. Arya says after a moment of deliberation. Best of 3. Rock paper scissors shoot. Fuck. Rock paper scissors shoot. Yay. Rock paper scissors shoot. F yay. I lose so Jake has to do the carrying. We're doing this because our perk-based flying is faster than our summons. So, Arya hops onto Jake's back. Jake is a smidge confused because he was going in for a princess carry. We both wear our rings of invisibility, and we take off from the mansion, climb above cloud cover, and head northwest towards Windhelm. The ring of invisibility does not give invisibility, just makes it somewhat harder to see us in the brief moments for takeoff. Some spies have pretty good shit. The flight lasts for an hour and we're not interrupted, though I feel like the speed we're going at probably caused more than a few confused looks on the ground. We're now hovering over Windhelm, above the clouds. Windhelm is probably the most unchanged feeling city, scale differences aside. With the mountains to the north and an ice-filled river all around, defensively, it does feel like the Imperial City in miniature. The city's only meaningful access on land is the old stone bridge. Compared with, say, Solitude, the settlements and villages that support the city are a lot further away. And, even from the sky, it's pretty easy to tell where the poorer sections of the city are. The more crowded the buildings, the poorer the residents. We need some disguises. We'll need to do some walking around, and Arya's ability to be stealthy and attract zero attention does not extend to the 2 of us. Fortunately, we have hats and that ring of invisibility. The hats are a little too big so they hide our faces, and the ring of invisibility helps reduce our visual footprint. Unless someone is specifically looking for us, we'd look just like the locals. After that, it's just a matter of looking like we belong. So we do, with Arya taking point. The location that Arya wants to take us is in one of the more recent developments of the city. For reasons unknown to me, Windhelm isn't developing past its natural water barrier, so what new builds do exist are being built into the mountains. The richest parts of Windhelm are near the palace and we're not going near it, so that's nice. It's kinda neat, in a way. We start in a pretty normal part of the city and keep hidden, but as we move into a more affluent part of the city, Arya adopts a much more confident walk and we become the rich lady's bodyguards, until we get into a poor part of town again. All in all, a 2-hour walk. We enter a new section of the city being built into and onto the mountainside. Arya leads us down a kinda tunnel, and knocks at the door of a nondescript house at the end of the path. A moment passes, and a kindly old man opens the door. Ah, you've returned, young dragonborn. The man says, then looks straight at us. And I assume these are the wind callers you've spoken about. This is the most suspiciously overpowered old man I've ever laid eyes on. My monovision is going absolutely nuts. On the flip side, that dramatically narrows who he might be. That's right. Jake bows slightly. He has no monovision but he's good at reading the room. And I assume you're the reason Arya brought us into Windhelm. I would say so, yes. The old man smiles. Come in, it's warmer here. That warmer reverberated somehow. We follow him into the room. It's cold today, but the inside of the room is nice, almost Leowian weather. It's a simple place, a bed, table, chair, barrels of food, no fireplace but is toasty, no windows but is bright. Magic is thick to the point of choking in here. The old man smiles at me, gagging at the magic. I would introduce myself, but I surmise the wind callers have guessed who I am already. The amount of humans who can produce this kind of effect is literally zero. The amount of non-humans who would be this friendly to people is one. Parth3. The very one. Parthi laughs. I'm humbled you would recognize me despite never meeting, young Ashwind caller. It's worth noting that the only person who's even remotely close to being surprised is Arya. And even then it's more along the lines of, oh, so that's who it was. Like, I'm a little overwhelmed by the concentration of his power, but it's a little like, you know, that's it, kind of feeling. Like if the three of us ganged up on him we'd kill him and it would not be overly difficult. Either way. So what are you doing here? Hiding. Quite. Parthi nods. Based on your smells, I assume you've been to High Hrothgar already? Very recently, at that. We took a pit stop at High Hrothgar to see if anything changed. Apart from the area being buried under more snow, no. Yet. What happened? It's depressingly neglected. Parthi shrugs. I lost. Alduin launched a surprise attack and I was unable to best him. There's a dangerous gleam in his eyes. I was quite surprised, truth be told. He didn't seem like the kind to strike from the shadows. He really isn't. So, what, did he dive in from up high, or something? Correct. Woo. Prior to the attack, Alduin had crossed over or near High Hrothgar multiple times and I grew careless. Parthi looks sheepish. Also, we did hear a lot about dragon attacks a while back. I don't think the timing matches, unless they were after the fact tavern tales. Also I think he's somewhat lying. There's no way Parth3, the most powerful dragon besides Alduin, would be incapable of keeping track of Alduin's position at all times, even if in highly generalized terms. Still, Alduin of all people doing a sneak attack? Jake has the same question. If I remember right, Alduin's a very proud warrior kind of dude, right? Well, not dude, but, you know what I mean. Parthi nods slightly. Not incorrect. Alduin is prideful and boastful about his strength, and his boasts certainly have merit. However, to dismiss him as being somehow lacking in strategic or tactical foresight as a result of such would be to do his wealth of experience and knowledge a grievous injustice. No surprises there. Figured. Jake sighs. Speaking of. He snaps his fingers. We saw in the, thing. That one memorial, that the dragons of old were defeated by something. Do you happen to know what that is? He does a very good I don't know what I'm expecting face. I don't think Parthi is fooled, though. You must be speaking of the dragon rend shout. He says, his face turning rather serious. Alduin is no longer juvenile enough to be captured by such a thing. What do you mean? Parthi strokes his chin and carefully picks out his answer. Dragon rend is a shout tailored for humans to use against us dragons. However, the conditions of its creation are not true to Tamriel today. He pauses. Do you understand what it means for a dragon to shout? Kinda. Not really. A dragon's thirstayam is the proof of their experience. Parthi says. That he suddenly switched terms means he knows I know. Blat. Like so. Wait, what? Jorzafrul. Hey. We'll need a few hours to sort out how this feels. But I think I kind of understand where he's coming from. We all sit in silence for a good 15 minutes as the effect of the shout fades. Question. Arya raises her hand. Can all dragons take human form? Or is it just you? Parth3 raises his head slightly. There's a chain of a necklace. The corner of a deep red gem is barely visible. This. He smiles mischievously. I am hiding to rebuild my strength, so a little extra care is needed. He then looks at all of us. I understand that you are attempting to stop Alduin from, at the very least, reimposing the reign of dragons upon Tamriel. I am currently too weak to be of use in combat, but should there be more questions, I am more than happy to oblige. We agree to come back later once we've gotten a grasp of what we need to ask. First things first. So he just wanted to talk to us, hey? I say to Arya once we're a fair distance from Windhelm. Arya nods. I thought he was weird, I didn't think he was actually a dragon. Fair. I know that Martin Septim has dragon blood or whatever and could turn into a dragon at the end of the Oblivion story, but I don't remember if that was because he had draconic heritage in his family tree or if it was just narrative magic. Regardless, that Parth3 could turn into a person means Alduin probably could too. I can't see him doing it, though. Jake scratches his head. Okay, so, about that dragon rend. He glances at Arya. Do you think you can use it as is? Arya nods. If we're using Parth3's shout as the measuring stick, there's no way I'll be able to use it on Alduin. I agree. The experience of being hit by the shout is something. It's, how do I put words to it? There's a lot of emotions that the shout stirs up. For example, I have an incredible urge to write my will, and also to plan for Alma and Atra's funerals in the event where something happens to them and I am gone. HRM. I think I theorized before that this shout would help make a dragon more real. If they can be compared to the concept of a natural disaster, then the shout makes them a specific disaster that can be countered. After experiencing the shout, I'm fairly certain I was wrong. A shout is based on the user's understanding of the subject matter, kinda, sorta. It's a little like the differences between, say, reading about having a hand chopped off, watching someone get their hand chopped off, having a hand chopped off a long time ago, and having a hand chopped off 2 hours ago. There are differing levels of experience based on so many different factors. Plus, it's also about the recipient SEH, I don't wanna say understanding but man I don't have a better word for it. It's like, HM. Actually, I'll shut up about it until I can test it out further. Point being, it's something we can try, especially now that Arya has learned the words and its effects, but it's going to be real dumb to bank on it exclusively. Well. So. Now what? Well, Lakeview is going into winter mode so there's not much else we can do on a macro level. Snow is everywhere. Everyone gets comfy winter clothes. It's stupid cold like 90% of the time, so everything sucks. Politically, the Aldmiri are making noise like they have something planned for springtime. The Stormcloaks may have caught wind of this and they're also making noise like they have something planned. Springtime is the worst campaign season since, you know, low food, so go them. Dragon-wise, Falkreath has mostly rebuilt-ish. The dragon wiped out about a quarter of Falkreath, and at this point almost everybody who has been displaced has been resettled either back within the city or elsewhere. In light of this news and the context of the Empire shaking apart, the other holds are understandably more focused on the armies of humans rather than puff the magic dragon up above. Given how even I'm prepping for anti-people warfare I can't really fault their logic. As winter continues, I keep making solo trips to Windhelm to visit Parthy and pick his brains. Thus, he's been instrumental in helping me understand dragon physiology. I tried to invite him to live in Lakeview to no avail, so I gotta commute every time. Blat. Sadly, the primary problem of the mobility issue against a dragon remains unsolved. So, we're still stuck on step 1, more or less. Without abandoning his human form Parthy is unable to give me any hands-on references. Speaking of, apart from that thing where he can talk reality into existence, he is basically just a fleshy human. If he takes a lot of damage right now without breaking that amulet of his he will die. I asked if it was possible to borrow the amulet for shenanigans, but it can only be used by those of his bloodline. The same restriction was on the amulet of kings in Oblivion, so no surprises there. Theoretically, Parthy could have kids and those kids would be able to use his amulet, and then those kids could have a one-time transformation into a dragon, but that's obviously a plan only viable if we have a few decades. For the record I'm guessing. The only thing that Parthy has confirmed, verbally or otherwise, is that he transformed into a human. He's very good at keeping sensitive information close to his chest. Of the things that have been tangible with Parthunax's information and input. Information-wise, my theory on dragons being aspects of nature is, strictly speaking, incorrect. Dragons are beings first and foremost. They are beings with incredible magic power and, this is the big part, control over their physical form. Ancient dragons, the one that we fought with in Falkreath and, chased off, kinda, from Lakeview, have total control over their soul. When a being dies, their soul becomes disconnected from their physical body. The primary difference that dragons have, apparently, is that, Parthy's words, not mine, their soul is backwards. He can't explain it very well in human words, but the closest approximate is that the body of a normal creature acts as a container for a soul, while the body of a dragon exists due to the soul being there. In that same vein, because they know themselves so well-ish, the older and wiser a dragon becomes, the less damage they take from impacts to their physical form. It's almost as if their whole body is a decoy. In that sense, my theory of them being aspects of nature is technically wrong. From a results perspective, the dragon rend shout still exists to make dragons hittable in ways beyond covering the distance. By virtue of stressing death, it dramatically couples the dragon's body and soul, which makes damaging the body meaningful in terms of actually killing one. This also translates into how dragon shouts work in general, the words spoken make the effect real. Dragons can negate the effect of a shout by virtue of having a deeper understanding of the effect than the shouter due to their bodies being souls first, more or less. Such a thing will not work on us fleshy meatbags because we'll fry before our souls do. Supposedly, the fact that dragons are souls first is why they take displays of power so seriously. Not sure how that will translate onto us non-dragon folk, but at Project Ongoing. Canonically, Parthy teams up with the player in a fight and makes Alduin go home, which starts the fractioning of his power base. Here, the Dragonborn plus 2 humans fought and barely tied with an ancient dragon, so if Alduin is more powerful than an ancient dragon then we're going to be a fine paste if he really pays us a visit. Still, first-hand knowledge is much better than unprovable theories. From a developmental standpoint, with Parthunax's knowledge and input, the dragon detection radar's range has increased dramatically from simplifying the detection mechanism. Likewise, a new prototype anti-dragon rifle, ADR, read as adder, is in development. The ADR is built on a modified gunblade chassis and looks like an ugly, giant, 3-meter-long black rectangle with handles. The original gunblade was unwieldy at 20 pounds. ADR is worse, at 35. It still fires solid ammo, but now also takes large energy packs that mount on top of the gun and ruin any hope of using a sight. Those E-packs are also the primary draw for this new weapon. With Parthi's input, the rifle's primary function is to disguise its rounds. There's a complex as all hell spell designed by Parthunax that allows the shooter to, theoretically, break through a dragon's innate magical energies and thus deal damage. According to him, it's a rework of the very first spells humans made that allowed them to begin rebelling against dragons in the first place. Theoretically, it's great against weaker dragons, less great against stronger ones. Thus, it's utterly wasted in Arya's hands, but she's the only one that can use the ace to a full combat capacity, so it's a prototype. Okay, there's gonna be problems. After field tests, Arya had some requests. Namely, more and varied grips so she can change it up as needed, along with a radical redesign of the internal system to fit a pile bunker bayonet and a blade attachment along the bottom of the weapon. She fully expects to have to go into melee once it's out of rounds, and I don't exactly disagree. With Parthi's input, I was able to kitbash together a supplementary means of providing energy into the thing, which is nice. The ace gear also got touch-ups. I wanted to do a redesign, but redesigns are expensive on many fronts, so we settled for incremental upgrades. Parthi improved upon my engine scripts, and they're now more powerful and more efficient. To take advantage of that, the engine block size has been dramatically increased. Instead of being more or less a backpack, it is now, it's like wearing a cabinet, I guess. The engine block goes from head to toe, more or less. The air intakes are now magically charged as well, so they don't overly harm mobility. Incremental upgrades on other fronts, such as the servos, mountings, and auxiliary engines for agility. The end result is a suit that, in Arya's hands, turns her into a monster in the sky. For Jake and myself, I needed to make an extender to mount onto the engine. Basically, wings and flaps, so we do not die from the rampant spinning. The good is that the output will allow her to keep up with dragons. The bad is that the energy drain, even with all upgrades, is about the same. She's going to get 5 minutes of full uptime with it if she's lucky. Which is why the extenders also mount drop tanks, so she can use them to glide in, purge the wings, and then go bash some heads. Powering all these upgrades are a pair of new furnaces I had to build. Plus 300 ranks in total to related skills and relevant minor/major skill upgrades. One furnace is specifically designed to handle large amounts of titanium, orichalcum, and mithril from Cyrodiil. It is the reason why those upgrades could happen physically, we just get more alloys and more materials. The other is a magic-based furnace, made with Parthunax's stories about the original rebellion. Like most magic furnaces, it melts soulstones for reformation into bigger, better soulstones. In my case, it burns so hot that the soulstones vaporize, and Parthi's magic casts helps reshape into the exact shape that I want, inside and out. It's pound for pound better than using my traits to shape stuff, because it helps get rid of impurities that I don't know about and come out with a higher quality item. The best part is, the furnaces were designed with my flames in mind and can reach absolutely insane temperatures, and they can work together. Once I put my magic together, I can create objects with an innate soulstone core designed for specific functions. It'll probably take me a few years to really understand how best to use the cast and mold system of both furnaces, but this dramatically streamlines the production of currently existing magical equipment, like enchanted swords and armor, as well as replacement parts like ace gear servos. Both furnaces put together breaks even from a cost and profits standpoint. The physical furnace is a big money loss, because we're not totally proficient on getting titanium yet, but the magical furnace makes incredible money because the soulstones themselves are excellent. The soulstones made for export are excellent all-rounder types. Good at holding a charge, good at catalyzing their charge. The ones used internally are more specialized. I also sell extremely small quantities of soulstone wires. I don't have my sales records on me right now, but apart from the first freebie badge given to Farengar as his birthday gift, the others have all sold for astronomically high prices. Auctions are amazing. If nothing else, I have solidified Lakeview's reputation as the #1 location for magic gear. The amount of fucking tourists means I charge through the nose and then some. Doesn't stop them. Yay! The money is nice. Lakeview as a town is doing really well, but financially it's always trended slightly negative. Me and Jake jumping in every now and then helps right the ship, but it would be nice if it was financially solvent for longer periods of time. I know if Alduin decides to visit and make a speech the town will be gone, but until then I'd like if everyone here could live comfortable lives. Just as a personal greed. Time passes, and it is now in the heaviest parts of winter. It's real bad this time. It snows near constantly and temperatures are low. Atra and Alma are okay with this since it's basically like Winterhold. The locals are also kind of okay with this plus a little grumbling, since it's bad but not beyond their expectations. I don't go out much so I don't like the cold. It sucks. But, for the winter season, everyone has come home for the moment. Because it's a good time to touch base and figure out what we need to do next, and because next year sounds like it's going to be a hell of a doozy. Going around the proverbial table. Esbern, most recently was dredging for information about the Elder Scrolls and how they pertain to dragons. Learned next to nothing. Made some good political ties since he was gone, and has laid the bedrock for the reformation of the Blades, before the Emperor was assassinated. That's gone up in smoke now, apparently. Delphine, most recent assignment was to watch over my girls in Winterhold while looking into their library for information about dragons. Learned next to nothing concrete. Has brought back information about a dude who's messing with a big ass ball. It's not working at all for him, so I assume there's something missing, but I don't remember what. Brynjolf, most recently, created a transportation company called the Windswept. Mostly recruits from bandits and highwaymen as a means of getting them back into the good graces of the law. He's keeping tabs on Riften's Thieves Guild while gleaning information from his 4 caravans. The Windswept is also our secondary means of communication with the Khajiit caravans roaming across Skyrim. On the topic of the Thieves Guild, he's very tight-lipped on specifics, but it's implied that it's not doing well under the head of its current leader, Mercer. Again, it's Brynjolf and the Thieves Guild is his baby, so maybe don't take his words, however roundabout, at face value. Maple. The head of our affiliate brothel in Solitude, here on invitation. Relevant information is that Solitude is scared and about to do something stupid. As far as she can tell, the current Jarl of Solitude is vehemently against the idea but seems to lack political power, somehow. Primrose. The head of our affiliate brothel in Falkreath, here on invitation. At this point, our information is shared on a daily basis. She's the first test bed on our radio gear outside of Lakeview and it seems to be doing fine. No weird rumors have surfaced between us, so our comms are still secure. Nothing new beyond what I've already shared regarding the current conditions of the brothel. Various mayors around the lake. Here on invitation. Polite chatter, a little bit of testing the waters. All signs point to a conflict with Whiterun next year. May not be violent, but who knows. T-Mare. The head of Warwolf Mercenary Corp. She's scheming from Warwolf's income and, to my understanding, is creating a separate task force that is loyal to her and her only. According to some of the people she's hired, it seems to be related to Elsewhere, so I assume it's some revenge shenanigans. I'm a little hurt she's trying this behind my back, ish, but I acknowledge the effort. T-Ma. The head of Lakeview's guard. For all of her slightly abrasive personality she's probably the most homebody of the T-sisters. She and Jake are a thing? I'm not sure. Point is she's going to have kids by springtime. Otherwise, she's the head of our guard and on track to be the best sniper we've got. Tiana. The head of our bandit patrol task force, honorary Thane of Falkreath. She's the best at talking and charming people, so she's brought a lot of ex-bandits back to their families, which made her an honorary Thane. She's also funneling resources and manpower to T-Mare with my blessing, before and after I learned of the scheming. Teenarum. The head of research for Lakeview. I think T-Ma being noticeably pregnant has given her some ideas about her relationship with me, except there is no such relationship outside of a professional one, so, anyways. She's also the head of the Lakeview Mage branch and we're steadily building our ranks of amateur Batlemages. Atra and Alma. They're Batlemages. They volunteered, so they'll be Batlemages under my wing until it's time to send them off to school in Cyrodiil. Otherwise, they're enjoying their time at home with their new friends. Also they want ace gears of their own. Hell no to that. They're not driving until they're old enough. And that's pretty much it. Speaking of ace gears, in the interim I made changes to them according to our practical experience. Specifically, Jake and I can fly, so our ace gears are retooled to only provide thrust, that way we can focus just on maneuvering. Arya keeps stalling out because she tries to do 20 fucking GS with it, so hers is reworked the most. They had to get a little bit of mechanical reworking. The magic-powered jet engines are decoupled from the power sources, and the sources themselves are retooled, can be installed independently-ish, and are called drives. One drive provides enough power to run the ace gear as is. Me and Jake's aces gained a secondary drive and a sub-drive, for more oomph. If I had the time to rework the drives to give more output I would, but, too many projects going on. The sub-drives are just for emergencies, they give as much power as a main one but burn out after 10 seconds or so. Arya's ace gained 4 secondary drives, for a total of 5. It was hell getting all that to fit and work with the current design without having to dramatically increase its footprint. 3 drives provide power, 1 provides turning, and 1 is auxiliary power for the ADR. She's one step removed from being a literal Gundam now, it's kinda neat. All that extra weight meant her mobility became 0, so her gear got massive wings and flaps to compensate. This made it impossible for her to aim behind, so the ADR got an arm mount so she can use it one-handed, spin it around, and even use it handless with magic if needed. The mounted ADR fucked her weight balance, so she got a sub-drive mounted onto the left wing for balance. Since it's an extra drive, it got wires to run it into the ADR to help juice it even further. All of that made Arya's ace so large that we had to add reinforced kickstands to the back and the shins so Arya could wear it without falling over. Incremental development is fun. The whole thing reminds me of that one really old animated TV series with a bunch of dudes who could fit pieces of guns and stuff onto themselves. I don't know what it's called because I could only watch it dubbed in Chinese. Apparently called Centurions, created by Ruby Spears in 1986. All that development resulted in an ace custom that, well, makes Arya a veritable monster in the sky. We'll see how that lasts in actual combat, but I'm satisfied with the results. The ace custom's success has me developing an anti-people version, because, well, you know. Since it's anti-people, the power setup is tuned so that the wearer can strike harder, hold position better, with a little moonhop capability, in exchange for full flight. Speaking of anti-people. You know how the civil war in Skyrim is a result of the Thalmor pulling strings and putting resources into the hands of a group that objective would have folded if the Empire really wanted to smack it down? You know how the Emperor died and succession is always a pain in the fucking neck? Feast your eyes on Civil War 2, fuck all of you. I don't remember if there was a discussion on who's next in line after Titus Mead 2 dies in game. Here, there is a three-way vie for power between his son, his nephew, and his top general. It's not a true grab for power yet, mind, it's still too soon, but based on the info we're looking at the conversations are not going great. The centralized powers in Cyrodiil are backing his son, because he's a good-natured person with little aspirations, and therefore would be a hella good puppet. The other territories back his nephew, because the man is competent, capable, and is more or less the reason why some of those territories haven't broken away. The top general is the head of the legions protecting Cyrodiil and, has the most Thalmorian backing. In the words of the greatest minds of every generation, fuck. Which brings me to another thought, and one I think I've had before. What happens if we fight and win against Alduin without Parthunax's support? There's a reasonable belief that, in the event we send Alduin packing, it becomes a matter of life and death for the dragons, where Alduin can go rise up brothers we must save ourselves from these tiny evil bastards and things get worse. I mean, it's hard to imagine some dragons watching Alduin get his shit caved in and then go surely that will not happen to me all smug like. Maybe. Granted, it's probably more likely that he just kills us but if that happens he stops being our problem. So, as yet another, side project, it might be helpful to restore Parthunax to, if not his original strength, then at least to a point where he can make an appearance and turn this from a battle between civilizations to the two top dogs biting at each other. Unfortunately, me, Jake, Parthi, are currently at a loss as to how to do that. Maybe some chicken soup with ginseng, I don't know. Parthi will naturally heal, it'll just take forever. With all that said, our current plans are, in order of importance. 1. Raise and train the Lakeview militia. 2. Support Falkreath whichever way it goes. 3. Return Parthunax to dragon status so we may avoid a war that heralds the end of days. Again, since this is the rare occasion in which everybody gets to sit at the same table, we have the opportunity to run the general plan by everybody and get their take on what needs to be done. Point 1 is easy, Lakeview has 2 armed groups apart from ourselves. The hunters, people who hunt for livelihood, are our elites. They're mostly veterans from our trip up to Dawnstar, and are the ones who will receive the watered-down ace gears. The rank and file are going to be planned as super heavy infantry, more or less. Full heavy armor, servos to make them swing heavier weapons effectively, and a scary ranged weapon for effect. In the grand scheme of things, all I have is stuff, so recruiting people who will be loyal is pivotal. These heavy troopers will act as the Windcaller's retainers, and be the closest thing to a professional army that we can field. Hunters number 60, troopers will be 100. Other troops include Warwolf and levied peasants. Neither are particularly strong nor organized, though Lakeview's militia is better than most due to enforced weekly training. Every resident of Lakeview who is registered into the army gets a free armored shirt, a shield, and a spear, all of Windcaller quality. Everything else comes out of their pocket. High-performing members of Warwolf also get Windcaller gear as rewards, so there's that. I'm tallying all this up because I really can't see this upcoming year being without bloodshed. Falkreath, Sidgear, politics. That's a thing that's slowly roasting, we'll see how that goes. Point 3 is contentious. Namely, we got two people who are pretty anti-Parthy. At the meeting, after we covered point 3, Delphine's immediate response is, given your animosity towards dragons, I would have expected you to have gutted him right then and there. To be perfectly fair, my animosity is towards anything that potentially harms people. I don't disagree with her though. If you're going to do more research, please also look into what dragons eat. I don't expect success, but hey, whatever works. Esbern speaks up, with an eye towards Arya. I believe our next task is to reform the blades in service to the new Dragonborn. Arya rolls her eyes. We serve the Dragonborn, Emperor, or no? I'm pretty sure that's not his stance in-game, but there's no Emperor at the moment. Jake speaks up. I hope you're not suggesting that Arya lay her claim to the crown. I'm not against it. Esbern says. Though I do not believe for a moment that it would improve our current situation. I seem to remember them trying to do blade stuff before, but for the life of me I can't remember. This is the biggest issue with living in a game, prior knowledge keeps coloring my memories. I'm not interested anyway. Arya says. But, if that makes it easier for you to recruit your blades or whatever, then do as you please. Of course. Esbern bows slightly in his seat. Now, on the topic of Parthunax. You are aware that he is an ancient enemy of the blades, yes? Not really. Only in vague terms. I know it's a thing in the game, but that's about it. Then vague terms it shall be. Esbern laughs lightly. I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but now that you are actively attempting to conspire with an ancient enemy, know that our support is given, and only given, when you are working against dragons. I guess it's a bit much to expect the shitty false choice given in-game. I don't mind. That said, if your dislike of Parthy gets in the way of us being able to kill dragons, I will consider you an ally of dragons at large and treat you appropriately. Esbern laughs, heartily. Good. I like your dedication. Delphine is unconvinced. Pardon me for saying so, but you just happened to meet a dragon in human form, hiding in Windhelm. She looks straight at Arya. Happened, sure. Arya nods. He looked like a Parthunax to me. You know, I feel like I never considered this. I know she gets a variant of the in-game compass that points her to quest destinations. Does she also get the thing where she can see people's names if she's close enough? No, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so surprised at how I named him. Looked like one. Delphine sighs. Alright, so be it. She stares at me. Understand that the only reason the blades continue to work with the wind callers is due to your efforts, Ash. Because we're the only ones dumb enough to try going at it alone. Thank you. To be clear, before we opened the floor for discussion I did also give out my reasoning, which is to have it be a scuffle between two major powers rather than one of life and death for dragons. Also on the agenda, why T-Mare is siphoning money, though this is a private meeting after the main one had concluded. I greet His Highness. T-Mare says with an exaggerated bow as she enters my office. Ish. I had to clean it up because otherwise it's just paper and rocks everywhere. Welcome, Warwolf leader. Sit. I gesture to the chair next to me. For context, there's 4 nice and cushy chairs, 2 are empty. I have a massive desk pushed against one wall and shelves against the opposite wall. It's a big room that feels very small. She sits. May I ask why I am here? Yet. I noticed that you're scheming money from the Warwolf treasury. Mind telling me why? She stiffens. Before realizing exactly who it is she's up against. I apologize. It's for personal use, though I imagine you know that already. She takes off her hat to reveal her cute cat ears. One of my relatives has found a claim that could be pressed by my family, and I am loath to merely ignore it. But I thought you told me you were ostracized by all but your immediate family. And they want money. She nods. For bribes and gear, in case fighting becomes necessary. Hey. And, what's the claim for? A territory in elsewhere. And you believed that? I'm absolutely blindsided. Sweetie. Homie. Bro. Darling. What the fuck? It exists. T-Mare insists. It's territory from the days of my grandfather. If they play their cards right, we'll be able to press our claim on it later. Oh okay. Oh lordy. So how are the preparations? She looks away. Girl. Either way. I assume this is something to do with your sisters that goes beyond our relationship as just business partners. So be it. From here on out, declare the funds that need to be appropriated instead of taking it in secret. Yes sir. T-Mare grumbles. Legitimately this is uncharacteristic of her. She tends to be the most level-headed of her sisters and this is obviously a bad thing she's doing, so, what could be so important that she's sulking about getting a go-ahead for something she was doing on the sly? HRM. Oh well, let's consider this resolved for the time being. I'm writing off these losses as her falling for an incredibly old Nigerian prince scam because oh my god. In the grand scheme of things, this being a scam is much better than the alternative. Anyway. This does it for most of the planning, no? Which is great, because spring is here. And oh, fuck me, is it a great spring? =+=+=====================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================5 all is just going to have to be one of these locally canon kind of things. Chapter 37, Experiencing Decisiveness, 1. =++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++ Mark Arth. But why, you may ask? Answer, the Forsworn. The Forsworn have declared their intention to retake the Reach from the Silver Bloods. I wonder if there was a bit of political pivoting, since I remember them being more Blarg Empire bad Blarg before. Well, whatever. The issue right now is that the Forsworn have launched major attacks on multiple hardpoints in Mark Arth. Namely, everything that's held by the Silver Bloods. While the Silver Bloods have, less than stellar reputations across Skyrim, it's a matter of fact that they provide the majority of higher quality metals exports to the rest of the region. Because of this, they're about the only business who does deals with both the Empire and the Stormcloaks. Which is the problem. The Empire has lost significant power and has not yet publicly issued an intent to help. The Stormcloaks, however, have. So, boy. The issues are as thus. The Forsworn are attacking Falkreath caravans into Mark Arth. We're expected to react. The Stormcloaks are trying to get past us into Mark Arth. We're also expected to react. As far as we can see, the Stormcloak assistance is not an army, but multiple smaller strike forces. Whiterun has caught a few of them in disguise, while a few more are sailing along the lake. The on-water ones are no threat, since Lakeview's naval trade is so prolific, we've caused pirates to spawn on this otherwise peaceful lake. To counter that, our fast boats have gotten up-armored and redesigned to accommodate a, somewhat, stabilized auto-ballast along with a full munition load, plus a few high-explosive bolts if we really want something gone. Some of those pirates also have a friendly working relationship with us thanks to Tiana, and will ignore Lakeview line trade in favor of easier pickings. Stormcloaks with barely any naval training are easy pickings. I'd like for those pirates to be a non-issue in the future, hence the bigger shipyard that came online a handful of days ago. To summarize, because all we have to worry about are land threats, we are therefore expected to deal with the land threats. Sidgear jumped the gun a little in offering Mark Arth our support, and so we kinda sorta have to be the vanguard. Subjectively, I'm pretty okay with having Mark Arth fall into the Forsworn's hands because it would be funny. Realistically, they've adapted so well to the raider culture that if they took over Mark Arth there's no way in hell the hold will be anything except a danger to its neighbors. Like, yes, they have their own culture and villages and everything, but ultimately their large-scale survival strategy really doesn't mesh well with Empire standards. Thus, the various noble houses of Falkreath are sending troops in expeditions to raid/help the neighbors. This will end poorly. We're going to, of course. If nothing else, this is a good way to get practical experience for the troops and to help them break in their equipment under combat conditions. I've been trying to do the whole drill hard fight easy thing, but it's rough going, since enforcing that kind of discipline aligns with none of our personalities. In any case, off we go to help squish some natives looking to reclaim their lost homeland. Per our current organization, we are traveling in groups of 10. Each squad is, a sergeant, 5 spearmen, 3 crossbowers, and 1 heavy weapons guy. We have 5 squads in total, so 50 men. The rest are staying home. Everyone technically has all the gear spear, shield, suppose, but it helps with reaction time to have mixed units. The heavy weapons guy is equipped with an auto ballist and a shoulder-mounted ADR. One day we will have CAV in Lakeview and it will be glorious. Oh well. We're currently on day 8 of travel, and are pretty much there. We're escorting, a caravan to an outpost of some sort. An hour later, we arrive to see the outpost fending off an attack by the Forsworn. Whatever good relations we've had since the days of the Bell are long gone. To battle. Our infantry are equipped uniformly with a stripped-down ace gear for land combat. Land ace, lace. It's rather extreme as far as contemporary armor goes, but that's pretty much the Windcaller motto at this point. It's visually a mix between plate steel armor, Fallout 4's power armor, T-45-ish, and a little bit of the 40K Space Marine thrown in, per Jake's input, cause the only thing I know about Warhammer is that it exists. Size-wise, it's somewhere between Fallout 3 and 4's power armor, large enough that it takes dedicated effort to wear, but not so much that it needs its own rigid structure. The outer plating is 4mm* reinforced steel with a layer of dense cotton underneath for the soulstone wiring. The helmet has a one-way glass pane enchanted to be durable and, one-way. * 4mm at the thickest portions. Honestly, the helmet is the most expensive part. Defensively, the lace has a triple enchantment setup, 1 layer of magic absorb, 1 layer of Cyrodiilic shield, and feather canisters for weight shenanigans, all powered by one drive and stored in a large, square box on the back, the so-called gearbox. Magic absorb blocks spells, shield blocks physics, and feather applies physics. The drive only has enough juice for one spell at a time, so there's a mechanism for switching between spells. The spell switch, designed by Teenerum, lets the user swap spells at the drop of a hat. The armor is about 200 pounds, the person inside, roughly another 200. Feather cuts the total down to about 50. In any event, upon my command, all squads ready crossbows and march forward. The crossbows have very rifle-like design characteristics, so the troops bring them up to eye level and fire them like rifles. But honestly though, I think it's probably the marching that gets more attention. The fighting at the outpost's walls stop almost immediately as the Forsworn turn to face their new threat. They have shields too, but our crossbows punch with incredible force and the shields really do not help. One man is struck and his shield gets pinned to his body. All the while, the troops advance at a constant marching pace. The best way to win is to break morale, and that's what we do best. Being advanced upon by a wall of unstoppable steel? Yet, nobody's ready for that. Still, credit to the Forsworn. Despite being harried by arrows from both directions, they form into a cohesive fighting line and charge us. The numbers are about even. I blow my horn. The troops holster their crossbows and switch to shield and spear. Once the Forsworn are close enough, I fire a ray of light over the sky. My troops begin to countercharge. Right before impact, the troops switch away from feather. The Forsworn charge smacks right into the shields of the now suddenly 400-pound line of steel and bounce off. Then they get stabbed. Again, credit to the Forsworn. Despite their charge being utterly ineffective, they stay and try to fight it out. But, you know, bone and tooth. One of my dudes grabs a Forsworn by the head and ragdolls him across the sky. That's about as good of a sign as any, and the Forsworn troops cut their losses and run. Mission complete. Over the next few days, my soldiers make their name known and mostly guard caravans traveling small sections of the Fakriath-Markarth route. It's nice to introduce a weakness for our opponents to try and plan around. Which they do. There's a stretch of road that is arguably underguarded on the Markarth side of things. Plenty of places to hide, awful terrain visibility. I vaguely remember some folks back in the Bell talking about how Markarth was going to build a fort there. Well, apparently there's the basic framework for a fort, but the Forsworn took it over and it's now threatening the route. Thus, the Silverbloods have taken it upon themselves to take the fort back. Well, so they say, anyway. I'm sure there's some preemptive action against Falkreath just in case things get worse between us. Out of curiosity, I went to take a look at the troops the Silverbloods were fielding and, it's a little worrying. Largely because it's all very familiar. They came with a mixed force of light skirmishers and core infantry. The skirmishers are pretty standard by Skyrim standards: light armor, short bow, a dagger. Mobility is key, and all that. The core troops are super heavy infantry. Ish. Expensive as fuck looking Orcish armor, massive Pavis shield, and a gun. Like, honest to god magic gun. Long barreled, but probably not rifled. Explosive powered, but no gunpowder in sight. My guess is that it uses compressive fire magic to launch the bullet. From a magic vision standpoint, the guns are about as powerful as a standard magical artifact, maybe a little less. The battle is straightforward. The Silverblood skirmishers move and fan out around the entire fortress, which, I should note, is basically just wood stakes and tents right now. The core troops are in a reasonably tight 3-man deep line formation. Their advance is slow, methodical, and drilled to an enviable perfection. They look badass, not gonna lie. When advancing, the front line moves up to effective range and drives their shields into the ground. It probably has bottom claws. From this position, the first line lays down fire, the second line focuses exclusively on heals, and the third line offers flank fire support and also prepares to advance. When they need to advance again, the first line backpacks their shield and plucks it from the ground, then opens up gaps in the line. The third line advances through the gaps and stakes their position, and the first line becomes the new second line with heals, and the second line becomes the new third line with fire support. It's really cool to see in action, and is kind of an inverse of the line of battle of Napoleonic? Pre-Napoleonic? Earth warfare, with lines of infantry doing the shooting and the moving back and the stuff. Kinda, sorta. Half line of battle and half anti-CAV square, I guess? It's obviously designed with the expectation that there would be some melee engagement despite being a range-focused pattern. The formation is very tight compared to the standard Skyrim formation. Each shield is designed to allow the person behind it to shoot without exposing themselves, and it's all braced effectively against cavalry charges. But, it seems to be very weak to flanking maneuvers, even factoring in the whole gun thing. Then again, that's probably what the skirmishers are for. If you give them some fireball scrolls, they'd be great at softening up targets. For now, it seems to be a formation designed specifically to break targets such as light fortifications and rabble. I wonder where they got the idea. Must have nothing to do with all the mines they control or whatever. Equipment-wise, the silver blood gun is about the length of a person's arm fully extended, so not that far off track from an earth rifle or the like. By contrast, the wind caller railbow, the most recent version of it, is as tall as a person and requires lace or a bipod in a prone shooting position. Due to the size and bulk, it's useless in close-range combat, unlike these silver blood guns that can apparently fix bayonets and do pretty well. The railbow is also deadly accurate and can hit a dude hiding behind 3 walls, not that it's a competition or anything. Which, fair reminder. The railbow at full power can do that, but it's usually not on full power. It's therefore reasonable to assume that what I'm looking at right now is not full power, or will no longer be considered full power down the line if we were to end up tussling with the Silver Bloods. For the time being, the Silver Bloods probably have the most technologically advanced military in Skyrim. It may be good only for fighting against lightly armored rabble, but advanced nonetheless. In other news, the Thalmor have moved on Winterhold College and forcibly removed the artifact. Again, hearing this news very second-hand, so the nitty-gritty are likely not accurate, but the gist seems to be that a strike force moved in the night, a scuffle ensued, and the orb is gone. Given that the news is several days old and we've seen the means to power a ship in Cyrodiil beyond wind, it's safe to say that it is probably at a secure location, if not on its way to the Aldmari heartland already. I briefly entertained the idea of just straight up sinking the boat that has the orb, but, I'd need to know where that is, and I don't, and... well, if the Thalmor starts getting uppity they can get their whole island burned, so, what else? 1 month later. Riften. It's nothing we don't already know or have guessed, a combined army from Riften and Windmire? It's not Windmire. Wow, the name is completely running away from me. Windhelm. Windhelm. Riften and Windhelm. The 2 armies are marching on Whiterun via the Valley Corridor, the one that isn't Helgen. It's not their entire force, but numerically is still superior to Whiterun's defenses. Whiterun is asking for help. Solitude has not responded, Markarth is, And Falkreath, well. The formal army of Falkreath is more or less only interested in homeland defense. If I wanted to rally up my own forces and ride to Whiterun's aid, I can certainly do that. I'm not particularly interested in doing that. Because Markarth. Still. At this point, the Markarth's hold troops are mobilized enough and are keeping the Forsworn in check, which means that the Silver Blood retinue and my Space Marines, per Jake, are getting into altercations more and more. They absolutely want to fight and I don't. Not yet, anyway. Man, civil wars suck. For better or worse, we're putting Lakeview on a firmer war footing. The good thing about Lakeview having me and Jake around is that we're more aware of what's needed for a city to have density and still maintain walkability. Lakeview right now almost matches Helgen in pure body count, if we, count the people that live in nearby villages and come here to work and stuff. Again, my schedules are overpacked at this point and I don't have the initiative to help Whiterun, but if it falls we may end up fighting 3 armies at once. However bad my shit is right now, it will only get worse. So, we gotta go. I put out a volunteer muster and received 1,000 souls in response. I'd love to have a 1,000-strong army, but logistically we just aren't capable of that. Factoring in our super heavy infantry, the Gale Knights, we can reasonably support a troop size of 250. All the cool fantasy names were taken and we still gotta worry about branding. But, yeah, 250. 50 Gales, 160 Levy, 10 Batlemmages, 30 light magic troops, LMT. LMTs are scroll slingers. Enough variety to be useful but only when sporadically used. Remember that scrolls, good ones, will recharge after being used rather than disappear altogether. The levy will probably be Gales but light. Seeing the Silver Bloods use their guns gives me more courage to field the things I actually want to field. So. Things get rolling. Diplomatically, Sid formally accepts Whiterun's request for help and sends summons to all nobles of Falkreath for a volunteer force. We answer the summons, as do quite a few others. Altogether, on paper, the volunteer force is 500 men, which is pretty impressive. Never mind we're half of that. 6 other houses contribute the rest of the 250 men. Logistically, Lakeview goes into full war footing. Myself aside, though, there's really not much change. With Lakeview growing so fast so quickly, equipment is always in high demand, especially things we need like boats, carts, boxes and barrels. As much as we're a relief army, there is no central chain of command. In other words, the other nobles will defer to me by virtue of me having the biggest army. Again, a large part of this is because Falkreath as a whole has no stomach for helping Whiterun. My plan is to sail down the river towards Whiterun and use my superior naval power to secure our base camp, and then, do whatever. I want to plan shit out, but there is so much to do and so little time. Equipmentally. Same as it was last month, I guess. I want to make some changes, but now is really not the right time to do that. The crossbows the standing army uses gets a bit of a rebalance and an extra bayonet mounting, that's about it. The Gale Knights do get a bit of a kit revamp, it's now 1 sergeant, 8 linemen, and 1 heavy weapons guy. Everybody gets a halberd, tower shield, crossbow, short sword. Heavy weapons do not get the halberd and tower shield. Instead, they get a buckler and an integrated AADR, auto ADR. It's an ADR with a nifty little mini gearbox that lets it pew a quiver of arrows. It's neat. A worryingly high chance of just shotgunning rather than machine gunning the entire quiver, but still, neat. The month of preparation passes in a flash. Whiterun has fielded its army. Now, strategy. The Big Bridge of Whiterun trademark is not the only river crossing, but it's one of the biggest and pretty much the only one that can sustain an army. It's also built at the narrowest part of the Whiterun River, and thus is the only crossing that doesn't involve boats. Unfortunately, the bridge is kinda short. It's an old, stone bridge built, to my knowledge, primarily to facilitate infantry movement. It works fine for boats of Skyrim origin. My gunboats, especially the gunboats I brought for this campaign, are not boats of Skyrim origin. Now, again, reminder. Whiterun is a large walled city with more than just farms and farmsteads beyond it. The bridge has its own little town, with its own little port. It's the biggest location on the river that services ships from the Falkreath region and, to a lesser extent, Riverwood. Speaking of Riverwood, it also has an old stone bridge that crosses the river, but that one has been rebuilt to be wider to accept my ships. Because I paid for it. Well, okay, I wasn't allowed to pay for it, it's Whiterun turf, so I broke it by accident and had to rebuild it before anybody noticed. Totally by accident. Yab. 100%. Anyway. The bridge town has its own port and service facilities. The upriver Falkreath side is always being used, while the downriver Windhelm side is badly neglected. It's also the house to Whiterun's river patrol docks, so losing it would be bad. The general strategy, therefore, is for us to use it as our base of operations, so that it's hardened against attack and so that we can have a strong jumping-off point. Incidentally, Whiterun's old river patrol dock was located near its northern fortress, but since that got taken over during the opening hours of the first siege, they moved it down here. Day of War. Kinda. To expand a little more, this east of Whiterun region has 3 key positions, the North Fortress, the city itself, arguably, and this bridge town. The last siege went pear-shaped because Whiterun found itself needing to defend all 3 positions and lacked the manpower to do so. They played what cards they had and, well. This time around, we're here. The Windcaller Forward Operating Base, FOB, is established here, with the river lighthouse being our radar mast. So, let's map things out. Whiterun Hold. The city of Whiterun is the center. Our FOB, this bridge town, is more or less southeast of Whiterun. Whiterun has several other villages and towns, with Rorikstead still being a central point. Most recently, Whiterun moved a cavalry garrison to a fort just south of Rorikstead. The fort that guards the path to Dawnstar is northeast of Whiterun and has been expanded, I guess. It's got a catapult and ballista towers and secondary batteries near the river, so it can do a little pew against the river if the opposition sails too far upriver. And thus. Day 1, morning. And things go sideways. Kinda, sorta. As expected, the combined Rift and Windmire army used a combination of the Vanheim tall bridge tower thingy and their naval support to cross the river way early. Same as last time, if I'm remembering right. Which is why only Falkreath forces are defending this bridge key point. The fortress on the path to Dawnstar has been reinforced with almost all of Whiterun's native forces, and the Imperial support from Solitude is on their way? I'm not entirely sure. Day 1, afternoon. Oh Lord, Dawnstar is joining in. Ugh. Out of respect for me, so they say per messenger, they only sent a token force, but it's a token force of cavalry, so it's nothing to sneeze at. The bulk of the Stormcloak army is sticking close to the river where, I assume they have boats with LMTs. Scroll slingers. Let's go with scroll slingers from now on, it's easier to remember. Same as last time? I don't remember. Too much stress back then. Anyways, the biggest issue is that our gunboats are too large to go under the bridge we're supposed to defend, so they can't interdict, and I'm not about to reveal the maximum range of our guns given how shit our rangefinders are. Blah. Since there's not much danger to the bridge, I leave just the Gale Knights to defend the port. The standing troops are to join Whiterun when the rest of Falkreath's forces arrive. Largely because I don't want to move out without knowing how badly the Stormcloaks want that fortress. Day 2, morning. They want it real bad. The Stormcloak army is sieging the fortress while the CAV is moving along the north side of Whiterun proper. Stormcloak CAV is really good at skirmishing, not so much supporting a siege proper. Imperial CAV is really good at shattering lines, but chasing isn't their strong suit. Before Dawnstar joined in, the Imperials had a small numbers lead. Now it's about even. Stormcloak CAV leadership tends to be better too, so it's not a great position to be in. Superhum. Day 2, afternoon. The Imperial army chooses the path south of Whiterun rather than the more direct path to the fortress proper. This lets them get away from the Stormcloak CAV, but it leaves their supply line vulnerable down the line. That said, Lakeview can provide the food so long as the fighting is short-term, so I guess it's fine? Meanwhile, the fortress and the besiegers are exchanging fire. The fortress has the upper hand. Day 3, morning. The rest of Fakriatha's forces have arrived. I've also, made some changes to the bridge via, a rapid scheduled disassembly, let's put it that way. I'll build it back when we're done. The Gale Knights are freed up from defense duty and the gunboats can sail downstream and tear shit up, and really that's all I want from life right now. Day 3, afternoon. Hello, boys. We're here. Third-person camera. Shit. So summarizes, very succinctly, the mood among the Stormcloaks as the river starts exploding. The first sign of trouble was a plume of water. Then a lot of plumes of water. The besieging Stormcloaks had the wonderful front row seat of watching their navy evaporate under a barrage of plumes of water. Looks like Windcaller found their way here. A Stormcloak captain growls. The silhouettes of the Windcaller gunboats mere dots on the river. Messenger. Have our supply ships retreat and keep distance. The messenger salutes. Damage-wise, the barrage didn't do much. The strikes mostly hit water and the resulting plumes made long-distance accuracy a laughable impossibility. However, energy is still energy. Near misses are enough to cause the Stormcloak boats to toss and buck mightily. After the barrages, almost all the Stormcloak naval troops are in the river. No fatalities from drowning, but all the scrolls are ruined. As if to complement the sudden reinforcements, the garrison troops renew their defensive efforts and let loose barrages of their own fireballs. Damage is low, but the surprise effect is high. What happened? A different Stormcloak captain grabs a worker by his collar. You said their ships could not sail through the bridge. It's Windcaller. The worker wails. How can I predict what he'd do? Which is, the captain admits even as he throws the man out of his tent, a fair point. The earth around the Stormcloak camp explodes. The second barrage of attacks have come. The effect is not as pronounced as it was in the water, but a near miss is still enough to knock a soldier unconscious. Sir. Several captains turn to see transports sailing towards them. The Windcaller warships have formed a wall between the Stormcloak camp and their naval support in the river, and now the transports were dropping troops right on the doorsteps of their camp. The captains rouse to defend. Form up. We have company. The Gale Knights are the first off the transports. One is immediately accosted by a Stormcloak re-attacks soldier. The soldier slams his axe into the knight's tower shield and is pushed back by the knight's sheer strength. The soldier is then stabbed by the sharp pointy bit on the knight's halberd and tossed aside. Talos have mercy. A captain growls as the Gale Knights arrange before them. And here I thought legionaries were overdressed. The Gale Knights move and dig in with their tower shields. Behind them, levy troops disembark and form up into combat ranks as well. On the other side, the fortress gates open as the Whiterun troops prepare to sally forth. South of the Stormcloaks, the Imperial troops rendezvous with the non-Windcaller Falkreath troops. As the armies form ranks, the Windcaller gunboats sail further downriver. The more learned Stormcloak captains mull on this information. As far as large-scale military logistics are concerned, the navigable portions of the White River end at the Volthium Towers. The towers provide a secure land bridge to cross the river, and its existence naturally caused docks to be created on both sides of the tower to further assist in that endeavor. If the Windcaller navy took that position, there would be no escape. Suddenly, one captain feels a hand on his shoulder. He turns to see the general of both armies smiling at him. No sense working ourselves up before the fighting starts. Ulfric Stormcloak says confidently. This is nothing to the true-born of Skyrim. Over on the other side, Ash sights the massive man in the cloak and goes, "Ah, shit." In his head. Ulfric holds up his axe. We break through to the north. Stormcloaks never had the greatest military cohesion, nor much need for one. As one, the army turns north, towards the troops between them and Dawnstar, and throws themselves against the Whiterun line. Fucking. Ash grumbles. At least be a little scared. He amplifies his voice, raising the wind to carry his orders. All troops forward. Crush them between our lines. The Gale Knights charge forward. The rest of the troops advance at a high, but still cohesive, pace. The Whiterun troops form as strong of a line as they could and are assisted by supporting fire from the troops still inside the fortress. The Stormcloaks, however, are the most powerful shock infantry in Skyrim, if not in Tamriel, and break through with ease. As the sun dips under the horizon, the Gale Knights catch and crush the Stormcloak units dedicated for rear guard. They are then told to not pursue. First-person camera, Day 3, Night. Ugh. Where to begin? First off, Ulfric fucking Stormcloak being the general of the army was somehow not in any of the briefings or messages we got. The Whiterun army sallied when I wasn't expecting them to. The Falkreath army arrived earlier than I expected. Ugh. Double ugh, even. My plan, insofar as I had one, was that my knights would show up and then be a pinning force in tandem with my gunboats. The Falkreath army would then arrive, set up camp, and then be the walling reinforcements. Then, the Stormcloaks would retreat either towards Dawnstar or Windhelm and the whole army could come together and face them as one cohesive line. The Whiterun fortress force was broken through, and suffered losses, but it's not bad. The loss of morale sucks, though. The original plan can still be followed, so that's nice. But still. Can somebody tell me what the fuck Ulfric was doing out here? It's night, and us commander types are planning at the main tent. My question is aimed at everybody here who isn't me. Irrelevant is the first to speak up. Apologies, but we too were not aware. Information has been scarce ever since the Empire's new round of troubles. Ain't that a hoot? Imperial Captain A wants to get back on track. What's the plan, then? Now that we have the potential to end the civil war right here. Ha. Ha ha ha. Aw shit. Imperial Captain B is equally bloodthirsty. On the morrow, we should ride after the Stormcloaks with all haste. Ash. Irrelevant says. I see you smiling. Yeah, a little hard to hide it. I think Ulfric probably will not be with the main army tomorrow. There is no fucking way the reigning king of asymmetric battles would dangle a bait like himself and then not capitalize on it. Imp Captain A scoffs. What, then, would you say are the prospects for tomorrow, Windcaller? I put some markers down on the table as I talk. Their army is roughly here, at the path to Dawnstar. A marker on the north part of the table. Their primary supply line is here, towards Windhelm. A marker on the east side. And we are here, and Whiterun is here. More markers. Dawnstar cannot support their army's march through their lands if they were to retreat, either through food or ships. Also no way he's running now. Their supplies are probably already on the far side of the river, so there's not much my boats can do. Way I see it. There are three possibilities. 1. They go towards their supplies and set up for a traditional battle. 2. They go towards Whiterun through this current road. 3. They circle around the north of Whiterun and approach the gatehouse that way. 3.5. Their CAV can storm the gatehouse, but that's an expensive waste of mobile resources. If they do one, we can counter that by sitting around and doing nothing. For either 2 or 3, if we misplay our position would be atrocious. There's nothing forcing them to follow one plan until the bitter end. From an army perspective, Stormcloaks have faster movement and a higher damage floor, while Imperials are slower with a higher damage ceiling. Our job is to force them into a singular, cohesive, large battle, but I don't think our scouts can figure out where the enemy is going fast enough to get initiative. In other words, damned if we do, damned if we don't. Of the staff here, the Whiterun side more or less believes that we should stay put and fortify the line. The Imperial side believes we should give chase now. HRM. Current information, as provided by lookouts in Whiterun, report Stormcloak and Imperial CAV essentially keeping each other in check. Neither side wants the other to go help the main force and neither side wants to slam into each other to fuck around and find out. HRMMM. Ack. This sucks. Large-scale battles suck. Let's just duke it out with 10 people and call it a day already. Day 4, morning. The Imperial army is marching out. So we're marching out, as Falkreath is, by technicality, a supporting force. The Whiterun force is kinda tattered at the moment so it's just us and the Imperials. According to scouts, we outnumber the Stormcloaks locally, so it's just a matter of how we take the fight. They're more clustered than expected, taking positions towards the east side of the road, on higher terrain, mixed with shrubs and rocks. Perfect Stormcloak location, all things considered. Well, like it or not, we gotta take one for the team. I send my Gale Knights to guard the left flank, with flares in case they see cavalry. They'll stick to rougher terrain, but I'm fairly certain the CAV would just ignore them in favor of smushing into the main army instead. Welp, it's happening. The Imperial line is cohesive, and the Stormcloak elements are, not quite eager to get pulled into a fight. Some maneuvering later, the Imperials have a bulge-like position where they're engaging the Stormcloaks on all fronts. This would totally be a trap if not for the large rocks where mages and LMTs can post themselves up and shoot. As usual, there isn't a clearly defined line. Both sides are kind of like clouds of troops mushing into each other. The wide open terrain clearly favors the Stormcloaks and their big scary axes, so the fact that we're not taking a whole lot of damage is giving the Imperials greater confidence and is pulling them in. This is totally a trap. Man, it would be really nice if I had some super heavy infantry to throw in the mix. Hey? Day 4, afternoon. If there was a trap, it wasn't sprung. Ultimately, the Stormcloaks fought an impressively defensive battle and retreated higher into the hills. Here, it's primarily rocky terrain with very little trees. Visibility is poor, dead zones are massive. Fortunately, the Imperials aren't keen on chasing the enemy further into ideal ambush locations. So we're going back to camp. I wonder if the Stormcloak General is pulling his punches because he knows I'm here? Day 5, morning. My gunboat crews have reported that large amounts of supplies from the Stormcloak River camps have disappeared. They were busy fighting the Stormcloak ships that sailed from hiding. No difficulty in the engagement. No brainer on where the supplies went. The two calves are still keeping each other in check. There were a few minor contacts, but the Imperial CAV managed to put themselves between us and the Stormcloak CAV. Meaning, as long as they don't get rolled over, we'll be able to fight without worrying about our back. That said, the Stormcloaks are going with a different strategy this time. The Riften army and the Windhelm army seem to have split up, going by their banners. They're far enough to pose separate risks, but not so far that they can't mutually support. What do? Well, the Imperial and Whiterun army will face off against the Windhelm side, while the Falkreath army will face off against the Riften side. Once again, the battlefield is a gentle, if somewhat rocky, hill. We will be attacking upwards in both directions, more or less. Elevation grade difference isn't massive, just annoying. There are more rocks on the Imperial side than ours. More trees on ours than theirs. Battle begins. Most of Falkreath's troops are good, since they're volunteers, but primarily favor one-handers. My troops are spear and shield troops. The arrangement is that my troops are somewhat scattered in clusters to create hardpoints that the Stormcloaks have to respect, while the arguably more experienced Falkreath troops do the harder work of pressing advantages. Results are somewhat mixed. My troops have superior equipment, even with the Gale Knights factored out, so they take relatively few casualties despite pushing for advantage. Other Falkreath troops aren't as lucky. Stormcloaks figure out rather quickly that the shield and spear folk are shit on offense and basically ignore them and press into the one-hander troops. If the one-handers get positional advantage, they come out on top. If the big scary axes get a good swing in, that changes. It's basically just two balls of dots mushing into each other. My eyes go unfocused whenever I'm looking at a lot of action, and this is just a lot of action that I can't see very clearly from like 100 meters away. Still, I'm keeping some core forces back, including the Gale Knights, and despite the numerical deficiency we're fighting at PAR, so it's good. Now then. Third-person camera. As the fighting rages, the soldiers on the edges of the fighting notice the Gale Knights marching out. Gale Knights, accompanied by scroll slingers and mages. A Stormcloak lieutenant correctly reads the situation. On me. He rallies his skirmishers. They, lightly armed with javelins and a one-handed axe, advance stealthily behind a convenient depression of land and get eyes on the edge of the Gale Knight formation. We rush on 3. The lieutenant says, to the nods of his 6 men. 1, 2, 3. He steps out, throws his javelin, and is hit immediately by a bolt of lightning. Bandits on our right. Alma says, her fingers crackling. Gotcha. The Gale Knights around her level their crossbows towards the emerging skirmishers and perforate them with a volley of arrows. Elsewhere, Gale Knights engage the Stormcloaks with barrages of arrows accompanied by the withering volley, an occasional shotgun blast, of the AADRs. One Stormcloak soldier recoils at being struck at his flank, and the Falkreath soldier before him capitalizes and stabs him in the heart. Another soldier, struck by the first arrow, turns to defend against the second and third. He is stabbed in the back by a spearman. The girls, incidentally, were on the edges of the fighting, escorted by their own Gale Knight bodyguards. I'm glad he let us do something. Alma grumbles. But there's really nothing to do. They were tasked to be a unit of the Mage Corps, who were there to defend the knights against incoming magic, not that there was anything of the sort. As the AADRs lay down suppressive fire, the Gale Knights switch to their halberds and charge, the weight of their charge not made clear until just a fraction before contact. The Stormcloak General is caught momentarily stunned as he watches one of his soldiers ragdoll into the air. The soldier lands in the middle of a Lakeview spear formation, where the sergeant of the formation has a brief talk and the soldier, still winded, surrenders. The Gale Knights lay into the Stormcloaks with their momentum and their halberds. The sheer weight behind the weapon, regardless of skill, is enough to force the Stormcloaks back. The Gale Knights, though few in number, break in dramatically into the Stormcloak ranks and absorb all attention, allowing the regular Falkreath and Lakeview infantry to strike at the disorganized Stormcloak units and cause largely uncontested havoc. Soon enough, the Stormcloaks start breaking and running. The mage's final act, therefore, is to throw lightning at people escaping at random, to help with the confusion and maintain the morale collapse. And you get a shock, and you get a shock. Atra mutters as she shoots. She's missing every hit, but every hit lands within the vision of the person she's shooting at. Nothing scarier than knowing that you're being hunted, and all that. Her ears perk up. It sounds like wind? Ash wasn't doing anything, was he? Whiterun's watch sees it first. Shapes in the clouds, descending onto the battlefield. Ash suddenly snaps around. Fuck. He fires a ball of magic into the air. It explodes with a reverberation not unlike the giant bell on top of his mansion. Everybody who visits Lakeview knows what that sound means. Dragon. The Stormcloak general calls out, seeing it dive towards the troops. His personal troops descend into chaos. The Gale Knights immediately stop pressing and scatter. Lakeview troops stop defending and scatter. Imperial, Stormcloak troops, already in the mix of a very confusing situation, stop fighting to stare and then scatter. 2 dragons swoop down upon the battlefield, with the third flying overhead. Ash has barely enough of his senses left over to register a 4th signature high above the clouds. He's too focused on the dragons attacking them being somewhat small, compared to the one they had sent packing near Lakeview all that time ago. Sending your kids out to play. Ash grins maliciously. Smart ass. Fuck me. He fires a massive bolt of lightning towards one of them. All troops, retreat. He orders. Back at the Lakeview compound, Tinaram and Jake are doing final takeoff preparations for Formai the flying boat. Their early warning radar had caught the dragons flying, but the army was too far away from their relays to use their messaging systems. Aria's on board, already prepared in her ace gear and feeling a smidge uncomfortable. With cheers from the crowds, in broad daylight, Formidable pulls out of her hangar and immediately goes into her takeoff run. Lakeview patrol boats, tasked previously by a very flustered Jake, keep fishermen and wandering swimmers from moving into its line of travel. A flurry of messages would be sent out from Lakeview shortly after. For now, Jake and Arya wait in the belly of the flying beast. Waiting. All they can do. Waiting. Meanwhile, the battlefield is a fucking mess on all fronts. The 3 dragons do low flying passes and buzz the panicking humans on the ground with streams of flames. The dragon playing with the Imperial side sees something shiny, takes it to be a rather important human since they also liked shiny things, squish that person under its claws and does a tail swipe on its surroundings for good measure. Per Alduin's suggestion, it was only right that dragons learn the joy of what it means to be a part of the world again. It glances at the 2 younger dragons and notes, rather worryingly, the bolt of lightning strikes one of them. It was magic of a density not normal for humans, and the bolt hits hard enough to knock the struck dragon off course and crash into the land. Granted, said dragon wasn't flying very quickly, but... Are you well? The older dragon asks. It hurt. The younger dragon replies. This human is strong. He blasts away the humans around it with a flap of its wings. It didn't know who hit it, though. Ash is blown away and quickly regains his bearings with his flying perks. As soon as he gets his target back, he retaliates with another blast of lightning. One dragon, the one he first hit, is his target, leaving the other to run amok among the troops. Formation. Atra yells out. Gale Knights. Support Wind Caller. She and Alma joined up as soon as things went sideways. They weren't very far apart from each other. The Gale Knight captain in charge of the AADRs was giving much the same speech. This is what we trained for. Shoot it down. The 3 AADR gunners switch into single fire mode, load spears, and put 3 rounds downrange into the unhindered dragon. The rounds strike true, owing to the dragon not paying them attention, and momentarily downs the dragon. It's not flying so fast as to crash land into the ground, and therefore rights itself with a hefty push of its claw. 3 more rounds, energy this time, plink off the dragon's scales. The 2 girls notice the dragon has turned its focus to one point. Atra stops and collects all of her magical prowess. Alma, help me. Aye. Alma closes her eyes to focus. The dragon rears back and breathes a gout of flames onto the AADR Gale Knights. The knights, their guns already packed up, drop behind the boulder that just served as their vantage point. Atra raises a spear of lightning above her head, similar to the ones Ash is unleashing with impunity. With Alma stabilizing the swirling and chaotic magic, she hurls it at the dragon. The dragon, now alert, senses the incoming mana and bats it away with its wing. It turns its attention towards the 2 girls, flapping its struck wing to get rid of the pain. Atra and Alma were never able to secure full Gale Knight gear, but Ash wasn't about to let his girls just run on foot. They have a reduced drive, used only for speed and as a source of magic for defensive spells. As such, the 2 skitter away at breakneck speed, causing the dragon to blink in surprise. That moment of surprise earned it 3 more streaks on the back of its neck from the AADRs. The dragon, massively annoyed, turns towards the AADR Gale Knights again. Atra and Alma find cover behind a particularly large rock. Can't do that again. Atra says. Next to her, Alma uncorks her own mana potion and drinks it with her eyes squeezed shut. It tastes yucky, so she says. Atra is rather a fan of the minty flavor and downs hers in one gulp. Elsewhere, Ash saw and felt the two's magic, and is now incredibly annoyed at the dragon hounding him. He half flies and half backsteps, keeping distance and blasting the dragon with lightning that it had no choice to stop and defend against. But, defend it can, and the damage is minimal. He hears, from somewhere to both his and his dragon's left, a shout. Fuss, Aroda. The speaker is unfamiliar. The dragon's head jerks heavily to its left, struck by the weight of the shout. The speaker, one Ulfric Stormcloak, growls with a mix of confusion and disbelief. What in the hell's happened here? He, and his elite troops, had a strategy where they detach from the main force to rejoin as a strike group later, so that the weight of his troops could turn the tide to an otherwise uncomfortably even battle. That went to shit once these flying lizards arrived. Rally our men! He yells to his troops as the dragon before him turns to face him. I shall assist Windcaller. Ash, taking the opportunity, shoots the dragon with a blast of lightning. Fucking Ulfric! He shouts, his adrenaline and frustration needing some outlet. The older dragon has noticed that, yes, the 2 young uns are somehow the ones facing the biggest issues in this area. Come here. It commands. The 2 younger dragons hear the command and, despite themselves, flap their wings and detach from their immediate combat. But there was no intent to leave on any of their parts. Would NA cast. The older dragon bullets into the AADR knights and crush them through sheer weight and force. Take the others. The younger dragons, rather relieved at no longer having to deal with pain, start chasing after the Imperial and Windhelm troops with glee. The troops, having slowed some due to the older dragon leaving, begin running with renewed vigor. Well, shit. Ash growls as the older dragon steps towards him. He turns his mana vision on for a brief moment to scan the surroundings. He notes with satisfaction that Atra and Alma are fleeing, per their agreement. The surprisingly dense energy that is Ulfric Stormcloak, though. Yo, Ulfric. Truce. Truce. Ulfric agrees. For all that's worth right now. Ash smiles weakly. Just don't get in my way. He readies a spear of lightning and hurls it at the older dragon. The dragon tanks it, standing proudly against the damage. To its surprise, there actually was some damage. Minuscule, sure, but not zero. Clever. It growls. The dragon spreads its wings wide and rears back. No shout, just a slam of its claws against the earth. The shockwave surprises Ash, who was expecting something more magical, and he loses his balance. The dragon lances forward with a kick that shatters rocks. Fuss, Aroda. The dragon is annoyed at Ulfric's shout that seemed to come from nowhere. The surprise impact completely offsets its charge, and it has to regain its composure and position like a hatchling learning to walk. But it knew better than to take its eyes off of the bigger threat. With a dismissive wave of its wing, Ulfric is sent back a few paces despite his bracing against the incoming wind. Well, shit, now what? Ash thinks, backing away and keeping distance. Can't win like this, can't run until they're clear, either. His magic, while powerful, is reliant on perks. The perks require focusing. He's having trouble focusing due to needing to check to make sure his girls are alright, and that the other 2 dragons won't suddenly join in. The older dragon, having switched with the expectation for a fight, quickly grew bored of Ash's rather lackluster performance. Boring. It flaps its wings to take off. Time to go, children. The younger dragons were having fun playing a variation of Don't Touch the Lava, where every leap they take must land on a human. They grumble, but spread their wings to take off. Fucker. Ash growls, but makes no effort to stop them. The 3 dragons take off, towards the direction of Dawnstar. First-person camera. Wait, Dawnstar? Why Dawnstar? Whiterun is right there. You know what, gift horse, mouth. Shut. Ugh. What a mess. Let's get the troops reorganized. Where are my sergeants? There are my sergeants. They were hit hard into rocks and have made indentations. The armor is trashed and their lifeline activated, so they're alive. Won't be good for anything but bedrest and painful healing for a few months, but alive. Lifeline, a small ornament with the wish to protect the wearer. Irrelevant had a similar one, but since this is more general and not anti-dragon specific, it's less powerful. They're the luckier ones, I guess. I lost 10 Gale Knights even with the lifeline, cause it doesn't protect against subsequent hits. The armor is good, but was not designed to ward off dragons. Either way, the fact that 3 dragons just popped up for whatever reason and made a mess of the battlefield is bad. Also Ulfric. Speaking of, Ulfric is right next to me. I can just stab him and solve one problem right now. And probably replace it with another. Sigh. Ashwind Caller, I presume. Ulfric says with a faint smile. I did not expect to fight on the same side today. Ahoy. Same here. We watch the dragons leave. You go get your boys together, I'll get mine. This is stupid. Agreed. Ulfric says. There can be no peace in Skyrim until those monsters are erased. He glares at the retreating figures of the dragons. I plan to rally my men and ride to Dawnstar's assistance, however much good it will do. He looks at me expectantly. I'm a little short on empathy right now. Good for you, let me know how it works out. Objectively, we need to go after them. Practically, my troops will do next to nothing there. Aha. Eric. It's not our friend Eric, it's just NPC Eric. Sir. He salutes. He's a lieutenant from the non-Gale Knight side. Ulfric is disappointed at our not too subtle refusal to help him, though since we have our back turned it goes unnoticed. I hear Ulfric leaving, presumably to rally his own men. I feel pressure. A familiar one. It's for my... Ah, well, that's good. The radar works. Let's go, then. Atra. Alma. The girls pop off flares to let me know their location. I go pick them up with summoned birds, and we fly up to Formai. For better or worse, the ground effort will have to be handled by the Falkreath military structure, and by the Gale Knights. Teenram is piloting. Jake opens the rear hatch and lets us in. He gives Atra and Alma big hugs. The girls take their sub-pilot positions. Not much co-piloting going on. Formai has guns, the girls run to the guns and the rangefinder. Jake and I get suited up. What's the plan? He yells over the engine noise as we sit near Arya. Also, plan? There are 3 dragons. Jake and I will fight the weaker ones and Arya will keep the more powerful one in check. When we are done, we will assist and we'll fight him together. Arya nods. What happens if the 4th jumps in? Keep track. If it comes, run. I have no faith we can win a 3v3, never mind anything more lopsided. Woo. I'm getting kinda excited now. Now that we're no longer in panic mode. 3rd-person camera. Dawnstar is in panic mode. 3 dragons popped up and are setting things on fire. It's getting to the afternoon, and the population is out and about. Pandemonium ensues as soon as the dragons show up. Dawnstar, similar to Winterhold, has a building plan that preserves heat. However, due to the proximity of the ocean and the nature of the land and its general terrain, buildings tend to be clustered rather than dug into the ground for heat retention, with most streets beyond the main throughways narrow as all hell. In other words, given the right angles, there's no escape. Shoot them! Shoot them! One guard yells as his squad loose arrows into the incoming dragon. They duck into an alley as the dragon swoops by. It misses them and claws into the neighboring house, shattering a section of the stone wall. To the credit of the guards, they shook off the initial shock quickly and rallied for defense. It just isn't enough. One ballista tower makes a lucky strike against a younger dragon, the same one that Ash fought some hours before. The strike downs the surprised dragon, who lashes out all around it with bursts of flame. It's more embarrassed than hurt, and chooses to soothe its ego by making sure as much of the surroundings is in ashes as possible. Much to the dismay of the older dragon, who'd rather prefer that they leave something behind. Careful! It hears from somewhere above the clouds. The younger dragons hear nothing, too absorbed in their games of incredible flames and violence. One of the young dragons suddenly feels a pain in its wing, dramatically sharper than expected. It twists its neck to glare at the cause. A young mage, a scroll burning away in his hand, ducking just out of sight down a side street. The young mage, hiding, hurriedly takes out another scroll and activates it. The ward goes up between him and the dragon, breath searing down the street. He feels himself pushed out of the way by incredible energy from the spell. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. He says out of adrenaline as he scampers away, his purchase from Lakeview turning into dust. The young dragon, feeling like its ego isn't soothed enough, scrabbles onto the rooftops to look for the source of that damage. Seeing nothing, it takes off into the air. There's a strange pressure on its left wing, like it's not responding well for some reason. Upon seeing one of the dragons fly a little lopsidedly, a Dawnstar captain seizes the opportunity. That one is injured. Concentrate your attacks. Not that it needed to be pointed out. The dragons were of such focus that every little bit of oddity was immediately noticeable. Almost immediately, the dragon found itself under the attack of every possible spell and projectile Dawnstar had to offer. The young dragon tightens its defenses and all but the strongest attacks bounce off. Still, the strongest attacks, a trio of ballista bolts, knock it off balance, and it crashes into the city. The other dragon, seeing this, lights the ballista on fire with its breath. The older dragon swoops into cover with its own blanket of fire. The older dragon feels something heavy slam into its side, a piercing pain beyond anything it's experienced in eons. As a reflex, it tightens its defenses, and feels a second something scrape and glance off of its tail. It twists its head to see, a pike? A long, smooth rod of metal, deep inside its flank, accompanied by a sense of incredibly dense magicka somewhere far, far away. A small dot in the distance. Hit. Atra reports, with Formai's binocular-esque rangefinder covering her eyes. Second strike, no effect. As good as it gets. Ash says. Good shot, girls. Keep it up. He moves to put on his gear. New plan. Arya. Jump the wounded one, we'll keep the others off of you. Arya salutes. Formai's rear hatch opens, and she slides out with her ace and afterburner. Afterburner, one-use rocket, goes very fast. I feel like she shouldn't be going first. Jake says with a laugh. Whatever, let's do this. He launches. Ash, ready, drops into the cold wind. Oh, I regret many things. The novel is ongoing, the author takes long breaks.